For love, one sacrifices everything, only to receive the words, "You are a good person." It is laughable you believe I am unworthy of you, yet it turns out you have been holding me back all along. Observe the humble employee of a jewelry store as he, after being forsaken by his girlfriend, unexpectedly stumbles upon extraordinary fortune. He finds a mentor, establishes a business, engages in investments, and sets industry standards. Rooted in Africa and supported by national fortune, he found a security company and rises to become a major financial conglomerate, employing over 1 million people, challenging global powers, aiding national unification, and dedicating himself to revival. He ultimately attains genuine love, step by step ascending the path to greatness. Chapter 1. The unprincipled boss that I have no choice, my parents are pressing me hard. Besides, it's just a meeting. They'll simply meet and chat for a bit. Don't overthink it, I cannot avoid this. Anli has such a good relationship with my parents. I truly cannot decline. After hanging up, Ji-Yun's face bore profound desolation. He had met his girlfriend online, separated by hundreds of kilometers. He had set aside a burgeoning career to strive in this unfamiliar city, believing that love would ultimately prevail. Little did he know that he would face such an ending indeed. A desperate lover meets a bitter fate. In truth, Ji-Yun's family was not poorly off. They were of modest means, owning a home and a car, and had some savings. He had previously worked in a state-owned enterprise and was considered quite well off in his hometown. However, he was rather introverted and occasionally lost in the throes of romance, fixated on pursuing love. Ignoring the advice of family and friends, he drove his small, dilapidated car to this new city. At that time, his girlfriend was still preparing for civil service exams, and he supported her while balancing his own work. Now, she had passed the exams, and Ji-Yun had thought he would finally see the fruits of his labor. Yet gradually the dynamics shifted. As a newcomer to the city, Ji-Yun had to start anew, and compared to his girlfriend's new civil service position, his circumstances seemed to pale in comparison. Just moments ago, his girlfriend had called, informing him that her family had introduced her to a suitor, someone involved in real estate, whose mother held a significant position. Tall and handsome, he was a stark contrast to Ji-Yun. When she called, she mentioned that while this new acquaintance was indeed more attractive and taller, it seemed she was attempting to console herself. Deep down, Ji-Yun was aware of his own shortcomings. He had planned to stabilize his life here before buying a home to meet her family. His parents had finally relented, thinking that as long as their child was happy, distance mattered little. Yet it now seemed unnecessary, though his girlfriend hadn't openly stated it. He understood the implications. Regret was not a feeling he harbored as an adult. One must learn to bear the consequences of one's mistakes. To phrase it more poetically, love cannot conquer every obstacle. Compatibility is essential. It may not stem from a lack of love, but rather from an inherent mismatch. Setting his phone down, Ji-Yun exhaled deeply. In light of this, it was time to cut his losses. Prolonging the situation held no value and would only serve to invite ridicule. He changed his clothes and prepared to clock out for the day. Ji-Yun had studied jewelry design in college and had worked in a state geological materials testing institute back home. Upon arriving in the city, he continued in a related field. Working in sales for a jewelry company, it was no surprise that his girlfriend had grown disinterested. A crow could never match a phoenix. After all, as per usual, he ended his workday, and just a short distance from his workplace lay the city's largest antique and jewelry market. Logically, one would assume that after a breakup, one would seek solace in a drink to express the melancholy within. Alas, in a foreign land, even seeking companionship for a drink proved challenging. If one were to drink to excess, there would be no one to care. Moreover, adults handle their sorrow differently. Lamenting and indulging in grief after a drink is the privilege of the young. For adults, the remedy is to swallow one's pain in silence. As he walked down the street, flanked by stalls selling antiques and jade, he found himself in the largest antique market in the Northwest. Here, one could find any item imaginable, genuine or not, an impressive feat nonetheless. Previously, Ji-Yun had fantasized about using his expertise to discover a hidden treasure and achieve wealth overnight. However, after working in sales, he came to understand just how far his professional knowledge truly extended. "Hey, what are you doing? Watch where you're stepping." At the sound of the reprimand, Ji-Yun snapped back to reality and glanced down his feet. "Oh no, my apologies. I'm so sorry." In his days, he had inadvertently stepped on a vendor's stall. Fortunately, he hadn't damaged anything. Otherwise, he would have faced both heartbreak and financial loss today. Do keep your eyes open. The street is wide, yet you choose to step on my stall. Do you realize how much these items are worth? Can you afford to pay for any damage? Yes, I truly apologize. I'm very sorry, please forgive me. Ji-Yun refrained from retorting. He knew he was in the wrong. Encountering a difficult vendor could lead to greater trouble. One must bow one's head when under someone else's roof. All right, young man, I can see it was unintentional. Just be more mindful next time. Not everyone is as easy to deal with as I am. Now, be on your way. The vendor waved him off, granting him permission to leave. Thank you, sir. I wish you prosperous business. Ji-Yun expressed his gratitude as he departed. This jade is quite exquisite, he remarked. Indeed, it's genuine Tian Wang. One tael of Tian Wang is worth one tael of gold. Have you heard of it? Ji-Yun, intending to leave quickly, found his interest piqued by the vendor's words and decided to linger. He crouched down to inspect the Tian Wang the vendor had mentioned. Though he knew it was unlikely to find authentic Tian Wang, especially at such a large size and vivid color, which was clearly dyed, he crouched to examine it. He recalled the methods of identification. First, look for blood veins. Remarkably, there was some the craftsmanship was indeed intriguing. Next, he scrutinized the stone's shape, surface, and color, and it certainly appeared convincing. How much is it, sir? This is a unique piece, weighing at least 40 to 50 grams. You'll need to pay 50,000. If it were genuine, that would be an incredible bargain at the current market rate. Such a sizable piece with such color would fetch at least 10,000 per gram. For 40 grams, it would be worth 4 to 500,000 now, sir. You're asking for 50,000? That's far too cheap. Ji-Yun smirked, his tone laced with sarcasm. He knew it was a scam. How could such a fine material be offered at a mere stall? For 50,000? This is clearly dyed yellow wax stone, Ji-Yun asserted though. So you're quite the connoisseur. The vendor was surprised to find that this seemingly naive young man possessed knowledge. Then make me an offer. In sales. One should not fear negotiation. It's up to the buyer to propose a price point. 200 to Ji-Yun felt a twinge of regret. He should have left earlier instead of lingering. The more he looked, the more convincing it seemed, but logically, he knew it couldn't be genuine. So he casually made an offer, thinking that since the vendor was asking 50,000, he would surely prefer to let him leave early rather than haggle. All right, we can use WeChat or Alipay. Sir, listen closely. I said 200, not 2,000. It's 200, I'll sell it to you. Today is my lucky day, so take the money. What's wrong? Don't tell me you're trying to mock me. Chapter 2. Unexpected delight. The following day, Ji-Yun rose at the break of dawn, unable to find solace in slumber. Initially, she believed her love was a certainty, yet it now seemed to be slipping away. Who could sleep under such circumstances? Glancing at the garish yellow wax stone carelessly tossed on her bedside table. A purchase made with considerable expense just yesterday, her irritation only deepened. The seller's blatant disregard for fairness was astonishing. A $5,000 item, and she acquired it for a mere 200. Was there no sense of ethics? However, Ji-Yun understood that her earlier bravado was merely a fade. In truth, she had only purchased an expensive lesson. After completing her morning routine, she hastily consumed a simple breakfast and drove to the office. Following the morning meeting and a myriad of miscellaneous tasks, the clock had already struck 9. Observing that foot traffic was relatively sparse, Ji-Yun seized the opportunity to seek out Master Zhao, the store's esteemed appraiser responsible for receiving goods. Ji-Yun worked at a company named Fuyunzai, which managed a comprehensive supply chain from raw jade procurement to processing and sales. Although not a large enterprise, it boasted dedicated appraisers. Fortunately, her relationship with Master Zhao was amicable. He was known for his affable nature. Ji-Yun, despite her current role in sales, hailed from a professional background and often engaged Zhao in conversations to learn about appraisal techniques. Zhao appreciated her eagerness to learn and would gladly share his knowledge whenever time permitted. Good morning, Master Zhao. Ah, Xiaoyun, what brings you here so early? You seem quite idle today. I stumbled upon a treasure yesterday and thought I would seek your expertise. Another purchase, I presume? Bring it here. Let me see if it's Hatian jade or jadeite. In her early days at the company, Ji-Yun had frequently indulged in buying items, and Zhao was always willing to offer his insights. Naturally, this was partly due to her diligence in her work. Otherwise, a busy appraiser would hardly have the leisure to accompany her. This is Tianshan yellow. Please take a look. Ji-Yun subtly refrained from revealing too much, employing a bit of social finesse. If she had simply declared, oh, it's dyed yellow wax stone, what need would there be for Zhao's expertise? One must feign uncertainty to elicit his willingness to share. Tianshan yellow, let me have a look. What have you gotten yourself into this time? Zhao examined the stone intently, his nonchalance shifting to seriousness as he scrutinized it from various angles, even retrieving his appraisal tools. Xiaoyun, how much did you pay for this? It genuinely appears authentic. You might just be extraordinarily fortunate. Please, Master Zhao, do not jest with me. I need your thorough assessment. Ji-Yun half expected Zhao to be teasing her. I'm not joking. It doesn't look counterfeit. If you have any doubts, I can take you to our lab for a thorough examination. Come, let us go now. Ji-Yun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Zhao was indeed sincere. Could it truly be real? Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to escort her to the laboratory for testing. Considering that even using the company's equipment incurred costs, she found herself lost in thought, scarcely remembering how she had followed Zhao to the lab, her mind a whirlwind, a blank slate filled with astonishment. It is indeed true. A yellow wax stone purchased for merely 200 yuan has been appraised as a top-grade Tianwang, weighing over 50 grams. Given this quality, a price of 20,000 per gram is hardly exorbitant. How has its value seemingly soared to 1 million in the blink of an eye? Ji Yun feels a tinge of surrealism, as if caught in a dream. Just yesterday, he was abandoned and possessed nothing. Now, having casually acquired a stone, he finds himself worth a fortune. This scenario feels almost like a tale. Ji Yun genuinely contemplates selling it to the company. Firstly, as Master Zhao mentioned, the depths of this industry are profound, and selling to Fu Yunzai ensures some security against significant deceit. Secondly, as an employee, he recognizes the need to maintain the company's reputation. Even if one pays a hefty sum for mere bones, appearances must be upheld. Otherwise, if an employee's possessions are deemed unworthy, it would be an embarrassment. Thus, Ji Yun has made his decision. Sell it, Master Zhao. Let us proceed with selling it to the company. Please help me with a fair price. Rest assured, I will not let you exert yourself in vain. Understanding the nature of business, Ji Yun is mindful of repaying the favor from Master Zhao's assistance. All right, I shall call the boss now. After all, such a significant piece of Tianhuang requires his input. As he spoke, Master Zhao dialed the boss's number. Having worked here for some time, Ji Yun had only caught glimpses of the boss a few times, never having exchanged words. If not for this piece of Tianhuang, the boss might not even recognize him upon his departure. Master Zhao, this young man is indeed the fortunate one who procured Tianhuang for our company. Master Zhao promptly greeted the boss. Boss, look here, young Ji's luck is remarkable this time. It truly is an excellent material. Indeed, such a large piece, with such fine quality, is a rarity. Has the appraisal report come through? Yes, it has, weighing 58.5 grams. Very well, since Ji is one of us. Let us offer him 20,000 per gram for this top-grade material. Is that agreeable? If so, we can proceed with the contract. Young Ji, what do you think? Master Zhao inquired, now addressing him with a more formal tone, mindful of the decorum in front of the boss. All right, boss, Master Zhao, let us proceed as you suggested. I will sell it to the company. Ordinary individuals faced with such an opportunity would likely deliberate over the pros and cons or seek to negotiate for a higher price. However, a straightforward young man like Ji Yun is indeed a rarity. In a mere hour, the contract was signed and the funds transferred, an astonishing one. 17 million, a figure almost beyond comprehension. With a monthly salary of over 5,000, Ji Yun would need to forego all luxuries for 20 years to amass that sum. A small stone has thus spared him 2 decades of toil, illustrating the unpredictable twists of fate. While some labor tirelessly for a month, earning barely enough for a single meal or a handbag, which may cost more than an entire year's salary for others, Ji Yun gradually sets aside his impoverished mindset. After all, it is just 1 million. There is no need for excessive excitement. Yet, in truth, he is nearly overwhelmed with joy at this unexpected windfall. 200 yuan has transformed into 17 million. Such is the allure of antiquities and gemstones. Ji Yun was eager to call his girlfriend and inform her of his newfound wealth, having earned over 1 million in a single day, and to express how short-sighted she had been. With funds finally arriving, he prioritized settling debts incurred on credit cards and loans taken for his ex-girlfriend's extravagant spending. He discreetly transferred 20,000 yuan to Master Zhao as a token of gratitude for his assistance. Subsequently, he requested a week-long leave from his supervisor, who readily approved it. Likely understanding that after such a lucrative deal, Ji Yun would not remain in a modest sales position for long. He treated his colleagues to cups of milk tea, a gesture meant to share in the joy of his success. Amidst playful teasing that he should host a celebration, he merely promised to treat them upon his return, leaving the uncertainty of his return solely in his hands. Upon stepping into his car, he sought out an auto detailing shop to indulge his modest vehicle with the most expensive maintenance package, sharing his joy solely with it. As he remained unsure of how to approach his family, particularly regarding his breakup, after a restful sleep, Ji Yun gradually regained his composure. 1 million yuan was indeed a significant sum, capable of alleviating many years of toil, yet it was not an overwhelming amount. Purchasing a decent home could strain his finances. Initially, upon receiving the money, he felt an exhilarating urge to resign immediately and flaunt his success to that woman. longing for a life of excess and indulgence. However, he now found this notion somewhat absurd. Compared to the son of a property tycoon, $1,000,000 seemed trivial. He pondered the implications of spending it all on a house or a better car and questioned how he would sustain himself afterward. After all, there is a saying that unexpected wealth often leads to unexpected expenditures, and he was uncertain whether this money could ensure a life of ease and security. Ji-Yun possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that utilizing this sum to establish a modest business venture could yield a stable and respectable income, which was the path to sustainable development. In a society rife with competition, possessing even a small amount of money invites countless individuals ready to seize it. Therefore, it was prudent to focus on stable growth without drawing excessive attention. Ji-Yun recalled a business idea he had encountered, a lottery shop. While he had previously endeavored to earn money, his lack of connections and capital made it exceedingly difficult to pursue any venture. After much observation, he considered the lottery shop business, which, although not particularly lucrative, offered stability with potential annual earnings of around $100,000, significantly better than his current job. He had initially intended to discuss with his girlfriend the possibility of delaying their home purchase to allocate some funds for a down payment to his family, while opening a lottery shop first and buying a house once the business stabilized. However, with this unexpected opportunity bestowed upon him, he resolved to seize it and embark on a venture of his own. After much contemplation, Ji-Yun made the decision to establish a lottery shop, while also intent on retaining his current position within the shop. Initially, I found myself drawn to this profession, and my passion for it only deepened over time. Moreover, Ji-Yun recognized his shortcomings in business. While he could manage minor endeavors, substantial financial success necessitated a dedicated pursuit within the antique and jewelry trade. Having spent several years in this field, he had finally attained a modicum of proficiency, making it a pity to relinquish his hard-earned knowledge. With this realization, his plan crystallized. He would acquire a lottery shop, where he could hire an employee. Such a venture required minimal technical skills, and the salary could remain modest. As long as the individual could operate a computer, his daily responsibilities would involve bookkeeping, which posed little challenge. He intended to save the remainder of his earnings for future endeavors, crafting a narrative that he was merely investing in real estate to deter any prying eyes. Continuing his employment was crucial, yet his focus shifted from mere profit to acquiring professional expertise, preparing for his eventual independence. Presently, Ji-Yun could justifiably consider himself a millionaire, and his aspirations soared higher, aiming to become a multimillionaire. This insatiable desire for more. Once one has tasted wealth, the thirst for greater riches becomes relentless. The outcome of such ambition remained uncertain. On this Friday, having taken leave for the following week, coupled with the 2 weekend days, he had a total of 9 days to finalize the acquisition of the lottery shop, his immediate objective. Working for oneself differed fundamentally from toiling for others in the past. Persuading employees to work on weekends would have required considerable effort. Now, however, it was a personal endeavor. The rationale behind not opening a shop directly lay in the established territory of the lottery store and the limited 10-day vacation he had, necessitating prompt action. Therefore, acquiring an existing shop, complete with its machinery, decor, and necessary paperwork, alleviated many concerns, allowing for immediate operation. Ultimately, Ji-Yun was not relying on this lottery shop for his livelihood. It represented merely an investment, one that, even if unprofitable, would not result in significant losses. He investigated available lottery shops in the vicinity, meticulously assessing their geographical locations and foot traffic while recording contact numbers. Engaging in inquiries with various owners, he demonstrated commendable sales acumen, honing his interpersonal skills effectively. By the end of the day, he had narrowed his options to 2 shops and arranged viewings for the following day. After a long day, he ordered takeout and retired for the night. Chapter 4. The Pursuit of Wealth. The next morning, Ji-Yun rose early, preparing himself efficiently for the day ahead. A glance at his phone revealed only a few messages from colleagues suggesting dinner plans, devoid of any other notifications. He chuckled at his own expectations. The remnants of a romantic mindset lingered, as he recalled how, in the past, his first morning ritual involved exchanging greetings with his girlfriend. It seemed she had moved on well, prompting Ji-Yun to contemplate whether to formally initiate a breakup. Ultimately, he deemed it unnecessary. Having reached this juncture, it mattered little. He would wait for her to reach out, sparing himself the discomfort of initiating the conversation. After a quick breakfast, he set off towards the first shop he had scheduled to visit the previous day. After a lengthy discussion with his boss, Ji-Yun ultimately resolved to forego the first lottery shop. Although the owner's asking price was indeed modest, Ji Yun perceived the location to be rather remote, which likely contributed to the owner's decision to sell. Though this was merely an investment, he preferred to avoid ventures that appeared destined for failure. The second shop, however, appeared promising, boasting a substantial foot traffic. The owner, needing to liquidate other investments, had a higher asking price, firmly holding out for at least $18,000, without any room for negotiation. Nonetheless, circumstances had changed. With over $1 million in his pocket, this no longer posed a significant issue. This predicament exemplifies why the impoverished struggle to rise above their circumstances. Opportunities arise, yet funds are scarce. When funds are available, hesitance prevails due to the fear of loss. The agreement was made swiftly, as the owner was straightforward, and they arranged to finalize the paperwork the next day. The previous staff at the lottery shop were individuals the owner had personally hired. Ji Yun had a brief encounter with a trustworthy middle-aged woman who was a relative of the owner, earning $3,000 a month. Deciding to retain her was met with gratitude. She had anticipated losing her job, yet she was relieved to be kept on with no alteration to her salary. The owner expressed his appreciation, assuring Ji Yun that the paperwork would be processed promptly. Ji Yun had his own intentions. His investment in the shop was largely an experiment, and with ample time on his hands, he planned to visit frequently. As a small lottery establishment, it was unlikely to encounter significant issues. The employee was a local resident, living just behind the shop, and the modest salary would not incentivize any dishonesty. Moreover, Ji Yun intended to oversee the accounts daily, providing him with peace of mind. Her familiarity with the operations saved him the trouble of hiring new staff, which could pose greater risks. He paid a deposit of $20,000, agreeing to settle the remaining balance upon completion of the paperwork. Afterward, he drove to the bank to secure his deposit, encountering none of the anticipated formalities. Not even entering the VIP room, he collected 2 bags of rice and a large bottle of oil, and as afternoon approached, he entered a restaurant he typically avoided, treating himself to a hearty meal. Reflecting on how long it had been since he last contacted his parents, he recalled the resolve that had led him to this unfamiliar city, likely leaving them quite disappointed. As their only child, he felt a pang of guilt for abandoning them. Dialing their number, Ji Yun found himself momentarily lost in thought, uncertain how to convey his situation. "Hello, Xiao Yun. Aren't you at work? Why are you calling now?" His mother's gentle voice resonated through the phone, and he could sense her restrained excitement, realizing it had been far too long since their last conversation. Since relocating, he had gradually distanced himself from his family, perhaps out of a desire to escape or simply due to the passage of time. He imagined his father listening in beside her. "I miss you both, Mom and Dad." For reasons he could not quite articulate, Ji Yun felt tears welling up. Perhaps it was the dryness of the weather. After all, he was no longer a child. "Are you all right, Xiao Yun? How are things with that girl? Your father and I have saved some money for you. You should consider looking for a house. You're getting older. Don't wait too long. If it's time to marry, then marry. In a couple of days, Mother will call you." "No need, Mother. I finalized a significant business deal yesterday, and my boss rewarded me with over $100,000. You and Father take care of your health at home. There is no need to worry about me. I'm doing just fine." "Is that so? I always knew my son was remarkable. Look at that. Earning over $100,000 in one go." A whisper of praise reached my ears, undoubtedly from Mother extolling my achievements to Father. A smile involuntarily graced Ji Yun's face. He had finally made his parents proud. A couple of coughs interrupted the moment. It was Father's voice. "Xiao Yun, it is rare for your boss to value you. You must remain humble and diligent. Do you understand? I knew you would succeed. You are truly my son. All right, look at how proud you are. This is all due to our son's own capabilities, not your doing, so do not take all the credit." Mother, while speaking, reached for the phone. "Son, there is no rush in making money. Take your time. However, regarding marriage, you must pay close attention. Do you hear me?" "I understand, Mother. I have some matters to attend to. I will call you again in a couple of days." "All right. Hang up then, Xiao Yun. Remember to call home often." There was a hint of reluctance in Mother's voice. "I know, Mother. I will definitely do so. Rest assured, I will call you and Father every couple of days." Hearing Ji Yun's repeated assurances, Mother reluctantly ended the call. What kind of son had he been, so stingy even with a phone call to his parents? In this moment, Ji Yun finally comprehended who truly loved him, and his infatuation began to fade. From now on, he would ensure his parents' happiness and make them genuinely proud. Upon leaving the restaurant, Ji Yun found himself at a loss for where to go. There was still a week left of the holiday, and the necessary procedures could only be taken care of the following day. Previously, he had revolved entirely around Li Ying, accompanying her in whatever she wished to do, while he himself merely immersed in his phone or novels. He had no hobbies, merely a devoted admirer, which explained his abandonment. It was time to alter this state of affairs, Ji Yun mused. He would follow Master Zhao to learn diligently, and perhaps in the future, he could invite Master Zhao to join him in his endeavors. Of course, that was merely a thought. A master of Master Zhao's caliber was not someone just anyone could afford to employ. Nevertheless, one must have dreams. What if they came true? Perhaps he should stroll through the antique street again. Even if he could not stumble upon a treasure, learning was still essential. Previously, he had been financially constrained. Now, it was time to pay a little tuition. Antiques were not something just anyone could dabble in. First, one needed wealth. Secondly, leisure. And most importantly, one must possess insight and a willingness to learn. Otherwise, one could only serve as a mere pawn in the antique business, unwittingly contributing to the industry as a naive investor. Chapter 5. Strolling through the antique street. Arriving at the antique street, despite it not being a weekend, the crowd was still quite substantial. Ji Yun spotted the vendor who had sold him the tinshuang for 200 yuan last time, but he chose to keep silent. After all, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ji Yun understood the principle of reaping great rewards through discretion. As the seasons changed, Ji Yun wandered into a quaint little shop. Outside, the numerous vendors thrived, yet the quality of their wares left much to be desired. Many patrons flitted from one stall to another, for the waters were too deep to navigate with certainty. Ji Yun decided to commence his exploration within the antique market. Believing that merely observing and learning would suffice, there was no pressing need to purchase anything. Familiarity was his intent. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with a slight paunch, appeared astute and shrewd. "Sir, do you have anything of value? I'd like to take a look," Ji Yun inquired, feigning the innocence of a novice, as he was merely there to meander and absorb knowledge. "What piques your interest? Porcelain, calligraphy, or perhaps jade and jewelry?" "I have it all," the proprietor responded. "Let us examine some jade, shall we? I have a friend whose birthday is approaching, and I intend to gift him a piece of antiquity." Ji Yun fabricated an acquaintance for effect. "Very well. What era are you interested in, and what price range do you have in mind?" The shopkeeper, while not entirely convinced by Ji Yun's appearance, his attire suggested he was not a likely buyer of high-end items, was clever enough to mask his skepticism. Ji Yun, being in the sales profession himself, understood the nuances of the trade. His primary goal was simply to wander and learn, rendering the shopkeeper's doubts inconsequential. "Please, let us see what you have on offer. I'm eager to discover something appealing," Ji Yun urged. "Certainly. Wait a moment while I fetch some pieces," replied the shopkeeper, retreating to the counter to retrieve 5 or 6 items of jade, including jade pendants and a few pieces of what appeared to be counterfeit jadeite. One item, a piece of Heqian jade, caught Ji Yun's eye. Although the craftsmanship was unmistakably subpar, he could discern it was first machine-carved and then hand-finished, a common ruse. Having been exposed to various artifacts through his own production base at Fuyunzai, Ji Yun's theoretical knowledge rivaled that of seasoned experts, although his practical experience was lacking. Even so, he was adept at identifying blatant fakes. "I'm afraid these do not appeal to me, proprietor. Do you have anything else?" "Rest assured, I am not short on funds," he stated, opting not to reveal his discerning eye. "Very well. Allow me a moment to present more selections," the shopkeeper agreed. This time, the jade pieces were indeed of superior quality compared to the previous batch. The jade appeared exquisite, and the craftsmanship was notably meticulous. The patina and luster were pleasing to the eye, suggesting at least a high-quality imitation. Ji Yun picked up a piece of Heqian jade, admiring its craftsmanship, which bore semblance to the Qing dynasty style, yet he could perceive subtle characteristics reminiscent of the Song dynasty as well. "What is the price for this?" he inquired. "For a Qing dynasty Heqian jade piece, I would require 100,000, the shopkeeper replied. "While the material is commendable, it cannot possibly belong to the Qing dynasty." Ji Yun countered. "Moreover, observe the craftsmanship. It is evidently machine-carved." He noted the rigid lines of the relief carving, unmistakably indicative of machine work. Furthermore, the stylistic elements oscillated between Qing and Song, a juxtaposition that could only suggest a modern creation. The boss regarded Ji Yun, initially assuming he was merely a novice, utterly ignorant. To his surprise, Ji Yun proved to be quite the expert. "I cannot claim such expertise, merely possessing a modicum of understanding." Ji Yun modestly waved his hand. Engaging in conversation, he picked up another piece, one of similar style, likely from the same batch of products. Ultimately, he held a green jade dragon plaque, intricately carved, though the material was somewhat inferior. After a thorough inspection, he could not find any signs of machine engraving, and he genuinely appreciated the craftsmanship. However, to assert that it was an ancient piece seemed implausible. Such exquisite carving could not have been executed on such subpar jade. This was undoubtedly a modern work, possibly a practice piece by some esteemed master. Despite the boss's insistence that the plaque was old, Ji Yun shared his thoughts, unable to convince the boss otherwise, and thus acquiesced to his viewpoint. Ji Yun held a particular fondness for the craftsmanship, deciding to purchase the piece, even if the jade was lacking. The artistry alone was worth the investment. This reflects Ji Yun's current financial prowess. In the end, he secured the piece for 30,000, along with a Qing Dynasty jade plaque that the boss stubbornly claimed was worth 100,000. It remained uncertain which of the two was deemed the primary item or if they were bundled together. Ji Yun paid little mind to this. The craftsmanship of the green jade plaque alone justified a value of 20,000, and encountering such artistry was worth a couple of extra thousand. That evening, he had arranged to dine with Master Zhao, intending to bring along these two jade pieces for consultation. Typically, companies conclude their workday at 6. Yet esteemed appraisers like Master Zhao often leave by 4 or 5 unless special circumstances arise. Hence, Ji Yun set the dinner for 6:30, choosing a nearby restaurant to host Master Zhao, along with several colleagues with whom he had a cordial rapport, including his immediate supervisor. Since he had resolved to continue his tenure at the company, it was prudent to maintain good relations, treating everyone to dinner. He also planned to announce that he had purchased a house, having already settled the payment, thus averting future complications. As for the lottery shop, Ji Yun intended to keep that information to himself, preserving a potential fallback. Chapter 6. The Zig and Jade plaque. When hosting a dinner, one must arrive early, as one cannot predict if guests will arrive ahead of schedule. Thus, Ji Yun arrived at the restaurant by 5 o'clock, preparing the private room, securing the wine, and pre-arranging cold dishes and fruit, along with beverages for non-drinking colleagues. Around 6, while his other colleagues had yet to finish work, Master Zhao had already arrived, which suited Ji Yun perfectly, as there were certain matters that would be awkward to discuss in front of others. Welcome, Master Zhao. I sincerely appreciate your assistance with this matter, Ji Yun greeted, ushering him into the private room. You, my boy, have been fortunate, Master Zhao responded with conviction, showing no signs of aging despite being in his 60s. Master Zhao, originally named Zhao Jinshun, was a prominent figure in the antique circle. In his youth, he immersed himself in antiquities. However, as he aged and his energy waned, and with no heirs willing to take over, he relinquished his shop and took a position as an appraiser at Fuyunzai. It was rumored that universities had sought his expertise, but he declined, citing his diminished vigor. To Ji Yun, Master Zhao simply found such matters to be bothersome. He is the kind of master with a distinct personality. If he takes a liking to you, he shows no airs. However, if he disapproves, even your inquiries will be met with indifference. By chance, Ji Yun's background aligns well with Master Zhao's temperament, leading him to frequently seek advice from the master, who is equally willing to impart his knowledge. This meal invitation serves not only as an expression of gratitude, but also as an opportunity to foster a closer relationship and perhaps to seek mentorship, hoping to learn more in the future. It is important to note that this mentorship is not a formal apprenticeship. Such matters are treated with great seriousness in the antiques trade. Even if one wishes to be mentored, the relationship must be cultivated first, and should satisfaction arise later, there is no rush to formalize it. Ji Yun invited Master Zhao to take a seat, preparing tea and snacks with great care. When dealing with elders, too casual an attitude can be perceived as disrespectful. Though unspoken, such behavior can lead to a loss of esteem. Master Zhao, please enjoy your tea, Ji Yun said, refilling Zhao Jinshun's cup. Please take your time. I will check on the food. No hurry, just wait a moment, Xiaoyan. Let us wait until everyone arrives before calling for the food. For now, let us enjoy our tea. As you wish, Master Zhao. The snacks are quite delightful. Do have a taste. All right, don't be so formal. Just sit comfortably. Today we're indulging a bit. Matai Wuliangya, I must have a couple of extra glasses. I'll prepare some for you to take home. Oh, no need for that. Save some money, my friend. With 100,000 or so, it may seem substantial, but if you spend recklessly, it won't last long. Focus on purchasing a home. You can create stability with your young lady. Ji Yun lowered his head in acknowledgement, appreciating Master Zhao's genuine concern, treating him as a junior. Otherwise, who would share such advice? Taking advantage of their tea time, Ji Yun subtly broached the topic of learning more under Master Zhao's tutelage. Master Zhao readily agreed, having already held a favorable impression of Ji Yun. This encounter further revealed Ji Yun's calm demeanor, independent thinking, and potential. Furthermore, with Ji Yun's professional background and already established skills, Master Zhao might even be contemplating the idea of finding an heir, though he wished to observe a bit longer. Master Zhao, please take a look at this. I found these items today at the antique market, Ji Yun said, placing 2 jade plaques on the table. Master Zhao first picked up the Qing dynasty-style carved jade plaque. Glancing at it casually, this is quite simple, reminiscent of our factory-esque work. Initially carved, then refined by hand and colored, worth around 1,000. This shouldn't pose much of a challenge for you. I assume you want my opinion on this one. Setting that piece down, he picked up the other plaque. The material here is average, but the craftsmanship is indeed commendable. You likely purchased it for the artistry. It appears relatively new. As he continued to examine the piece, Master Zhao's initially indifferent gaze began to shift toward astonishment. Wait, something is amiss. The quality of this material is unusual. What is it, Master Zhao? This is merely an ordinary piece of jade, yet I am indeed fond of its craftsmanship, and that is why I purchased it. Aha, Xiaoyi. You have truly misjudged this. What extraordinary fortune you possess. Master Zhao, please do not jest with me. This is just an ordinary jade pendant, albeit with finer workmanship. Ordinary jade pendant, you say? No, this is a premium Zigan pendant. Do you think this is just common jade? This is exquisite Hetian jade. The color, while reminiscent of common jade, feels entirely different upon touch. Its texture and weight are incomparable to mere jade. Moreover, observe the craftsmanship. It is undoubtedly the work of a master artisan. The infusion of color and patina is seamless, something that cannot be artificially replicated. This should be a rare treasure from Lu Zigan. Xiaoji, your luck is truly enviable. Really, Master Zhao, please do not tease me. Qi Yun's fortune is indeed beyond words. It is as if the god of wealth is pursuing him relentlessly. Master Zhao, could you estimate its value? Qi Yun was beginning to feel dazed, as if he had unlocked a new chapter in his life. This pendant from the Ming Dynasty, crafted from high-quality jade and featuring exceptional artistry, with its rare, floating dragon carving, must be worth at least 1 million at the very least. Xiaoyi, your luck is so enviable that even I, an old man, feel a twinge of jealousy. 1 million? Another 1 million? Could it be that I am truly favored by fortune? Suppressing his inner excitement, Qi Yun turned to Master Zhao and inquired, Master Zhao, what do you think about this pendant? Should I sell it? What's this, Xiaoji? Are you contemplating a sale? With a pendant valued at 1 million, I feel uneasy keeping it. It would be wiser to convert it into cash sooner rather than later. I happen to know a few friends who are fond of jade. If you wish to sell, I can make some inquiries for you. Zigan jade is quite popular, and with such excellent quality, buyers will not be scarce. Come, take your phone and shine a light on it. I will snap a few photos to show them. That would be most helpful, Master Zhao. Rest assured, I will not let your efforts go unrewarded. Haha, you, Xiaoji, have benefited from me more than you realize. If it weren't for you, I might have mistaken this genuine item for a counterfeit. After taking the photos, Qi Yun carefully stored the jade pendant. This time, both were taciturn about the prospect of presenting it to Fuyun Zai, as it would be too ostentatious. Surely, Master Zhao would keep this secret for Qi Yun. Before long, the other colleagues began to arrive, and everyone enjoyed themselves. Master Zhao and Qi Yun share an unspoken understanding. Chapter 7. Rising Value. Qi Yun began to search online for information about Zigan pendants, feeling utterly uncertain. It was like a dream. Furthermore, Master Zhao mentioned this piece could be worth around 1 million, implying it was of greater value than the previous piece of Tianwang. He knew he must conduct thorough research to ensure he was informed when the time came to sell. It wasn't until midnight that Qi Yun gained a clearer understanding of his pendant. According to legend, Zigan jade pendants first emerged during the Ming Dynasty. Crafted by the renowned jade sculptor Lu Zigan, the quality of jade is directly proportional to its hardness. For instance, this piece is exquisite Hetian jade, albeit in a rare hue of azure. This rarity likely led Ji Yun to mistakenly believe it was of inferior material, a sentiment possibly shared by the vendor. Despite the similarities in color, the distinction in material and value is monumental. Moreover, as the quality of jade improves and its hardness increases, the intricacy of carving becomes exponentially more challenging. It is said that Lu Zigong's unparalleled skill is attributed to his unique carving tool, the Kunwan knife, which he never reveals, keeping his techniques a closely guarded secret. He had a habit of inscribing the characters Zigong on his completed works, which later came to be known as the Zigong brand. Lu Zigong's craftsmanship is extraordinary, earning him renown far and wide, with the emperor placing immense trust in his creations. Legend has it that while the emperor adored his works, he forbade Lu from signing them. On one occasion, Lu inscribed Zigong in a concealed location on a piece, only to have it discovered by the emperor, inciting his wrath and resulting in Lu's execution. Consequently, both Kunwu and the techniques associated with it vanished alongside their master. Authentic works by Liu Zigong are primarily housed in the Forbidden City and various museums, with very few circulating among the public. The piece in Ji Yun's possession, due to its exceptional carving and masterful craftsmanship, can almost certainly be confirmed as an authentic work of Liu Zigong. It is worth noting that most pieces encountered are inscribed with the Zigong mark rather than the Zigong brand. Many are merely attributed to him. Ji Yun's piece, notably devoid of the Zigong inscription, further solidifies its authenticity. Why is this so? Because of the artistry, the era, and the jade quality. During that time, few could achieve such perfection besides Liu Zigong. Were it carved by anyone else, it would not have remained obscure. Additionally, the carving depicts a dragon, suggesting it may have been crafted for imperial use, rendering its value immeasurable. Should it encounter a true connoisseur, the price could easily exceed several million. Thus, Ji Yun is elated, feeling as if fortune has smiled upon him in these few days. To bolster his credibility, he plans to heed Master Zhao's advice and arrange for a scientific appraisal, obtaining a report to further substantiate his claims when the time comes to sell. Ji Yun intends to pursue this tomorrow. However, as night falls, he finds himself unable to sleep. If Li Ying were aware of his current situation, would she regret her choices? Would she choose him again? Such thoughts are fleeting. Even if given another opportunity, Ji Yun would not reconsider. It has been 2 days without news from her, suggesting an unspoken mutual agreement to part ways. He resolves to dismiss such trivial matters, focusing instead on generating wealth. Ji Yun mumbles a quiet affirmation before gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, Ji Yun rises early, contacts the appraisal agency, and schedules an appointment for 3 o'clock that afternoon. He then visits a lottery shop, completing the transfer procedures and settling the final payment, officially making the store his own. After discussing matters with the shop's manager, they exchange WeChat contacts, and he assures her that all arrangements will remain unchanged, with bonuses available for outstanding performance, which greatly motivates her. In the afternoon, he attends the appraisal, investing a bit more for expedited service, and receives the report immediately. Undoubtedly authentic. The appraisal indicates that this object is indeed an ancient jade artifact from the Ming Dynasty, specifically exquisite Hetian jade, devoid of any signs of artificial aging, and possesses significant collectible value. However, it remains uncertain whether it is a genuine piece by Liu Zigong. One must rely on their own discerning eye. As for the pricing, Ji Yun found himself somewhat indecisive, prompting him to visit several prominent antique shops for further evaluation. He made rounds to 3 or 4 establishments, with 2 failing to ascertain its authenticity, perhaps either genuinely unable to do so or seeking to exploit the situation, offering to purchase it for merely tens of thousands. The remaining 2 shops provided similar valuations, one quoting 2 million and the other 180,000. Weighing the assessments he received against market values, Ji Yun finally felt reassured, estimating the worth to be around 3 million. Now, it was contingent upon Master Zhao to negotiate with the collector. Regardless, Ji Yun's expectations were firmly set above 3 million. If the antique industry was initiating offers at 2 million, it indicated the object's true value was far greater. 2 days later, Ji Yun received word from Master Zhao that a collector expressed considerable interest in the item Ji Yun possessed and wished to arrange a meeting the following day. Early the next morning, having calculated his time meticulously, Ji Yun hurried to the agreed-upon location. They were to meet at a tea house named Tingqin Pavilion, where upon arrival, Ji Yun found Master Zhao already enjoying his tea while awaiting his presence. "Good day, Master Zhao. I apologize for keeping you waiting," Ji Yun greeted. "I just arrived as well." "Come, sit. The person we are expecting will be here shortly," Zhao replied. "Master Zhao, you didn't mention who it is over the phone. Could you perhaps give me a hint? It would help me prepare myself," Ji Yun inquired while sipping his tea. "Shen Haiba, you likely do not know him. He is not from our line of work, but has a keen interest in jade. I've had dealings with him a few times before. He seems to be facing some business troubles lately and is searching high and low for a Zigong plate, trying to leverage connections. Somehow, he learned that I have a Zigong plate and is seeking my assistance in making an introduction. Just act as you see fit. There is no need to feel obliged to me." Understanding Master Zhao's implication of their unfamiliarity and the absence of formality, Ji Yun continued to enjoy his tea. Zhao chuckled, setting down his cup. "They're here." A group of 3 approached, with Chen Haiba leading the way, followed by 2 others, one appearing to be a secretary or driver, and the other likely an appraiser brought along by Chen, exuding an air of authority. "Hello, Mr. Chen," Ji Yun greeted. "Greetings, Master Zhao. I presume this is the seller of a Zigong plate?" Apologies for the delay. Thank you for your patience. This is Ji Yun, the one who entrusted me to find a buyer for this Zigong jade plate, Zhao introduced. Please, let's take a seat, Ji Yun suggested, inviting them to sit. Brother Ji, I tend to be rather impatient. Let us see the item you have, Chen urged. Certainly, Mr. Chun, Ji Yun replied, placing the jade plate upon the table. There is a saying in the antique trade. Jade should not be handed without due care to prevent any disputes during the exchange. Chun Haiba held the item in his hands, examining it from every angle, growing increasingly satisfied with each glance. He then passed it to the middle-aged man accompanying him. Teacher Lin, take a look. I truly believe this is remarkable. It was evident that Teacher Lin was also an expert in appraisal, armed with professional tools. He scrutinized the item for quite some time before nodding in approval. Indeed, this is an authentic piece by Lu Zigong, and a rare treasure at that. Yi Xiaoyong, please make an offer. After his inspection, Teacher Lin cast a satisfied glance at Chen Haiba and then turned to Ji Yun. Well, Mr. Chun, you are an expert. You understand the value of such an exquisite Zigong piece. So, please make an offer that you deem appropriate. If it suits, I shall sell it. If not, let us simply enjoy each other's company today without the usual formalities of the antique trade. I don't consider myself a traditional dealer, and I can see you are a straightforward person. If you truly desire this piece, present a sincere price. Otherwise, we can simply share a cup of tea today. What do you think? Sound good? Brother Ji, I appreciate your frankness. I like people who are straightforward like you. I won't deceive you. For 1,500,000. How does that sound? Ji Yun glanced at Master Zhao, who nodded slightly. The price was indeed substantial, and it seemed Chun Haiba was quite eager, effectively offering the maximum. Very well, it's a deal. Mr. Chun, let us sign the contract. Ji Yun replied, confirming the transaction of 4,500,000. Chapter 8, Apprenticeship. After concluding the deal with Ji Yun, Chun Haiba bid farewell to the two men and exchanged contact information with Ji Yun, indicating his appreciation for Ji Yun's temperament. Old Zhao, Xiao Ji, I have some matters to attend to today. Let us gather another day. I'll treat you both, so do come. Of course, Mr. Chun. Take care. We shall arrange another meeting, Zhao Jinsheng and Ji Yun said as they saw him off. Master Zhao remained seated, sipping tea, while Ji Yun opened his online banking to check his account balance, the series of numbers causing his head to spin. Xiaoyi, congratulations. I must admit, I am quite envious of your luck, Master Zhao said while enjoying his tea. He understood the significance of the transactions. First, a few hundred for the Tian Wang, and now this 30,000 piece accompanied by a jade tag of the Zigong brand. In just a few days, Ji Yun had transformed from a penniless youth to someone who had amassed over 5 million, all while maintaining an admirable composure. Master Zhao admired Ji Yun's mental fortitude, recognizing it as a rare quality among young people. As Zhao Jinsheng observed Ji Yun increasingly with satisfaction, a thought of taking him under his wing began to emerge within him, having honed his skills without a successor until now. He had been preoccupied with antiquities and had never considered passing on his expertise. Yet, observing Ji Yun sparked a desire to impart his knowledge. Although Ji Yun had not explicitly stated his intentions, he had consistently treated Zhao with the respect of a student, and Zhao had been inclined to teach this humble and eager young man. Otherwise, with a company as large as Fuyunzai, which required dozens for sales alone, Master Zhao would not have regarded Ji Yun with such special attention. However, before that, I must further assess Ji Yun's mindset. It is essential to recognize that a master is not to be taken lightly. Once a disciple is accepted, it is imperative to impart skills diligently, for this disciple will ultimately represent the master within this realm. Should one misjudge, it could lead to a farcical situation. Congratulations, Ji. How do you feel about earning so much money in just a few days? Master Zhao inquired. To be honest, Master Zhao, I am still uncertain. Initially, I chose this industry, including my university major, solely out of passion. Upon joining Fuyunzai as a salesperson, it was driven by necessity, an obligation to earn a living. Yet, I am reluctant to part ways with this field, so I opted for jewelry and jade sales, hoping to gradually carve out a niche for myself. Now, by a stroke of fortune, I have earned this considerable sum, and it feels surreal. I believe heaven has paved my path. At present, I lack for nothing financially, and I wish to dedicate myself to learning and achieving something noteworthy. Ji Yun spoke with increasing conviction. Master Zhao's inquiry, although a test, inadvertently reinforced Ji Yun's resolve. Well done, Ji. You are impressive, truly impressive, Master Zhao remarked, his satisfaction with Ji Yun evident. The young man was calm, collected, and possessed a lucid vision for the future, unperturbed by the allure of wealth. If you genuinely wish to learn, I consider myself somewhat capable. Having navigated this circle for many years, I believe I can teach you. The question is, are you willing to follow my guidance? Of course, Master Zhao. No, Master. You truly wish to take me on as your disciple? Ji Yun exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Today was indeed a day of double blessings. Not only had he sold a casually purchased jade pendant for a substantial amount, but Master Zhao was willing to accept him as a student. Given Master Zhao's expertise, credentials, and esteemed connections within the industry, had he not become somewhat disinterested in the social scene, Ji Yun might never have had the opportunity to approach him. To have Master Zhao as a mentor would be a rare fortune. Master, I apologize. I came unprepared today. Perhaps I should select another date to host a formal apprenticeship banquet, Ji Yun suggested excitedly. That is unnecessary. In this new era, we need not adhere to such formalities. If you are earnest, pour me a cup of tea, and we shall consider this matter settled. However, I must preface this by stating that once this master-disciple relationship is established, my expectations of you will be high. Should you fail to meet them, I shall not be lenient. Yes, Master. Rest assured, I promise to take any criticism without retaliation, Ji Yun replied, genuinely elated. Very well, pour the tea. Master, please enjoy your tea. Ji Yun presented the cup with both hands, bowing respectfully. From this moment forth, he was not merely a master, but a true mentor. A relationship akin to that of father and son, a bond cemented for a lifetime. After the tea was served, Ji Yun sought further guidance from Zhao Jincheng, who patiently addressed all his inquiries. As the saying goes, true teachings are conveyed in a single phrase, while false teachings are found in countless tomes. If this were truly a lesson, it would not be delivered in a casual manner as it once was. This is the culmination of Zhao Jincheng's decades of experience. Ji Yun listened with rapt attention, deriving immense benefit from it. Before departing, Ji Yun purchased several fine bottles of wine as a token of gratitude, fulfilling the customary gesture of appreciation. Chapter 9. Acquiring a small residence. Previously, Ji Yun had explored numerous properties, yet due to financial constraints, he had hesitated in the face of several homes he genuinely admired. Now, with several million in his possession, he was finally in a position to select a residence that truly appealed to him. The Emerald Morning was an excellent choice, boasting a prime location, convenient transportation, and a pleasant environment. Although he had visited it before, the exorbitant price of 15,000 per square meter had been beyond his reach. He was particularly fond of the 4-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, with its expansive balcony and spacious study. He resolved to secure it the following day, envisioning his parents moving there for a comfortable retirement, benefiting from resources far superior to those in their hometown. Reflecting on how Li Ying had hesitated to reveal her identity due to their lack of a home, he felt a pang of sympathy for her. Just then, a new message popped up on WeChat. It was characteristic of Li Ying. Whenever a conflict arose, Ji Yun was the one to soothe her. Regardless of the issue, a simple question mark from her would compel him to rush in with explanations. He had believed they had reached an unspoken understanding, so her message puzzled him. Had she not been accepted in her first-choice school? Ji Yun instinctively recalled the phrase that encapsulated his feelings. Disappointment had seeped in, and love had faded. From the moment she expressed her intent to meet someone else, all past affection had lost its significance. This was a matter of principle. He simply could not forgive. Ji Yun, what do you mean? 3 whole days without a word, and now you vanish? You two have not sent me a message, and I did not wish to intrude. Ji Yun felt a wave of ridicule and worthlessness wash over him as the haze of love dissipated, revealing the frailty of his past affections. Fine. It's merely a blind date. I told you it was just a formality, and it's not because you lack ambition. Had you been competent, I would not have hesitated to make our relationship public. Go ahead and meet him then. I have said nothing against it. I wish you success. All right, Ji Yun. You said it yourself. Do not regret it. I must tell you, he is quite taken with me. More accomplished, handsome, and wealthy than you. What do you think of that? That sounds splendid. You two truly seem to be a perfect match. I sincerely wish you happiness. In truth, Ji Yun was speaking from the heart. He bore no resentment and sought to blame no one. Reality was simply that way. There are no abundant love stories as humanity is grounded in pragmatism, regardless of gender. Really, Li Ying, I genuinely wish you happiness. I need a rest now. Good night. All right, Ji Yun, just don't regret it. Deleting. He had anticipated feeling sorrowful. Yet to his surprise, he felt none of it, only a sense of relief. Perhaps this was the essence of a man's growth. Forget it. It's time to rest early. Tomorrow, I shall venture to purchase a house and leave behind these vexing matters. One must say, Ji Yun has indeed come into some wealth. He ought to be able to express this without hesitation. Qi Yun is neither destitute nor contemptible. The following day, Qi Yun arrived at the sales office of Emerald Morning Light, seeking the salesperson he had previously contacted. There were no dramatic displays of arrogance or retribution. Such narratives are seldom encountered in reality. Having viewed the property a few times before, he swiftly decided on the house he had previously considered. 4 million, over 150 square meters, featuring 4 rooms and 2 living areas, along with an underground parking space. The payment was made in full, and he received the keys immediately. Once the property deed was finalized, it would be delivered to him. He envisioned converting 3 of the bedrooms into a study, a perfect space to showcase his collection. Qi Yun surveyed his new abode and then sought out a reliable interior design company, one he had researched earlier. In times past, when finances were tight, he had contemplated undertaking the renovation himself to save money. However, now, he preferred to leave such professional matters to the experts. He articulated his renovation requirements and scheduled a meeting for the following week to review the design and 3D renderings. Next, Qi Yun visited his lottery shop, where business had been decent over the last few days. It appeared that the incentives for the elder sister had yielded some positive results. He contemplated establishing a group chat to facilitate online lottery sales for those who lacked time. After discussing it with the elder sister, she agreed it was a feasible idea, though the actual implementation would rely on her. Noticing that time was still on his side, Qi Yun decided to purchase several outfits. He entered a brand store where no one is inept at fashion. It merely takes money, as long as one is willing to spend. The sales staff are adept at styling. He spent around 10,000 yuan on several garments, which proved to be a worthwhile investment, yielding impressive results. Qi Yun now exuded an air befitting a person of means, shedding the timidity that once characterized him. In comparison to his former self, he was transformed. Indeed, money has a way of nurturing an individual. Wealth provides men with courage, a truth that holds no semblance of falsehood. Chapter 10. Investing in a jade carving factory. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed, and Qi Yun had not been idle. His schedule was meticulously arranged. The property deed had been issued, and it was evident that once payment was made, efficiency followed. The architectural plans for the house had also been finalized, with modifications made according to Qi Yun's specifications. Construction was set to commence the following Monday, with an estimated duration of 2 months, utilizing environmentally friendly materials. It was anticipated that he could move in within 3 to 4 months. Additionally, Qi Yun acquired a gym membership, determined to exercise daily, shed some weight, and enhance his physical appearance. The remainder of his time was devoted to studying the materials provided by his instructor, diligently augmenting his professional knowledge. He occasionally visited the lottery shop in the afternoons to review the accounts, leaving him with scarcely any free time, as he was wholly committed to self-improvement. On Monday, Qi Yun drove his modest vehicle to the office, first reporting to his superior to mark his attendance, and then proceeded directly to his mentor's location. Xiao Yan, you're here. How has your reading been these past few days? I have greatly benefited, Master. Your annotations in this book have truly opened a new door for me. What once seemed confusing has now become remarkably clear. It is evident that your guidance has not been in vain. However, in the realm of antiques, mere knowledge is insufficient. One must also observe, practice, and engage hands-on to cultivate an intuition and develop a discerning eye. I have already spoken with Mr. Fu, and from now on, you shall follow my lead, leaving the sales aspect aside. Very well, Master. I shall go for a handover shortly and will subsequently join you here. Now that you are here for appraisal, I have several expectations. Observe attentively, listen carefully, ponder deeply, and learn diligently. This emphasis on observation extends beyond merely examining objects. It also entails observing the myriad individuals within our field. The antique trade is distinct from others. A keen eye is essential. The rest you shall learn gradually under my tutelage. Rest assured, Master, I will cherish this opportunity and study diligently. All right, you may return your tasks for now, and once you have completed them, come back here. With that, Zhao Jinsheng sent Ji Yun on his way. Later, Ji Yun engaged in conversation with his colleagues, all of whom were aware of his passion for antiques and congratulated him on the opportunity to learn from Master Zhao. In a shared hall, Zhao Jinsheng had partitioned off an office where appraisals would occur whenever items were sold. All done, Xiaoyan? Yes, Master. Find a spot to sit and read. If anything confuses you, do not hesitate to ask. Additionally, I have informed those upstairs that you may freely explore our collection room. Aim to handle at least one piece each day and then share your insights with me. Understood, Master. I will head up to take a look. I have long heard that our Fuyun Studios collection room rivals that of small museums, and I am eager to broaden my horizons. Make sure to observe well. There is still much for you to learn. By the way, earlier, Lu from workshop asked me to find you. He likely has something to discuss. You should handle it as you see fit. Ji Yun felt a tinge of curiosity regarding Lu Qingfeng's intentions. Lu Qingfeng was a skilled craftsman in the jade carving workshop. In his 30s, with over a decade of experience. Even within Fu Yun's studio, his craftsmanship was well regarded. Ji Yun had previously brought clients to the workshop for tours, which had fostered a friendly acquaintance between them. Lu Qingfeng was straightforward and had a good rapport with others. The fact that he had asked Master Zhao to convey a message to Ji Yun, coupled with Master Zhao's favorable impression of Lu, suggested that there was significance to this communication. Hello, Brother Lu. I just heard from Master that you were looking for me. What is it? Did you delete my number? No, what are you saying? The matter is not something I can discuss over the phone, and I wanted to consult Zhao Lao for his perspective, which is why I didn't call. How about this? Let's meet after work tonight for a drink and discuss it then. Sound good, Brother Lu. I look forward to our conversation. Lu Qingfeng's tone was mysteriously intriguing. What could it be, Master? People have their own aspirations, and Lu Qingfeng certainly has his own convictions. Master, do you mean he wishes to venture out on his own? Is he seeking financial assistance from me? Zhao Jinsheng surmised. Observing the esteemed Zhao master before him, Ji Yun began to comprehend the nuances. It might not solely be about him investing. There could be motives linked to Zhao master as well. Perhaps it was indeed his mentor who was the reason others sought his financial backing, suggesting that master had tacitly approved of the endeavor, indicating that Zhao Jinsheng held a favorable view of Lu Qingfeng. Then I shall pay him a visit after work to discern his true intentions. That day was fulfilling for Ji Yun, filled with learning and practice, absorbing Zhao Jinsheng's explanations and rapidly enhancing his knowledge of antiques. Time flew by, and after work, Ji Yun arrived at the agreed-upon location with Lu Qingfeng. As they dined, the conversation flowed freely. Lu Qingfeng indeed aspired to establish himself independently. He and several compatriots were preparing to embark on this journey. However, aside from Lu himself, who had a decent salary and some savings, the financial situation was rather constrained. Given Ji Yun's recent sale of a piece of Tianhuang stone, which everyone was aware of, they sought to know if he would be willing to invest. Ji Yun had his own plans. While many knew he had earned over $1 million from the Tianhuang sale, few were privy to the fact that he had profited over $4 million from selling a Zigan plaque. After purchasing a home, he still had about $2 million in his account, which could comfortably support a smaller investment in a jade carving factory. Furthermore, as Lu Qingfeng pointed out, one cannot perpetually toil for others. Working tirelessly only to end up with nothing is a dreary fate. All right, Brother Lu, I trust you. Please, tell me how to invest. Ji Yun's willingness to invest was predicated not only on the fact that he could absorb the potential loss, but also on his optimistic outlook regarding Lu Qingfeng. Here is the plan, brother. We have 3 others joining us, making 4 in total. Each of them will contribute 50,000, while I shall put forth 250,000, summing up to 400,000. We still need an additional 3 to 400,000 to reach our goal. How about this, Brother Lu? Initially, I might not be able to contribute much, but I will add another 400,000 for a 40% stake. Does that seem reasonable? Absolutely, brother. I appreciate dealing with straightforward individuals. As craftsmen, we prefer no convoluted dealings. Tomorrow, I will transfer the funds to you. If we are to proceed, let us do so with vigor. Here's to our prosperous future, to our success. They toasted. Let us expedite the establishment of this jade carving factory within this month. Chapter 11. Appraisal. The following morning, Ji Yun clocked in at work. Zhao Jinsheng had yet to arrive, so he prepared tea for his master and tidied up the space. Ji Yun resumed studying Zhao Jinsheng's annotations in the book, realizing what true transmission of knowledge entailed. In the realm of martial arts, this would be considered an unparalleled skill. Ji Yun was completely absorbed in his reading. Good morning, Xiao Yun. Good morning, master. As Zhao Jinsheng entered, Ji Yun promptly stood to greet him. How did your conversation with Lu Qingfeng go yesterday? It went well, master. I believe there is potential here. I am considering a small investment. Very well. Lu Qingfeng is indeed a decent fellow, quite reliable. However, do remain vigilant. Business is business. And do not conflate it with personal relationships. Indeed, master, I am aware that one must prioritize the humble before the noble. If everyone were noble, prioritizing the noble before the humble would inevitably lead to a decline in virtue. With that, Zhao Jinsheng settled into his seat, savoring his tea and dozing off. Ji Yun continued his studies, approaching Zhao Jinsheng with any questions he had. Zhao Jinsheng, ever generous, provided detailed explanations, illustrating with photographs he had taken and various online images and videos, striving to deepen Ji Yun's understanding. During this time, Lu Qingfeng visited Ji Yun once. informing him that they had already spoken to their superiors about resigning and were in the process of completing their departure formalities. They had previously hinted at their intentions to leave, so their superiors had not attempted to dissuade them. This afternoon, they would begin taking leave, utilizing their accumulated vacation days, and would return later to finalize the paperwork. Lu Qingfeng came to inform Ji Yun that they would be running errands in the afternoon, including securing some machinery, as they aimed to establish their factory in the coming days. In terms of business, they had already reached out to several small wholesalers, confident that their products would sell once produced. Initially, they planned to create lower-cost items to establish their market presence, with aspirations to develop higher-end products later. Knock, knock. Knock. Several raps echoed as the office door swung open. It was the receptionist, Xiao Li. Master Zhao, this gentleman has goods he wishes to sell. I kindly request your appraisal. Accompanying Xiao Li was a middle-aged man, somewhat ostentatiously dressed, sporting a checked t-shirt tucked into his belt, with a waist bag slung over his side, for which a data cable protruded. A mole adorned his face, accompanied by a tuft of hair. Upon entering, he surveyed the room with an air of arrogance, his gaze elevated and dismissive. Good day, may I inquire your surname, sir? Zhao Jinsheng rose and extended his hand. Ji Yun, standing nearby, remained silent. This is our chief appraiser at Fuyunzai, Master Zhao Jinsheng. You must have heard of him, being a person of your profession, Xiao Li promptly introduced. I have not heard of him. Let me see what you have first, and then we shall converse. The middle-aged man replied haughtily, not even shaking Zhao Jinsheng's hand. He then produced a piece of porcelain, meticulously wrapped in newspaper, placing it on the table. Zhao Jinsheng, undeterred, donned white gloves to examine it, turning it over several times. He then beckoned Ji Yun over to observe, without inviting him to touch it. Xiao Yun, what do you think? Zhao Jinsheng inquired. From a shape, it appears to be of the imperial kiln style, perhaps a glaze red. However, this floral pattern seems overly intricate, not quite fitting the imperial kiln aesthetic. Moreover, the base mark, indicating made during the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, does not resemble the typical marks of the imperial kiln. The brushwork appears uniform from start to finish. I am at a loss, master, Ji Yun softly replied. What do you expect him to comprehend? He is but a child. This is a masterpiece from the Qianlong imperial kiln. Do you have any understanding of this? The base mark is so authentic, it resembles a computer printout. Who among you truly possesses discernment? The middle-aged man spoke vehemently, jabbing his finger towards Ji Yun, his spittle nearly landing on Ji Yun's face. I apologize, sir, but I cannot discern the authenticity of this item. Perhaps you should seek the expertise of someone more knowledgeable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinsheng patted Ji Yun, signaling him to refrain from engaging with such individuals. In the realm of antiques, failing to comprehend or discern is, in fact, a rather gentle way of expressing that the item is, quite plainly, a mere reproduction. Yet, the middle-aged man remained obstinate, exclaiming, What do you mean you can't understand? What level are you operating at? How can you even bear to run a shop with this lack of understanding? Allow me to enlighten you. Observe the glaze and the quality of the body. This is a genuine Qianlong masterpiece from the imperial kiln, worth millions, and yet you cannot see its true value. All right, sir. It would be best for you to explore other establishments, Ji Yun retorted, his frustration mounting at such ignorance. Where did this foolishness come from? It was clear he understood nothing, despite the clarity of the message. The design was clearly a computer-generated imitation. Xiao Li, equally embarrassed, coaxed the middle-aged man out of the shop. Xiao Yun, how do you feel about your first appraisal? Initially, Ji Yun was quite enraged, but upon reflection, he felt a twinge of pity for the man. Perhaps he lacked adequate learning opportunities, spending a lifetime collecting without ever grasping the fundamentals, living in a delusion of his own creation. Ji Yun pondered this and spoke, his demeanor now calm. Zhao Jinsheng regarded Ji Yun with a deep gaze. Your discernment is indeed rare. Not only is an innate talent for antiques vital, but a compassion for humanity is equally important. In our profession, one experiences both heaven and hell, encountering all types of individuals. Without such a mindset, one cannot journey far. Xiao Yun, you have taken your first steps. What you observed earlier was commendable. Your efforts were not in vain. Now, continue with your work. Thus, the following day passed quietly as Ji Yun busied himself with self-improvement. After work, he dined with Lu Qingfeng and others to discuss matters concerning the jade carving factory. They ultimately settled on a name, Fuxing Jade Carving, inspired by the phrase the fleeting leisure of life, hoping to prosper through this venture, enabling them to enjoy such fleeting moments in the future. Chapter 12. 2 months of progress. Each day began with an early morning run, and in the evenings, he frequented the gym. From struggling to run a mere kilometer to effortlessly covering 3 or 4 kilometers, the slight belly that had developed from his previous sales lifestyle had vanished, revealing faint traces of a defined abdominal line. He was punctual at work, although he had established a lottery shop and partnered with Lu Qingfeng in the jade carving factory. Ji Yun remained diligent, clocking in on time and dedicating himself to learning about antiques under Zhao Jincheng's tutelage. The books provided by Zhao Jincheng had been thoroughly absorbed, and with daily hands-on experience with authentic artifacts, his appraisal skills had significantly improved. Now, when individuals came to sell items, even the more ordinary pieces posed no challenge for him. Zhao Jincheng was pleased with Ji Yun's progress. Whenever someone arrived to sell, they would first allow Ji Yun to assess the item before Zhao Jincheng took his turn, addressing any questions that arose. The operation of my lottery shop has been quite stable, generating over 20,000 each month for the past 2 months. My sister has been diligent, not only selling in the shop, but also managing several WeChat groups, where she consistently sells hundreds daily. In recognition of her hard work, Ji Yun raised her salary by 1,000 yuan, which deeply moved her and invigorated her enthusiasm. Last month, the jade carving factory officially commenced operations, and my brothers celebrated with a hearty drink that day. Ji Yun now visits the factory every couple of days, learning the art of jade carving, even attempting to carve a few pieces himself. Although his initial efforts are not yet aesthetically pleasing, he is gradually beginning to shape recognizable forms, enhancing his understanding of jade artifacts. The jade carving factory is thriving, thanks to Ji Yun's suggestion to adopt live streaming for production and sales. The prices are quite reasonable, and the authenticity of the live demonstrations allows customers to witness the transformation of raw jade into exquisite pieces, resulting in remarkable sales and a demand that often exceeds supply, inspiring the team to work with renewed vigor. My own home has been completely renovated, furnished with high-end appliances and furniture, all made from eco-friendly materials, leading to a substantial expenditure of over 400,000. Presently, Ji Yun's account holds less than 2 million, yet he is highly satisfied with the outcome. He plans to allow the new space to air out for another month before moving in. This month, Li Ying reached out to me with a phone call. Her tone considerably softened compared to before. She hinted at a desire for reconciliation, expressing that she wished to be left alone for a while, anticipating that Ji Yun would come to apologize and win her back. She found it perplexing that Ji Yun, who previously would have coaxed her regardless of her actions, seemed unresponsive this time. What could Ji Yun possibly say in response? A bulletproof vest claims to be bulletproof, yet one would not continuously test it with gunfire. Furthermore, regarding matters of dignity, no self-respecting man would accept such treatment. Subsequently, there was no further communication. Perhaps for both parties, this was a dignified conclusion. Ji Yun has completely moved on, focusing on his studies and diligently building his career. Li Ying may come to regret her choices, yet she remains proud, and thus, everything concluded in this manner. The separations of adults are rarely accompanied by upheaval. They are dignified yet undeniably harsh. Ji Yun had already informed his parents about his collaboration with Lu Qingfeng to establish the jade carving factory, and they were very supportive, eager to send him financial assistance. He also shared with them the news of selling a jade pendant and his decision to buy a house, along with the details of his breakup with Li Ying. Initially, he anticipated that his parents would be excited, but his mother nearly broke into tears. She understood how much effort her son had invested in that relationship, and, rather than inquiring about the sale of the jade pendant, she only worried about the emotional toll the breakup might have taken on him. Afterward, the elderly couple frequently tuned into the live broadcasts of the jade carving business, justifying it as a means to contribute suggestions for their own enterprise. However, they provided few recommendations and instead ended up purchasing a plethora of small jade items, consequently placing numerous orders with the factory. They generously gifted these items to relatives and friends, thus enhancing their parents' reputation. Ji Yun was equally pleased, as it was a source of pride to see her parents beam with joy. Chapter 13. The Auction. In recent days, no one had come forth with items for sale, and Zhao Jincheng and Ji Yun enjoyed a rather comfortable existence. Each day was spent savoring tea and reading books. Ji Yun, under Zhao Jincheng's guidance, had made significant progress in the art of tea, transitioning from merely knowing jasmine green tea to being able to articulate its nuances. Just a few days prior, she had purchased a string of Hai Huang. Life felt akin to an early retirement, marked by tranquility. Do you have any plans for tomorrow, master? If not, may I treat you and the mistress to seafood at Sihai Tower? Ji Yun stretched her back and inquired. I have other commitments tomorrow. We shall dine together another time. Zhao Jincheng replied, engrossed in his tea and an ancient book he had uncovered. Without lifting his gaze, he continued, "At 9 in the morning, come to fetch me. I will take you to an auction to broaden your horizons. If you have any desire to bid on items, you should prepare some funds." "An auction? What sort of auction, master? I see daily reports on the prices of various items at certain auctions, yet I have never witnessed one myself." Ji-Yun expressed her curiosity. Previously, as a mere salesperson, she had lacked the means to attend such events, having only caught glimpses of videos online. "Which auction is it? Is it a specialized one?" she asked. In response, Zhao Jinsheng produced an auction catalog from his bag and handed it to Ji-Yun. Typically, to attend an auction, one must either register in advance or be invited as a wealthy patron or seller of the items being auctioned. This particular auction was a specialized event, featuring over 50 items consigned by collectors from across the nation. Among the offerings were more than 10 pieces of porcelain, over 10 works of calligraphy and painting, and 20 or so jade carvings, silver and bronze artifacts, with starting prices ranging from 50 to 250,000 yuan. It was considered a relatively modest, miscellaneous auction, devoid of major pieces, serving primarily as an opportunity to broaden one's understanding and meet new people while familiarizing oneself with the auction process. As Ji-Yun examined the 50 or so collectibles, she assessed their value based on her knowledge and historical auction comparisons, assigning prices accordingly. One item caught her eye, a gilded bronze statue of the Avalokiteshvara from the Qing dynasty's Qianlong era. Although it was somewhat diminutive, its form was exquisite, and the cavity behind the statue remained unopened. The auction price was set at 150,000 yuan, and Ji-Yun anticipated the final bid would reach around 400,000. If the price was favorable, she genuinely wished to bid on it as her inaugural collectible. For what collector does not dream of establishing their own museum in the realm of antiques? The term cavity refers to the practice in ancient times where hollow space was left in the back of a statue during its creation. At the time of consecration, a high monk would place scriptures, jewels, grains, and metal relics within and seal it, thus completing the statue. The craftsmanship involved is shrouded in mystery and uniqueness, with specific locations, times, and particular selections and requirements for the monks. It contains relics blessed by living Buddhas, esteemed monks, and monastic community, alongside grains, gold, silver, jewels, ambrosial pills, mani stones, various precious Tibetan medicines and herbs, the 7 treasures and 8 precious items, sacred flora, soil, and a myriad of mantras, relic powder, and items that symbolize the Buddha's body, speech, and mind. For instance, the Buddha statue represents the body, various scriptures and mantras signify speech, and small stupas embody the mind. Thus, while the specifics may remain undisclosed, it can only be said that they are quite precious. Moreover, as previously mentioned, statues capable of containing such invaluable treasures are generally exceedingly opulent. In comparison to the gilded bronze statue in question, the probability of finding something similar is minimal, and Ji-Yun also favors its form. The following morning, Ji-Yun continued his routine of early morning runs, subsequently having breakfast before driving to pick up Zhao Jinsheng. Upon their arrival at the auction, attendees were already entering the venue. Zhao Jinsheng introduced Ji-Yun to several senior figures in the industry, including some of the auction house's executives, thereby expanding Ji-Yun's network. As guests gradually settled into their seats, Ji-Yun and Zhao Jinsheng found themselves positioned at the front, affording them a clear view of the auctioned items. The first piece to be auctioned was a late Ming Dynasty landscape painting, which commenced bidding at 200,000 and was ultimately acquired by a real estate mogul for a staggering 700,000, deemed rather excessive. Ji-Yun had estimated the value of this ancient painting to be within 550,000, illustrating the allure of antique auctions, where certain items, if deemed suitable, can command a value far beyond their intrinsic worth. Ji-Yun set a personal threshold of no more than 450,000. Should the price exceed this, he would forego the acquisition. He attentively observed, familiarizing himself with the auction process while awaiting his desired items. Chapter 14. The Gilded Bronze Statue of Guanyin. Following the auction of over 20 items, primarily paintings and ceramics, this session featured jade carvings, wooden sculptures, and various gold, silver, and bronze artifacts, alongside several mid-Qing imperial weapons, such as swords and sabers, as well as 2 sets of Wang Wali furniture that left Ji-Yun envious, making his own genuine leather sofa appear rather unimpressive by comparison. The moment had arrived for the Guanyin statue that Ji-Yun had been eyeing. Congratulations to this gentleman. As the previous item was sold, the moment of anticipation had arrived for the statue Ji-Yun awaited. The next item on the auction block was a Qing Dynasty Qianlong gilded bronze statue of Avalokiteshvara, standing 20 centimeters tall. The statue features a 5-tier depiction of Avalokiteshvara, with the top tier showcasing a red Buddha face, the second tier an angry visage in black, and the remaining 3 tiers each displaying 3 faces in white, red, and green. The elegant figure of Avalokiteshvara possesses finely shaped eyebrows and serene eyes, with elongated ears, 8 arms, and 2 hands clasped in prayer at the chest, while the remaining 6 hands hold various ritual implements such as a bow and arrow, a lotus, a dharma wheel, and a pure vessel. The upper body is bare, adorned on the left shoulder with a goat skin, embellished with ornaments around the chest, wrists, arms, and feet. A silk sash drapes over the shoulder, cascading down the arms to the skirt in a flowing manner. The long skirt consists of 2 layers, naturally pleated with decorative patterns along the hem. Barefoot, the statue stands atop a circular lotus pedestal, adorned with a beaded pattern around the top and bottom, while the base features a cross-shaped vajra. The statue and pedestal are seamlessly joined. This 11-faced Guanyin statue is a relic from the Qing temple, and stylistically, it is determined to be a product from the Qianlong period. The starting bid is 150,000. Are there any offers? Very well, number 11, thank you. 250,000. As the auctioneer finishes the introduction, collectors have already begun to place their bids. Number 23, 300,000. Let's slightly adjust the increment. Each bid must not be less than 30,000. Based on the atmosphere in the room, the auctioneer modifies the rules once more. Number 42, 350,000. Number 23, an additional 30,000, 380,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 380,000, 380,000 once. 380,000 twice. Essentially, 380,000 has reached a critical juncture. The value of this statue hovers around 400,000, prompting many to observe with caution. At this moment, Ji Yun raises his paddle at 410,000. Very well, now 410,000. Is there any further bidding? 410,000, 410,000 once, 410,000 twice, 410,000 thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the Qing Dynasty copper-gilt statue of Avalokiteshvara for 410,000. With the sound of the gavel, Ji Yun secures his first auction item at 410,000, perfectly aligning with his plans. Any further bid would have compelled him to forfeit. This statue seems destined for him. Many eyes turn towards Ji Yun, noticing Zhao Jincheng beside him, who returns their smiles. In the subsequent auction, Ji Yun remains attentive, occasionally bidding, though he fails to win any artifacts. Ultimately, the highlight of this auction, a large blue and white yuan vase, fetches a staggering 18 million. Offering Ji Yun a valuable lesson, he still has much to learn. Well done, Liu Yun. You truly seized a fortunate opportunity with this Avalokiteshvara statue. The craftsmanship and facial features are exceptionally refined, and its preservation is remarkable, likely having been enshrined in a temple for a long time. It's truly auspicious, Liu Yun. Moreover, the casing does not appear to be a later edition, which is quite rare. Previously, everyone believed it couldn't possibly be original, yet it indeed seems untouched. Zhao Jincheng observes, increasingly impressed. There's treasure within this casing, master. Can we open it to take a look? Ji Yun inquires, gazing at the statue. You must consider this carefully, Liu Yun. Some individuals cannot resist the urge to open their acquisitions, but genuine treasures are exceedingly rare. Moreover, if opened, the statue's value could diminish by at least half. In the event that there is nothing of worth, a loss of funds is acceptable, but Yi Yun, feeling lucky as of late, wishes to test his fortune. Zhao Jincheng sees through his intentions. All right, wait a moment. I shall fetch some tools. There are a few masters here capable of opening such casings, and by chance, I am one of them. Today, I shall pass on this skill to you. Afterward, Zhao Jincheng retrieves several tools and, after a moment of preparation to show respect, spends over an hour teaching Ji Yun the procedure. Gradually, they manage to open the casing, revealing an exquisitely luxurious small box. You are indeed fortunate. This has never been opened. This box appears to be pure gold, and the items within are undoubtedly remarkable. Your gamble has paid off. Without further ado, let us focus on this exquisite box made of pure gold, setting aside the treasures it may contain. The craftsmanship of this box alone rivals that of the Guanyin statue, and considering its rarity, the contents within must be equally remarkable. Chapter 15, The Nine-Eyed Heavenly Bead. Zhao Jincheng donned a fresh pair of white gloves, placing the box upon the pristine cloth covering the table. He gently opened it and retrieved the item nestled within. examining it closely in his hands. Ji Yun, standing beside him, was equally taken aback. This is the nine-eyed heavenly bead. Look, just look, Zhao Jinsheng exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he extended the precious object to Ji Yun. Ji Yun cradled the bead in his hands, meticulously counting the eyes. Indeed, it was the nine-eyed heavenly bead, an emblem of fortune bestowed from the heavens. Despite having experienced several fortunate discoveries before, his heart raced uncontrollably at this moment. It is vital to understand that this is the nine-eyed heavenly bead, valued in the tens of millions. Unlike the ubiquitous synthetic versions flooding the market today, this bead was unearthed from the sacred relics of the Qing dynasty, representing a pure and untainted lineage. Such a treasure would be revered even in the most hallowed temples of the past, particularly given its long history of veneration. In recent years, the nine-eyed heavenly bead has emerged as a coveted treasure among collectors, primarily sourced from the Himalayan regions of Tibet, Bhutan, and Sikkim. The Tibetan people regard it as a divine stone, and its allure extends beyond antiquities enthusiasts, attracting many celebrities and affluent individuals who take pride in adorning themselves with such a remarkable bead. Consequently, its market value has reached unprecedented heights. The bead is imbued with numerous mysterious symbols, and historical records provide only scant details, with the absence of scientific archaeological evidence further fueling various interpretations and legends surrounding it, thus enhancing its aura of mystique and reverence. With a history spanning over 2 millennia in Tibet, it is one of the 7 treasures of Tibetan Buddhism. Ji Yun had entertained the notion of uncovering a precious gem from the relics. Yet he never dared to dream that he would find the most esteemed and pure nine-eyed heavenly bead. The nine-eyed heavenly bead is heralded as the pinnacle among its kind, believed to possess the power to avert all calamities, foster compassion, and confer great authority and benefits. Within the realm of spiritual practice, the 9 eyes embody the essence and symbolism of all totems, representing the ultimate state of enlightenment in Buddhist cultivation, the transformation into the 9-petal lotus. The number 9 also signifies the unpredictable, the unattainable, and an infinitely vast realm. Thus, the 9-eyed heavenly bead stands as the most noble and esteemed of its kind. In the current antiquities market, even ordinary 1-eyed or 2-eyed beads from the Qing dynasty command prices exceeding several 100,000 yuan. One can only imagine the astronomical value of the rare 9-eyed heavenly bead, which could potentially usher in a newfound financial freedom. Master, please examine it again, Ji Yun implored, still grappling with disbelief. Could it be that he truly had experienced a stroke of luck? The Tianhuang stone and Zigong he could somewhat accept. But to unearth a bead worth millions among statues priced in the hundreds of thousands was beyond his wildest imagination. There's no doubt, this ethereal aura cannot be artificially replicated. Zhao Jinsheng affirmed with certainty. To evaluate such an object, one might say that no matter how vast your knowledge or how many historical anecdotes you possess, if you do not engage hands-on, if you do not practice, it serves little purpose. Only through extensive observation and practical experience can one cultivate an intuitive sense. One might even call it a sixth sense. This instinct, whether right or wrong, becomes apparent the moment you handle the item. Much like Puai, who, despite lacking extensive expertise, would assert, this item feels different from those I have at home. Such discernment is born from exposure. Zhao Jinsheng shares a similar sentiment. Once he determines the authenticity of an object, he trusts his judgment completely. Master, how much do you think this is worth? Asked Ji Yun with a hint of anticipation. An object of such exquisite quality would, in today's market, command at least 50 million, if not more. If you find a true aficionado, its worth could be incalculable, potentially reaching hundreds of millions. What do you plan to do with it, Xiaoyan? Will you auction it? Or shall I connect you with some people in the circle? Which option do you think is preferable, Master? Both Ji Yun and Zhao Jinsheng tacitly refrained from discussing the possibility of keeping the celestial bead. Firstly, they lacked the necessary belief in such artifacts, and secondly, its value was simply too exorbitant for Ji Yun to retain. Even possessing it now was akin to holding a hot potato. It would be wiser to part with it sooner rather than later. Both auctioning and private transactions have their merits and drawbacks. In terms of final sale price, auctions tend to yield higher returns, as prices typically ascend during such events. However, the disadvantage lies in the necessity for effective promotion and timing before the auction. Without these, one risks encountering a situation where the item receives bids but fails to meet expectations. Once a contract is signed, you're bound to sell, and the process can be lengthy and lacks confidentiality. Conversely, private transactions are swift requiring minimal packaging and allowing for flexible pricing based on mutual acquaintance. With Zhao Jinsheng's presence, the risk of being deceived diminishes. Furthermore, individuals capable of spending millions on an item often maintain a certain discretion. Should they encounter complications post-transaction, their reputations remain intact. And no one seeks to create discord. Chapter 16. Finding a buyer. While one may receive slightly less in a private sale, it alleviates numerous complications. Ji Yun has now stepped into this world and possesses some understanding of its intricacies. To put it plainly, this is akin to money gained without effort, and thus, it does not weigh heavily on the heart. Allow me to introduce an individual you may already be acquainted with, Chen Haiba, who previously purchased a Zigan brand item. This gentleman has held an enduring fascination for Tianju and has actively sought them within the community. He himself wears Tianju and possesses a level-headed demeanor, capable of managing affairs with aplomb. His financial dealings are likewise substantial. As you met him last time, I suggest you reach out to explore whether he harbors any interest. Should he not, I shall inquire further. The individual recommended by Zhao Jinsheng is not to be underestimated. Last time, Jian had a brief encounter with him when he was selling his brand, and they developed some understanding thereafter. It is said that his background is enigmatic. Some assert that his ancestors were involved in politics, while others suggest a military lineage. Regardless, the influence of his family should not be overlooked. However, Chen Haiba's true merit lies not in his familial connections, but in his remarkable ability to rise from humble beginnings. Rather than pursuing a political career due to his family ties, he has relied on his extraordinary investment acumen. He initially ventured into the futures market and, by the turn of the last century, had amassed a fortune in the millions. Subsequently, he shifted his focus to real estate, seizing the opportunity presented by that era. His Wanning Group stands as the foremost construction enterprise across the 5 northwestern provinces, with Wanning Plaza established in all major cities of varying tiers within this region. Due to his modest disposition, he has been dubbed the true hidden tycoon of the northwestern provinces. His willingness to nonchalantly spend millions on Ji Yun's brand serves as a testament to his perception of wealth as merely a numerical figure. Now, I shall give him a call to inquire further. Before departing, Chen Haiba did leave Ji Yun a business card, although it likely does not contain a personal number. Upon dialing, Ji Yun was greeted by the same secretary as before. Ji Yun expressed that he had an exceptionally pure Nai Tianju and wished to ascertain Chen Haiba's interest. The secretary, upon receiving the call, inquired in detail and exchanged WeChat information with Ji Yun, requesting that he send a photograph of the Nai Tianju, which she would relay to Chen Haiba. Indeed, the secretary of such a prominent figure is quite impressive. Ji Yun could not help but reflect on his fortuitous luck. Without it, his own capabilities might not have sufficed to navigate the current professional landscape. Xiao Yun, you need not underestimate yourself. Each path has its own merits. At the very least, in the realm of antiques, fortune seems to favor you. After decades in this field, I have yet to encounter someone so favored by luck, Zhao Jinsheng remarked, observing Ji Yun with increasing satisfaction, not solely for his extraordinary fortune, but also for his ability to maintain a spirit of learning, vigilance, and composure in the face of challenges. Such qualities are indeed rare. Before long, Chen Haiba's call arrived, this time from a different number, presumably his private line. This indicates that Chen Haiba has developed a modicum of interest in this young man, having recently acquired a Zigan brand item from him that was urgently needed. Now, he has found the elusive Nai Tianju he has sought for so long. Truly, it seems that whatever he lacks, this individual provides. In his youth, Chen Haiba's father served in the Tibet military region, where he endured a grave illness that left the major military hospitals at a loss. During an external campaign, he inadvertently lost a precious Nai bead, a matter he often recounted in his later years, expressing a lingering debt to the old Tibetan doctor for the bead he had yet to return. This became a poignant regret as he approached the end of his life. In recent years, Chen Haiba has been on a quest to find a suitable Nai bead, aspiring to donate it back to the temple on behalf of his father. Yet his efforts had been in vain until he laid eyes on this particular bead. Filled with anticipation, he promptly called Ji Yun. Hello, Ji. This is Chen Haiba. I've seen the photo you sent. Do you have time this afternoon for me to view the actual item? Yes, Mr. Chen. What time will be convenient for you? How about 3 o'clock at the same place as last time? Sound good. See you this afternoon. After concluding the call and setting the time, both master and disciple continued to admire the Nai bead, cherishing the rare opportunity to handle such a valuable item. As the afternoon approached, it could very well belong to someone else, which made Chun Haiba's eagerness to meet somewhat surprising to Ji Yun, as such influential figures typically have challenging schedules. Unbeknownst to Ji, this pursuit had become an obsession for Chun Haiba. Chapter 17, 8 million. At 3 o'clock, Ji Yun and Zhao Jinsheng arrived at the tea house they had visited previously, which was reportedly part of Chun Haiba's ventures. Prior to their arrival, the manager had been waiting at the entrance and promptly led them to a private room upon their arrival. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Ji, please wait a moment. Mr. Chun will be here shortly. He has instructed me to ensure you are well taken care of. Please relax. Several specialty dishes are already prepared. I will check on them now. If you need anything, just signal to the staff at the entrance. As he spoke, the manager ushered Ji Yun and Zhao Jinsheng into the private room. Shortly after, a server began to bring in an array of specialty dishes. However, both Zhao Jinsheng and Ji Yun refrained from eating, adhering to the etiquette that guests should not begin until the host arrives. They enjoyed tea and exchanged amusing anecdotes from their industry, finding a pleasant rhythm in their conversation. As the scent of the dishes lingered, Chun Haiba entered, accompanied by his secretary and the appraiser from their previous meeting. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Master Zhao and Ji. Come, take a seat, and let us eat while we converse. The specialty dishes here at Tingqin Pavilion are quite remarkable. Do give them a try, Chun Haiba said. Mr. Chun, let us not rush into the meal. We should first examine the item. The nine-eyed Z bead is a Buddhist treasure. Out of respect, we should find a quiet room for a thorough inspection, Zhao Jinsheng and Ji Yun replied. Indeed, that was my oversight. You're quite right, Master Zhao. Let us inspect the bead first, and then we can savor our meal. Today, let's enjoy a few drinks, Chun Haiba replied, calling for the manager to arrange a quiet room for their examination. Once settled, the secretary poured tea for everyone. Mr. Chun, please take a look, Ji Yun said, placing the nine-eyed Z bead on the table. It is truly beautiful, simply exquisite. Chun Haiba, holding it in his hand, expressed his admiration. Teacher Lin, take a look. After gazing at the item for a few minutes, Chun Haiba reluctantly handed the celestial bead to Lin Yesheng, who was known for his discerning eye in the field. Their long-standing friendship meant that whenever Chun Haiba was uncertain about an item, he would always bring Lin Yesheng along. Lin Yesheng was famously dubbed One-Eyed Lin, signifying his uncanny ability to authenticate antiques with a mere glance. He was a well-respected figure in the industry, and during the last sale of the Zigong plaque, he had exchanged only a few words with Zhao Jinsheng, completely disregarding Ji Yun. Such capable individuals often possess strong personalities, yet this time, he was notably courteous towards Ji Yun. The object appeared to be genuine, dating back at least a millennium, likely from the Sui or Tang dynasty. Lin Yesheng scrutinized it for an extended period. Despite his title, this was a multi-million-dollar piece. The condition was significantly superior to that of the star's current possession, which was appraised at 80 million. Moreover, as Zhao Leoj had mentioned, this item was sourced from a revered statue with a lineage that added to its exceptional worth. Chun, your concerns can surely be laid to rest with this. Young Ji, your fortune is truly enviable, Lin Yesheng remarked with a smile, gesturing towards Ji Yun. You're too kind. Master Lin, Ji Yun humbly replied. All right, young Ji, name your price, Chun Haiba said slowly. Regarding the price, Lin Yesheng had already indicated that it surpassed that of the star's item. He continued, the one he currently wears is valued at 80 million. And while that is merely an estimate, I'm not asking for more than 80 million. What do you think, Chun? 80 million it is then. Consider it a favor owed to an old friend, Chun Haiba declared, clapping the table. Let us sign the contract, and I'll have the funds transferred to you shortly. He gestured to his secretary. The secretary produced the pre-prepared contract, filled in the amount, and after both parties reviewed it, they signed. Subsequently, the secretary contacted the finance department to initiate the transfer to Ji Yun's bank account. Now that the business is settled, let's enjoy a meal together. Young Ji, your assistance with the Zigong plaque was invaluable, and now you've helped me resolve another matter. You truly are my lucky star. We must celebrate with a few drinks. Chun Haiba suggested. I am not worthy of such praise, Chun. It is your good fortune and the heavens lending a hand through me, Ji Yun responded playfully, knowing that cultivating a relationship with Chun Haiba would benefit his future endeavors. You are quite the charmer, far superior to my unambitious son. You two should meet, Chun Haiba remarked, genuinely impressed by Ji Yun's youthfulness and social acumen. He believed that such luck was essential in business, and he wished for his son to deepen his connection with Ji Yun. It would be my honor, Chun, Ji Yun replied. Honor or not, I am about the same age as your master. Just call me uncle. Referring to me as Chun seems rather formal, Chun Haiba said as they engaged in casual conversation. Meanwhile, Exquisite dishes began to be served, and they toasted and exchanged drinks. During this time, Ji Yun received a text message informing him that his account had received a sum of 80 million yuan. The amount was staggering, and Ji Yun, feeling somewhat inebriated, found it difficult to comprehend. It seemed that he had unwittingly closed the chapter on his previous life. 80 million. At that moment, Ji Yun was at a loss for words. In the past, he had toiled diligently for a meager monthly salary, only to have his girlfriend disdain his lack of ambition and seek companionship elsewhere. At that time, he felt a profound sense of discontent, yet he could only remain silent. Ultimately, he was coerced into purchasing a piece of jade, which marked the beginning of a shift in his fate. Chapter 18. Expanding the Jade Carving Factory. After acquiring the 80 million, Ji Yun's life did not undergo significant change. He felt no urgency to purchase a larger home or a more luxurious vehicle. His new apartment had just been renovated, was sufficient for his needs, and he was quite fond of it. He had grown accustomed to his modest car and saw no need to attract attention with a more extravagant vehicle. Perhaps he would consider upgrading in the future, but for now, he preferred to remain discreet, quietly amassing wealth without the need for ostentation. Subtlety was the true path to success. In the days that followed, he continued his routine of clocking in at work, learning about antiques under Zhao Jincheng's tutelage, and honing his appraisal skills. Ji Yun had begun to gain a modicum of recognition within local circles. Zhao Jincheng often brought him along to gatherings and appraisals, allowing Ji Yun to become a familiar face. At the very least, people in the community would remember him as the polite, reticent apprentice of old Zhao. Whenever he had spare time, he would visit the jade carving factory or occasionally check in at the lottery shop. Zhao Jincheng was pleased with his apprentice, but noted that Ji Yun seemed to lack the youthful exuberance typical of his age, spending his days engrossed in books, sipping tea, and engaging with antiques. After learning of Ji Yun's recent breakup, his wife had even attempted to introduce him to a potential partner, but Ji Yun had declined, as he was not in the right mindset for such matters. Previously, Ji Yun had frequently fantasized about how he would indulge in luxury and extravagant spending once he became wealthy, buying luxury cars and villas, and traveling with Liang. However, now that he possessed tens of millions, such desires had faded. He began to focus on physical fitness and wellness. His abdominal muscles were now distinctly visible, and he appeared to have undergone a remarkable transformation. His interactions with others had also become more adept. Years of study had imbued him with an intellectual charm, and he occasionally attracted the attention of young women who would ask for his WeChat while he walked down the street. In summary, everything was progressing towards a brighter future. One must first strive for self-salvation before receiving heavenly assistance, and Ji Yun seemed to be favored by fate. After work that day, with time still on his side, Ji Yun strolled into the Fuxing jade carving factory. "Liga, are you busy? What are you carving?" he inquired, greeting the audience in the live stream. The live chat erupted with exclamations. "What a handsome young man. Master Li, please share the link. Boss Ji is here," said familiar viewers, acknowledging him. Some even introduced him as the owner of Fuxing jade carving. "Let's connect on WeChat, handsome boss. I have a business worth billions to discuss with you." Do refrain from driving, my friends, as we gather in this positive energy live stream. Brother Liu is over there. Do hurry along and do not allure my followers away. Li Wenming is urging Ji Yun, who, unbeknownst to us before, has truly become increasingly handsome. Just a few days ago, Lu Qingfeng jested about inviting Ji Yun to become an internet celebrity, suggesting he would certainly fare better than our current group. Now, it appears that this young man possesses the potential to thrive as an influencer. Oh dear, Master Li seems to be feeling a tinge of jealousy, ha ha ha. Fear not, my dear, for you are the most handsome of all. Sister-in-law is here overseeing things once again. Ji Yun waves his hand. The one who just spoke was indeed his sister-in-law, the wife of Li Wenming, who is currently pregnant and at home, taking pleasure in watching her husband sculpt exquisite jade. She is also the manager of Li Wenming's livestream channel. Indeed, dear Ji, you must ensure I receive a salary. No problem, sister-in-law, with brother Li's current remarkable sales. I can see it is all due to your astute guidance. I shall take my leave now, sister-in-law, and in a couple of days, I will treat you all. Ji Yun exchanged greetings with a few others before approaching Lu Qingfeng. The business of floating life jade sculpture is flourishing, allowing everyone to earn well. And relationships among them are amicable. They often go out for meals together, families included. As a major shareholder, Ji Yun is well regarded, and several sisters-in-law are eager to introduce him to potential partners. "Lu, what troubles you so? You seem rather downcast." Upon finding Lu Qingfeng, he discovered him sitting and smoking. "Ah, little Ji, come sit." Lu stood to make room for Ji Yun and poured him some tea. There are indeed matters at hand. I was just thinking of consulting you, and fortuitously, you have arrived. What is on your mind, Lou? It pertains to our factory affairs. You're aware that we are currently engaged in live streaming jade sculpture sales, which has been going rather well. However, we have been operating on a low-end basis, relying on slim margins and volume. I was contemplating whether we should elevate our product quality, delve into higher-end goods, and enhance our reputation in the jade industry. Moreover, we are running low on materials, and we lack stable suppliers. When we purchase jade from others, they take their cut, leaving us with diminished profits. Those sales are steady. We still have some inventory. If we continue down this path, floating life jade sculpture will remain a mere small workshop, with limited room for growth. Lu Qingfeng, still smoking, shared his thoughts with Ji Yun. I understand your perspective, Lu. While we initially named the factory Floating Life with hope, jade is inherently a high-end industry. Focusing on low-end products will stifle our development. Recently, I have been considering acquiring quality materials and hiring more personnel to expand our scale. How about this, Lu? Please summon Brother Li and the others for a shareholders meeting so we can discuss these matters. Ji Yun pondered before speaking. Indeed, my initial investment in this jade factory stemmed from the desire to establish my own enterprise. Now that I have unexpectedly come into a substantial sum, it would be remiss not to cultivate this venture, as it would not do justice to the blessings bestowed upon me. This has been a recurring thought of mine lately. Chapter 19. An additional investment of 5 million. The primary challenge we face remains our financial constraints, little G. You are aware that we are all striving to navigate life together, and given that we have all invested our funds, the current economic climate makes further investments somewhat challenging. However, you need not worry about the financial aspect, Lou. I am prepared to inject an additional 5 million into our venture. What do you think? 5 million, Xiaoji. Are you jesting? That amount could suffice to acquire several of our factories. Indeed, Lou, I have unwavering confidence in our enterprise, and this 5 million will be available within a couple of days. Lu Qingfeng regarded Ji Yun with a mixture of complexity. He had thought he understood Ji well enough, only to discover that he was far more astute than he had presumed. 5 million, so readily offered, raised questions about Ji's background. Was he truly a wealthy heir seeking to experience life incognito? Unbeknownst to Lu, Ji had indeed uncovered significant opportunities over the past couple of months, leading him to mistakenly perceive Ji as merely a privileged youth. Naturally, Lu did not doubt Ji's sincerity. He recognized his discernment in identifying talent when he encountered it. He now felt fortunate to have stumbled upon this affluent individual. Lu, what are your thoughts? Ji Yun asked, sensing an unusual intensity in Lu Qingfeng's gaze. Certainly, there are no objections. If you can invest such a substantial sum, what could possibly be amiss? 5 million. This is our launchpad for success. Moreover, regarding the distribution of shares, I propose the following. I would retain 70%, while you, Lu, would oversee operations and hold 15%. The remaining 3 individuals would receive 5% each. What do you think, Lu? That sounds perfect, my friend. You are exceedingly generous. There is no need for further discussion. From this point on, we consider you a partner. Lu Qingfeng readily acquiesced. This decision was mutually beneficial. The collective assets would quintuple, and Ji's proposal was indeed fair and commendable. I will inform the others and encourage them to conclude their broadcasts promptly so that we may convene and deliberate, Lu Qingfeng declared before stepping out to relay the news. One by one, the team members finished their broadcasts, powered down their equipment, and gathered in the office. As everyone took their seats, it was fortuitous that Ji, the general manager, was present for this inspection. Furthermore, our factory had been operational for over 3 months without a formal meeting. Thus, it was an opportune moment to discuss the challenges we have encountered in our future development. This time, Lu Qingfeng refrained from addressing Ji as Xiao Ji, recognizing the significance of this internal meeting. If Ji were indeed to invest 5 million, he would become a substantial shareholder, and a formal approach was warranted to ensure that everyone appreciated the gravity of the situation. First, let us discuss an important matter. Our general manager, Ji, has decided to increase his investment by 5 million. A moment of silence hung in the air. Xiao Ji, is this truly the case? Are you genuinely prepared to invest 5 million? Indeed, General Manager Ji, Lu is not speaking in jest. Another chimed in. Listen carefully, everyone. This is accurate. I hold great expectations for our factory, which is why I am ready to invest an additional 5 million. What do you all think? Certainly, this is wonderful news. What could possibly be wrong with this? No objections whatsoever, responded Li Wenming, with the other 2 in agreement, echoing their unanimous support. Subsequently, Lu Qingfeng addressed the group regarding the reallocation of shares, and there were no objections. Everyone praised Ji Yun for his integrity, which invigorated the team. They then discussed development and responsibilities. Lu Qingfeng would continue as the factory director. Li Wenming would serve as the technical deputy director, overseeing production. Zhang Jidong would manage logistics and personnel, and Miao Yimin would be in charge of sales and external relations. This arrangement was tentatively decided. Additionally, they planned to recruit an accountant, acquire machinery to expand production capacity, and hire skilled workers as well as apprentices. A flurry of activities ensued. The initially rented factory space was quite ample, and an adjacent space was also available for lease. The most challenging aspect was recruiting employees. While finding other administrative personnel and accountants was relatively straightforward, sourcing jade carvers proved to be significantly more difficult. Fortunately, given the initial phase of expansion, the demand was not excessively high. Lu Qingfeng and his colleagues, seasoned masters in the jade carving industry, leveraged their networks and managed to locate a dozen or so skilled jade carvers. For the remaining masters, they would need to offer competitive salaries to attract them. Regarding raw materials, the group had limited connections. Ji Yun reached out to Zhao Jinsheng, who introduced them to a promising supplier with reasonable pricing and good quality, effectively establishing a supply channel for future development. Due to the demands of the factory, Ji Yun often left work early and arrived late. Although no one commented on it, he contemplated resigning, yet ultimately decided against it. Remaining at Fuyunzai was deemed a more suitable choice. Not only had he yet to fully explore the collection of antiques there, but his appraisal skills were not yet at a level where he felt ready to venture out independently. This decision allowed Lu Qingfeng and the others to perceive Ji Yun's enigmatic nature with a newfound respect, leading them to be somewhat more reserved around him. However, in business, particularly when scaling up, maintaining a degree of decorum is essential. The workforce at Fuxing Jade Carving Factory expanded significantly, growing from the initial 4 to nearly 50 across various departments, marking Ji Yun's transformation from a jade workshop to a genuine jade factory, and signifying his emergence as a businessman. Chapter 20. Preparing for departure. Things are going well, Master. We have recruited enough staff, and production has commenced in recent days. We are utilizing both live streaming and offline sales through jade shops, having engaged several streamers. This way, our Masters 1T need to conduct live sales themselves. We plan to have a unified live stream for production during the day and another for sales in the evening, while surplus production will be sold at lower prices to penetrate the market. The online sales have yielded excellent results after 2 attempts, though offline sales remain sluggish despite the reduced prices. Additionally, I have an idea. I wish to record the production process of each jade piece as a short video and upload it online. We could place a QR code on the packaging, allowing customers to scan it and view the entire creation process. What do you think, Master? Ji Yun shared his recent experiences and future aspirations with Zhao Jinsheng, illustrating how this once ordinary young man had gradually cultivated his own influence. The affairs of the younger generation often elude my understanding. However, should one truly manage to trace the origins and authenticity of antiques, it would likely instill greater confidence in consumers. The realm of antique jade carving is notoriously intricate. As the saying goes, gold has a price, but jade is priceless. Reflecting the obscurity surrounding the valuation of jade, Ji Yun capitalizes on the contemporary youth's apprehension of deception, for the jade market is indeed fraught with pitfalls, and most novices are bound to be misled. By ensuring transparency in pricing and providing a well-documented provenance, Ji Yun aligns his approach with the consumption habits of the younger demographic, emphasizing sincerity. Yet, there remains a pressing issue, Master. Ji Yun confides in Zhao Jinsheng about his current challenges. What troubles you? Share, and perhaps this old man can lend a hand. Zhao Jinsheng has been unwaveringly supportive of his apprentice, having facilitated connections even when they faced a shortage of materials. Presently, our focus lies on the lower-end market, which does not impose stringent requirements for raw materials. Nevertheless, we aspire to venture into the high-end market, as the jade industry thrives on exceptional craftsmanship. Unfortunately, high-end raw materials are monopolized by larger jade enterprises, and even if channels existed, the costs are prohibitive. A single piece of quality jade can amount to hundreds of thousands or even millions, making substantial purchases impractical. Have you considered visiting the source of the materials? Zhao Jinsheng suggests. Are you implying gambling on stones? Ji Yun inquires. Not necessarily gambling, but if you're knowledgeable, the raw materials there would undoubtedly be more affordable than those acquired through suppliers. Zhao Jinsheng advises Ji Yun. You possess a certain level of appraisal skill. Find a reliable industry insider to guide you. As long as you remain cautious and avoid recklessness, it should not pose a significant issue. Recently, Fuyin Studio is planning to procure a batch of materials. Accompany them to learn and gain insights before making any plans, Zhao Jinsheng instructs. Where are we headed, Master? Jian asks. To Ruili in Yunnan, in the next couple of days. Prepare yourself. I will speak on your behalf. However, remember that you are still an employee of Fuyin Studio. Although you have previously established your own business, your prior products lack competitiveness, one focusing on high-end, the other on low-end. This time is different. If you purchase raw materials through Fuyin Studio's channels and compete in the market, it would be akin to biting the hand that feeds you. Thus, during this trip, you may observe but must refrain from any purchases. Do you understand? Zhao Jinsheng admonishes Ji Yun with a degree of sternness. As for learning, you are nearly ready to venture forth. Should you have questions, do not hesitate to seek me out. That is no issue. However, if you intend to continue benefiting from Fuyin Studio while pursuing your own endeavors, that is unacceptable. It was normal for you to invest a small amount previously, as many in our company have external investments. However, now that you are the owner, lingering here will inevitably invite gossip and hinder your own career advancement. Understood, Master. I promise to adhere to your guidance. Ji Yun acknowledges, secretly harboring the desire to continue learning from Zhao Jinsheng, which has prevented him from departing thus far. However, given the current developments, one can no longer remain idle. The growth of one's own career is becoming increasingly significant, and it is essential to keep a watchful eye on it. Moreover, when one finds themselves in a position of competition with their own company while still employed there, it raises eyebrows. Even Ji Yun has never utilized the resources of Fuyin Zai. Yet, it is easier said than done. Few would believe that a business owner with millions would willingly work as a mere apprentice earning a modest salary in another company merely for the sake of learning. Anyone would suspect ulterior motives, deeming it an act of treachery. Therefore, it is prudent to part ways amicably while one still can. Chapter 21. The journey to Yunnan 2 days later. After organizing matters concerning Fuxing jade carvings, I made a trip to the lottery shop to assess its revenue. I spoke with my sister briefly. The lottery shop's monthly turnover now stabilizes at over 20,000. As Ji Yun continues to invest more into Fuxing jade carvings, the lottery shop's significance has visibly diminished. Nevertheless, this serves as a safety net for Ji Yun. The antique trade is notoriously fickle. Fortunes can change overnight. Should misfortune strike, it allows for a comfortable livelihood. Investing more in fixed assets seems wise, especially with substantial funds still sitting in the bank, which is hardly a guarantee in these unpredictable times, preventing others from harboring ill intentions. Upon waking, Jian enjoyed breakfast, packed a change of clothes, and bid farewell to Zhao Jinsheng at the company. He then joined the team for a flight to Yunnan, with a destination set for Ruili. Ruili, known as the homeland of jadeite among industry insiders, has historically served as both the source of jadeite in China and a pivotal channel for its entry and distribution within the country. The market in Ruili experienced a resurgence in the 1980s, fueled by China's reform and opening up, which propelled the growth of border trade, consequently boosting the rapid development of Ruili's jewelry industry. With abundant gemstone resources and a variety of offerings, Ruili is acknowledged as the preeminent jadeite hub. Its unique resources stand unrivaled nationally, making comparisons with other regions rather challenging. A saying in the industry proclaims, "Beautiful jade emerges from Ruili. Genuine jade resides in Ruili." To purchase jade, one must go to Ruili. This adage illustrates the deep-rooted connection between Ruili and jadeite, guiding many buyers to avoid unnecessary detours and establishing Yunnan as synonymous with jadeite to a certain extent. Today, Ruili stands as the origin of jadeite in China and the largest distribution center for jadeite nationwide, attracting thousands of merchants from around the globe to engage in the jewelry trade. Fuyin Zai, as primary source of jade materials, is also here. The Fu family has operated in this region for many years, which is a key reason for Fuyin Zai's enduring success in the jade industry of the Northwest. The quality of the jade materials is a hallmark of Fuyin Zai. Before boarding the plane, a minor incident occurred. The group consisted of 6 individuals, traveling in 2 vehicles to the airport. Master He and another elder craftsman were of considerable age, prompting Ji Yun to extend his courtesy by assisting them with their luggage. Unexpectedly, the vice president and 2 procurement staff eagerly awaited Ji Yun's help with their bags as well. The esteemed vice president Fu graciously acknowledged the efforts of his team with a simple, "You've worked hard," before preparing to board the vehicle. This act seemed rather expected, as the 2 remaining procurement personnel pointedly directed Ji Yun to assist with the luggage. However, our boss Ji is not one to be trifled with, and considering that 2 men were still standing nearby, It was presumptuous to assume Ji Yun, being the lowest in rank, should act as their lackey. With a retort of "It's not hard," Ji Yun boarded the car without acknowledging the three leaders standing beside it. "Young man, don't be impulsive. It's not a big deal to endure some hardship. Don't take it to heart, master," he advised. Ji Yun tactfully shifted the conversation, avoiding any further discussion on the matter. "No trouble at all," Zhao Laosher interjected. "Just a small matter. Young Ji, take this opportunity to learn from me and observe more. Engaging with Vice President Fu will be beneficial for your future development. You are both young, and I'm sure you can find common ground. I must say, our Fu Yunjai might soon fall under the stewardship of Vice President Fu." Master He, a longtime friend of Zhao Jincheng, had been entrusted with guiding Ji Yun during this venture. Both esteemed gem appraisal masters were particularly attentive to Zhao Jincheng's apprentice, as his reputation afforded them certain considerations. Vice President Fu, this young Ji is rather oblivious. Allowing him, a mere salesman, to assist us is already generous. It's surprising how lacking in awareness he is, remarked one of the procurement staff to Fu Caixia. "This young salesman is not to be underestimated," Fu Caixia replied, then closed her eyes, leaning back to feign rest, while the two procurement personnel fell silent. Furthermore, Ji Yun had taken the initiative to apprentice under the venerable appraiser Zhao Jincheng, whose skills were reputedly commendable. The decision to allow Ji Yun to join under Master He was driven by a desire to cultivate a capable team. It was disheartening that Ji Yun seemed uninterested in ingratiating himself. "Thank you, Master He. I don't have grand aspirations. I simply wish to broaden my horizons and learn the art of gem appraisal from you. Please don't hold back," Ji Yun remarked, having already sensed the vice president's displeasure towards him. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent to it. Chapter 22. The Journey to Yunnan, Part 2. Upon descending from the plane, it was already afternoon. A welcoming party awaited at the airport, and since everyone had dined during the flight, they proceeded directly to the hotel for some rest. Agreeing to reconvene for the evening banquet with the channel partners at 6:30 p.m., Ji Yun spent some time reading and took a short nap, preparing to seek out Master He and Master Zhang. Just as he was about to leave, there was a knock at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Young Ji, open the door. Master He called from outside." Ji Yun hurried to open the door, discovering not only Master He, but also Master Zhang present. "Master He, Master Zhang, what brings you here? Didn't we agree to meet in the lobby at 6:30? He inquired. "Forget the meeting. They've already left. It's just the three of us now, so let us head out ourselves," Master He replied, his demeanor clearly displeased, while Master Zhang remained silent. Ji Yun understood the situation and felt a growing disdain for Vice President Fu, who had returned from studying abroad. The primary purpose of this visit is to allow Fu Caixia to familiarize herself with the channels. Master He and Master Zhang have been seasoned experts at Fu Yunjai for many years. Without delving into other matters, it is evident that these channel merchants share a long-standing camaraderie with these two masters, and it is only natural for them to be accompanied by them. However, she managed to dismiss both masters, opting instead to attend a banquet with two purchasers. One cannot help but wonder what she was thinking. Even if she disregarded Ji Yun and the two masters, the merchants on the other side would likely feel uncomfortable, even if they do not voice it. "Please wait a moment, gentlemen, while I change my attire. I've been wanting to invite you both, but never found the opportunity. Today, allow me to treat you to a delightful meal," Ji Yun said. Following this, she decided to take matters into her own hands, as others did not seem to regard her highly. After all, these two were friends of her master, and if no one else respected them, she was determined to restore their dignity. As the trio exited the hotel, Masters He and Zhang, well acquainted with the locale, led Ji Yun to a quaint private kitchen, where they ordered several signature dishes and a few bottles of wine. Thus began their convivial exchange over drinks. "Old Zhang, stop complaining. We are merely workers here. How the boss conducts business is beyond our purview. We are here to enjoy a meal, nothing more. Come, Ji, these are the local delicacies from Relics. Do sample them, as they possess a unique flavor," Master He remarked, pointing out the dishes to Ji Yun. "Here, essay toast you both. I will rely on your guidance in the coming days," Ji Yun said, downing her drink and refilling their glasses. "Don't be overly courteous, Ji. As a disciple of old Zhao, you are well aware of our modest skills. In due course, you shall learn alongside us, and feel free to ask anything. Old Zhang and I shall share our knowledge openly," one of the masters replied. "Come now, let us not just drink, partake in the food as well. These are local specialties, rare to find elsewhere," they urged. As the three, two elders and a youthful apprentice, dined and drank together, their camaraderie flourished. Engaging in conversation with the two masters significantly enhanced Ji Yun's understanding of jade and gemstones. Areas that had previously puzzled her became clear through their straightforward explanations. Master Zhang, while narrating, shared photographs from his phone, further enlightening Ji Yun. Fu Kaixia, in her arrogance, underestimated the wisdom of the masters, believing she could impose her Western-style management. Little did she realize the extensive networks these seasoned experts had cultivated over years in the jade industry. Unexpectedly, Fu Kaixia disregarded the two masters entirely, taking two salespeople to meet the merchants, naively assuming that the prestige of Fu Yunjai would compel respect. She was oblivious to the intricate social dynamics at play. Without guidance, she would find that no one would indulge her whims as a privileged daughter. Meanwhile, the resources she sought would ultimately fall into Ji Yun's hands. An ironic twist of fate born from her own folly. This only served to diminish Ji Yun's regard for Fu Kaixia further. Initially, she perceived the young woman as overly proud. Now, she viewed her as somewhat unhinged. Moreover, given Ji Yun's status as a direct disciple of Zhao Jinshin, a prominent figure in the industry, she found it quite absurd that Fu Kaixia would expect her to carry luggage, a tactic that could hardly impress Ji Yun, revealing a complete lack of insight. Or rather, the identity of the future heir to the family fortune, coupled with the so-called modern management techniques acquired abroad, has inadvertently instilled in her a sense of superiority, while simultaneously engendering a lack of respect for others. As for this season, all Ji Yun wishes to express is her gratitude. Had it not been for encountering such a boss, it is likely that Master He and Master Zhang would never have consented to introduce their channel resources to Ji Yun. Thus, one cannot fault Ji Yun for seizing the opportunity presented to her. After all, connections offered on a silver platter should not be disregarded. Chapter 23. The Journey to Yunnan, Part 3. The three of them had their fill, engaging in delightful conversation. And even the seemingly reticent Master Zhang appeared quite pleased with Ji Yun, affectionately referring to her as Little Ji. Seizing the moment while the others were in the restroom, Ji Yun took the initiative to settle the bill, which was quite reasonable. The key lay in the respectful demeanor she displayed. As they were about to leave, Master Zhang attempted to pay the bill, only to be informed that it had already been taken care of, further enhancing his satisfaction with Ji Yun. Such is the nature of seasoned professionals. They appreciate respect, and in return, one is seldom left at a disadvantage. The next morning, the group convened for breakfast at the hotel. Master He, I have already discussed arrangements with the suppliers yesterday. You all can inspect the materials this afternoon, and should everything meet your approval, we can finalize the deal. Shaolin and I have other commitments today, so you should accompany Master Zhang and Master He Miz. Fu arranged at the table. Understood, MS. Fu, we shall head out after our meal. Master He readily affirmed, while Master Zhang and Ji Yun remained silent, focused on their food. Very well, we shall take our leave then. We have an appointment to examine a large piece of material, Ms. Fu announced as she rose, leading the two purchasers away. Old Zhang, do you think we should follow along to take a look? I haven't heard of any significant materials in the area lately. Hopefully, Ms. Fu isn't being misled. Master He pondered aloud. Worry not. Just ensure the task is executed well. There's no need for you to concern yourself with every detail. They certainly don't require your oversight, Master Zhang replied, suppressing his irritation, resigned to whatever may come. After finishing their meal, the trio took a taxi to the address provided by Ms. Fu to inspect the goods. Isn't this Lu Mozi's warehouse? What quality merchandise could this fellow possibly have? Master Zhang recognized the place immediately upon arrival. Indeed, it truly is. Master, he must have some insider knowledge, he continued. Who exactly is Lu Mozi? Ji Yun inquired. Lu Mozi, whose real name is Lu Yang, earned the nickname due to his pockmarked face. Those involved in the jade trade around here refer to him as Lu Mozi because he often engages in dubious practices, passing off inferior goods to those less knowledgeable. Master Zhang explained to Ji Yun. Shall we still proceed to inspect the goods? After a moment, Master, he concluded a phone call. Let us go in and take a look. We will follow Ms. Fu's instructions and act accordingly, he remarked, appearing somewhat disheartened. Well, it is ultimately their family business. Why should we concern ourselves with it? If they require our assistance, we will oblige, but the affairs between father and daughter are not ours to meddle in. Master Zhang said, suppressing his frustration. Ji Yun hurried to keep pace with them as they entered the warehouse, where she finally encountered the infamous Lu Mozi, a short man with a protruding belly, his voice booming even before he came into view. Ah, if it isn't my esteemed master, he and Master Zhang. I'm truly honored to have you both here. Come. The banquet is all prepared on my end. Let us hasten to inspect the goods, and afterwards, my friends, we shall indulge in some fine drinks. Mr. Liu, what sort of enchantment have you cast upon our esteemed Mr. Fu? A contract worth millions has found its way into your hands. Brother Zhang, you flatter me. I possess no such ability. It is entirely thanks to Mr. Fu's discerning eye that he recognized the value in my goods. By the way, why didn't you both join us last night? Enough of this pleasantry. Let us proceed to view the merchandise. Xiao Ji, follow closely. Master, he led the way into the warehouse, with Ji Yun trailing beside him. Please, let us proceed inside. Master, he, behold, this is indeed top-quality jade material. Liu Matzi pointed to the jade raw materials displayed on the counter. Xiao Ji, when it comes to assessing jade, there are 8 essential criteria. What are these 8 criteria? They are color, quality, shape, skin, cotton, cracks, clarity, and texture. The color refers to the hue of the jade, with a term known as whiteness. The higher the whiteness of the jade, the superior its quality. For instance, taking white Hatian jade as an example, it can be categorized into varieties such as fishbelly white, moon white, ivory white, and chicken bone white, among others. According to the grading of whiteness, Hatian jade can be classified into first-grade white, second-grade white, and blue white. However, while jade is generally considered better the whiter it is, it should not be excessively white. For example, in Russian jade, terms like dead white, dry white, and water white exist. Although such Hatian jade may appear white, its value is not particularly high. So how is this whiteness to be measured? In truth, it should not only be white but also lustrous. For instance, we are familiar with mutton fat jade, which, while not possessing the highest whiteness, features 4 characteristics: whiteness, luster, fineness, and toughness. Thus, it is evident that while the color of Hatian jade is ideally pure white, it must also exhibit a lustrous sheen, fine texture, and resilient hardness to be deemed the finest. The quality of jade is assessed through 3 primary aspects: translucency, oiliness, and delicacy. But what determines the quality of the jade? It is, in fact, the internal structure of the jade that dictates this. The more stable and refined the structure, the better the jade's quality. A refined texture, greater density, and pronounced oiliness enhance its effect. When we speak of shape, we refer to the form of the jade, as we often design and carve based on its shape. A pleasing shape or theme can significantly amplify the value of the jade, akin to turning stone into gold. Speaking of skin, it generally pertains to seed materials, as mountain materials are typically cut and polished, and thus lack skin. In the realm of jade appreciation, the skin of seed jade is categorized into various types, such as deer skin, autumn pear skin, osmanthus skin, and jujube red skin. To assess the quality of jade skin, we examine the delicacy of its texture. A high level of delicacy indicates superior material, while a rough texture suggests inferior quality. For example, jujube red skin and osmanthus skin are highly prized, while reed flower skin is of lesser quality. The concept of cotton is more straightforward, as in the realm of jade. The purer the material, the higher its value, while cotton is regarded as an impurity or flaw. However, nearly all naturally formed jade contains some degree of cotton. How, then, do we determine the quality of jade? Quite simply indeed. Given the presence of cotton inclusions, we should temper our expectations regarding the existence of flawless jade. While such jade does exist, it often commands a steep price. Therefore, let us assess the quality of jade based on the extent of its cotton inclusions. If the cotton is deeply embedded and remains inconspicuous to the naked eye, becoming apparent only under illumination, it is of minimal concern. Conversely, a few scattered inclusions may indicate a higher quality jade. However, if a jade piece is predominantly composed of cotton or features clusters of inclusions, its quality is likely subpar. Regarding cracks, it is noteworthy that nearly every piece of jade will exhibit some form of fissure, as these are natural formations that occur during the jade's journey through nature, often resulting in imperfections. Cracks can be categorized based on their severity, such as dead cracks and live cracks. A dead crack is characterized by its prominent, coarse nature, penetrating deeply into the jade and often traversing the entire piece. Such cracks are irreparable unless the jade is cut into 2 separate pieces. If numerous dead cracks are present, the jade is rendered nearly worthless. In contrast, live cracks are fine and short and can potentially be eliminated through polishing or cutting, thus termed as live cracks. When purchasing jade, one should avoid pieces with dead cracks at all costs and consider the extent and complexity of live cracks before making a decision. Purity, in essence, is straightforward. Whether jade or agate, the higher the purity, the superior the quality. Purity refers to the amount of impurities or flaws present within stone. Generally, The fewer the flaws and impurities, the higher the level of purity. Hence, when selecting jade, it is advisable to carry a powerful flashlight to illuminate the stone, allowing you to inspect for prominent cracks, noticeable black spots, or inclusions. The fewer such imperfections present, the higher the quality of the jade, making it more desirable for purchase. The term jiang refers to a type of stone that may either envelop the jade or be enveloped by it. When purchasing jade, it is essential to ascertain whether this stone is present. If the jiang is located externally, it is relatively easy to detect due to its weight, which can be visually assessed. However, if the jiang is encased within the jade, it becomes less apparent. Thus, one should examine the internal structure under light to determine if there exists any material that differs in transparency from the jade itself, as this may indicate the presence of jiang. The 8 points I have just shared represent crucial methods for assessing jade quality. However, one cannot rely solely on a single criterion to determine the overall quality of a jade piece. A comprehensive evaluation across all 8 aspects is necessary to ensure that the jade acquired is both natural and of superior quality. Do you understand? Xiao Ji, Master He, while explaining to Ji Yun, held a piece of jade to illustrate his points, while Master Zhang had already begun his work nearby, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. Lu Motzi accompanied him with smiles and flattery, praising Master He's extensive knowledge. Chapter 24, Journey to Yunnan 4. Master He, is this your newly acquired apprentice? The young brother truly possesses remarkable talent. Just a casual glance reveals that all I have here is of exceptional quality. Lu Motzi remarked, yet Master He remained unperturbed, continuing to elucidate the jade material to Ji Yun, seemingly harboring little regard for this Lu. What is this, Lu Motzi? How dare you present such merchandise to us at Fuyin Studio? Master Zhang suddenly interjected. Old He, come and see, what on earth is this? Upon witnessing the scene, Master He set aside the jade he was explaining to Ji Yun and approached Master Zhang to inspect the goods. What are you two masters implying? This has all been approved by your President Fu Yun and the 2 experts. The specialists are truly young and accomplished. Our contract is already signed. Having you here to inspect is merely a courtesy extended by President Fu Yun. Did you think you were summoned to offer your opinions? What do you mean, Lu Motzi? Are you trying to deceive me? You have quite the audacity. Anger surged within Master Zhang, who had already been simmering with frustration for 2 days. Lu Motzi was nothing but a low-tier distributor, peddling dubious goods. In times past, he wouldn't even rank high enough to toast himself, yet now he dared to mock him. Look here, Master Zhang, I wouldn't presume to play tricks on you. This was all arranged by your President Fu Yun and the 2 procurement heads. You see, I have the contract signed. It was only during yesterday's dinner that someone mentioned your names, prompting President Fu Yun to arrange for your visit. Lu Motzi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, was hesitant to provoke Master Zhang, as the elder held considerable local connections. So, you're saying the contract is already signed, and you merely want us here for formality? Then what are we even doing here? Let us go, old Zhang. Gee, we should leave. With that, Master He and Master Zhang turned to depart, with Ji Yun hastily following. Lu Motzi trailed behind, insisting on treating them to a meal. But the 2 masters paid him no heed. It was only Ji Yun's few words that spared him from complete humiliation. Little did they know, such treatment only deepened the sense of disappointment. After dedicating a lifetime to work, it was disheartening that the young showed no respect, and the elders offered no gratitude. Who could find solace in such a reality? You are right, Ji Yun. Old Zhang, let's not overestimate our own importance. We are merely laborers, nearing retirement. Let them use us as they wish. Enough of this talk. It's a time of generational change. Gee, don't rush to settle the bill this time. Old Zhang and I have been around here for half a lifetime. Today, let us take you out for a leisurely visit. Master Zhang said with a smile to Ji Yun. Where are we going for this leisurely visit, Master He? The group hailed a cab, and Master He named a destination. After driving for over half an hour, they arrived at a place resembling a manor, large in size, with small villas and even warehouses and a garden abundant with vegetables. Upon exiting the vehicle, several individuals awaited them at the entrance, numbering 5 or 6. Old Zhang, Oldie, why have you arrived so late? The dishes have been ready for quite some time. Come, let us sit at the table. I have prepared several bottles of fine wine today. The speaker is a middle-aged man, appearing to be of similar age to Master He. Dressed in a traditional Tang suit, his hair meticulously styled, he exudes an impressive aura. Surrounding him are individuals of comparable age, all seemingly distinguished in their own right. It appears they have just concluded their previous engagements and hastily arrived, having kept their old friends waiting for quite some time. Come, let me introduce you, Xiao Ji. This is Mr. Feng Yulin, And these are Mr. Wang, Mr. Qi, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Ma, and Mr. Zhou. These gentlemen are renowned jade merchants in Rueli. You must raise a toast to them later." Ji Yun promptly greeted everyone, and the esteemed businessmen were favorably impressed by his demeanor, noting his spirited appearance and courteousness. "A fine young man, indeed. He looks quite spirited. You must drink a few more glasses later," Mr. Wang remarked. Ji Yun assured him, "Of course, Mr. Wang, I will certainly raise a glass to you." Having spent more than half a year in sales, he felt confident about his etiquette in a dining setting. "Gentlemen, please do not bully the young lad. Allow me to introduce Ji Yun, the direct disciple of Master Zhao Jincheng. He is here to broaden his horizons, so I hope you will look after him." "Master," he interjected, "a distinguished disciple of Master Zhao. No wonder. Come, let us enter the room and chat while we eat. The dishes are about to cool, Mr. Feng Yulin beckoned everyone to take their seats. As they entered, before they had even settled down, Mr. Feng Yulin began to vent his frustrations. "I had thought you two wouldn't come. What did you Mr. Fu say? The higher-ups believed it unnecessary for the employees to attend. What does she consider herself?" As soon as they were inside, Mr. Zhang, holding his wine glass, inhaled the aroma and remarked, "We are merely workers after all. Only you, old Feng, treat us as if we were someone of importance. Who else regards us with such esteem?" With a slight smile, Mr. Zhang jested, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. If I find myself in dire straits, I shall certainly seek your assistance." As they dined and conversed, Ji Yun discerned that these 5 individuals were among the largest jade merchants in the area. Each one of them surpassed even the likes of Lu Matzi in stature. Their dialogues revealed a clear disregard for Fu Yunzai, while they seemed to value the long-standing friendships with Master Zhang and he far more. "Damn it. Knowing that you two would come, I prepared a batch of prime goods. Many wished to see them, but I declined, waiting solely for your arrival. And yet, what transpired? They treated us as if we were invisible in favor of that scoundrel Lu Matzi," Mr. Feng Yulin exclaimed, slapping the table in frustration. The others echoed their agreement, indicating that Fu Yunzai had indeed made a significant blunder. "Exactly. Since they have allied with Lu Matzi, they shall have to settle for inferior materials from him. I am curious to see if Fu Yunzai can maintain its reputation." Several voices chimed in, while Master Zhang and he remained silent, revealing their disappointment. To my surprise, this lottery official possesses remarkable talent, contemplating a complete overhaul of personnel. However, can decades of relationships be so easily severed? With misguided confidence, they sought new distributors, oblivious to the fact that they have become a laughingstock within the industry. Even if the Fu Yunzai family is substantial, what difference does it make to the individuals present? "Mr. Feng, you mentioned you have a selection of fine goods. Might I take a look?" Ji Yun hesitated before speaking, given that matters had progressed this far. With the goods from Fu Yunzai already secured, acquiring some of what you deem surplus cannot be considered disloyal. Can it? "Why, little G, do you wish to broaden your horizons?" "No problem at all. After we finish our meal, you may view them as you please. Stay at my home for a couple of days. Lao Zhang, Lao He, I shall ensure you are well treated. It is not merely curiosity, Mr. Feng. Would it be possible for you to allocate some of your stock to me? To be candid, I have invested in a jade carving factory, yet I am still seeking high-quality sources." "Truly impressive, young Ji. You have the vigor of youth," Feng Yulin remarked, glancing at Masters He and Zhang, who both nodded in agreement. Ji Yun quickly realized that these 2 masters had brought him here with the intention of introducing him to their extensive networks cultivated over decades, creating a significant obligation on his part. It was evident that they were somewhat aware of Ji Yun's circumstances, which was understandable given their long-standing association with Zhao Jincheng. Surely, he had tacitly approved of these developments. "Very well, little Ji, you are one of us. No need for formality. Whatever you desire, I shall provide at the lowest price," Feng Yulin assured him. "First, let us eat. We can discuss further after the meal. Come, Lao Zhang, Lao He, let's share a toast. If it were not for your assistance in the past, I would still be lost." Ji Yun continued to toast, exchanging contact information with the esteemed gentleman, thereby solidifying his connections in the jade supply chain. Chapter 26. Journey to Yunnan. The atmosphere at the table grew increasingly lively, and discussions of unpleasant matters faded away. It had been quite some time since Ji Yun had indulged in such revelry. Since his learning journey with Zhao Jincheng, he had maintained an ambitious and proactive demeanor. He had considered, during his last encounter with Li Ying, the possibility of trying again with his current wealth. Obstacles between them would no longer exist. Yet, he knew he could not allow himself to become ensnared in such emotions. His life must remain under his own control. He would experience other affections, but they would never encompass his entire being. Thus, Ji Yun found himself embracing the very mundanity he once despised. The banter of the banquet, which he had previously abhorred, now felt like second nature. He was not adopting a superficial demeanor, but rather accepting the reality of his circumstances, integrating into this lifestyle, and ultimately becoming a benefactor of it. If given the choice, who would wish to transform into the very persona they once loathed? Yet, life has a way of compelling change, whether one desires it or not. As he drained his glass, Ji Yun felt the warmth of intoxication wash over him. It had been ages since he had indulged to this extent, and this time, he welcomed the inebriation. The following morning, Ji Yun awoke in an unfamiliar room, feeling quite comfortable despite the previous night's indulgence in fine spirits. He was merely parched. After quenching his thirst with some water and freshening up, he descended the stairs. He must be staying at Mr. Feng's residence, as everyone had stayed over after a night of revelry. And fortunately, Feng Yulin's home was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Ji Yun could not help but feel a tinge of envy. He longed for a grand house of his own, where he could cultivate flowers and vegetables, inviting his parents to live with him in harmonious bliss. "Ah, little G, you're up. I didn't realize you had such a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. While the rest of us succumbed to the drink, you managed to keep pace with me and old he until the end. Truly, youth is formidable," Feng Yulin remarked, practicing his martial arts as Ji Yun emerged. "Mr. Feng, what style are you practicing? It looks quite impressive, exuding vigor," Ji Yun inquired, genuinely intrigued. Feng Yulin's technique was indeed exceptional, far from ordinary. Previously, he appeared as a mere businessman. Now, he resembled a formidable martial artist commanding respect. "Interested in learning, little G?" Feng Yulin asked. "It seems quite impressive. Surely this isn't some secretive martial art, is it?" Ji Yun mused, for he had been contemplating the idea of training in combat sports after dedicating months to fitness. While he had explored various martial arts schools, none compared to the prowess displayed by Feng Yulin. "There's no secrecy here. If you're eager to learn, I can share a few techniques with you. Nowadays, such knowledge is accessible. Any martial arts school in Yunnan can teach you," Feng Yulin reassured him. "Very well, Mr. Feng. I would be honored to learn from you and delve into your martial arts expertise," Ji Yun responded with a playful tone. "You don't need to bow to me, as I only possess a smattering of knowledge and am hardly qualified to teach," Feng Yulin replied modestly. "The style I practice is called Yunnan Neijia Ziyang Xingqun, originating from our province. It is crafted based on the region's mountainous terrain and abundant wildlife, integrating principles from the Huangdi Neijing. This rare form serves both as a means of defense and a method for physical fitness. It has a long history, tracing its philosophical roots to Taoist and Buddhist teachings, and encompasses a wide array of techniques, including 72 basic forms known as Dishaquan and 36 intermediate forms called Tiangangquan. Its primary characteristics involve guiding energy with intention, allowing the form to adapt fluidly to circumstances," Feng Yulin explained, adding a touch of humor. "Isn't it reminiscent of a novel? Almost bewildering?" Yunnan Neijia Ziyang Xingqun comprises a total of 108 forms, which can be practiced individually or in combination. I will demonstrate a set slowly for you to record, and then I will guide you on how to practice it. Is this truly a martial arts treasure, the fabled internal style? Ji Yun exclaimed in surprise, having initially jested, not anticipating that Feng Yulin's martial art would hold such significance. Not quite. Nowadays, there are no true martial arts secrets. Just search online, and you'll find plenty, Feng Yulin replied, surprising Ji Yun even more than the prospect of learning internal martial arts. "Why not play? I have tens of thousands of followers. Please follow me for a moment." Feng Yulin cast a disdainful glance at Ji Yun. "Do you think I am some ancient relic, spending my days sipping tea and practicing martial arts? What era are we in? Young people should know how to keep up with the times." Indeed, Ji Yun felt the sting of disdain. After all, who would have thought he was not aligned with your artistic style? Chapter 27. The journey to Yunnan concludes. After explaining the origins, Feng Yulin began to practice martial arts. Ji Yun took out his phone to capture the moment, and Feng Yulin then guided Ji Yun through the movement step by step, emphasizing certain PowerPoints and training methods. Nearly an hour had passed by the time they finished, and Ji Yun's stomach began to growl with hunger. At the dining table, apart from the few who had already left, Master Zhang, along with General Qin and General Wang, were already enjoying their breakfast. "So, old Feng has taken on a new apprentice," General Qin remarked with a smile as he observed Ji Yun and Feng Yulin. "Since we have some free time, and it's a rare opportunity for young Ji to learn something, it's not anything extraordinary. When I taught you all before, didn't you complain about the effort? No one wanted to learn. Come on, young Ji, sit and eat. Don't be picky," As an elderly person, my breakfast is rather light. I'll treat you well at lunch. Feng Yulin invited Ji Yun to join him. After they finished breakfast, Generals Qin and Wang bid farewell, agreeing to meet again next time. Subsequently, Feng Yulin led Ji Yun and the others to the warehouse behind the villa. Come in and take a look, young Ji. This is my treasure trove, Feng Yulin said as he opened the warehouse door with his fingerprint and password. As the door swung open, Ji Yun was momentarily awestruck by the scene before him. The warehouse was spacious and well-lit, divided into several areas. High-strength anti-theft glass cabinets were filled with various jade stones and materials, along with numerous jade sculptures. These stones radiated a captivating glow, each exuding a unique charm. Ji Yun felt it would be more appropriate to call this a jade museum rather than a warehouse, as the transparent cabinets were illuminated by purple lights, showcasing the jade in a splendid manner. All three were drawn in by the beauty of a jade. This year, I have indeed acquired a number of fine pieces. Young Ji, come, let me show you around, Feng Yulin said, leading Ji Yun to admire each piece of jade and sculpture while casually explaining their origins and characteristics. Many of these jade sculptures were collected by Feng Yulin over the years from around the globe, each having undergone careful selection and authentication. These pieces not only boasted superior quality and craftsmanship, but also held unique historical and cultural significance. This jade exhibits a deep green hue, and its smooth, delicate texture emits an enticing luster. Imperial green jade of this size is quite rare. Old Feng, you are truly fortunate, Master Zhang remarked with envy. Let us take it out and have a look. What a treasure. Everyone, let us admire it. Master, he encouraged from the side. All right, since old he has spoken, let us take it out for appraisal. As he agreed, Feng Yulin inputted the password and retrieved the jade. Several individuals took turns holding the exquisite jade, particularly Masters He and Zhang, who had spent their lives immersed in the world of jade. This remarkable piece was a rarity, and parting with it evoked a sense of reluctance. Ultimately, the jade came into the possession of Ji Yun, who meticulously examined the stone. Its hue was strikingly vivid, a deep green interspersed with a hint of golden warmth, reminiscent of morning dew on verdant leaves. The texture was exceptionally delicate, smooth, and warm to the touch, imparting a delightful sensation. Such beauty, General Feng, are you truly considering letting this jade go? Ji Yun inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Ah, little Ji, you're interested? Naturally, I am willing to part with it. But bear in mind, no matter how exquisite, it remains merely a piece of jade, and the price is rather steep. Feng Yulin replied, Please state your price, so I can either relinquish hope or pursue this desire, Ji Yun implored, clearly reluctant to let go, as he genuinely coveted the piece. Furthermore, with the recent establishment of floating life jade carving, acquiring this jade would enable the creation of several high-quality pieces, marking a significant leap from the low-end to the high-end market, and providing an excellent opportunity to establish his reputation. If you truly wish for it, I won't deceive you. The price is 10 million, which is my cost price, Feng Yulin stated, clearly doubting Ji Yun's financial capability, as he perceived Ji Yun's jade carving workshop to be a modest establishment, hence the quoted cost. Very well, 10 million it is. I shall take it, General Feng, Ji Yun declared decisively, startling both Feng Yulin and the two masters. 10 million was no trifling sum, far from easily accessible, even for a large enterprise like Fuyunzai. However, given their understanding of Ji Yun, they recognized he was not one to make empty boasts. Are you serious, little Ji? This is no jest. Feng Yulin responded with a hint of gravity. While casual banter over meals and drinks was acceptable, frivolity in such serious matters could lead to a genuine fallout. Of course, General Feng, upon receipt of goods, I also wish to purchase a batch of mid-range materials, amounting to 5 million to round it off. I will transfer a total of 15 million shortly, Ji Yun replied confidently. Impressive. Little Ji, you truly are an enigma, Feng Yulin acknowledged, recognizing Ji Yun's sincerity, and refrained from further comments, as 15 million represented a significant transaction for him as well. Afterward, Ji Yun contacted the bank, validated his identity online, and within a short time, the 15 million was transferred to Feng Yulin's account. The jade materials, including the 10 million jade, would subsequently be arranged for delivery to Ji Yun's floating life jade carving workshop. Master Zhang and he were taken aback. The seemingly polite and somewhat timid young man possessed such formidable financial strength. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. The youth of today are remarkable. Chapter 28. The hidden dragon emerges from the sea. Ji Yun called his parents and Zhao Jinsheng to inform them of his safety, and he arranged to meet Lu Qingfeng at Floating Life Jade Carving the following afternoon. Ji Yun prepared to finalize his resignation procedures before heading to Fuyunzai the next day, as he was eager to embark on his own entrepreneurial journey. The upcoming shipment worth 15 million required an early market entry. Early the next morning, Ji Yun sought out Zhao Jincheng to express his intention to resign. Zhao, having anticipated this decision, offered no objections and simply instructed Ji Yun to proceed with the necessary paperwork. Upon reaching the office of his nominal supervisor, Ji Yun communicated his resignation, and the supervisor, without hesitation, facilitated the process, likely aware that Ji Yun's tenure would not be prolonged. The resignation procedures at Fuyunzai were remarkably efficient, completed in under an hour. Ji Yun departed from the place he had dedicated more than half a year to, leaving quietly without fanfare, ready to commence a new chapter in his life. After bidding farewell to Zhao Jincheng, Ji Yun drove his modest vehicle directly to the Fuxing jade carving factory. Lu Qingfeng had already prepared an office for him on the second floor, which boasted the prime location overlooking the entire workshop. Standing in his new office, Ji Yun felt a surge of excitement. After years of working for others, he had finally turned the tide. This was the inception of his own enterprise. He then called a meeting with the management team. Currently, in addition to the original 4 members, they had recently recruited a professional financial director and a marketing director, bringing the management team to a total of 7. The workforce had also expanded to over 80 employees, including more than 50 jade carvers, along with staff in design, logistics, human resources, and sales, marking a significant scale for the company. Esteemed colleagues, this is our first management meeting at Fuxing. We have transitioned from a modest team of 5 to a robust factory of over 80. This represents a qualitative leap. I shall refrain from lengthy speeches or unrealistic promises. Our core principle is simple: work diligently, and we shall prosper together. Our singular aim is to ensure every employee thrives, as we are in the nascent stages of Fuxing jade carving and must establish our reputation. During my recent trip to Relics, I acquired over 5 million worth of mid-range jade materials, which we will promote through live sales. We may sacrifice short-term profits, but we must solidify our brand presence. While we may falter offline, we must excel online. In addition to these jade materials, I also procured a $10 million piece of jadeite, which will be entrusted to the design department. The marketing team must elevate it to a masterpiece, assisting us in penetrating the upper echelons of the jade market. That concludes my remarks. Do any of you have additional thoughts? Ji Yun leaned back in his chair, observing the others. Mr. Ji, you truly purchased a 10 million jadeite? Goodness. In all my years in this industry, I have never even seen a jadeite of that value, one exclaimed. Enough of that, Lao Li. Do you truly believe Mr. Ji would deceive you? Let us follow Mr. G's lead. There is no loss in it for us, came another voice. Liu Qingfeng adresa Libaming, expressing his surprise internally, yet he perceived Ji Yun as a concealed heir of wealth, thus finding it somewhat easier to accept. Additionally, General Ji, Lu Qingfeng continued, our master lacks experience in processing products valued in the millions. I fear that unforeseen issues may arise. Should we consider hiring a jade carving master with such caliber of experience? They need not be a permanent fixture, merely an expert to oversee our work and provide guidance, which would also alleviate the concerns of our workers. Very well, I shall delegate this matter to you, old Lu. Ji Yun understood that Lu Qingfeng would not voice such a suggestion without having a candidate in mind. Furthermore, General Ji, the newly appointed marketing director, interjected. I was contemplating whether we might release recruitment information at jade carving schools to attract young, talented individuals to join our team. Their perspectives align with contemporary youth, enabling us to create styles that resonate with them. This could significantly enhance our market presence among younger demographics. For instance, considering current trends like carrot knives and small toys, could we not follow suit and develop jade trinkets? I believe this warrants exploration. Indeed, your idea is commendable. We can establish a long-term partnership with jade carving schools, and eventually, we might even consider founding our own jade carving institution. Director Wu, I entrust this to you for further follow-up. Additionally, I plan to allocate funds for enhancing our factory's facilities and environment, especially for our online operations. A pleasant environment not only benefits us, but also provides a comfortable experience for our online visitors. A conducive workspace is crucial for the artisan's creativity. Subsequently, submit your requests, and I shall approve them. Is there anything else? If not, we shall conclude this meeting. Old Lu, please remain for a moment. As the others exited the conference room, only Ji Yun and Lu Qingfeng were left behind. They engaged in light conversation, eventually steering the discussion back to the master craftsman Lu Qingfeng had mentioned. Chapter 29. The Master of Jade Carving. I do indeed have a candidate, though his situation is somewhat peculiar. General Ji, have you heard of Li Tianyu? Lu Qingfeng inquired. Is he the jade carving prodigy, Li Tianyu? Ji Yun responded, surprise evident in his voice, for this individual was a legendary figure within the jade carving realm. Li Tianyu, a once celebrated genius in the jade carving industry, had reached remarkable heights at a young age, surpassing many established masters. However, his eccentric personality and aversion to social interaction had rendered him a controversial figure, leading to collective disdain from some elder artisans in the field, who claimed they were merely tempering his character. It is said that Li Tianyu's father was also a jade carving master, who imparted his craft to his son from a tender age. Possessing extraordinary intelligence, Li Tianyu displayed a keen insight into the textures and patterns of jade. He dedicated himself to learning, continually honing his skills under his father's guidance. Years passed, and upon his emergence in the industry, his jade carving techniques reached the pinnacle of excellence, yet he remained unsatisfied with this accomplishment. He yearns to create more unique and exquisite works to showcase his talent. He continuously challenges himself, endeavoring to integrate various artistic elements into jade carving, thereby crafting unparalleled pieces. These creations not only astound technically, but also reveal his distinct artistic style. However, Li Tianyu's eccentric temperament has also led to his misfortune. He is reluctant to participate in exhibitions and competitions, and he shuns communication and collaboration with others. He believes his skills have surpassed those of his peers, rendering it unnecessary to associate with them. This independent stance has incited discontent among other jade carvers, who have banded together to undermine Li Tianyu. They deliberately belittle his works in various settings, disparaging his techniques. They even exclude his pieces from significant exhibitions, denying him opportunities to showcase his talent. Ultimately, during a stroll by the river, Li Tianyu suffered the loss of 2 thumbs. Thus, a once promising genius fell from grace. Ji Yun had heard various versions of this tale before. How about it? Old Lu, do you know this person? Yi Yun inquired, perplexed. To be honest, Mr. Ji, Li Tianyu is my junior disciple. I previously studied jade carving under his father, Lu Qingfeng replied with a sense of nostalgia. Since that incident, my junior brother has gradually fallen into despair. He no longer resembles the jade carving prodigy he once was. However, considering he was once a top figure in the field, even though his hands are crippled, his previous experience remains. I must admit, I have my own selfish motives. I cannot bear to see him continue down this path. No one in the industry dares to recruit him for fear of retribution from those higher up, and he spends his days languishing at home. Yet, his skills and experience are undoubtedly intact. Mr. Ji, I can assure you of that. Lu Qingfeng felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, his junior brother had offended many, and he feared Ji Yun might not withstand the pressure. All right, then this matter is entrusted to you. Hire him as a technical expert, Ji Yun commanded. Understood, Mr. Ji. I will take care of it right away. Lu Qingfeng responded enthusiastically. All right, old Lu, you may return to your tasks. Lu Qingfeng exited the office, closing the door behind him. As Ji Yun's career flourished, his demeanor transformed significantly. Now, he appeared resolute and decisive, completely shedding the timid persona of a junior salesman. It was likely that his former acquaintances would scarcely recognize him now. In the blink of an eye, over 3 months had elapsed. Ji Yun was now an entirely different individual compared to 3 months prior. His new home was nearly ready, and it was time to consider moving, for he was now a businessman worth millions, unfit to remain in a modest rental. With appliances and furniture already in place, all that was needed were a few household items to complete the move. Recently, his parents expressed a desire to visit his new home, so he thought to invite them over, as he wasn't very busy at the moment and could spend a couple of days with them. Contemplating this, Ji Yun picked up the phone and dialed his parents. Xiaoyan, how does it feel on your first day as a boss? As soon as my mother arrived, she posed a question. The expansive growth of Fuxing jade carvings was undoubtedly known to my parents, and thus, previously, Ji Yun had thoroughly briefed them on his affairs, including the matter of his breakup. To their credit, my parents accepted it rather swiftly, for they had heard numerous tales of overnight fortunes in the industry their son was engaged in. Why could it not happen to their own family? However, judging by their current enthusiasm to become ambassadors for Fuxing jade carvings, it was clear that they were not as composed as they seemed. Well, it's quite pleasant, mother, Ji Yun remarked, bemused by his mother's peculiar focus. Dear, now that you venture into business, you must dedicate yourself to it wholeheartedly. You cannot allow those who follow you to suffer losses. While it's acceptable to earn a little less, never should you profit at the expense of your conscience. his father advised. Ji Yun felt a sense of pride. He must surely be a source of pride for his parents now. Everything is well. You needn't worry about us anymore. Your father and I have decided to cease our activities here and await our son to support us. His mother declared with a hint of pride. In a day or two, we shall tidy up and come over. All right. Do let me know once you've purchased the tickets, mother. I shall come to fetch you, Ji Yun replied. Understood, understood. Go on with your business. Your father and I still have to manage the live stream, she responded briskly before hanging up. Ji Yun couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of his parents now serving as moderators for a live stream, keeping themselves exceedingly busy. Chapitre 30, Parents arrivent. Today, Ji Yun took an early shift to welcome his parents. Since he had yet to purchase items for the house, they would have to temporarily reside in a hotel for a couple of days. After enjoying a midday meal, Ji Yun took them to his home to assess what was lacking. Soon, his mother initiated a frenzied shopping spree with his father, procuring bed linens, comforters, and various kitchenware, along with an assortment of other items. The endeavor proved exhausting for Ji Yun, yet the outcome was rewarding. He watched as his new home slowly acquired a touch of warmth. Indeed, wherever his parents were, that was home. In the evening, his mother prepared a sumptuous dinner while Ji Yun washed the vegetables, listening to her chatter. A profound tranquility enveloped him. It had been so long since the family had joyfully gathered for a meal. He could scarcely remember when. However, he believed such moments would not be scarce in the future. The three of them sat around the dining table, conversing and savoring the serenity of the moment. After dinner, they congregated in the living room for a chat. His parents inquired about Ji Yun's future plans, aware that their son possessed his own ambitions. Yet, his mother subtly hinted that while his career was important, the development of a family should also keep pace. Ji Yun, however, had adopted a more relaxed outlook, believing in the flow of fate. The matter of romance was one he was reluctant to revisit. The freedom of solitude was quite appealing. With a house, a car, and a promising future, he thought he could always find a suitable partner to guide him when he felt adrift. Aware of Ji Yun's recent breakup, his mother refrained from pressing him too hard, merely advising him to let things unfold naturally and to consider getting to know anyone suitable who might come along. The following morning, coincidentally a Saturday, with no particular engagements to attend to, Ji Yun decided against heading to the office. He took his modest old car to accompany his parents for a shopping excursion, where they purchased several outfits and explored nearby attractions. Subsequently, Ji Yun shared his aspirations of acquiring some commercial properties and real estate with his parents. To his surprise, his parents exhibited even greater enthusiasm than he had anticipated. His father took the initiative, driving Ji Yun's car to inspect potential shop locations with his mother. This left Ji Yun reliant on public transport for his daily commute, while his father humorously advised him to engage in more physical activity, cautioning that he shouldn't develop a boss belly before even settling into his role. Ji Yun, glancing at his well-defined abs, found himself somewhat speechless. Perhaps it was time to consider purchasing another vehicle, given his changed circumstances. After all, one ought not to negotiate business deals while driving a modest car worth merely tens of thousands. Even if unspoken, it could lead to a diminished perception by others. The adage respect the clothing before respecting the person held true. With this in mind, Ji Yun deemed it necessary to prioritize the acquisition of a new car. He contemplated acquiring a few Volkswagen Passats or Buick minivans for business purposes, aiming for a subtle approach rather than ostentatious extravagance. After all, discretion is key. Additionally, he resolved to procure a new Volvo for his father, emphasizing safety as its main feature. He delegated these matters to the financial director, while he himself opted for an Audi A6, registering all the vehicles under the company S name, thus categorizing them as company assets and allowing for tax deductions. The morning passed in this manner. Over the past couple of days, his parents had been quite industrious, having thoroughly examined the commercial properties available in the vicinity. They eventually settled on one location, which Ji Yun had also visited. The site was indeed impressive, boasting significant foot traffic and proximity to several newly constructed residential complexes, schools, and hospitals. Ji Yun decided to invest a substantial sum of 20 million yuan in cash, purchasing 3 properties, 2 smaller ones and 1 larger. His intention for the 2 smaller shops was to lease them out, while he envisioned transforming the larger space into a physical store for his brand, Floating Life Jade Carvings. When signing the contract, Ji Yun registered the properties under his parents' names, providing them with an added layer of security. The annual rental income, amounting to several hundred thousand yuan, would be managed by his parents. The ensuing days unfolded quietly, while the online sales of Floating Life Jade Carvings thrived. Within the industry, Ji Yun's approach of live streaming the creation and sale of jade items was unprecedented, garnering considerable admiration from netizens. The ability to scan a piece of jade with a mobile phone and instantly unveil its history, from design to creation, sparked significant interest online. Moreover, due to the affordability of floating life jade carvings, the brand received widespread acclaim, consistently achieving daily sales of 40 to 50 orders, often exceeding supply. To meet this burgeoning demand, floating life jade carvings invested in several high-tech carving machines, initially crafting rough shapes before skilled artisans meticulously refined them. This not only enhanced production efficiency, but also implemented a tiered commission system for the artisans, further motivating them to strive for higher outputs. As the online business flourished, Ji Yun began to shift his focus towards the high-end market. Chapter 31. The Guanyin Statue. In recent days, the jade materials purchased by Ji Yun from Fengyuan have been delivered. To safeguard these precious assets, Ji Yun has procured a bank-grade safe for the storage of high-value jade. He has also arranged for the recruitment of several retired veterans to form a security team, enhancing the surveillance around the premises. After all, with over 10 million at stake, prudence is paramount. Progress has also been made with Liu Qingfeng. Regardless of the methods he employed, Li Qianyu has finally agreed to return to the field, albeit at a considerable cost to Ji Yun. Li Qianyu presents as a somewhat disheartened middle-aged man, the passage of time having dulled the vigor he once possessed. Old Li, we welcome your return. I trust that under your guidance, the quality of Fuxing jade carvings will ascend to new heights, Ji Yun remarked, rising to extend his hand. Thank you. Thank you for still believing in me and granting me the opportunity to re-enter this industry, Li Qianyu replied, firmly clasping Ji Yun's hand, exuding strength. Once Li Qianyu and Liu Qingfeng were settled, Ji Yun opened the safe and retrieved a piece of jadeite, placing it solemnly on the table. Old Li, we are counting on you to help us turn the tide. Please, examine the material and share your thoughts. This material is undoubtedly top tier. I've heard that you invested 10 million. That is truly a bargain, Li Qianyu commented, studying the jade. Mr. Ji, this piece is narrow at the top and wider at the base, overall rather elongated. My suggestion would be to carve a statue of Guanyin. The remaining smaller pieces could be fashioned into pendants or tags, thereby preserving the integrity of this material. What do you think? Agreed, Old Li, your expertise is invaluable. Let us assign Old Liu to coordinate this project, aiming to showcase our work at the upcoming Autumn Jade exhibition and swiftly elevate our reputation. Additionally, Old Liu, our current production capacity remains insufficient. Our daily output hovers around 40 to 50 pieces, which fails to meet our sales demands, resulting in some customer attrition. Therefore, I propose we further expand our capacity. It's time to train a new batch of jade carving apprentices, and we should actively recruit experienced craftsmen. I believe our offered incentives will be hard to refuse. After discussing the jade matters, Ji Yun turned to Liu Qingfeng to deliberate on the issue of expanding production. With the growing workforce, space has become increasingly limited. Fortunately, numerous vacant factory units are available nearby. Ji Yun instructed the logistics department to manage these arrangements and to lease the empty units adjacent to their current facility. In the following days, Ji Yun came to understand why Li Qianyu is regarded as a prodigy. Since acquiring the jade, Li Qianyu has worked tirelessly, only resting when utterly exhausted. Remarkably, he completed a month's worth of design work in just 3 days, highlighting the significance of innate talent in this field. While some individuals may toil their entire lives to attain the status of a seasoned craftsman, others, even at a young age, emerge as formidable talents. After the designs were finalized, Liu Qingfeng personally undertook the cutting, with Li Qianyu assisting and guiding him throughout the process. A complete piece of jade, aside from yielding material for a Guanyin statue, also produced 4 smaller pieces. Ji Yun intends to carve these smaller pieces into pendants, one for each of his parents, and perhaps one for a future beloved should the occasion arise. Once the material was prepared, Liu Qingfeng commenced the rough carving. Due to an injury, Li Qianyu could not engage in prolonged sculpting. He could only contribute in critical areas, adding the finishing touches. It was Liu Qingfeng's first experience with such precious material, causing him considerable pressure. Fortunately, being a seasoned craftsman with decades of experience, he quickly calmed himself and began the meticulous work. Ji Yun dared not interrupt, allowing Liu Qingfeng and Li Qianyu to focus, while he instructed those outside to refrain from disturbing them. Ji Yun then slipped into the courtyard of his workshop, where a business sedan, 2 Passats, a Volvo, and an Audi A6 were parked, all ready for the road. He tried out the Audi A6 and found it significantly more comfortable than his old, worn vehicle. After all, the allure of something new is not solely a woman's domain. Men are equally susceptible. In the afternoon, the master's wife called to invite Ji-yun and his family to an evening banquet, marking the first meeting between his parents and the master. Ji-yun's parents approached the occasion with solemnity, purchasing gifts for the gathering. That evening, as everyone dined and conversed freely, disregarding the old adage of eating without speaking, comfort took precedence. Ji-yun's parents expressed deep gratitude towards Zhao Jinsheng for his support of Ji-yun, reminding him to honor his master and mistress well. During the conversation, Ji-yun learned that Master He and Master Zhang had recently encountered some difficulties. He had intended to invite both masters to dinner that weekend as a gesture of thanks. It appeared that they were being pressured to support the daughter, which was an unfortunate situation for the elders. Chapter 32. Undermining the competition. Ji-yun reviewed the accounts and noted steady growth. He went out to buy some fruits and snacks for the girl and the elder sister. The next day, Sunday, Ji-yun called Master He and Master Zhang to invite them to dinner, and both masters responded positively, having a favorable impression of him. That evening, Ji-yun arrived early at the chosen restaurant, ordering several signature dishes for the kitchen to prepare. He also stepped out to procure 2 bottles of Mao Tai, intending to enjoy a good drink with the 2 masters. Little Ji, it's rare for you to remember us. Master Zhang's voice resonated from the entrance before he even stepped into the room. As the dishes were promptly served, Ji-yun inquired if either master desired anything else from the menu. Enough. How much can the 3 of us eat? Besides, is this dinner or a drinking spree? Mao Tai, you're quite generous, Master He remarked, placing the menu down and examining the bottle of liquor. This is just for you 2. I'll bring it over shortly, Ji-yun replied, gesturing toward 2 boxes of Mao Tai hidden beneath the table. Previously, Ji-yun had contemplated how to express his gratitude. Directly offering money seemed inappropriate, as it did not reflect their bond. Knowing both masters enjoyed a good drink, he decided to purchase 2 cases as a fitting token of appreciation. I would like to raise a toast to both of you. As Ji-yun stood, raising his glass, he expressed his gratitude for their esteemed regard and for entrusting him with their years of relationships. He downed his drink in one gulp, and Master Zhang and Master He followed suit, emptying their own glasses. Young Ji, your success is a testament to your own efforts. Moreover, my bond with your master spans many years. What is there to discuss? As your elders, if we do not lend you our support, who will? What are your plans moving forward? Ji-yun inquired further. Your words are flattering, Master He. It would indeed be our fortune to have you both at our floating cloud establishment, Ji-yun replied solemnly. Are you not concerned that Fu Yunjai might accuse you of poaching? Master Zhang remarked with a hint of implication. They acted unjustly first, treating a benefactor in such a manner. Besides, you 2 are merely providing guidance at our floating life jade carving. What does that have to do with poaching? Rest assured, should you both choose to join us, I will offer you 3 times the treatment that Fu Yunjai provides. You young lad, your generosity is quite impressive. What say you, old Zhang? Does this tempt you? Master He turned to Master Zhang. Well, Ji, it seems my brother and I shall be seeking our livelihood under your auspices, Master Zhang joked. Such talk is unbecoming. Please do not belittle me. Let me have 3 more drinks without your jests, Ji-yun declared, rising to down 3 more shots without flinching. Very well, not bad at all. You possess a semblance of my former demeanor. Master He could not help but praise. Old He, spare us your boasting. Your past self cannot possibly compare to young Ji. Master Zhang bluntly countered. You old codger, enough of your chatter. Let us eat. The food is getting cold. They continued their light-hearted banter. As seasoned veterans, both Master Zhang and He, along with the audacious Ji-yun, soon consumed 2 bottles of Mao Tai, leaving nothing behind. A woebegone suitor, having lost everything, fled the scene, a figure of defeat in the eyes of all. Yet, given such fortune from the heavens, one must seize the moment and live splendidly. Ji-yun paused. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, for causing you concern. Stop with the nonsense. You've had your fill of drinks, and I dare say, quite a bit. Sit tight. I shall fetch you a bowl of hangover soup, or else you will surely have a headache come morning. His mother hurried to the kitchen. His father assisted him to a seat, advising, you should drink less in the future. His father always seemed so stoic. Today is a joyous occasion, Dad. You noticed, almost unaware, that his father appeared to have shrunk and gained more gray hair. Chapter 33. Unearthing a Major Opportunity. Another Sunday arrived, and Ji-yun, along with his parents, ventured out in the morning, shopping at the mall and acquiring a myriad of items. His mother insisted on purchasing an abundance of fruits to share with his colleagues at work the following day. Thankfully, the Audi S trunk was spacious enough to accommodate it all. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge. The trio also bought some clothes, indulging in purchases they had previously hesitated to make, until the back seat was filled to the brim, barely leaving room for his father. As for the front seat, it was, of course, reserved solely for his mother. They then accompanied his parents to a movie, enjoyed a hot pot for lunch, and concluded the day at a floating restaurant, admiring the night view. Regardless, now that Mr. and Mrs. G are aware that their son is financially secure, saving a trifling sum seems rather meaningless. With tens of millions invested in properties, why would he concern himself with such matters? Naturally, Ji-Yun feels the same. Over the years, he has come to realize the debts owed to his parents must gradually be repaid. The following morning, Ji-Yun arrived at the company with a trunk full of fruits, placing them on a table in the lobby for everyone to take. It must be said that Ji-Yun, as a boss, is somewhat lacking. His factory manager and chief designer have been working diligently for several days, and the general outline of the Guanyin statue is beginning to take shape, yet he, the proprietor, has not even made an appearance. Of course, one might interpret this as a matter of trusting one's employees without suspicion. After enjoying lunch in the factory cafeteria, Ji-Yun noted that with the increasing number of new hires, including apprentices and support staff, his jade carving factory is on the verge of surpassing 150 employees. To accommodate everyone, he has converted a space within the factory into a dining area and has hired several skilled chefs. While the current cafeteria is still rather modest, plans for a new dining facility are already in rapid development. Once lunch was concluded, Ji-Yun checked the time and leisurely drove his small Audi to the entrance of Fuyunzai. Shortly thereafter, he saw Master Zhang and Master He emerge, leading a procession of more than a dozen individuals behind them. Several craftsmen of similar ages were either urging Zhang and he or bidding farewell to the two masters. Old Song, Old Li, there is no need for further persuasion. You are well aware of the reasons that have brought Old He and me to this point. If you truly value our long-standing friendship, please cease your entreaties. I have dedicated my entire life to the Fu family. I've been an apprentice since I was 16, working for 40 years. If he wishes to dismiss me, then you must weigh your own decisions accordingly, Master Zhang exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. Indeed, Old Li, there is no need for further persuasion. Our minds are made up, and they show no desire to retain us. As for the 7 young apprentices, I have nurtured them, and as long as they still trust me, I shall ensure they do not suffer, Master He added. Oh no, the car is insufficient. Ji-Yun observed the 7 jade appraisers following Master He, surprised to find not only the 2 masters, but also 7 experienced appraisers, which filled a significant gap for him. Ji-Yun, being a newcomer in his career, was in dire need of such seasoned mentors to help him expand his horizons. He quickly called the company to request 2 Passats to be brought over. After making the call, he hurriedly exited the vehicle and approached the gathering. Masters Zhang and he, please do not let such trivial matters upset your health. It is worth noting that during this time, Fu Caixia had been watching Ji-Yun intently. Little Ji, I hope I haven't caused you any trouble. These individuals are skilled appraisers that I and Old Zhang have trained. Remaining at Fuyunzai, they would likely face limited prospects. So I have decided to bring them all with me. What else could there be besides gratitude for this season of Ji-Yun? Rui Li has introduced valuable connections, and now brings forth a cadre of skilled professionals. Master He, you jest. This is indeed a most coveted opportunity, devoid of any troubles, Ji-Yun remarked with a smile. By the way, allow me to introduce you to Lei Xiaojun, an apprentice of Old Zhang, who stands as a paragon among the younger generation in the Northwest Jade appraisal industry. Greetings, greetings. It is an honor to finally meet you, Brother Lei. I have heard of your esteemed name during my previous sales endeavors, Ji-Yun greeted warmly. Oh, I mustn't take such liberties, General Manager Ji. I still have to earn my keep under your guidance, Lei Xiaojun replied, clearly taken aback by Ji-Yun's informal address. Oh, come now. He has a long way to go. Little Ji, simply instruct him on his tasks. Should he falter, I shall not hesitate to break his legs, Master Zhang exclaimed, leaving Lei Xiaojun feeling quite embarrassed, scratching his head in awkwardness. Here, S.A. thought. Let Xiaojun and his companions form a new department, the purchasing department, with Xiaojun as the head. You two could serve as technical advisors. What do you think? Ji-Yun readily accepted the suggestion, addressing Xiaojun more appropriately, recognizing that, as the owner of a company with over 100 employees, such familiarity might not be fitting. Moreover, it could empower this department excessively, disrupting healthy competition within the company. Honestly, if you were to call your boss brother every day, would you still dare to confront him over matters? Chapter 34. Preparing for the antique trade. They drove directly to the restaurant. Master He and his group had clashed significantly with Fu Yunjai today and likely neglected their meals. Once seated, Master Zhang recounted the day's events to Ji Yun. Who could possibly agree to that? I ended up in a heated argument with her. I've watched her grow up, never imagining she could be so heartless. At that moment, Xiao Jun and others were outside. Upon hearing the commotion, they rushed in to mediate, only to be berated by her. It was truly unbearable, so I brought them here directly. Rest assured, little G, these individuals will not let you down. Our ties with Fu Yunjai have been irrevocably severed. From now on, we shall be strangers. He sighed deeply. Whether from disappointment or relief, it was hard to tell. This truly is an unexpected delight. Ji Yun was at a loss for how to express his gratitude to Fu Kaixia. Whatever he lacked, she provided. And now even the most elusive appraisers have joined him. This was the foundation Fu Yunjai had built over many years. Had they not been so unfamiliar before? Ji Yun might even suspect Fu Kaixia harbored some ulterior motives. Come, esteemed masters, this is the office I have arranged for you. It may be somewhat modest, but I ask for your understanding. We are in the process of procuring new office supplies, and will replace them shortly. Ji Yun showed the two masters into their designated office. Indeed, little G, this is already quite commendable, Master he concurred. Should we perhaps invite Master Zhao Jinshin once more? Ji Yun had not neglected to call him over, but given his advanced age, he preferred not to change venues. However, given the current circumstances, it seems he may not remain for long. After all, given the current trajectory of Fuxing's development, it won't be long before it becomes a formidable competitor to Fu Yunzai. At that point, who would dare to retain you? A master of a rival's boss? Ji Yun still harbored a desire to pursue his passion for collecting, and he felt a sense of responsibility for placing his master in an awkward position. Thus, it seemed prudent for him to begin preparations for his own antique business, with the intention of inviting his master to oversee operations, instilling in Ji Yun a sense of courage. Chapter 35, Grand Opening. Over the course of 20 days, time has swiftly passed, and today marks a significant milestone. The offline store of Fuxing Jade Carving, after more than a month of tireless efforts, is finally set to open its doors. Gratitude must be extended to Ji Yun's parents for their diligent oversight, and to the artisans for their hard work, which, undoubtedly, is also closely tied to Ji Yun's financial acumen. The exquisite jade guanyin was completed just yesterday. It is undeniable that Li Tianyu is a genius, his craftsmanship unparalleled. The moment the final product was unveiled, everyone was left momentarily speechless, as the beauty of the jade Bodhi guanyin was simply breathtaking. As the prized treasure of the store, Ji Yun placed her prominently in a security glass cabinet at the center of Fuxing jewelry, both for display and to generate momentum for future auctions. Master Zhao Jinsheng was, of course, present to support his disciple, having invited numerous high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen to lend their support. Chen Haiba also attended to assist Ji Yun, turning what was meant to be a modest opening ceremony into an event that could rival a high-level government and business symposium, revealing the profound connections behind Fuxing and assuring a reduction in potential troubles. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Ji Yun led everyone into the store. Fuxing jewelry comprises 2 levels, spanning over 400 square meters, with the first floor covering around 300 square meters where all the display cases are located, and the second floor dedicated to a reception area and the storage of valuable items. The first floor is divided into 4 sections, with the third section designated for jade accessories, categorized into high, medium, and low tiers, while the remaining area showcases gold and silver jewelry sourced from various channels. Ji Yun envisioned expanding this business in the future for comprehensive development. Over 20 saleswomen, clad in elegant kipayos and standing tall, greeted visitors with smiles. These were hard-won hires, all above 165 meters in height, and with heels, many exceeded 170 meters, creating a striking impression. After a rigorous 2-week training, their service was notably professional. The store manager, whom Ji Yun recruited at a considerable salary from a headhunting agency, possessed formidable business acumen, including security and cleaning staff. The total number of employees at this store surpassed 30. Ladies and gentlemen, behold our store's treasure, the jade guanyin, Ji Yun announced as he guided everyone to the central display. The jade guanyin, with a benevolent visage, one hand forming a madra and the other holding a purification vase, seemed to bestow the nectar of life. Its immaculate green hue radiated a gentle light under the illumination, imparting a sense of spiritual cleansing to all who beheld it. Indeed, this is a rare masterpiece. The craftsmanship, the color of the jade, it is priceless. How beautiful it is, truly stunning. The exquisite craftsmanship and the lustrous jade hue are simply flawless. My goodness, I can see the figure of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Allow me to introduce to you the esteemed co-creators of this masterpiece, Mr. Li Tianyu and Mr. Lu Qingfeng, who also serve as the factory director and design director of Fuxing jade carving. As Ji Yun spoke, he gestured towards Li Tianyu and Lu Qingfeng amidst the crowd, applauding them with both hands. Subsequently, Ji Yun presented a small jade ornament to each guest in attendance as a token of gratitude from Fuxing jade carving, engaging in cordial exchanges with the arriving leaders and notable figures, even escorting those who departed early to the door, busily attending to all. Once all the guests had finally departed, Fuxing Jewelry officially commenced operations, with substantial promotional activities over the past 3 days. Encompassing not only jade but also gold and silver items, the turnout was significant, resulting in an impressive sales volume. Fortunately, Ji Yun's staff, all of whom were professionally trained, managed the transactions with great proficiency. Come, General Manager Ji, have a sip of water and take a breather. You Haven Tea had a moment's respite this morning, said store manager Chang Liping, offering a bottle of mineral water to Ji Yun. Chang Li Juan, in her 30s, had previously managed a prominent jewelry store in a first-tier city, demonstrating remarkable work capabilities. However, the distance from home was too great, and her salary was insufficient to sustain her in such a metropolitan area, leading Ji Yun to recruit her to this location. Thank you. How do you feel? Are you confident in making the store thrive? Ji Yun inquired. Of course. With such a generous investment, I shall certainly ensure you get your money's worth, Chang Liping replied with a smile, exuding confidence in her ability to replicate her previous successes here. Chapter 36, The Second Meeting. Fuxing Jade Carving and the Fuxing Jewelry Store were both experiencing tremendous success in their online and offline businesses. The two master craftsmen had dispatched several jade appraisers and procurement specialists, resulting in a continuous influx of raw materials into the jade carving factory. Consequently, following discussions with the leadership team, it was decided to establish a branch of Fuxing jade carving, with Li Wenming appointed as the branch manager and Zhang Jidong as the deputy manager. Additionally, a gold and silver jewelry factory was to be created, with Miao Yimin as the factory manager. Both factories commenced construction simultaneously, with the gold and silver jewelry factory being located in the suburbs due to significant pollution concerns, together requiring an investment of over 40 million. Ji Yun independently financed this venture, and as his investments continued, the equity distribution was adjusted once more, with Ji Yun holding 80 of the shares, allocating 20 from management shares to be distributed among the management team. Everyone was quite satisfied, as the company had yet to report substantial profits, but Ji Yun had already invested tens of millions. Our guiding principle remains the same, prioritizing efficiency, time, and production effectiveness. We must swiftly commence production to generate rapid returns. Currently, all sectors are increasingly aware of the rise of online sales, and competition for market share is intensifying. We must seize this momentum and capture the market share before competitors realize the shift, Ji Yun began, addressing the collective meeting of Fuxing jade carving. This gathering boasted a larger attendance than the last, with over 30 individuals now constituting the management team. Mr. Ji articulated that, logically speaking, as a nascent jade carving factory, it would be arduous for us to compete with established giants like Fuyunzai. However, under Mr. Ji's astute leadership, we have embraced the innovative approach of live streaming sales, a method previously unseen in the jade industry. This groundbreaking initiative has yielded remarkable success. In a mere few months, our scale has surpassed that of venerable firms such as Fuyunzai. The individual accompanying us is the recently appointed executive vice president, a graduate returning from overseas, who previously held an executive position in a large corporation. Recognizing the prior absence of strategic talent at Fuxing, Mr. Ji sought the expertise of a headhunter to attract this individual with a lucrative offer. His capabilities are evidently commendable, and within just a few days, he has proposed numerous effective improvement strategies, coupled with a high emotional intelligence that has fostered a welcoming atmosphere among the team. The meeting proceeded smoothly, as Fuxing is currently in a phase of vigorous advancement, with everyone brimming with enthusiasm and determination. It is apparent to all that if we continue in this trajectory, Fuxing's future is undeniably bright. Moreover, Mr. Ji, as a leader, is generous in delegating authority, willing to invest, and respectful of his subordinates, which inspires everyone to strive wholeheartedly. Following the meeting, everyone diligently set about their assigned tasks. Those responsible for venue arrangements proceeded with the logistics, equipment purchases were made, and recruitment efforts continued. Given the substantial number of required hires, particularly at the management level, Mr. Lin Guojun suggested that Mr. Ji establish a separate cultural entertainment company, Fuxing Entertainment, dedicated to overseeing live-stream sales, brand development, and advertising public relations under the Fuxing umbrella. Consequently, we are looking to recruit at least 3 managerial positions for this new company, indicating a period of aggressive expansion. Mr. G himself acknowledged the audacity of such rapid growth, yet understands that stagnation leads to obsolescence. Therefore, we must take bold steps. Rest assured, Mr. G, one of his colleagues reassured him, though our strides may seem substantial, we are still progressing steadily. Our branch S personnel are highly competent, and the old guard will effectively mentor the newcomers. As for Fuxing Entertainment, it has a solid foundation that merely requires additional professional expertise, which is certainly manageable. Presently, our greatest concern lies with the gold and silver jewelry factory, as this is an industry unfamiliar to us, necessitating cautious development. We can afford to take our time to ensure a careful approach. After Mr. Lin Guojun spoke, Mr. G expressed his agreement. It appears that the auction of the jade guanyin must be prioritized on the agenda. Otherwise, we risk encountering liquidity issues. Mr. G's funds have dwindled significantly, prompting him to consider the jade guanyin for auction. He reached out to the auction house to convey his intentions, which were met with considerable interest. Given the substantial reputation of Mr. G's jade guanyin, the auction would require strategic promotion leading up to the event to ensure a favorable sale price. Chapter 37, Auction. In the realm of jade craftsmanship, four enterprises have emerged: a jade carving company, an entertainment firm, a metalworking enterprise, and a subsidiary, collectively employing over 30 high-ranking executives. Each company likely necessitates 3 to 4 official vehicles, amounting to a substantial expenditure of 4 to 5 million. The executives, lured from various sectors, command considerable salaries, and the pursuit of connections for environmental and safety compliance incurs further costs. Although the company's finances are currently strained, certain expenditures remain unavoidable. After a protracted month of anticipation, the specialized auction hosted by the auction house commenced as scheduled. Ji Yun's exquisite jade guanyin had garnered significant attention for this jade auction. Many had previously encountered this captivating statue at the Floating Life jewelry store, drawn in by its exquisite beauty. On the day of the auction, Ji Yun arrived early at the venue, greeting the auction house leadership and discussing bidding strategies. His reserve price was set at 30 million. Should the bids fall below this threshold, the auction house would intervene, arranging for their own personnel to drive the price up or withdraw the item. After concluding discussions with the auction manager, Ji Yun encountered numerous familiar faces, exchanging pleasantries. His jade guanyin attracted admiration and interest from all present. As the attendees settled in, the auction officially commenced. Many peers from the jade industry were in attendance, and Ji Yun even spotted Fu Caixia in the front row, accompanied by her loyal companion. This suggested that Fu Caixia held Ji Yun in high regard, frequently bringing him along, and their demeanor hinted at a certain intimacy, an observation Ji Yun noted with a hint of mischief. Ji Yun's jade guanyin was positioned as a highlight among the auction items, with 31 pieces preceding it. As the auctioneer took the stage, the first item was introduced, marking the beginning of the event. The atmosphere was vibrant, and Ji Yun hoped for a favorable outcome by the end. After a couple of hours, the preceding items were sold, and the auction neared its conclusion, finally reaching Ji Yun's prized piece. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the final moments of this auction. The last item is one that many have come to see. Without further ado, please direct your attention to the display, announced the auctioneer. As the words echoed, a specially crafted video introducing the jade guanyin began to play on the large screen, while the statue itself radiated an ethereal jade glow under the spotlight. The jade guanyin commenced at an opening bid of 18 million, with increments no less than 1 million. Please place your bids, the auctioneer urged, officially commencing the bidding. A real estate magnate named Zhou Chaozong was the first to raise his paddle, confidently placing a bid of 30 million. This bold move drew the attention of everyone present, as the price had surged from 18 million to 30 million in an instant, doubling in value and indicating Zhou's resolute desire to acquire the jade guanyin. After all, according to everyone's estimations, the value of this jade guanyin statue hovers around 30 million. Even the baseline price set by Ji Yun himself is 30 million. However, it is evident that Zhou Chaozong possesses his own judgment regarding the preciousness of this jade piece. After all, gold holds a price while jade is priceless. For the affluent, when confronted with something they genuinely cherish, the cost becomes a trivial matter. Subsequently, another wealthy businessman named Zhao Lisin entered the bidding fray, astonishing everyone present with his offer of 40 million, a direct increase of 10 million, Such audacity in bidding. Indeed, General Zhao remains financially robust. It goes without saying. Zhao Lisin operates a pharmaceutical factory. Have you not heard? Those who deal in pharmaceuticals either engage in smuggling or selling drugs. Who else but they possess such wealth? This price has already exceeded everyone's expectations, prompting a flurry of discussion among the crowd. Ji Yun observed this scene, his heart racing with excitement and tension as he began to anticipate even higher bids. As time progressed, more individuals joined the bidding. Some offered 45 million, while others raised the stakes to 47 million. The atmosphere within the auction hall grew increasingly tense, with all captivated by the jade guanine, each person swept into a frenzy. Ji Yun, witnessing this spectacle, felt a mixture of exhilaration and unease. He understood that the value of this jade guanine had far surpassed his expectations. Yet he hoped to auction it off at a satisfactory price. Ultimately, the jade guanine was sold for a staggering 70 million. The entire auction hall erupted in a frenzy of cheers for this exorbitant bid. Ji Yun couldn't help but exhale in relief. 70 million, more than double his initial estimate, meant that all his concerns could now be resolved. Afterward, Ji Yun exited with the crowd, receiving congratulations from acquaintances, to which he graciously expressed his thanks. Upon returning to the factory, the news had already spread, plunging everyone into a state of jubilation. Ji Yun promptly announced a day of rest for all employees, distributing 500 yuan to each person as a token of good fortune, and instructed the cafeteria to prepare a lavish lunch to treat everyone. Ji Yun himself was filled with joy with this sale. His net worth had unknowingly surpassed 100 million. No more pretense. He declared himself a billionaire, recalling a famous movie line with a chuckle. Chapter 38, Team Building Excursion. Now, everything had fallen into a steady rhythm, with several branches operating smoothly, and each participant was imbued with immense enthusiasm. After all, this was everyone's own venture. However, one cannot remain perpetually tense. A balance between work and relaxation is essential for long-term success. Therefore, on Wednesday, Ji Yun notified all employees in advance that team-building activities would take place on Thursday. Of course, attendance was not mandatory. Those who preferred to rest could opt for a 2,000 yuan payout instead. For those who attended, the experience would undoubtedly be worth more than 2,000, serving as a well-deserved bonus and benefit for everyone after such a long duration of hard work. On Thursday morning, 5 luxurious buses, chartered by the company, set off towards Yuyang Mountain, transporting over 100 individuals with great enthusiasm. Their first stop was a pre-booked resort, which, being relatively modest in size, could accommodate just over 100 guests. Thus, Mr. G had reserved the entire resort for 2 days to host this group. Welcome, welcome. We are delighted to host Fuxing Company at our resort. Over the next 2 days, we shall extend our utmost hospitality to your esteemed organization, greeted the hotel manager, accompanied by several members of the management team at the entrance. That would be splendid, Mr. Zhou. We can certainly consider this venue for our company's long-term team-building endeavors, Mr. Yi replied. Indeed, Yuyang Mountain boasts breathtaking scenery, and just 2 kilometers to the north lies Yuyang Ancient Town, a sanctuary for leisure and recreation. Our resort is perfectly suited for relaxation. One can marvel at the picturesque views of Yuyang Mountain above while enjoying the leisurely atmosphere of the ancient town below. Our service here is among the finest, the resort manager elaborated, eager to secure Mr. G as a long-term client. Enough of that. After a long morning, everyone must be famished. Let us dine, Mr. G suggested. Everything is prepared. Please, Mr. G and esteemed leaders, follow me, the hotel manager said, leading the way while continuing to engage in friendly conversation with Mr. G. Upon entering the dining hall, there were a total of 15 tables, where everyone settled in. Mr. G refrained from indulging in any dreary formalities or empty rhetoric. Having once been an employee himself, he had always found such situations distasteful. When one is on a leisure trip, the focus should be on enjoyment, free from the burdens of grandiose promises or the so-called culture of dining. It is particularly irksome when weekends are encroached upon and employees are expected to foot the bill. Everyone, relish your meal, enjoy your drinks, and have a splendid time. All expenses for these 2 days will be covered by the company, and each of you will receive a shopping allowance of 2,000 yuan shortly, Mr. G announced, eliciting an enthusiastic response from the attendees. The jade carvers were more reserved, offering polite applause, while the entertainment company was far more exuberant, shouting various expressions of delight, with several female streamers proclaiming their desire to marry the boss. To this, Mr. G could only think, what a fanciful notion. After the meal, everyone was free to pursue their own activities. With smiles all around, They each received their shopping allowances. Some ventured to Yuyang Ancient Town, while others planned to hike the mountain. The hotel owner, perceptive of Mr. G's relaxed demeanor, sent a server with a small table laden with fruits and nuts, along with a pot of tea, creating a delightful scene for Mr. G. "Ah, thank you. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Mr. Zhou." Mr. G expressed his gratitude. "Absolutely, Mr. G. I eagerly await your return with a fruitful catch." The manager replied. "You may have to wait a while. I practice the wisdom of Jiang Taigong. Where only the willing may be hooked," Mr. G chuckled. "Indeed, Mr. G, you have truly grasped the essence of fishing. Ang Taigong meso di stroli admirable. Ha ha ha." Ji Yun harbored no malice towards such individuals. Although the manager's flattery was rather pronounced this week, it was undeniably for his own benefit. In the past, Ji Yun had looked down upon such people, viewing them as sycophants, inept in every regard, and found it rather foolish to associate with them. However, after a shift in perspective, he recognized that these individuals possessed a certain skill set. Firstly, their ability to humble themselves for the sake of earning a living is indeed commendable. How many can genuinely lower themselves to such a degree? After all, it is all in the name of survival. There is no need for disdain. Furthermore, these individuals are quite capable in their work, which explains why they find success. Indeed, one may pride themselves on their principles, earning a meager 4,000 to 5,000 a month through arduous labor. But what is the point of such pride? To be able to set aside one's dignity to earn a living is, in itself, a remarkable talent. If we cannot relinquish our pride, we must rely solely on our own abilities for income. However, remember this. Do not expect to earn solely based on merit, for that will confine you to a laborer's wage. True merit is irreplaceable. It is the ability to excel where others cannot. Yet, much of the work performed is easily substitutable. Thus, if one can set aside their pride and still excel in their tasks, that is true merit. In a fleeting moment, Ji Yun pondered many thoughts, gaining insights into life. Fishing until noon, he truly felt like Jiang Taigong, who, though seemingly indifferent, caught several fish, 6 or 7 in total, more than Lu Qingfeng and his companions, who were thoroughly engrossed in their own fishing endeavors. Presenting the fish to the kitchen resulted in a delightful feast of fish, and there was something particularly satisfying about consuming one's own catch. Chapter 39. Yuyang Ancient Town. After a leisurely lunch, Ji Yun, feeling somewhat bored, decided to accompany Lu Qingfeng and a few others to explore Yuyang Ancient Town. They had heard that there was an antique street worth wandering through. Yuyang Ancient Town lies less than 2 kilometers north of Yuyang Mountain, so they opted to stroll there instead of taking a vehicle. The ancient town features multiple entrances, primarily the Scholar's Archway, with the streets within laid out in an east-west or north-south orientation. Most intersections are marked with clear directional signs, ensuring visitors do not lose their way. Inside the ancient city, a sightseeing vehicle operates between the 5 major attractions: Yuyang Shrine, the Imperial Examination Hall, Huaguang Tower, Zhongtian Tower, and the Flower and Bird Market, running between the Visitor Center and the North Gate. As Ji Yun and his companions meandered through the ancient town, they encountered many employees from various companies. Some were enjoying tea in tea houses, others were sketching self-portraits on the street, and a group of young women surrounded a street performer, engrossed in his melodies. The atmosphere was delightful. Ji Yun thought to himself that once he attained financial stability, he would love to retire here, soaking in the sun, brewing tea, and listening to music. Is it primarily about the girls, or the music? Luga, Livaming Shukulat. Appreciating art. You rascal, you've significantly lowered my standards. Lu Qingfeng retorted with a laugh. Isn't that right, Jizong? Lu Qingfeng inquired, directing his question towards Ji Yun, as he was the only one among them who had achieved financial freedom. The atmosphere remained rather boisterous. Occasionally, a leisurely stroll would suffice, yet over time, the incessant influx of tourists became quite bothersome, inducing a sense of dizziness. If it were up to me, I would establish a quaint little estate, cultivating my own vegetables and raising a few chickens, ducks, and geese, basking in the sun and indulging in literature. Now, that would be truly delightful. Ji Yun also let his imagination run wild. Indeed, you are the youngest among us, Ji, with the most profound thoughts. It seems you aspire to be a recluse. Let us not forget, when that time comes, do save some vegetables for me, joked Lu Qingfeng. A group of men in their 20s and 30s, indulging in unrealistic dreams, reminded one that a man dies a youth. Just because they possess wealth, one might think they dream of luxurious cars and indulgent feasts with beautiful companions. Yet perhaps, they merely yearn for a patch of land to cultivate their own produce. As they wandered, they stumbled upon a flower and bird market, adjacent to an antique market. They decided to explore further, though the treasures found were rather lackluster. At Ji Yun's current level of expertise, discerning such replicas posed little challenge. As they walked, Ji Yun's attention was piqued by a particular stall displaying a fine blue and white jar, truly remarkable. However, being no naive novice, he refrained from immediately broaching the subject. Feigning indifference, Ji Yun engaged the vendor about a bamboo fan from the Republic era. This fan appears rather exquisite. What price do you ask, good sir? Ah, you possess a discerning eye. This bamboo fan, from the late Qing dynasty, exhibits masterful craftsmanship, royal quality. Others are not even permitted to touch it. Clearly, you are an expert. Thus, I shall part with it for 50,000, the vendor proclaimed without hesitation. Ji Yun, unfazed, understood that the antique trade often involves such tactics. If one is knowledgeable, they may deceive others. If not, they may find themselves deceived. It is a dance of perception. Very well, my good man. I am no novice. This is hardly late Qing. It has not even reached the Republic period in style. Rather, it resembles items from the foreign exchange era, albeit crafted quite elegantly. Let us strike a sincere deal today, shall we? Ji Yun replied, holding the fan. Gee, I understand late Qing, but what is this foreign exchange era you speak of? Inquirad libaming, intriga. Quite simply, the foreign exchange era refers to the period when products were exported to generate foreign currency. There are primarily two such periods, one from 1949 to the 1960s and another during the 70s and 80s. Due to historical circumstances, production came to a halt in between. The earlier phase is often referred to as the early foreign exchange period. The items most commonly found on the market stem from the latter 70s and 80s production. Additionally, the second wave of foreign exchange production during the 70s and 80s saw many handicrafts produced primarily for export, which largely retained the stylistic elements of the Republic era. Generally speaking, the carvings from the foreign exchange period tend to possess a more rigid style, lacking the fluidity of late Qing and Republic pieces, with a more pronounced realism. Thus, while the fan appears distinctly devoid of late Qing aesthetics, its craftsmanship is commendable. It is indeed worth around 1,000, but 50,000 seems rather ludicrous. Ji Yun elucidated to his companions. You truly are an expert. Forgive my ignorance. How about 2,000? And you may take it? Any lower, and I would incur a loss, the vendor replied, bowing slightly. All right, my friend, for 2,000 yuan, I may not incur a loss, but you will certainly profit. Here is the deal. I recently moved into a new house, and I would like to select a few more items from your collection. Could you offer me a better price? As Ji Yun spoke, he began to sift through the assortment, picking out several small vases and a brush washer, casually placing another vase among them. What do you say? Please quote a price, dear sir, Ji Yun inquired, gesturing toward the pile of treasures. An exquisite vase from the Qianlong period, a Republic-era imitation of a Qianlong vase, a brush washer from the Song Dynasty, and a modern brush washer, the vendor enumerated. Ji Yun echoed each item from the back, stifled laughter rippling through the onlookers. All right, I concede. For a total of 20,000 yuan, I will wrap everything up for you. Please spare me the jest, the vendor replied, a hint of resignation in his voice, realizing that Ji Yun was depleting his stock, and the crowd around them was growing. Fine, let us proceed with the payment, Ji Yun said, not lingering on the negotiations. He scanned the payment and soon, each person departed with their respective items in hand. Chapter 40, The Blue and White Porcelain. With the vases and containers Ji Yun had selected, the group continued to wander through the antique street. Ji Yun did not focus solely on himself. He assisted Lu Qingfeng in choosing a bone fan, selected a set of writing implements for Li Wenming's child, and helped others pick out various bracelets and incense burners. Eventually, everyone managed to acquire something, and though they didn't stumble upon any extraordinary bargains, Ji Yun's discerning, I ensured they all left with worthwhile purchases, returning home with their treasures. On their way back to the hotel, they encountered several colleagues, a group of stunning female hosts assisting Ji Yun with a myriad of vases and containers, creating quite a spectacle. To the uninitiated, it might have appeared as though they were moving residences, while some onlookers gazed at the enchanting women, perhaps concocting stories about Ji Yun, envious of his fortune. They prepared an abundance of fruits, vegetables, and cold dishes, and the hotel had arranged a large stack of firewood in the open area for an evening bonfire gathering. Ji Yun attempted to roast some food himself, but the results were less than satisfactory. As the group, eager to sample Ji Yun's culinary skills, observed the burnt chicken wings, they gradually retreated. Eventually, Lu Qingfeng took over the grilling duties, allowing Ji Yun to focus on indulging in the food, wandering around with skewers, toasting with one person and clinking glasses with another. devoid of any pretense. Starting from 4 or 5 in the afternoon, they dined and drank until past 9, before igniting the bonfire and commencing a dance. The talented group of women captivated the attention of the men, who were spellbound, reveling until 11 or midnight. Aside from a few female colleagues, the majority partook in alcoholic beverages, as the atmosphere dictated such indulgence. However, no one pressured others to drink, and toasts were entirely optional, allowing everyone to partake at their own pace, with the emphasis on being pleasantly tipsy. The following morning, before Ji Yun had fully awoken, Lu Qingfeng and a few others roused him for a company-organized group hike up Yuyang Mountain to witness the sunrise. Led by Ji Yun, the team commenced their ascent of Yuyang Mountain, setting off shortly after 6 o'clock. They reached the summit just as the clock struck 7:30. Witnessing the sun emerge from the sea of clouds, enveloped in a mist that rendered the mountain akin to a celestial realm. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, filled with laughter and joy, as they paused to capture a group photograph, a grand assembly of over 100 individuals. Following this, they embarked on a period of leisure activities, beginning their descent around 9 o'clock. The adage that ascending is easier than descending rang true for Ji Yun, who felt the strain. His well-toned abdominal muscles and legs were beginning to ache. His colleagues, less accustomed to physical exertion, fared even worse, particularly the young women from the human resources, finance, and entertainment departments. While they were lively and spirited during the ascent, their descent was punctuated by cries for help, providing an opportunity for the young men in the company to showcase their gallantry. Of course, a master must fulfill his obligations, and Ji Yun ensured that the promised shares were distributed even if they were declined. This approach fosters lasting relationships. In his antique shop, Ji Yun had set aside 30% of the equity for Zhao Jincheng, who was well aware of this arrangement and graciously accepted his disciple's gesture of filial piety. Not far from the Fuxing jewelry store, a shop named Jinxiu Pavilion was undergoing renovations, overseen by Ji Yun's elderly parents. Surprisingly, they possessed considerable insight into renovations. Their previous supervision of Fuxing jewelry had yielded exceptional results. Therefore, Ji Yun felt assured in trusting Jinxiu Pavilion's renovations to them, especially since they charged no labor fees, serving a dual purpose of ensuring reliable oversight and keeping his parents occupied. "Master, I just acquired something from Yuyang Ancient Town. Please take a look," Ji Yun announced upon entering Zhao Jincheng's home, presenting a jar. "Let me examine it closely in the study, where the lighting is better," Zhao Jincheng replied, leading Ji Yun to the room. Once inside, Zhao Jincheng scrutinized the artifact with a magnifying glass for an extended period. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Such well-preserved items are rare," he remarked. "Xiao Yun, what are your thoughts?" Zhao Jincheng inquired, clearly testing Ji Yun's knowledge. "I believe it to be Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Although it has been restored, the repairs are quite skillful, and the quality of the body is excellent, with the blue pigment aligning with the characteristics of Suzhou materials. I would date it to the late Yuan or early Ming period, despite minor flaws. Overall, it is very commendable," Ji Yun articulated his analysis. "Excellent. Xiao Yun, your assessment is commendable. However, I must point out that it is not from the late Yuan or early Ming periods. It should be classified as mid-Yuan. Observe the base. While it exhibits some late Yuan and early Ming characteristics, a closer examination reveals it aligns more with the mid-Yuan style. Your other observations are accurate, and your appraisal skills have improved significantly. What you now lack is experience. Continue to observe and expand your horizons." Zhao Jincheng expressed his satisfaction with Ji Yun's progress. "You possess remarkable fortune. Such an exquisite specimen, preserved so well, with only minor restoration that does not detract from its value. This large piece is worth at least 3 million. Are you considering parting with it?" Zhao Jincheng mused, reflecting on Ji Yun's prodigious luck. Some individuals simply possess an innate fortune that cannot be contested. "I am not prepared to act just yet, master. I intend to keep this for myself, as I am not currently in dire need of funds. I wish to retain it for my own study," Ji Yun remarked. Indeed, at present, he had several tens of millions in cash on hand, and the Yuxing jade carving business was generating profits, amounting to several million each month. Ji Yun was truly not lacking in financial resources. Those few million did not weigh heavily on his mind. It was preferable to retain the piece for personal collection. After all, who among enthusiasts of antiquities does not dream of having their own museum? Chapter 41, Arrival in Malawi. Life passed in this unremarkable manner, and Ji Yun's existence remained unchanged. Each day commenced with early morning exercises, followed by a visit to the company. In the afternoons, he would inspect the progress of the newly established factories, addressing any issues that arose. The company had developed its own public relations team, allowing Ji Yun to refrain from engaging in relationship building himself. He merely needed to provide the funds and act as a capable overseer. Occasionally, he would visit jewelry stores and check on the progress at the Jinxiec. Accompanying his mentor, Zhao Jinsheng, he participated in various industry exchanges, during which he acquired several suitable items destined for the Jinxiec. His mentor's wife even introduced him to a prospective match. Ji Yun approached the meeting with optimism, yet neither party found mutual attraction. The woman, a 27-year-old teacher, promptly lectured Ji Yun upon their introduction, advising him on business operations and commercial strategies, leaving him quite bewildered. He hastily took his leave. Subsequently, she expressed a desire to pursue further development, which Ji Yun politely declined, unwilling to invite someone to oversee him as if he were a child. It was audacious to expect him to surrender his assets before any real connection had been established. He pondered the source of her confidence. His mother had initially intended to chastise him, but upon hearing the details of the encounter, she found herself at a loss for words, remarking only that some people truly lack discernment. One day, Ji Yun received an unexpected call from Feng Yulin in Rueli, inquiring whether he would be interested in investing in a venture. Ji Yun found the proposition intriguing. Feng and the others were in a small African nation called Malawi, where they had discovered a jade mine and were seeking to commence extraction but faced a funding shortfall. Thus, they thought of Ji Yun. Given that Ji Yun had long been a collaborator with Feng Yulin and his associates, primarily sourcing his jade materials from Rueli, they had a solid understanding of his capabilities. His involvement would neither overshadow their efforts nor disrupt their amicable relations. Therefore, they inquired if Ji Yun would consider investing, suggesting a field visit in a few days. After contemplation, Ji Yun agreed. Firstly, Feng Yulin had no reason to deceive him, and secondly, this represented an opportunity. If he could secure his own jade mine, it would signify a substantial leap for Yuxing. A group of individuals had agreed upon a time to convene 3 days hence for an expedition to Malawi. Ji Yun intended to accompany Lu Qingfeng, Master Zhang, and Master He on this journey, entrusting the company's affairs to Deputy General Manager Lin Guojun. Should any insurmountable issues arise, Ji Yun could be reached via satellite phone, a device he procured specifically for this purpose. In the days leading up to their departure, the administrative department worked diligently to facilitate the passports and other necessary documentation for Ji Yun and Lu Qingfeng, while also assisting several members of the leadership team to ensure smoother travels in the future. In preparation for the trip, Ji Yun diligently immersed himself in knowledge about Malawi. His parents, engrossed in their own tasks, were unsure of what to send with him, ultimately deciding to prepare a box of medicines, cautioning him repeatedly about the potential hardships of conditions in Africa and the risk of falling ill. The Republic of Malawi, commonly referred to as Malawi, is situated in the southeastern region of Africa, an inland nation bordered by Tanzania, Mozambique, and Zambia. The country derives its name from Lake Malawi, the third largest lake in Africa, spanning an area of 30,000 square kilometers and reaching depths of over 700 meters, home to numerous unique freshwater fish species. Covering a land area of 118,484 square kilometers, Malawi has a population of approximately 20 million, which is less than that of a single municipality in China. The majority of the populace belongs to the Bantu ethnic group, with the principal ethnicities being the Chua, Lamwe, and Yao. The capital city is Lilongwe, and the nation is divided into 3 regions and 28 districts. The northern region, with its capital in Mzuzu and comprising 6 districts, the central region, with Lilongwe as its capital in 9 districts, and the southern region, with Blantyre as its capital in 13 districts. Malawi is recognized as one of the least developed countries globally, heavily reliant on international aid. Its economy is predominantly agricultural, with key cash crops including tobacco, coffee, tea, cotton, and sugarcane. Tobacco stands out as the most significant economic crop, employing 70 of the national workforce and accounting for 60 of the country's foreign exchange earnings. Predominantly exported to Europe. In contrast to its underdevelopment, Malawi boasts abundant natural resources, with fertile land and plentiful water supplies. Forests cover 35% of its territory, and the country is rich in rare earth elements, titanium or bauxite, uranium or garnet, pyrite, limestone, coal, graphite, as well as various gemstones, gold, and diamonds. However, the local populace lacks the capacity to exploit these resources, leading to many minerals being sold off through diplomatic channels. Feng Yulin and his associates secured preferential rights to the jade mines during this venture. Ji Yun and his companions traveled to the capital, Lilongwe, where the jade mines are located. Upon meeting with Feng Yulin and his group, the party expanded from 4 to 14 individuals, including Mr. Qin and Mr. Wang, who brought along 2 or 3 additional people, totaling 10. They were all familiar faces, and they first gathered for a meal together. Subsequently, Ji Yun and his group boarded a flight bound for Addis Ababa Bole International Airport in Ethiopia, where they would make a connecting flight to Malawi. After 4 hours, they successfully arrived at Lilongwe International Airport in Malawi at precisely 11:40 a.m. local time. The embassy had made prior arrangements to welcome them, and the customs officials in Malawi did not pose any challenges for the group of Chinese nationals, allowing Ji Yun and his companions to pass through smoothly. This marked Ji Yun's first journey abroad and his inaugural visit to Africa. The air was refreshing, devoid of pollution. However, upon exiting the customs gate, he was somewhat repulsed by the large rats hanging from the trees by the roadside. After hearing from the reception staff that this was a local delicacy, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The group arrived at the hotel arranged by the embassy, which was owned by fellow Chinese, thus ensuring a sense of safety. The following day, the embassy, in conjunction with the Malawian government, planned to organize a tour for them to conduct inspections, not limited to a single mine. It was reported that 5 or 6 mines were up for sale, including 2 gold mines and a coal mine, with merchants from various countries preparing to place bids. Chapter 42. Securing the jade mine. Upon reaching the hotel, Ji Yun and his companions were utterly exhausted, still adjusting to the time difference, and promptly sought rest. They awoke in the afternoon. Being newly arrived in Africa, they dared not venture out at night, and merely had a light meal at the hotel before retiring early for the night. The next morning, Ji Yun and his group prepared themselves and had a light breakfast while awaiting transportation from the local government. Around 9 o'clock, a few pickup trucks arrived, accompanied by armed soldiers who escorted them to a welcome ceremony at the government office. A number of dark, portly local officials spoke at length, and the interpreter hired by Ji Yun's group struggled to keep them awake with the translation. It seemed that the penchant for lengthy speeches was a universal trait among leaders worldwide. Soon, several buses transported the investors from various regions to the first mining site. This group comprised descendants of the former KGB, who aided Russia in acquiring mines globally, boasting deep connections and rumored official support from the Russian government. Feng Yulin shared some obscure intelligence with Ji Yun, revealing insights he had gathered from mysterious sources. The next mining area was their target, the Hector mine, extending 73 kilometers and rich in jade resources. Ji Yun had conducted prior research and was confident of its viability. The pressing question now was how to secure it. "Have you seen those Japanese?" Ji Yun inquired. Their competitors this time were the Japanese, specifically the Japan Jade Corporation, which held a modest reputation in Asia. They could not afford to let them succeed. Even if they could not obtain it for themselves, they must not allow the Japanese to benefit. Feng Yulin spoke with a hint of disdain, clearly harboring strong animosity towards the Japanese, and Ji Yun shared a similar sentiment. Facing the Japanese would certainly not yield any advantages for them. "Feng, what is our bottom line at this point? Please clarify for me," Ji Yun asked, as he still lacked clarity on these matters, feeling uncertain about their strategy. "I have 150 million. Lao Wang and Lao Qin have pulled together another 100 million. How much can you mobilize, Xiao Ji?" Feng Yulin inquired. "About 50 million, readily available," Ji Yun replied after a moment of contemplation, as he had several companies under construction and needed to retain some liquid funds. The valuation of the mine hovers around 300 million. Under normal circumstances, this mine's worth is approximately 300 million as well. However, there exists a lingering apprehension regarding potential troubles from the Japanese consortium. Feng Yulin felt a twinge of worry. Losing to others was bearable, yet succumbing to the Japanese would undoubtedly rob him of sleep, not to mention the inevitable scolding from his father for his lack of ambition. After a 2-hour, jolting bus ride, they finally arrived at the second mining area. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to our second mining venture today, the Haidar Jade Mining District." The Haidar Jade Mine stretches an impressive 73 kilometers and is primarily composed of barite, corundum, fluorite, mica, spodumene, gem-quality agate, garnet, emeralds, obsidian, and various other natural jades. The mining license issued for this endeavor is valid for 25 years, with the possibility of a 15-year extension. Only enterprises that have passed environmental assessments may receive this license. Awarded by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Malawi. The price for this mining license is set at $30 million, and bids are now open. Upon the conclusion of the ministry official's address, several soldiers appeared, carrying a ballot box and distributing bid papers and pens to the developers present. Surprisingly straightforward. The process hinged on the highest bidder, an unfortunate reality in one of Africa's poorest nations. where political transparency is a distant dream. The so-called mining licenses are simply awarded to those who can pay the most. After a brief discussion, Ji Yun and his companions decided to bid $38 million, estimating that the thrifty Japanese would likely cap their bid around $35 million. They added an extra $8 million, confident that the Japanese would lack the audacity to match it. With their bid written down, they submitted it into the ballot box, and the group began to wait. The announcement from the government officials was blunt and direct. In this day and age, such bidding processes seem almost archaic, yet here they were striking deals worth hundreds of millions in the open field. Congratulations to our friends from China for securing the mining rights to the Haidar Jade mine. Please proceed to sign the agreement, the official from the ministry announced. As a declaration was made, someone immediately produced the mining contract. Feng Yulin and his associates stepped forward one by one to affix their signatures. And after taking a commemorative photograph with the government representatives, the deal was sealed. They then boarded the vehicle, heading straight to the next mining site. The Japanese businessmen appeared rather sullen, chattering in their incomprehensible tongue. Ji Yun chose to ignore them. After all, a small nation with a sparse population could hardly claim any significant status. Feng Yulin's assessment was indeed accurate. The Japanese lacked the necessary boldness. By the time they arrived at the third mining site, it was already afternoon. This location was a coal mine, spanning over 40 kilometers, and while it could be considered substantial, Ji Yun and his team found little interest in it. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of a group of Americans. They enjoyed a meal of local specialties prepared by the residents, which proved to be quite overwhelming for Ji Yun, particularly some unidentifiable grilled meat. The image of a large rat hanging from a tree lingered in his mind, leaving him hesitant to lift his chopsticks. Upon arriving at the hotel, the group convened to discuss the establishment of a mining company. According to their investment proportions, Ji Yun secured a 15% share, while both General Qin and General Wang also claimed 15% each. Feng Yulin held the majority with 55%, and he was designated as the legal representative of the company. They registered the business locally, while a designated individual in the domestic sector handled the registration procedures. Ultimately, they named the company FA Mining, with aspirations for everyone to achieve great wealth. The name, though somewhat cliché, was striking. As the conversation progressed, they acknowledged the chaotic state of affairs in their homeland, noting the frequent presence of some individuals seeking handouts. After some deliberation, they decided to allocate several million to establish a security company. This would involve recruiting retired soldiers from the domestic market, allowing them to legally carry firearms by securing security licenses. Employing their own personnel would provide a sense of security, especially considering that enterprises in the area had previously fallen victim to local collusion. Once the mine was operational, they planned to recruit key staff from the domestic market at competitive salaries and hire local workers to meet government mandates. However, they were adamant about using their own security personnel, as they felt uneasy about employing the local individuals. Chapter 43. Exploration of the Jade Mine early the next morning. Ji Yun and his associates procured a vehicle to revisit the mine site. While preliminary investigations had been conducted, there was no substitute for an on-site inspection to ensure peace of mind. This time, they had arranged to rent specialized equipment and enlisted a few local individuals for security purposes. Master Zhang and Master He, both seasoned jade professionals, were undeterred by such minor tasks. With their tools in hand, the group made their way to the mine with a sense of purpose. Armed with signed contracts and having visited the site just the day prior, the guards of the mine did not impede their entry. They were now awaiting the completion of the company's registration in the domestic sector, after which funds will be transferred, fully establishing their claim to the 8-kilometer area. Several assistants began measuring with specialized jade detection tools, while Master Zhang and he guided Ji Yun and his companions in surface exploration based on their extensive experience. Feng Yulin coordinated excavation efforts with prearranged machinery, targeting specific areas indicated by Master Zhang. The exploration of jade mines typically employs trenching, drilling, and pit exploration methods. When necessary, a certain number of drilling holes may be arranged for further investigation. Ji Yun's team was progressing in tandem, blending cutting-edge technology with traditional empirical methods. The principles for mineral exploration dictate a systematic approach, starting from the surface and progressing deeper, moving from sparse to dense, and transitioning from the known to the unknown while adhering to the principle of exploring multiple deposits. Trench, well, and pit explorations are primarily utilized to uncover surface mineral bodies, geological structures, and significant geological boundaries, as well as anomalies detected via geophysical methods. Should the surface cover be less than 3 meters, trenches are employed. If greater, shallow wells are utilized. For the time being, let us excavate the areas I have identified to assess the mineral content. Ji Yun mused, momentarily taken aback by Master Zhang's professional discourse, wondering about the sudden depth of expertise. What's the matter, Xiao Ji? Are you astonished? Old Zhang is a distinguished graduate from our mining university, came the teasing reply. Master, he chuckled, observing the bewildered expression on Ji Yun's face. Forgive my ignorance, Master Zhang, but I had always envisioned you as a traditional jade appraiser, employing a dragon ruler in your mineral assessments. I never anticipated your embrace of such advanced technology. Ji Yun, too, was astonished to learn that Master Zhang hailed from a mining university with a specialty perfectly aligned with this endeavor. They had indeed struck gold. A group of individuals operated an excavator for several hours, successfully unearthing a considerable amount of jade material, all of commendable quality. Once the professional equipment was brought in and the machines were set in motion, the prospects were boundless, truly a fortune to be made. This mine is remarkable, Lao Feng. You have stumbled upon a true treasure. The jade content here is substantial, sufficient to keep you engaged for over a decade, Master, he remarked, surveying the pile of jade material they had collected. Feng Yulin was equally ecstatic. He had risked a significant portion of his wealth on this venture, and now, having emerged victorious, his assets were set to multiply exponentially. Having spent half his life dealing in jade, this was his inaugural mine, transitioning from a middleman to a primary source, a feat far more complex than mere arithmetic. Now his team encompassed the entire supply chain, from the jade mine to intermediary channels, and Ji Yun's jade carving processing culminating in online sales. They were establishing a comprehensive industry chain, and if this trajectory continued, they would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable giant within the jewelry sector. Do you really think a mere meal can suffice to settle matters between me and Oldie? At least 2 cases of Mao Tai, Master Zhang jested. Feng Yulin felt a lingering regret over not securing both masters for his company. The opportunity for these two to leave Fuyunzai was one he had failed to seize. Oh dear, Mr. Feng, what are you implying? Are you attempting to poach our company's technical experts right in front of me? It's merely 20 cases of Mao Tai. I will gladly cover the cost of your beverages from here on out, Ji Yun responded cheerfully, bantering with Feng Yulin. With an investment of 50 million, he anticipated a return of tenfold, valuing his stake at 5 to 6 billion. Moreover, with the establishment of their own mining source, the dynamics had shifted significantly. They would no longer face constraints regarding materials. The mere mention of their jade from the mine would become synonymous with strength. There were numerous places for jewelry production, but how many could claim ownership of a mine? Though it may not be a grand operation, it represented a promising beginning, a foundation from which to gradually develop. With aspirations of establishing a presence in Africa, Malawi's developmental pace lagged behind domestic progress by at least 3 decades. However, this presented an opportunity for Ji Yun and his associates. In a truly developed nation, where would the prospects for profit lie? Furthermore, preparations for a security company must commence promptly. They would register the security firm locally, invest in acquiring the necessary qualifications, and procure some armaments. When domestic security personnel arrived, they would be ready to form a formidable defense, safeguarding their assets. Otherwise, regardless of how much jade they excavated, it could all be whisked away by those driving trucks into their territory. The security company does not require a large workforce. In fact, hiring around 20 individuals domestically, along with a dozen local recruits, suffices. We are not establishing a warlord's army, after all. With 30 or so personnel and their corresponding firearms, it constitutes a formidable force. Considering the combat prowess of our retired military personnel, this assembly can indeed be regarded as a significant military presence. Chapter 44, Arrival of Domestic Employees. In the afternoon, everyone attended a banquet hosted by the Malawi Ministry of Resources to promote foreign investment. The gathering was filled with eating, drinking, and socializing. Under the introduction of Feng Yulin, Ji Yun made the acquaintance of several reputable local businessmen and officials, exchanging contact information that would prove invaluable when the security company commenced operations. After Feng Yulin and his associates departed, Ji Yun began accompanying Old Wang on various errands, seeking local labor firms to initiate the recruitment of future mining employees. Ji Yun ventured out daily with a translator and 2 bodyguards. However, observing their lethargic demeanor left one questioning their effectiveness in a crisis. Fortunately, the recent environment had been relatively stable, with no severe incidents. Ji Yun encountered some obstacles regarding the security company, as local firms attempted to undermine his efforts. causing delays in the application process. Several security companies approached Ji-yun, subtly issuing threats both overtly and covertly. Consequently, a teleconference was convened, solidifying the decision that the security company must be established. In such a locale, lacking firearms renders one vulnerable. Any individual could come to intimidate you. A few local thugs, driving a dilapidated pickup truck, might demand protection fees, while your hired security would likely turn a blind eye. It is imperative to rely on one's own trusted personnel. Feng Yulin leveraged his network, enlisting the assistance of prominent figures within the local Chinese community, extending significant favors to facilitate the establishment of the security company. Ultimately, they secured 50 firearm permits, which would suffice, as it would be challenging to scrutinize the details later. The retired military personnel, recruited domestically, had already assembled and were merely awaiting the completion of formalities to deploy. The first batch consisted of 30 veterans, all formerly reconnaissance soldiers, lured by lucrative salaries, ensuring a steady influx of candidates. In truth, if one desired to enter this line of work, finding a reliable avenue was nearly impossible. Most were indeed veterans from reconnaissance units, with several hailing from special forces. The appointed security team leader had previously participated in peacekeeping missions, possessing extensive combat experience. According to Feng Yulin, this group would likely outmatch the local armed factions, leading Ji-yun to perceive a gradual shift towards a warlord-like stature. Even the local warlords would find it challenging to rival their strength. In the subsequent days, Ji-yun collaborated with General Wang, networking extensively and procuring 5 armed pickups, expending over 2 million. Remarkably, the quality of these vehicles was exceptional, having undergone modifications to enhance their durability, thus transforming them into makeshift combat shelters in emergencies. Beside the site, there exists a county where a coal mine has exhausted its resources. In a hasty manner, Old Wang rushed to acquire 2 excavators, 2 trucks, and a bulldozer, parting with several million in the process. Subsequently, he commenced the construction of employee dormitories and office spaces. Due to the pressing timeline, they initially erected temporary prefabricated structures to address the impending accommodation needs of the staff, planning to later invite bids for more permanent edifices. Such tasks would be entrusted to China State Construction, renowned for its cost-effectiveness and efficiency, exemplifying the notion of achieving significant results with modest expenditure. After all, aiding in the development of Africa is a responsibility we cannot shirk. However, it is only reasonable that we receive some remuneration for our efforts once the assistance is rendered. Currently, Jian finds himself with idle time, spending his days operating excavators and bulldozers, assisting workers in laying the foundation for 2 days. After indulging in this endeavor, along with General Wang, took to driving trucks to help Jian transport soil for half a day. As Jian stood at the entrance to greet the arrivals, he observed 5 pickup trucks and a truck carrying a group of people, swaying as they entered the mining area. The group disembarked, weary and sore from the jolting journey. Yet the contingent of veterans stood apart, disembarking in an orderly fashion, clad in matching camouflage uniforms, exuding a spirited vigor. Report to General G. The security team is assembled and ready for your instructions, announced the team leader, Li Lianjuan, who had previously served in peacekeeping missions and held the position of assault team leader, demonstrating considerable capability. In just 2 weeks, he had managed to instill discipline in this group of formidable soldiers. The other employees, witnessing this scene, ceased their chaotic commotion and began to queue up, creating a moment of unexpected camaraderie. All right, everyone, there is no need to be so formal. Please settle in and take a moment to rest. We shall reconvene in the cafeteria in an hour and a half for a meal to welcome everyone and to discuss the upcoming tasks, Jian announced, instructing the remaining staff to assist in settling the newcomers. The chefs would have their work cut out for them, preparing a hearty welcome feast. To alleviate any staffing concerns, Jian personally ventured into the kitchen to lend a hand, while General Wang coordinated accommodations. Chapter 45. Acquiring weapons. Ji-yun collaborated with several cooks to orchestrate a sumptuous welcome banquet, having procured an abundance of vegetables and meats in advance. The chefs arrived equipped with a variety of domestic seasonings, sufficient for the needs of the team for a month or 2, with subsequent supplies expected to arrive alongside the equipment. During the banquet, Ji-yun and General Wang each addressed the newly arrived employees, extending warm welcomes and assuring them that there was no need to worry about anything else for the time being. Today was solely for enjoying a good meal, resting, and adjusting to the time difference. Other matters could be addressed the following day. The next morning, employees gradually awoke, and noticing the time, Ji-yun gathered them in the cafeteria. As the dedicated conference room had not yet been constructed, Any necessary meetings would be held in the cafeteria for the time being. Then there is the security team, overseen by Li Lianzhong, with Jiang Tao, He Lai, and Lu Xingyu serving as team leaders. They will operate under a 3-shift, 2-rotation system, with additional local staff to be assigned to each team. Each group will consist of 15 individuals, led by 1 team leader and 2 deputy leaders. Li Lianzhong will be responsible for overall management, with each shift having an 8-hour duty period. One team will be on duty, another on standby, and the last resting, ensuring that a fighting force of 30 individuals is always ready. The technical department will be managed by Technical Director Lu Xiangnan, who will oversee the construction team responsible for installation and production of equipment. The finance and human resources departments are currently focused on recruitment, aiming to hire at least 200 local workers to fill the company's personnel gaps. Subsequently, additional batches of technical, logistical, and medical personnel will arrive from the domestic sector. After breakfast and the arrangement of tasks, everyone gradually began to settle into their positions, and operations commenced in an orderly fashion. In the afternoon, Old Wang took Li Lianzhong and a dozen others to a nearby military base, where prior connections had been established, and all necessary documentation was in order. Their purpose for visiting was to procure weapons. "Xiao Ji, come here, I have something good to show you," Old Wang called out. Ji Yun was measuring the site alongside several technicians in preparation for the installation of equipment when Old Wang dragged him into the office. As they passed by, Ji Yun noticed the security team polishing their firearms. The sight of the brand new weapons ignited his enthusiasm. What boy wouldn't he be enamored by guns? Let us go. We'll play with that later. I have a gift for you." Upon entering the office, Old Wang retrieved 5 handguns from his backpack, including revolvers and several Desert Eagles. "Come, choose one." He gestured toward the array of firearms laid out on the table. "This, Brother Wang, for me?" Ji Yun felt a surge of excitement. He never expected a transition from merely watching short videos on his phone to handling real firearms. "Why would I deceive you? Here, these items are of little value. Choose one, and we'll have some fun later," Old Wang said, playfully handling a revolver. "I suggest you avoid the Desert Eagle at first. While aesthetically pleasing, its recoil is quite formidable. As a beginner, you'd fare better with a revolver, which has less recoil and is safer for a novice." "All right, I'll take this revolver," Ji Yun decided, selecting a silver revolver. "You've got good taste." This Colt Python revolver is often dubbed the Rolls-Royce of handguns. It packs a punch, though its recoil is somewhat substantial. But with your 8-pack abs, you should manage just fine. Let us find a spot outside and test it out. Old Wang grabbed a Desert Eagle, pocketed 2 magazines, and handed Ji Yun 2 boxes of ammunition, demonstrating how to load the bullets. They ventured to a designated shooting range in the mining area, where Li Lianzhong and his team cleared the area, and Old Wang personally guided Ji Yun through firing a couple of shots. As Ji Yun fired, he became increasingly captivated. The sensation of shooting was exhilarating. There was simply no way to comprehend the joy of manhood without pulling the trigger a few times. Later, it was Old Wang who persuaded him to desist. Continuing down this path would surely lead to a ruined wrist. Should he falter, even for a moment, an accident could ensue. There would be ample opportunities to shoot in the future, every day if he wished. Nevertheless, Ji Yun insisted on acquiring the pistol from Li Lianzhong and indulged in several rounds to satiate his craving. Subsequently, Old Wang presented Li Lianzhong with a Desert Eagle. After all, as the head of security, it was only fitting to be armed with a proper sidearm. He secured the remaining 2 handguns in the safe, planning to see who among Feng Yulin and the others would fancy them upon their arrival. Old Wang also discussed with Ji Yun the idea of procuring more weapons from the black market in due time. To his surprise, Old Wang was quite the firearms enthusiast. Ji Yun, too, had developed a fondness for them and readily agreed. Each member of the security team fired a few rounds, adhering to Old Wang's philosophy that once the ammunition was depleted, they would replenish it from the black market. However, training must remain a priority. One should not falter when the moment of truth arrives. The formation of their security team was not merely for show. They needed to be prepared to act decisively when called upon. Li Lianzhong and his comrades were, of course, eager to accept this opportunity. They had not experienced such live-fire training during their military service, and now, as veterans, they were determined to seize this chance with vigor. With 30 individuals, each armed, their combat prowess could easily overwhelm the local warlords. Should any petty tyrant dare to approach in his dilapidated pickup, they would soon learn a lesson. Old Wang was increasingly pleased with himself, contemplating further expansion of the security team. Yet, he failed to recognize that they had already reached a strength of 50. If they continued to grow, could they still be called a security team? Was he truly aspiring to be a warlord? Meanwhile, Ji Yun was occupied with construction, resembling a foreman as he oversaw the erection of barracks. The mining site was undergoing constant transformation, and equipment from the homeland had begun to arrive. Next, Old Qin would personally lead a convoy to escort the machinery. He was also preoccupied with matters concerning his company, maintaining daily communication to ensure operations were running smoothly. The jade carving enterprise was flourishing, and the construction of several new factories was progressing rapidly. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction, though his parents were incessantly worried, fearing Ji Yun was not eating or drinking well. Ji Yun, too, felt a pang of homesickness, but he understood that with his career just taking off, perseverance was essential. Chapter 46. The Jade Mine commences production. Another fortnight passed, and the mining equipment had finally arrived. President Qin brought along a second wave of employees, approximately 40 in total, comprising production technicians and even a doctor, along with a batch of medical supplies. Feng Yulin was still in the homeland, arranging subsequent matters and securing funds, planning to arrive the following week. He had also established procurement relationships with local farmers and merchants, ensuring logistical concerns were well managed. All necessary government documentation and procedures had been duly completed, and once the machinery was installed, they would officially commence production. Thank you for your hard work, Old Qin. Come now, the meal is ready. Let us settle everyone in and enjoy some food, Old Wang said, pulling President Qin aside. It's been over a month. At last, we can see family. Indeed, it is you who bear the brunt of the labor. Just look at Xiao Ji, who has grown several shades darker. If he remains unattached, it will be upon us, his brothers, to take responsibility. Chairman Qin jested. You needn't worry about that. Our General Ji is a striking figure, youthful and affluent. Those wishing to marry Xiao Ji are queuing up, and there's no need for your concern. Old Wang joined in Qin's jest, having come to regard Ji Yun as a brother after more than a month of camaraderie, shedding the previous awkwardness. It must be said that a talented and modest young man like Ji Yun easily earns the affection of others. Brother Wang, Brother Qin, let us cease this banter and allow Qin to settle in. Let us gather for a meal to warmly welcome our new brother. Very well. Let us heed Xiao Ji's suggestion. Old Qin, follow me. I shall guide you to your room to freshen up before we convene in the dining hall. Old Wang and Ji Yun assisted Chairman Qin with his luggage and helped him settle in. After a brief tidying up, they all made their way to the dining hall. With over 200 employees now at the FA Mining, relying solely on the few previous masters was insufficient. Ji Yun had also recruited 7 or 8 local kitchen assistants, bringing the kitchen staff to nearly 20, capable of preparing meals for over 200 people, with the occasional special dish for Ji Yun. Welcome, everyone, to the FA Mining. I extend my heartfelt greetings on behalf of the company for your arduous journey. I hope each of you achieves your aspirations here, with abundant rewards. Let us raise a glass in celebration. Without further ado, enjoy your meal and drink well. Chairman Wang, having risen from humble beginnings, preferred brevity in his speeches. And after a few succinct remarks, the meal commenced. After dining, the management held a brief meeting to discuss upcoming arrangements. Chairman Qin was tasked with overseeing the installation and debugging of machinery, leading a team of over 100 to ensure completion within a month to commence production. Chairman Wang was responsible for security and external relations, continuing to recruit local staff and fostering good relations with governmental bodies to prevent any external hindrances to timely production. Ji Yun was designated to oversee logistics and the construction of the mining area, including employee dormitories, the new dining hall, and office buildings. After a busy month and more, Chairman Qin's equipment was thoroughly debugged and had undergone several trial runs without issue, poised to officially commence production the following day. Ji Yun's new dining hall and office building were nearing completion. Over the past 2 months, they had utilized a steel frame structure and innovative materials, and soon they would be ready for occupancy. Recently, Ji Yun also led a procurement effort for office supplies, including desks, conference tables, and a variety of computers and office tools, all set to arrive shortly. Moreover, this fellow has developed a penchant for donning camouflage attire, often sporting oversized sunglasses. Whenever he ventures out, he is accompanied by 2 pickup trucks and 5 or 6 security personnel, exuding an air of a warlord. This demeanor has indeed garnered a modicum of renown for Old Wang, as local merchants privately refer to him as the general from China, much to his delight. The surrounding factions have come to recognize that the Chinese individuals at this mine are not to be trifled with, and thus, no one dares to create trouble. Those security companies that previously harassed Ji Yun have since fallen silent. Today, the grand opening of Dafeng Mining is a spectacle, with festive banners fluttering and an atmosphere brimming with joy. The cafeteria has risen early to prepare the banquet's culinary offerings. This inauguration has not only invited officials from government departments, but also military officers, members of various business associations, numerous Chinese merchants, and even some local factions, making it a true congregation of influential figures. The security team is on high alert, with 50 guards all on duty, clad in pristine military camouflage that dazzles anyone who gazes upon them. The culinary team has opted for a buffet-style banquet due to the overwhelming number of attendees, setting up tables in the courtyard laden with a variety of delicacies and fruits for guests to select at their leisure. A stage has also been erected in the center, adorned with fluttering ribbons, lending an air of authenticity to the event. Subsequently, a government representative took to the stage to deliver a speech. This individual is also among the influential connections behind Dafeng Mining and belongs to the upper echelons of government, emphatically expressing support for the company. The message was unequivocal. Anyone who dares to challenge Dafeng Mining would be disregarding his authority, and in this locale, such audacity would not be tolerated. Following the speech, attendees proceeded to the mine site, where General Qin personally operated the machinery, commencing production. Employees officially began their work as well, while local media began to capture the moment, interviewing General Qin and Old Wang at length. An attempt to interview Ji Yun was gracefully declined, as he wished to remain out of the spotlight. Chapter 47, Daily Gardening. With the official commencement of operations at Dafeng Jade Mine, Ji Yun's life has taken on a simpler rhythm. Each day, he first visits the construction site to oversee the progress of the dormitories and office buildings, ensuring the quality of construction. The office building comprises 2 levels. The first floor houses the cafeteria, while the second floor is designated for office space. On occasions when he rises early, he accompanies the procurement vehicle to explore the local markets, immersing himself in the rich cultural tapestry of Africa. Indeed, one can privately engage in the trade of lions here. Not just lions, but anything one can imagine. If one is willing to pay, lions, elephants, giraffes, all are purchasable. This revelation has opened new doors for Ji Yun, as such dealings would land one in prison back home. Yet here, they are commonplace, and the government exercises minimal oversight, especially when many are still struggling to find enough to eat. He prepared a genuine dish of braised lion head, which, truth be told, was rather average in flavor. Ji Yun's assessment was that it was merely a novelty. The taste was not significantly superior to beef. However, the cafeteria's culinary direction began to take a curious turn, occasionally featuring spicy giraffe and boiled elephant legs, much to the astonishment of all. In truth, when compared to meat, it is vegetables that are more scarce in Africa. The region is blessed with abundant animal resources, allowing some indigenous people to rely solely on hunting for sustenance. They can simply scatter a few seeds and reap a bountiful harvest. Under such conditions, they have become lethargic, rendering their nation one of the poorest in Africa. Each day, they hunt, gather around fires to sing and dance, spending money as it comes, seemingly devoid of any worries. Unlike us, they are not burdened by the need to purchase homes or cars, save for dowries, or face societal pressure to marry. Today they feast, and tomorrow they have no concerns. One cannot help but admire the carefree disposition of the locals. However, for a Chinese individual in Africa, cultivating vegetables is ingrained in our very genes. Given the favorable conditions and the difficulty in acquiring vegetables, failing to grow our own would be a squander of such a splendid opportunity. Thus, Ji Yun has recently set her sights on vegetable cultivation once more. To speak of the soil in Africa, it is exceptionally fertile. Within the mining area, she found several plots, cleared away stones, turned the earth, applied some fertilizers, and watered the soil, embarking on her vegetable-growing venture. Accompanied by a security team of a dozen individuals, she also recruited several local workers at a relatively high daily wage. This wage, while modest by our standards, was considered generous here. Yet, the local workers proved to be quite ineffective. They would slyly cut corners, and while turning the soil was a challenge. The stone picking was even more laborious, with each small stone being retrieved one at a time. Consequently, the reliance fell on the security team for the bulk of the work. Although even they were sluggish in picking stones, Ji Yun, observing their inefficiency, grew increasingly frustrated and dismissed them after 2 days. The local workers, feeling aggrieved, exemplified the notion that those who are pitiable often possess their own faults. The poverty in Africa is not without reason. After a week of labor, other employees, upon finishing their shifts, began to join in, and by evening, around 100 Chinese individuals were clearing the land. The local workers lingered nearby, awaiting their dinner. Eventually, several acres were cleared, and Ji Yun planned to cultivate them entirely with vegetables. She anticipated that once the crops matured, The cafeteria would no longer need to procure vegetables externally, and perhaps even some could be sold. Previously, Ji-Yun had sourced various vegetable seeds suitable for cultivation in Africa, which had now arrived. With the ground prepared, she began planting once more, forming rows of beds and evenly spacing seeds within small holes, watering them, and finally covering them with plastic film, awaiting the seedlings to sprout. Now, in addition to overseeing construction progress, practicing marksmanship, and training in internal martial arts taught by Feng Yulin, Ji-Yun has developed a new passion: daily visits to the vegetable patch to check for sprouting seeds and their growth. More than a month has passed, and Ji-Yun has been in Malawi for over 3 months. Initially, she approached this endeavor with a sense of experimentation, but to her surprise, she has become increasingly invested, putting down roots in Africa. Currently, the Fuxing company is under the stewardship of Lu Qingfeng, with sales steadily on the rise, having firmly established itself as a leader in the online jade carving industry. The entertainment company he has developed is also thriving, not only managing the online sales of Fuxing jade carvings, but also assisting other jade carving factories in promoting their products. This venture has expanded beyond merely jade ornaments, gradually branching out into other promotional businesses, flourishing remarkably with a roster of 1 to 200 hosts, thus becoming one of the largest broadcasting companies in the Northwest region. Its monthly revenue is nearly rivaling that of the Fuxing Jade Factory, a fortunate turn of events that has proven to be quite lucrative, riding the wave of online commerce. Regarding these developments, Ji-Yun harbors no concerns, adhering to the principle of trusting those he employs. The managers he has recruited are all exceptionally capable, and the financial operations of Fuxing are independently managed, with monthly audits and detailed reports provided to Ji-Yun, ensuring everything remains under his control. Fortunately, the FA Mining has a relatively robust financial position, and several associates are aware of Ji-Yun's dual endeavors, offering their understanding and allowing time for additional investments. With the combined profits exceeding 10 million each month from both Fuxing Jade Carving and the entertainment company, Ji-Yun feels a reduced burden. In this scenario, Ji-Yun can only rely on his master and parents to endure the hardships. Besides making frequent phone calls and providing financial support, he finds little assistance from the Jinxiu Pavilion. Thankfully, he had previously allocated a 30% stake to his master, which alleviates some of the pressures he might otherwise impose. Chapter 48. Attending the Embassy Banquet. Although the months spent in Africa have been quite pleasant and fulfilling, Ji-Yun, having been accustomed to modern society for so long, inevitably feels a sense of homesickness after an extended period in such a backward locale. Old Wang, however, revels in the experience, indulging in lavish feasts that have resulted in a noticeable weight gain, often donning camouflage attire and sporting a desert eagle at his side, resembling the local warlords. On this day, the Chinese embassy in Malawi hosted a banquet, inviting Chinese businessmen who have invested in Malawi, and Ji-Yun and his companions were certainly among the invitees. Upon arrival, security personnel awaited outside, and the trio entered the embassy with their invitations, first signing in before being escorted into the banquet hall by embassy staff. Old Qin remarked on the superiority of China, acknowledging that regardless of how well things may be here, it is not their homeland. Old Wang nodded in agreement. Despite enjoying his time as a local warlord, the hall was already bustling with attendees, many of whom were familiar faces. As Ji-Yun and his companions had been in this locale for nearly 6 months, becoming acquainted with various individuals. Even those they did not know were at least heard of, and in this foreign land, everyone displayed a warmth toward one another, particularly Old Wang, whose extensive connections led him to introduce Ji-Yun and Old Qin to a multitude of Chinese businessmen. The FA Mining has now gained considerable notoriety as a prominent enterprise, with its armed security team of over 50 members being a first in Malawi. While some have aspired to emulate the FA Mining by establishing their own operations, the current political turbulence in Malawi has led the government to impose strict regulations, making such endeavors exceedingly challenging. Consequently, other Chinese businessmen are compelled to hire local security companies at exorbitant prices. Many are eager to forge connections with Ji-Yun and his associates, as it serves as a safeguard for oneself. Should circumstances take a turn for the worse, one could seek assistance from these influential individuals. The adage, "Power is derived from the barrel of a gun," holds true universally. Presently, even the government places significant emphasis on the FA Mining Company, not solely due to its contributions to local development, but also because of the substantial armed force it commands, which is a crucial factor. I warmly welcome all compatriots to today's banquet. I am Jiang Watao, the ambassador of China to Malawi. On behalf of the Chinese embassy in Malawi, I extend my heartfelt greetings to all of you. It is a profound honor to address you at this gathering. As the ambassador, I represent our nation's interests and voice, as well as the cordial relations between our country and others. As many are aware, Malawi is currently experiencing political turbulence. In this pivotal moment, I wish to emphasize the importance of collaboration and collective effort. Malawi faces numerous shared challenges, including political upheavals and the emergence of terrorism, which pose significant threats to our investments. Cooperation transcends merely governmental alliances. It encompasses collaboration among various social groups and civil organizations as well. Here, I urge all Chinese entrepreneurs investing in Malawi to unite. Only through mutual cooperation can we safeguard our interests. As ambassador, I am committed to fostering information sharing and intelligence exchange among Chinese businesses in Malawi, strengthening security cooperation. Beyond combating terrorism, we must address its root causes. Reducing poverty and providing education and employment opportunities are vital in preventing terrorism. Esteemed guests, collaboration is the key to resolving issues. In the face of substantial challenges, no individual can thrive in isolation. Only by reinforcing cooperation and working in unison can we cultivate a more peaceful and prosperous investment environment, ensuring the rights of the Chinese community in Malawi are protected. As your ambassador, I pledge my utmost efforts to promote cooperation among all parties. I firmly believe that with unity and determination, we can discover the optimal solutions to our challenges. In closing, I once again extend my warm welcome on behalf of the Chinese Embassy in Malawi and wish everyone a delightful evening. Let's raise our glasses. As the ambassador concludes his speech, the guests raise their glasses, officially commencing the evening's banquet, which will feature numerous performances organized by the embassy. The ambassador and several officials begin mingling with the attendees while holding their drinks. Ji too holds his glass, enjoying the performances and engaging in conversation with acquaintances to deepen his connections. Chapter 49. Support from the Nation. Hello, Mr. Ji, please follow me. A staff member from the embassy requests. Ambassador Jiang would like to invite you three upstairs for a moment. Ji Yun, along with Lao Wang and Lao Qin, had been engrossed in conversation with a few friends when they were approached by the embassy staff, who conveyed the ambassador's invitation. The three individuals were somewhat taken aback, uncertain as to why the ambassador sought their presence. It is noteworthy that this was an ambassador of a sovereign nation, a figure of considerable stature, a level of leadership they had not previously encountered. With questions swirling in their minds, they followed the staff into the reception room on the upper floor of the banquet hall. Upon entering, they discovered a considerable gathering. Ambassador Jiang Witao, the deputy political counselor, the economic counselor, and the military attaché were all present, along with several prominent Chinese merchants from Malawi. It could be said that the individuals in that room represented the upper echelon of the Chinese community in Malawi. As the trio stepped inside, everyone rose to greet them, leaving them somewhat flabbergasted. The scene was quite grand, and they were unsure of its significance. Mr. Wang, Mr. Qin, Mr. Ji, we have been expecting you. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Those present are the leading figures of our Chinese community in Malawi. Let us take this opportunity to get acquainted, Ambassador Jiang stated, displaying no airs of superiority as he introduced Ji Yun and the others to several leaders from the embassy and the attending businessmen. Allow me to introduce Mr. Liu from China State Construction, whom you may already know, as they are responsible for the construction of Yurta FA mining project. These two gentlemen are Manager Ma and Manager Zhang from Sinopec and China National Tobacco, respectively. I believe you are familiar with them. This is Mr. Zhou from Hailong Transportation Group and Mr. He from Tycoon Industries. As Ambassador Jiang continued to introduce Ji Yun and the others to a few businessmen they were less acquainted with, the trio had indeed had some dealings with others present. After the initial pleasantries, Ji Yun and his companions took their seats, still pondering the purpose of the ambassador's invitation. The reason for gathering you all here is to discuss some pressing matters, the ambassador began. As you are all aware, the political situation in Malawi has become increasingly unstable. According to reliable information we have received, significant divergences have arisen between the government and the military, leading to heightened tensions and a substantial risk of a coup. Upon hearing the ambassador's words, a palpable concern swept over the attendees. After all, these individuals had invested significantly in the region, and should turmoil arise, not only would their investments be at risk, but their personal safety could also be jeopardized. We have reported the current situation in Malawi to the central government, which is fully aware of the safety and investment concerns of our compatriots here, the ambassador continued. Consequently, the central government has directed us to unite all available forces to ensure the safety of Chinese nationals and investments in Malawi. The ambassador's invitation was, therefore, a call for collaboration to deliberate on how they should navigate the impending challenges to safeguard their collective interests and ensure the safety of personnel. Upon concluding his remarks, the attendees responded positively, expressing their commitment to adhere to the embassy's leadership and to unite in overcoming this crisis. Some state-owned enterprises present had likely already received relevant notifications and were prepared to cooperate with the embassy's initiatives. Mr. Wong, I understand that your FA Mining has a subsidiary security company that possesses commendable armed capabilities, the ambassador noted. The ambassador finished speaking, and Lao Wang, along with Ji Yun and the others, felt a sudden jolt. What could this mean? Had they perhaps attracted too much attention recently, prompting the government to express concern? Indeed, Ambassador, our small security team exists solely to protect ourselves from potential threats, Lao Wang asserted, rising to his feet. The tension was palpable among the group. After all, even while abroad, the matter of private armed forces carried significant implications. Please sit down, Mr. Wang. There is no need for alarm. I mean no offense. In fact, I have summoned you here today to seek your assistance, the ambassador reassured them, prompting Ji Yun and the others to relax. Rest assured, Ambassador, we at the FA Mining will certainly heed the nation's call, Qin and Ji Yun quickly affirmed, understanding that the ambassador represented the government stance. Currently, in Malawi, your company is the sole Chinese-owned security firm. Other enterprises, including some of our state-owned companies, rely on local security firms for safety. Yet, given the current situation, these companies may not be entirely trustworthy. Therefore, we have been actively engaging with the Malawian government to secure certain favorable conditions. They have permitted our companies to independently recruit security personnel, and their government will grant these recruits legal armed credentials. However, the stipulation is that we must not interfere in their domestic affairs, which has always been a cornerstone of our diplomatic principles. Thus, we wish to entrust this responsibility to your esteemed, the FA Security Company. You would be tasked with recruiting our national security personnel, thereby expanding your security capabilities, and ultimately, you would oversee the safety of our compatriots in Malawi. At this point, Ji Yun and the others grasped the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Essentially government support for the FA Security, which would assume responsibility for the safety of Chinese nationals in Malawi. What do you think, Ambassador? How many personnel should we recruit? Lao Wang asked, enthusiasm coursing through him, as he felt he was on the cusp of becoming a general for China. Our recommendation is to recruit generously. Naturally, we will endeavor to facilitate your efforts domestically, ensuring you can grow as swiftly as possible, the ambassador concluded, instilling confidence in those present. They hoped that no misguided individuals would dare to target the Chinese, lest they experience the formidable might of Chinese security forces. Afterward, the group descended the stairs to enjoy a performance, introducing one another and exchanging resources. The embassy officials exhibited no airs. Even the deputy chief performed a piano piece, earning resounding applause from the audience. Chapter 50. Expanding the security company. Feng Yulin was busy preparing to send the last batch of employees to Malawi. Having been in the final stages of preparation, he was taken by surprise when he received a conference call from Ji Yun and the others. Upon hearing their news, he stood up in excitement. I shall remain in charge of recruitment. This time, with national support, the hiring process here will undoubtedly proceed without issue. Lao Wang, you and Xiao Ji should liaise with the military to ensure the procurement of weaponry and equipment. I will handle the domestic security personnel. Initially, we shall recruit several hundred individuals, aiming to elevate the reputation of the FA Security on the international stage. Who knows, one day, the FA Security might become a globally recognized security firm. Feng Yulin, hailing from a family with 3 generations of military service and himself a retired veteran, is particularly exhilarated by the prospect of contributing to the nation. Furthermore, the opportunity to expand our endeavors with governmental backing is truly a rare chance. However, Ji Yun felt a sense of trepidation upon hearing Feng Yulin's words. Recruiting hundreds of individuals and their corresponding armaments. Does that even classify as a security company? It is worth noting that the total number of troops in Malawi amounts to just over 9,000, and their military standards cannot be compared to those of China. A few hundred Chinese soldiers would nearly equate to 1/10 of Malawi's entire military force. All right, Lao Feng, expedite the recruitment. The matter of weaponry will be managed by Xiao Ji and myself. Having reaped so many benefits, it is about time that they contribute as well. Lao Wang, too, took on a significant role, viewing the procurement of a few hundred weapons as a trivial matter. He even aspired to acquire heavier weaponry, contemplating the possibility of securing a few tanks. As for financial concerns, we need not worry. Eventually, all Chinese enterprises in Malawi will sign security contracts with us. With over 70 companies involved, the annual security fees alone will exceed 200 million. Once we receive the upfront payment for the first year, we will have an additional 200 million in funding at our disposal. Lao Qin added that this was unanimously agreed upon at the previous gala. Given the circumstances, it is indeed reassuring to have our own personnel, especially with the government's endorsement. Currently, there is a pressing need to replace the local security staff, as the domestic security companies in Malawi are becoming increasingly unreliable, given their intricate ties to the Malawian military. The responsibility of domestic recruitment falls squarely on your shoulders. Lao Feng, the timeline is tight, and the tasks are substantial. You must not falter, Lao Wang urged from the side. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. We will assemble a force of elite soldiers. I anticipate that the government will also lend its support. You need not worry. We may not have an abundance, but there are plenty of retired professional soldiers, especially those eager to wield arms once more. I fear we might even overwhelm our recruitment threshold. Feng Yulin was confident. During his last recruitment of 30 individuals, they received hundreds of applicants. This time, recruiting several hundred elite soldiers should take only a few days, particularly as we seek recently discharged veterans who can readily take up arms. Ji Yun, alongside Lao Wang, continued to foster connections to secure the necessary weapons and ammunition for the 300 recruits, along with the acquisition of over 50 armed pickup trucks. From this moment onward, the security team will be fully equipped, leaving 20 individuals at the mining site to ensure safety, primarily sourcing local security personnel. The following morning, Ji Yun, accompanied by Old Wang, drove 3 pickup trucks to the military base they had visited previously. Having returned several times since, they had become somewhat familiar with the soldiers stationed there and were soon escorted inside to meet the highest-ranking officer, General Mudakari. Despite the language barrier, Old Wang employed his own means of communication, utilizing his rudimentary English alongside gestures to engage in a rough dialogue with Mudakari. Naturally, a translator was present to facilitate the conversation, as mere guessing would not suffice. Respected General Mudakari, it has been a long time, haha, Old Wang exclaimed, opening his arms wide to embrace Mudakari. Chinese Wang, greetings. It has indeed been a while since we shared a drink of your fine Chinese liquor, Mudakari replied, smiling as he embraced Old Wang before extending his hand to Ji Yun. I remember you, Ji Yun. What a peculiar name. Greetings, my friend. Ji Yun promptly returned the greeting, recalling how he had repeatedly taught Mudakari his name during their last meal together, along with a few phrases in Chinese such as hello and awesome. Welcome to my base. How may I assist you? Mudakari inquired. Ah, General Mudakari. Is it not permissible for us to share a drink if we are without pressing matters? We are, after all, good friends. I have just received a fine bottle of liquor from China, and I came to share it with you, Old Wang responded, raising the Mao Tai in his hand, a gift brought over by an employee along with the equipment during their last visit. Of course, indeed. We're the best of friends. Please, have a seat, Mudakari said, visibly excited at the sight of the liquor. He was perplexed by Old Wang's unusual fondness for Chinese baijiu. Chapter 51. Arms deal. The 4 of them, including Ji Yun's translator, settled down together. Old Wang then unveiled a selection of marinated delicacies and spiced beef, which Wei Ziming had specially prepared at Old Wang's request to strengthen their rapport. Try this, Old Mudakari, Chinese cuisine. Old Wang offered, distributing chopsticks to everyone, including Mudakari, whom he had previously taught how to use them. However, Mudakari still struggled and ultimately resorted to using a knife and fork. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Old Wang looked at a slightly tipsy Mudakari and asked, Old Mudakari, are we not the best of friends? Indeed, Wang. You and Yun are my dearest friends. I enjoy your liquor, but I cherish you even more, Mudakari affirmed. Well, my friend, if I were to ask a favor, you would not refuse, would you? Old Wang inquired, gradually steering the conversation. Of course. Your affairs are my affairs. If anyone dares to offend you, they will be my enemy, Mudakari assured, thumping his chest. Fortunately, no one has offended us. We simply have a small matter for which we seek your assistance. Old Wang continued. Certainly, my friend, it would be my honor to help you. We wish to purchase some weapons, and rest assured, the price will be to your satisfaction, Old Wang stated, while Ji Yun persistently urged him to drink. No problem. How many do you require? 20 or perhaps 30. I assure you, I will offer you the most favorable price. Mukatari, displaying a sense of camaraderie, expressed his willingness. For 300, I can provide you with the best price. Old Wang stated. What? 300? Goodness, what are you planning? Mukatari abruptly stood up, the alcohol's effects waning. Are you jesting with me, Wang? Our entire military base has just over 500 soldiers, and you are asking for 300 weapons? That is simply impossible. Mukatari waved his hands, genuinely startled by old Wang's boldness. Do not be alarmed, my friend Mukatari. You know how many weapons you possess, and so do I. General Betrayal from the Army Department is also aware. I will present you with an offer you cannot refuse. Trust me, I genuinely consider you a friend, and that is why I propose this deal. If you decline, I am certain that others would be willing, and General Betrayal would not be pleased. Old Wang spoke calmly. And as for the General Betrayal he mentioned, he is one of the top 3 military leaders in the Malawian Armed Forces, a graduate of the Shijiazhuang Military Academy, who has maintained a good relationship with China, thanks to the embassy's support. Oh, so you have the backing of General Betrayal, Mukatari remarked, somewhat uncertain. Of course, otherwise, obtaining 300 armed permits would not be so easily arranged, Old Wang replied, producing a military document bearing the approval for 300 firearm permits signed by General Betrayal. Very well, my friend. Since you have General Betrayal's trust, I will assist you in fulfilling your wishes, but the price must be acknowledged. At the highest price, $1,000 per weapon, rest assured, we will not let our friends down. Additionally, I will require 100,000 rounds of ammunition. Old Wang laid out an offer that Mukatari found hard to refuse. In the normal African black market, a weapon typically costs around $700. Offering a price of $1,000 per firearm, along with a request for 300 weapons and an additional 100,000 rounds of ammunition, amounted to a lucrative deal worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Something Mukatari simply could not turn down, especially considering the consequences of displeasing his superiors. All right, long live friendship. My friend, cheers to our camaraderie, Mukatari exclaimed, raising his glass and toasting with Ji-Yun and Old Wang. As for whether Mukatari's toast was truly for friendship or motivated by money and his superiors, Ji-Yun and Old Wang were well aware and chose not to delve deeper. For as long as he paid for the services rendered, he was indeed a friend. My dear friends, tonight, both cash and fine wine will be in your hands. Here's to a successful collaboration. That evening, Ji-Yun and Old Wang, accompanied by over 30 fully armed security personnel, drove 5 pickup trucks directly into Mukatari's military base armory. In the armory, Mukatari had prepared 300 brand new weapons along with 50 crates containing over 100,000 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, there were more than 20 handguns, 5 recoilless, shoulder-mounted rocket launchers, and 2 boxes of grenades, all acquired by Old Wang through an investment of over $100,000. With 300 weapons already sold, Mukatari was indifferent to the additional stock. After all, the funds provided by Ji-Yun and the others were indeed substantial. Once everything was organized, guards were fully armed and stationed, forbidding anyone from approaching as they awaited the arrival of reinforcements from their homeland. Observing the courtyard filled with armed vehicles and a room brimming with munitions, Old Wang felt an overwhelming sense of ambition, yearning for a grand venture. Though his intentions remained unclear, in reality, Ji-Yun and his companions were, at this moment, akin to warlords in Malawi. The mining site was already bustling with a significant workforce, previously numbering over 200 employees, and with the addition of the new security personnel, the total count reached 300 to 400. Consequently, a welcome party for all could not be accommodated, prompting Ji-Yun to organize a separate gathering for around 100 individuals, accompanied by the company's mid-level management. They shared a meal and discussed the company's plans, which involved a week of intensive training before dividing into various security teams assigned to different Chinese enterprises to oversee their safety. Following this, Li Lianzhong was tasked with arranging accommodations for rest. In the afternoon, a ceremonial distribution of firearms took place, dividing the recruits into 10 squads to commence a week-long military training program. In the subsequent half-month, 2 additional batches of security personnel arrived, totaling over 230 individuals. Each newcomer bore large suitcases filled with essential supplies from their homeland. With this influx, the armed force had grown to approximately 400. Feng Yulin arrived with the final batch of security, bringing even more supplies through a specially arranged national channel, arriving by charter flight, laden with vast quantities of medicine and other necessities. By this month, Ji-Yun had been in Africa for nearly 5 months. With the Chinese New Year approaching, his heart yearned for home. By mid-month, Jinqiu Pavilion had commenced operations, yet Ji-Yun regrettably missed the opening ceremony of his antiquities business. Zhao Jinsheng recruited 3 seasoned colleagues from the antiquities field, forming the 4 heavenly kings of Jinqiu Pavilion. Among them, 2 were already retired, while another was an esteemed professor from the history department of Northwest University, who was also persuaded to join. They collaborated with the university's Cultural Relics Appraisal Institute to establish a cooperative educational base, where students from the relic appraisal and restoration courses would intern as apprentices, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The Fuxing Jade Carving Factory and Fuxing Jewelry Factory had also begun formal production, with products now on sale and showing impressive sales figures. These two new factories continued the previous sales approach, utilizing online live streaming for sales, thus establishing the Fuxing brand's reputation. Fuxing Jewelry now holds significant sway among the youth demographic, particularly due to its affordability, innovative designs, and trendy live sales methods that resonate with younger consumers. The sales department has also kept pace with trends, establishing online stores and placing advertisements on various social platforms frequented by the youth, thereby igniting a wave that has become a fashionable phenomenon among young people. Fuxing Yuchan has gradually begun to explore the production of high-end products. Since the last creation of the Jade Guanyin, it has effectively opened the gateway for Fuxing jade carving into the high-end jade ornament industry. Now, Fuxing jade carving is slowly carving out its niche in the mid to high-end market, producing exquisite jade ornaments that are selling well, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. However, there has yet to be a product priced in the millions, as such premium materials are rare and hard to come by. Nevertheless, once the Malawinda FA jade mine commences operations, high-quality jade materials will be prioritized for Fuxing jade carving, and it is believed that there will be a place for Fuxing jade carving in the high-end jade ornament industry. In recent months, several senior executives from the live streaming and short video industry have been recruited, and contracts have been renewed with some popular internet anchors. Under the guidance of Ji Yun, significant benefits have been extended to these anchors, resulting in a remarkably high absorption rate of new talent at Fuxing Entertainment. Some internet anchors, having left other companies, are willing to pay breach of contract fees just to join Fuxing Entertainment. Naturally, Fuxing Entertainment would not require these anchors to incur such penalties. With the current development of these companies, Ji Yun has achieved a monthly income exceeding 100 million, even after deducting operational costs and dividends for shareholders and executives. His net profit surpasses 1 billion. If this trend continues, it is estimated that within 2 years, the scale could reach 100 billion. Moreover, Ji Yun is associated with the FA Mining and FA Security, the unicorn of the Malawian security industry, promising substantial future returns. Particularly, the FA Security not only brings monetary gains, but also serves as a vital link between Ji Yun and the state. The acquisition of hundreds of firearms has significantly elevated Ji Yun's social status. Wealth alone cannot bestow such arm strength, especially under the tacit support of the government. In just over half a year, Ji Yun, once abandoned by his girlfriend and left with nothing, now stands ahead of many. Reflecting on the past, it is indeed both pitiful and laughable to have been trapped in emotional turmoil, disappointing the expectations of his parents and nearly becoming a laughingstock. Fortunately, his awakening came not too late. He extricated himself, transformed his fate, and with the support of the universe has steadily progressed to his current position, ultimately not disappointing his parents and becoming a model in the eyes of others. Ji Yun has certainly made his parents proud, or rather, he has always been their pride. Old Wang, Xiao Ji, thank you for your hard work these past months. It's truly because of your efforts that we've opened such a promising situation in such a short time. All right, old phone, let's not stand here. Cool me. Let us go inside and discuss. I'll show you your office shortly, Ji Yun replied as he smiled at the enthusiastic Feng Yuan, who was patting Ji Yun's shoulder with excitement. President Qin wore a beaming smile, for Feng Yuan had truly excelled this time. In just over half a month, he had recruited more than 300 individuals, all of whom were exceptional veterans recently discharged from the military, the majority being reconnaissance soldiers, with a notable portion hailing from special forces. However, it is important to acknowledge that this achievement was not solely Feng Yuan's merit. A significant number of these recruits were recommended by the Department of Veterans Affairs. They were directly brought to Feng Yuan as part of a structured reintegration of retired servicemen, forming a formidable force of seasoned professionals, many of whom had completed 7 years of service but could not remain in the military due to time constraints. Upon exiting the barracks, they arrived here, and working in this environment came with governmental support policies, ensuring the retention of their veteran benefits upon departure. Chapter 53. Homecoming. Feng Yuan's arrival with over 300 security personnel was sufficient to safeguard the interests of the Chinese community in Malawi from harm. Together, they constituted an armed force of over 400 fully equipped Chinese security personnel, supplemented by varying degrees of security from Chinese enterprises and some local security staff. totaling an impressive contingent of armed forces exceeding 1,000. In a nation with a standing army of only 9,000, this represented a decisive power, dissuading any misguided individuals from troubling Chinese enterprises. From his initial arrival in Africa, where his skin bore the softness of youth, to now resembling a seasoned local, one could only speculate on the trials Ji Yun had endured. Although the past may have been particularly arduous, the rewards he reaped were substantial, solidifying the foundation of his career. For every Chinese individual, returning home for the new year holds profound significance, particularly for someone like Ji Yun, who is thousands of miles away. He yearns for his family, the delightful flavors of his homeland, and the bustling atmosphere of celebration. This year was particularly extraordinary, marking a tremendous breakthrough in Ji Yun's career, akin to a fish transforming into a dragon upon leaping the gate. According to Ambassador Jiang, the higher authorities were highly satisfied with their work, and notable figures from the State Council and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs expressed their commendation for the FA Security's endeavors. Consequently, the company could expect favorable policies and support in the future. After all, China's investments in Africa extend beyond Malawi to over 50 nations, encompassing more than 1,600 projects, over 3,500 enterprises, and $400 billion in aid and investment. China has consistently adhered to the principle of non-interference in other nations' internal affairs. However, given the current international climate, enterprises investing in Africa require a domestic security company to safeguard their interests. This initiative, to a significant extent, would alleviate employment pressures within China and enhance the nation's influence on the global stage. Thus, should the FA Security indeed receive governmental support and engage in this initiative, it would bestow immense honor and wealth upon Ji Yun and his associates. Nevertheless, that remains a matter for the future. Their actual involvement in the program will depend on the FA Security's performance in Malawi and its ability to capture the attention of the State Council. Upon emerging from the embassy, the group was stirred with fervent excitement. What is the ultimate aspiration for a man throughout his life? Power, status, and women are undeniably significant. However, when juxtaposed with the pursuit of expanding territories, leaving an indelible mark in history, and achieving greatness, these desires seem trivial. Who among men could possibly resist such an opportunity? In the following days, Ji Yun, along with Feng Yulin and Old Wang, tirelessly navigated the intricate network of connections in Malawi, engaging with military magnates, police officials, and security agencies, leaving no stone unturned. Subsequently, they organized a security team to infiltrate enterprises, devising security plans and establishing a comprehensive security network and emergency protocols. After a fortnight of relentless effort, they finally found their footing. Now, with merely 7 or 8 days remaining until the new year, Fuxing Jade Carving and several other companies had already granted their employees time off. Ji Yun had previously convened meetings with the leaders of various companies and had decided that employees across Fuxing's enterprises would enjoy a collective 20-day holiday, with 4 months' salary disbursed as a year-end bonus to ensure a joyous celebration. This included Fuxing Jewelry and Jinxiu Pavilion, as well as Ji Yun's small lottery shop, which he had not visited in over 6 months. However, his mother occasionally checked in and assured the shop's manager that the regular holiday would still be compensated. Xiaoyan, over here. Ji Yun spotted his father waving at him as he exited the airport. 6 months had passed, yet his father appeared unchanged, though decidedly more stylish. Clad in a Versace coat and sporting the Rolex Ji Yun had gifted him, it seemed his mother had a knack for fashion, having dressed his father quite well, making him look considerably younger. "Dad, it's freezing outside. Why aren't you waiting in the car?" Ji Yun remarked, feeling a surge of nostalgia. His father offered his customary advice, though men's words are often fewer and less nuanced than those of mothers. Yet, the steadfast love of a father remains a towering presence, an unwavering support for Ji Yun. His aspirations included ensuring his parents could live healthily and with dignity in their later years, pursuing a career worthy of his efforts, and ultimately meeting a genuinely loving partner with whom he could traverse the long journey of life. Ji Yun did not mind whether this moment arrived early or late, but he was resolute that it must be with the right person. Chapter 54, An Arranged Matchmaking. At the dinner table, Ji Yun's mother nearly shed tears upon seeing her son, who had become noticeably darker and thinner. Fortunately, Ji Yun quickly soothed her. As they dined, he shared tales of his endeavors since their separation, including the establishment of Malawi's largest security company and his involvement with a mining operation employing hundreds. His parents' eyes sparkled with pride as they listened. 400 or 500 people is akin to a battalion in our country. if what Xiaoyan says is true. With Malawi's entire military comprising around 9,000, that is indeed impressive. His father marveled at Ji Yun's achievements, astonished by the magnitude of his son's undertakings during his 6-month sojourn in Africa. Of course, it's no surprise considering who his father is. Let me tell you, my son takes after me. He possesses a remarkable adventurous spirit. His mother praised Ji Yun while simultaneously extolling herself. His father smiled silently, and the family basked in a warm atmosphere of joy. Moreover, according to Ambassador Jiang, the leadership of the State Council holds a favorable view of us and intends to support our expansion, ensuring that our nation's investments in Africa flourish across those countries. As Ji Yun savored the fish prepared by his mother, he divulged this thrilling news, which left his mother utterly exhilarated. Truly, it is remarkable. Even the State Council is aware of my son's accomplishments. How extraordinary he is. I have long believed that our little Yun would eventually rise to prominence. Upon hearing this, his mother gasped in amazement, initially thinking that establishing the nation's largest security company was already an impressive feat. Little did she know that the government aimed to further bolster Ji Yun and his endeavors. Should that materialize, it would position him as a representative of our great nation in Africa, a status beyond imagination. Xiao Yun, work diligently, and do not bring shame to our country, his father added, equally filled with excitement, albeit his usual reticence only allowed him to advise his son to uphold the nation's honor. Do not speak of this widely just yet, mother. This is still uncertain, and even if it comes to pass, there will surely be confidentiality regulations in place. Ji Yun remarked, primarily to elate his parents. Noticing his mother's near tears earlier tugged at his heartstrings. Yet he understood that discussing such matters before they were confirmed could be unwise. Oh, I know. Do you truly think your mother is an ignorant rural woman? We have no place in national affairs, Xiao Yun. By the way, after the new year, will you be returning to Africa? She inquired, her tone cautious. There's nothing pressing at the moment. With General Feng and General Qin over there, they can manage just fine. I likely won't need to go back in the coming months. Even if I do, it won't be for as long as this time. And this year is crucial for several companies here. I need to observe the developments closely. Upon Ji Yun's response, his mother visibly relaxed. While she took immense pride in her son's achievements, her foremost desire remained that he lead a comfortable life, free from undue hardship. Moreover, there was a more pressing concern on her mind. Ji Yun had already turned 26, and before long, he would be 27. Had it not been for his previous entanglement with Li Ying, he might have already settled down and started a family by now. In comparison to his career success, his mother was more anxious about Ji Yun's romantic life. However, since he had been laboring in Africa, she had refrained from broaching topics that might distract him. With Ji Yun now set to stay for a few months, it was time to address his emotional matters. During the past 6 months, Ji Yun's mother had not been idle. Besides frequently visiting various companies to oversee the renovations of Jinxia Gang, she had also spent considerable time at the park's matchmaking corner, gathering contact information for several promising young women. She had formed connections with other mothers facing similar challenges with their children, expanding her social network significantly. Although Ji Yun may not be aware, he has already garnered a modest reputation at the matchmaking corner. Ever since his family's circumstances improved, Ji Yun has certainly not skimped on providing for his parents, indulging them in the finest of food and clothing. His mother, adorned in luxury brands and jewelry worth hundreds of thousands, showcases a lifestyle that reflects their newfound affluence. The last time, Li Tianyu crafted a pendant from leftover jade material, resulting in a piece that, along with the peace amulet for both Ji Yun's father and mother, is valued at over $1 million. Armed with Ji Yun's photograph and accompanying resume, numerous prominent business leaders have taken notice. Many of the matchmaking corner's Annies have also heard of Ji Yun's reputation in jade carving, initially suspecting his mother of deceit due to their seemingly perfect circumstances. However, it soon became evident that their situation was genuine. Although Ji Yun's mother frequented the corner infrequently, she became somewhat of a local celebrity, eventually leading to several well-to-do families exchanging contact information with her. In truth, Ji Yun is not averse to the concept of matchmaking. Previously, his romantic endeavor with Li Ying was based on free love, which ultimately ended in disappointment. Logically speaking, Ji Yun is not lacking in female companionship, as any man of his stature would not struggle to attract women. Yet, what Ji Yun seeks is not merely a woman, but a partner, someone who can accompany him throughout life. Thus, engaging in matchmaking has its advantages. Firstly, the intentions are clear, as most individuals arrive with the same goal of seeking genuine marriage and family, which minimizes wasted time. Additionally, the success rate tends to be higher, Those who participate in such arrangements are generally of comparable standing, ensuring targeted matches and quality assurance. The experience with Li Ying has indeed imparted valuable lessons to Ji Yun, deepening his understanding of the essence and significance of love and marriage, dispelling his previous romantic naivete. If faced with the choice between love and career, Ji Yun would unhesitatingly choose the latter, unless there was someone truly special who could inspire him to reconsider. Such a person would undoubtedly encourage Ji Yun's professional endeavors rather than hinder them, fostering mutual growth and success. As the esteemed teacher Luo Xiang eloquently stated, one eventually realizes that a promising future outweighs romantic pursuits, yet one also learns that true love is rarer than a bright future. Ultimately, one comes to understand that the right person will stand alongside them on their path to success. Thus, I wish for my fellow readers to encounter their own right person. Chapter 55, A Fortuitous Encounter. After finishing dinner and chatting with his parents for a while, Ji Yun found himself increasingly drowsy, still struggling to adjust to the time difference. With his mother insisting he retire for the night, he succumbed to slumber until the following morning, gradually acclimatizing to the new time zone. The next morning, Ji Yun spent a leisurely morning at home, cherishing moments with his parents. In the afternoon, he prepared a collection of gifts and paid a visit to his mentor. Zhao Jincheng, seeing his mentor's wife, who had grown darker and thinner, filled Ji Yun with concern. He engaged in a lengthy discussion with Zhao Jincheng, delving into the development and future plans for the Jingxioj, which Ji Yun has entrusted entirely to his mentor, taking advantage of the support available to him. As Ji Yun departed, Zhao Jincheng presented him with several books and assigned an array of tasks to further his learning. In the evening, Ji Yun hosted a dinner for the entire management team of the company, as the other employees had already concluded the annual meeting and were on holiday. Consequently, only mid-level and senior leadership were invited, including Master Zhang He, Lu Qingfeng, Lin Guojun, Li Wenming, and Li Tianyu. The following morning at 10 o'clock, all gathered at the company for a meeting, attended by several high-ranking executives and shareholders, along with finance and administrative staff. Ji Yun reviewed this year's financial statements and convened a meeting to determine next year's development plan and funding approvals. Subsequently, dividends were distributed to the shareholders and executives. The exact amounts remained undisclosed, yet it was evident that after the new year, individuals like Lu Qingfeng and Li Wenming either upgraded to villas or spacious apartments, with their vehicles starting at 6 figures. This was still modest, considering Ji Yun's own vehicle was a 6-figure model, prompting everyone to refrain from overshadowing him. In the ensuing time, Ji Yun thoroughly relaxed, as the company was on holiday for 20 days, with ample time until work resumed. During this period, he accompanied his mother on shopping excursions and occasionally joined his father for ice fishing. According to his mother, there was an exceptional young woman, a law PhD with overseas experience, 2 years his senior, currently a senior partner at a law firm earning over $1 million annually. Her father served as the vice president of Northwest University of Political Science and Law, while her mother, now retired, was a professor at a university. Thus their family was steeped in academic tradition. However, this remarkable woman was so accomplished, holding a doctorate in law and a prestigious position, that few men dared to approach her. Even if she bore a striking resemblance to the actress Gao Yuanyuan, encounters often left suitors intimidated, leading to her mother's persistent concern. It was indeed a pity for an esteemed professor who had devoted his life to teaching, now finding himself at the matchmaking square seeking suitors for his daughter. Fortunately, he encountered Ji Yun's mother, and they shared a mutual understanding of their plight, leading to an exchange of contact information. Yesterday, Ji Yun's mother showed him a photograph of this young woman, whose beauty and refined demeanor were undeniable. Yet, she exuded an air of elite professionalism, an archetype of a strong woman, which might have deterred many suitors. Nevertheless, Ji Yun, intrigued and with nothing pressing on his agenda, agreed to meet her. His mother then contacted her old friend to arrange a meeting. Surprisingly, fate seemed to intervene. The young woman was typically quite busy and resistant to parental matchmaking. However, upon seeing Ji Yun's photo and hearing his mother extol his virtues, she felt a spark of interest and agreed to meet. The two exchanged WeChat information, and after a brief introduction, she directly proposed a badminton match at a nearby sports hall. Ji Yun was taken aback, as it was customary for blind dates to take place in CAFS or restaurants. This was his first encounter that involved sports, perhaps illustrating the distinction between a PhD and the typical expectations of a woman. The two individuals had agreed to meet at 9 in the morning. However, Ji Yun arrived at 8:40, rented a badminton racket, having little habit of engaging in this sport, and bought some water, preparing to wait for the lady. Upon entering the badminton hall, He was surprised to find that she had arrived even earlier than he. Hello, Miss Bao, Zizun Gvit. Offering the water he held to a striking woman who bore a resemblance to the actress Gao Yuan. Hello, Mr. Z, Bao Ning Viplit. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. I thought you would arrive just in time. As she accepted the water from Ji Yun, she casually opened it. It is my habit to arrive 20 minutes early for everything. It allows me to feel more in control. That implies you are not only punctual, but also possess a strong desire for control, she remarked. Did you have a regular exercise routine in the past? Of course. I'm the proud owner of an 8-pack. Ji Yun flexed his muscles. For some reason, he did not wish to engage in a serious conversation with this woman. Perhaps he feared it might become too dull. He decided to lighten the mood with a joke. Is that so? I assumed that someone of your stature would resemble a portly figure. A beer belly, and perhaps a balding head. As per your impression? Yi Yun chuckled softly. Pretty much. But to be frank, you are quite the surprise. If I may be blunt, Mr. G, your complexion is not what one expects from an Asian. She laughed. Ji Yun could not help but smile. The contrast was indeed striking. Though he appeared handsome with distinctly Eastern features, his skin was remarkably dark. Well, I spent nearly half a year in Africa, but despite my dark complexion, my teeth are quite white. See for yourself, he said, flashing a brilliant smile. Indeed, they are dazzling, almost blinding me. Bao Ning laughed heartily. For reasons unknown, a typically serious person like her felt an inexplicable urge to laugh at Ji Yun's demeanor. Chapter 56, The Initial Encounter. Let us warm up, Mr. G. I hope you can showcase the prowess of your 8-pack. All right, I will do my best. But to be honest, I haven't played badminton in quite some time. I'm also curious. Does this match serve as a standard for selecting a boyfriend? Ji Yun inquired, still puzzled as to why a blind date would take place in a badminton hall. Of course. This match is akin to the ancient practice of martial contest for courtship. She chuckled. Are you ready, Mr. G? I am, but could you please refrain from calling me Mr. G? It feels as though we are about to sign a contract. Just call me Ji Yun. Very well, you may call me Bao Ning. Miss Bao carries a similar connotation you mentioned. I am about to serve. Truly, a man with an 8-pack possesses remarkable endurance. Don't stray from the topic. All right, I truly need to hydrate and take a break. Honestly, your stamina is impressive. I nearly couldn't keep up. Ji Yun was not being modest. This woman was indeed formidable. Initially, he could keep pace, but soon he found himself faltering. Fortunately, she was considerate enough to ease up, or else he would have faced embarrassment today. I suppose that barely qualifies you as passing, she teased. Bao Ning was uncertain why, but gazing at the somewhat dark-hued Ji Yun brought her an unexpected sense of relaxation. There was no trace of the awkwardness that typically accompanied a first meeting. Instead, it felt as if they were long-standing friends. Strangely, she found Ji Yun's dark demeanor to be endearingly silly, and her cheeks flushed slightly, revealing that this esteemed female doctor was genuinely taken with him. In truth, Ji Yun harbored similar sentiments. Previously, while with Li Ying, he had always assumed the role of a provider, needing to constantly appease and soothe her. He often rehearsed his words in his mind before speaking, fearful of saying something inappropriate that might provoke her anger. Yet, in Bao Ning's presence, he felt an ease he had not known before. Their companionship was remarkably comfortable. Unbeknownst to Ji Yun, Bao Ning had indeed taken a liking to him. Under parental pressure, she had previously engaged in several blind dates, but those encounters rarely lasted beyond 20 minutes, as she effortlessly outmatched her suitors in badminton, a sport in which she held a national second-level athlete title. From a young age, Bao Ning exhibited a competitive spirit, influenced by her father, a professor of law. While other children frolicked in playgrounds, she accompanied her father to court hearings, fostering a rational mindset that surpassed her peers. In her teenage years, while others engaged in petty squabbles, Bao Ning could recite legal statutes that left her classmates in tears. Though still young, she had already made a name for herself in the legal field. Inherited from her father, her tenacity shone through in all her endeavors. As a doctoral candidate in law and a senior partner at a law firm, with her father serving as the vice president of a political and legal university, she often found suitors lacking in comparable stature. Nevertheless, Ji Yun, undeterred by their differences, boldly approached her, drawn to her striking resemblance to the renowned actress Gao Yuan. To his astonishment, she reciprocated his interest, having previously left other suitors questioning their worth. You seem so delicate, yet you play with such skill, Ji Yun remarked, sipping his warm beverage. It's manageable, Bao Ning replied. You are aware of the demands of my profession. The pressure can be quite significant, so I often play badminton to unwind. My mother once showed me your photograph. You appeared quite fair. What happened to you? You look almost like you've come from Africa. What do you primarily do over there? I heard from your mother that you are the owner of Fuxing. I have purchased your jade jewelry. It has a contemporary flair that resonates well with our generation, far more than the traditional pieces. As she spoke, Bao Ning showcased a jade pendant on her handbag, in the shape of a small rabbit, round and charming, with sparkling sapphire eyes. Ji Yun recalled that this particular item was not inexpensive. Despite its modest size, the quality of the jade was exceptional, priced at over 5,000. He was surprised to see Bao Ning flaunting it, a true testament to her affluence and whimsy. I adore this little rabbit, she explained. However, due to my work, I cannot wear such jewelry openly. Thus, I hang it on my bag instead. As it turns out, if you like it, I shall send you more in the future. Ji Yun boasted a little, for boys often wish to showcase themselves in the presence of a girl they are fond of. Although Ji Yun has matured in many aspects, he is still not immune to this inclination. How impressive. So you are indeed the legendary one with a mine at home. No wonder you're so tanned. It speaks of hard work. Bao Ning did not delve further into the topic, as it was clear that, due to certain special circumstances, it was not convenient to discuss more. As a mature and intelligent woman, Bao Ning understood the depths of interpersonal relationships. Ji Yun genuinely admired her character, outspoken, cheerful, and possessing profound insights into various matters. Engaging in conversation with Bao Ning allowed Ji Yun to gain a deeper understanding from different perspectives. It was difficult to fathom how such an outstanding young lady remained single. This was not a mere case of high standards leading to being left behind, but rather a true testament to her excellence, making it challenging to find a suitable partner. Chapter 97. Viting Miss Bao. Ji Yun and Bao Ning had successfully opened up a dialogue, and soon their conversation flourished. With both parties eager to engage, a myriad of topics flowed seamlessly, given that they were both emotionally intelligent individuals. Bao Ning recounted her academic experiences in Europe, expressing a tinge of regret for not having explored the continent during her years of pursuing a doctorate. Well, if we have the chance in the future, we could explore together. I've never been to Europe either, so it would be our first time. Ji Yun replied, however, my foreign language skills are rather inadequate. Although I'm trying to learn, I would rely entirely on you if we were to go. This trip to Africa had made Ji Yun acutely aware of the importance of language skills. If you wish to learn a foreign language, I happen to have a friend who conducts training in that area. You could try her out. Hearing this, Bao Ning's fondness for Ji Yun increased. For who would not be drawn to an outstanding and ambitious man? Subsequently, Ji Yun shared many of his experiences in Africa, mentioning that one could taste lion and elephant in Malawi. Bao Ning was astonished, contrary to Ji Yun's expectations of a legal professional being rigid and conventional. She was instead curious about the flavor of lion. Ji Yun cheerfully promised to take her for a taste, which also served as a subtle test of her character. After all, he was a person of such disposition himself. If she were someone with an excessively high moral compass, their relationship might become burdensome. Bao Ning's reaction further deepened Ji Yun's admiration, as he felt their values aligned harmoniously, igniting a sincere desire within him to explore a deeper connection. As they continued conversing, they realized it was nearly noon. I never anticipated we would hit it off so well. We've been talking for quite some time without realizing it. Since you treated me to a hot drink, let me treat you to a meal, Ji Yun suggested, eager to seize the moment. Encountering a girl who met his criteria, aligned values, graciousness, and vivacity, was indeed rare, and with mutual interest, they decided to delve further into their acquaintance. Sure, I shall not hold back. Bao Ning readily agreed, recognizing that at her age, encountering someone with whom she shares a genuine connection, who is not only pleasant but also possesses admirable qualities, is indeed a rare treasure. When a moment calls for action, one must seize the opportunity. Bao Ning has long understood that valuable things are not meant to be relinquished. If you hesitate, you may find many others vying for the same chance. Since it feels right, one must actively pursue it. I'll give my mother a call and ask her not to save lunch for me, she said, pulling out her phone to contact her anxious mother, who awaited news back home. This was, in fact, a prearranged signal between Bao Ning and her mother. During the call, her mother would inquire about her lunch preferences. Hello, Xiao Ning, have you finished your game? What would you like to eat for lunch? I'll prepare it for you, her mother asked, holding the phone. Meanwhile, Bao's father sat on the sofa, seemingly engrossed in a magazine, yet he was attentively listening, proud of how well they had raised their daughter. However, he also felt a twinge of anxiety. His daughter was fiercely independent and had her steadfast views on relationships. As she approached 30, Bao Weihua found himself increasingly concerned for her, often facing his wife's gentle reproaches. All right, enjoy your meal. I'll make something delicious for you later, Bao's mother said cheerfully as she hung up the phone, heading out with a sense of satisfaction that far surpassed the allure of braised spare ribs. It was evident that her daughter had truly taken a liking to someone, and Bao's father couldn't help but feel a sense of delight as he observed her joy. Director Bao, what would you like for lunch today? Your wife seems in high spirits and is eager to showcase her culinary skills, he remarked, benefiting from his wife's uplifted mood. Anything my wife makes is delightful, he replied happily, though he refrained from making excessive demands. Aware that his wife was navigating the challenges of menopause. You know how to behave. I'll prepare braised spare ribs for you. She hummed a tune as she entered the kitchen, her spirits soaring. Upon seeing Bao Ning's car, Jian couldn't help but chuckle. It was amusing to witness a petite girl driving a Toyota Land Cruiser. It created a striking contrast, reminiscent of a little sprite riding a dinosaur, somehow endearing. What's so funny? Can a girl drive a big car? No laughing at that, Bao Ning retorted, and with each word, Jian found it increasingly difficult to contain his laughter. I think you look a bit like a little sprite riding a dinosaur in that car. Haha. Jian burst into laughter. You're truly incorrigible. What nonsense about sprites and dinosaurs. I can't be bothered with you. I'm leaving, Bao Ning said, breaking into laughter as well, her cheeks slightly flushed. After all, it had been years since anyone dared to jest with Dr. Bao like this. See you tomorrow. Drive carefully, she added as they parted ways. Chapter 58, The First Date. Upon returning home, Jian's parents were eager to inquire about his blind date, showering him with questions. Xiaoyan, how is the girl? Is there potential for development? You should take the initiative and invite her out more often. She is quite impressive, resembling a movie star and a returned doctoral graduate. Her background is suitable for our family. What does it matter if one's family background is a match? We are merely an ordinary family. As long as Xiaoyan is fond of him and possesses a good character, I have no objections, said Father Ji, while lamenting the emphasis on social status. Although our family is considerably wealthier now than before, we must not forget our roots. I am aware. No need for your reminders. I am merely teaching my son to seize opportunities. Why are you so verbose? Mother Ji, unbothered by her husband's complaints, retorted. For a woman in her menopausal years, is truly formidable. I think it's quite nice. We have arranged to go hiking together tomorrow morning, Xiaoyan said with a cheerful smile, sharing the news with her mother. All right, Xiaoyan, do your best and aim for an early marriage. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss such matters after just one meeting, mother? I know, please don't rush me. Aren't you heading to the beauty salon this afternoon? Hurry, let father take you. It will be too late if you delay. Xiaoyan urged her mother. As Mother Ji began to gather her belongings in preparation for departure, Father Ji took the car keys, ready to serve as her chauffeur. Sure, mother. You two enjoy your time together while I order takeout. Why don't you find a girlfriend early, so you can also indulge in your own world together? Mother Ji reminded Xiaoyan as she was leaving. So, how is it, little dumpling? Share with your mother about that young man. Mother Bao whispered to her daughter while Father Bao leaned in to listen attentively. He seems quite decent, though a bit dark and somewhat foolish in appearance. Moreover, it's not easy to find a young man with such good prospects. I had your father inquire, and it turns out he runs quite a substantial business, owning 3 or 4 companies worth over 100 million, and even has a mine in Africa. He is self-made and remarkably accomplished. Isn't that right, old Bao? Mother Bao asked, directing her question towards Father Bao, who was pretending to read the newspaper. Indeed, quite impressive, Xiaoning. It would be wise to pursue this further. I've consulted some friends, and this young man is genuinely exceptional. In fact, he has contributed significantly to our country in Africa, even earning recognition from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His future is boundless. Father Bao shared the information he had gathered. As the vice president of Northwest University of Political Science and Law, he had ample connections in the political and legal circles, making it easy to gather such insights. Moreover, given his status, he certainly needed to investigate when it came to his daughter's marriage. See, your father has no objections. His discerning eye has never been deceived. You must truly take this seriously, little dumpling, do you understand? Oh, I understand, mother. I'm attentive. I also think he is quite nice, and we get along well. We arranged to go hiking together tomorrow morning, Bao Ning shyly informed her mother. Despite her appearance as a strong, career-oriented woman, she had not genuinely engaged in a romantic relationship before. Well, my little dumpling has grown up. I needn't worry anymore. What would you like for dinner? I'll make it for you, Mother Bao said with a cheerful expression as she prepared to head to the kitchen to treat her daughter. I do like stir-fried broccoli with meat, and I also want some crayfish. I'll help you, Mama, Bao Ning said, wrapping her arms around her mother's neck in a playful manner. Only at home would this talented beauty-in-law reveal such a childlike demeanor. Observing the scene before him, Father Bao couldn't help but wear a wry smile. The double standards were glaringly evident. He had spent scarcely a day at home, yet today his wife insisted he call to inquire about matters, leaving his arm nearly exhausted from raising it. Well, given that his wife was in high spirits, it was prudent to comply. He set aside his newspaper and rolled up his sleeves to assist Mother Bao in washing vegetables. Bao Ning noticed the message from Ji Yun inquiring about her departure time, as Ji Yun was preparing to come and pick her up. Very well. I shall wait for you at the community gate in the morning. Please send me a message before you arrive. Ji Yun pondered, realizing that her vehicle was certainly not as suited for mountain roads as Bao Ning's SUV. This led her to consider whether it was time to invest in an off-road vehicle. Traversing rugged paths could prove challenging without one. Perhaps she would make the purchase at the start of the new year, charging it to the company account. A substantial one would suffice. Seeing their son in this state brought immense joy to Ji's parents. If this blind date were to succeed, allowing Ji Yun to find her happiness, it would alleviate a long-standing concern for the couple. The following morning, after breakfast, Bao Ning sent Ji Yun a message confirming their plans to set off shortly. Ji Yun spent a considerable amount of time preparing, donning a set of athletic attire, while carrying the assortment of snacks and fruits her mother had prepared for them, uncertain whether they were headed for a hike or a camping trip. As Bao Ning approached, she messaged Ji Yun, who awaited her at the community entrance. Before long, a Toyota SUV came to a halt before Ji Yun, and for reasons unknown, the incongruity of the scene tickled her sense of humor. Don't you dare laugh, Bao Ning said, lowering the car window and hastily getting in. If you utter another word about little fairies riding dinosaurs, I won't be so courteous. In a mock display of intimidation, she waved her delicate fist, enhancing her threat. Although Ji Yun was aware of Bao Ning's striking beauty, he was momentarily taken aback when she entered the vehicle. Dressed in athletic wear, she exuded an air of vigor, having applied only a light touch of makeup, making her even more alluring than the day before. What are you staring at? Bao Ning asked, her cheeks tinged with shyness. Why do you keep looking at me? I woke up an hour early to dress and apply makeup just to astonish you, and yet your gaze is quite unnerving. Your appearance today is truly stunning. I am quite taken aback, he replied. Of course, I've always been beautiful. What do you have in that bag, such a large haul? As their familiarity grew, Bao Ning began to reveal her true self. These are the snacks my mother insisted I bring. I'm not sure whether we're meant for hiking or camping. What is this? Did you not want to go camping with me? Bao Ning feigned a look of disappointment, which made Ji Yun want to laugh. Though she embodied the archetype of a strong female lead, her gradual shift toward a more mischievous persona was unexpectedly endearing, igniting a fondness within him. Not all. Let us alter our plans. We'll switch from hiking to camping. It will save your mother-ass snacks from going to waste, Ji Yun suggested with a grin. Very well. I reluctantly agree to your proposal. Thank you, esteemed bag. I am truly honored and overwhelmed with gratitude. As Ji Yunbian spoke, he affectionately coined a nickname for Bao Ning, feeling that it was both endearing and slightly audacious, perfectly suited for her. Esteemed bag, a delightful title indeed. I quite like it, Xiao Yunzi, replied Bao Ning, who was not one to be outdone, swiftly bestowing a nickname upon Ji Yun as well, though it bore a resemblance to a certain unique profession from ancient royal courts. The two strolled along, engaging in lively conversation, with Bao Ning's melodious laughter echoing through the picturesque scenery. After over an hour's drive, they finally arrived at the foot of Yufeng Mountain. Bao Ning parked the car, and Ji Yun retrieved a thermos filled with hot water, which he had prepared before setting out, offering it to Bao Ning. Thank you. I did not realize Xiao Yunzi was so attentive. I must commend you, Bao Ning teased, her fondness for Ji Yun deepening. Such thoughtfulness in a young man is indeed a rarity. Let us proceed, esteemed bag. Today's mission is to conquer Yufeng Mountain. Together, they ascended the mountain path, admiring the flora and fauna and inhaling the crisp air. Their dialogue flowed seamlessly, enhancing their rapport. After approximately an hour and a half, they reached the summit, gazing down upon the breathtaking panorama of the city. The view here is truly remarkable. Seeing our home from this perspective has greatly uplifted my spirits, Bao Ning remarked. Indeed, the scenery is splendid. However, I believe the true beauty lies in the people, Ji Yun mused, observing Bao Ning, whose cheeks were slightly flushed from exertion, beads of sweat adorning her brow, exuding a beauty that was ineffably enchanting. Ah, you must be captivated by my beauty, Xiao Yunzi. Fear not, for I am naturally lovely. Allowing you to be my gentleman, Bao Ning quipped, feeling increasingly at ease in Ji Yun's presence. It is curious how some individuals, despite a brief acquaintance, allow one to reveal their true self, a testament to the magic of fate. Of course, being utterly enchanted by the esteemed bag. I might just lose my way down the mountain, Ji Yun jested in return. Worry not. I shall take responsibility. If the path is unclear, I shall guide you down. Bao Ning replied, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, whether from fatigue or feminine shyness. At this moment, it was just past 9 o'clock. The sun had only recently risen, and a veil of mist still lingered atop the mountain. The sunlight pierced through the fog, illuminating Bao Ning, who appeared to radiate a glow that penetrated Ji Yun's heart, once devoid of hope for love, now filled with warmth. Very well, but you must hold on tightly. Do not let go carelessly, Ji Yun responded, taking Bao Ning's delicate hand, which felt as tender as the softest petals. As their hands connected, it seemed as though the sun itself had cast its light upon Ji Yun's heart, previously a hollow valley, now brimming with brightness. Hand in hand, they walked in silence, savoring the exquisite scenery, the sun's warmth, and the gentle breeze. Time slipped away until one of them broke into laughter, the moment perfectly balanced and exquisitely fitting. How long would you like to hold hands? Yi Yun inquired. Forever, Bao Ning replied. However, my hands are sweating. I seem to be in the same predicament. Quickly wiping away the perspiration, I handed my hand over to you. Ji Yun feigned a domineering tone as he spoke. Very well, but you must hold on tightly. Rest assured, I shall not let go. You ought to consider this carefully. I am a doctoral candidate in law, and my family consists of judges and lawyers. Is it too late to have second thoughts? Ji Yun asked, pretending to feel a bit apprehensive. It's too late. You are already in my grasp, Xiao Yunzi. All right. You must take responsibility, Master Bag. No worries, as long as I, Master Bag, have a morsel of food. So shall you, Xiao Yunzi, have a sip of soup. Why must I drink the soup? Silenza, no cuestión de As they exchanged playful banter, laughter erupted between the two, both nearing 30, yet at that moment. They resembled children at play, indulging in a whimsical game of make-believe, though perhaps this promise held greater significance. Afterward, they strolled hand in hand down the mountain, pausing to rest whenever fatigue set in, enjoying the fruits and snacks prepared by Ji's mother. Neither wished to descend the mountain hastily. The ascent had taken just over an hour, yet the descent stretched to more than 2. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, it was nearly noon. They drove to a nearby farmhouse restaurant for lunch. It was a quaint establishment with a small courtyard, run by a family offering simple home-cooked dishes. Yet the flavors were delightful and distinctive. While dining, they listened to the proprietor's introduction of a nearby temple, reputedly large and, according to him, quite effective. After the meal, they rested for a while before driving to the temple, which indeed was impressive, housing deities from various pantheons, the 3 purities, the 4 emperors, the god of wealth, and even a hall dedicated to marital bliss. Though Bao Ning did not hold such beliefs, she felt no aversion. Ji Yun, on the other hand, was somewhat devout, attributing his fortunes to divine favor, having encountered numerous benefactors along his journey. Accompanying Ji Yun, Bao Ning offered several incense sticks and donated tens of thousands in offerings. Nowadays, temples and altars have made it convenient to contribute, as the donation boxes bear QR codes for direct scanning, witnessing Yi Yun's substantial donation. Even the temple's abbot came out to accompany them, ultimately leading Ji Yun and Bao Ning to draw a fortune stick, which the abbot claimed was an exceptionally auspicious one. Chapter 60, New Year. Master Bag, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Are you foolish? Tomorrow is Monday. I must go to work. Not everyone enjoys the luxury of financial freedom like you, big boss. Bao Ning shot Ji Yun an exasperated glance, as this little rascal had certainly taken advantage of her today. What if I don't go to work? You could support me. Support you. Ji Yun mimicked Stephen Chow's style, speaking with a swagger. Ji Yun's circle comprised individuals of more mature years, such as Master Zhao Jinsheng, Master Zhang, Master He, and Master Feng Yuan, all in their 40s or 50s. He had always portrayed himself as remarkably mature around them. Yet, in truth, Ji Yun was merely in his 20s, and during the 2 days spent with Bao Ning, he gradually revealed his authentic self. After all, who isn't a baby at heart? Merely a baby of 3 years and over 280 months. As the two bid farewell with reluctance, they agreed to meet again when time allowed. After all, Bao Ning held a prominent position at her law firm, and with the year-end approaching, there were fewer matters to attend to, allowing for leisurely outings together. At home, Bao's mother was radiant with joy, her smile unwavering throughout the day, even humming while preparing meals. Bao's father, too, reaped the benefits of his wife's happiness, for at least he was spared from her discontent. It was rather pitiable for him, a principal and a cadre at the department level, to find himself lacking in stature before his wife. However, who could blame him, for she was indeed his beloved spouse. Having spent over 30 years together since their university days, he acknowledged that he would not have achieved this level of success without her unwavering support. Little Baozi, how was your day? Did you share anything with your mother? Any progress with Xiao Ji? It was all right. We held hands today, Bao Ning replied, a hint of shyness creeping in, yet eager to express her feelings for Ji Yun, which had genuinely blossomed. What? Only 2 days in, and he's already holding your hand? That lad has some audacity, Bao's father exclaimed, momentarily abandoning his newspaper, ready to protest at the thought of his daughter being so swiftly courted. What would happen in another couple of months? The mere thought raised his blood pressure. What is it to you? Holding hands isn't a crime. You took me to the woods during university, and you dare to criticize? Bao's mother shot him a glare, swiftly quelling his uprising. Mind your words, the children are still young. They were merely discussing poetry, Bao's father replied, somewhat sheepishly, before reminding his daughter to be cautious and not let that dark-haired lad take advantage of her. With a conspiratorial gesture, Bao's mother led Bao Ning aside to share some whispers, occasionally pointing at Bao's father, who now appeared increasingly uneasy, returning to his newspaper in an attempt to divert his thoughts. Bao Ning couldn't help but chuckle to herself, since her mother's retirement. Her temper had become more fiery, while her father seemed utterly powerless. In the following days, Ji Yun returned to a more structured routine, engaging in daily exercise, reading, and jotting down any questions to pose to his mentor. He attended various gatherings with Zhao Jinsheng, dining with company leaders to discuss future developments. Yet, the most cherished activity remained his conversations with Bao Ning. With her early dismissal from work, Ji Yun often played the role of chauffeur, and their shared moments, watching movies, dining, and shopping, accelerated the progression of their relationship. It was not long before they would reach the stage of introducing each other to their families. As time passed serenely, the Lunar New Year approached, with the streets bustling with festive spirit and adorned with red lanterns. An important matter loomed as well. The swift advancement of Ji Yun and Bao Ning's relationship had led to discussions between their families about meeting during the New Year celebrations. Given their respective ages, both sets of parents were eager to solidify their bond. Ji Yun had discussed with Bao Ning the logistics, noting that the first and second days of the new year would be particularly busy for her family, making it less convenient. Meanwhile, he had numerous visits to make, including to his mentor and some esteemed leaders in his field. Chun Haiba had to pay a visit to his partners, and he also needed to entertain some high-ranking executives from his own company, including Lu Qingfeng, Lin Guojun, and Li Qianyu, who were likely to come to pay their respects. In the blink of an eye, the new year had arrived, heralding a fresh beginning. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, early in the morning, Ji Yun purchased gifts to present to his master and also brought along a bamboo scroll painting by the Ming Dynasty artist Wang Fu as a token of gratitude for the selfless assistance he had received over the years. Zhao Jinsheng graciously accepted the gift, acknowledging the disciple's sincere intentions. And indeed, the exquisite bamboo painting was a significant investment that Ji Yun had acquired from fellow collectors. Wang Fu was renowned as the foremost bamboo painter of the Ming Dynasty. The artwork captured the essence of its subject with effortless grace, showcasing a masterful technique that balanced spontaneity with stability. The bamboo, rendered with just a few strokes, appeared both lifelike and full of charm, a truly rare gem. Little Ji, you must have spent quite a fortune on this painting, Zhao Jinsheng remarked, unable to take his eyes off the artwork. Well, I understand you're busy, so please don't let me delay you further. Go on with your affairs. After spending some time with Zhao Jinsheng, Ji Yun, unable to refuse his master's kindness, left with a piece of porcelain from his master in addition to the painting he had brought. After safely storing the garlic jar at home, Ji Yun set off for his next destination. Chapter 61, Visiting Parents. During the first and second days of the new year, Ji Yun was quite occupied. After departing from Zhao Jinsheng's residence, he visited several esteemed predecessors who had generously aided him in his endeavors. His company's successful development was significantly attributed to their efforts, particularly from those with connections in the government, which necessitated maintaining those relationships. Following this, he met with various partners and business magnates, including Chun Haiba, who warmly welcomed him into his home. Chun Haiba's son was also present. Previously, Chun had expressed a desire for Ji Yun to meet his son, hoping to pave the way for his future. Ji Yun was surprised by the rapid rise he had achieved. The reception was exceedingly cordial, and Chun Haiba's son, of a similar age to Ji Yun, was known locally as a charming playboy. Ji Yun had heard tales of this young master during his sales days, as he was reputedly one of the 4 prominent heirs of the city. However, upon meeting him, Ji Yun was pleasantly surprised. He did not embody the stereotypical image of a spoiled rich kid, but instead exhibited a remarkable level of maturity and sophistication, addressing Ji Yun as Brother Ji. Ji Yun had erroneously assumed that all wealthy heirs possessed an arrogant demeanor. In truth, these individuals received the finest education and have been exposed to experiences far beyond those of ordinary people. Those raised in elite circles were unlikely to be devoid of humility or knowledge. Rather, they understood the nuances of navigating different relationships. If one perceived arrogance in them, it was often due to a lack of the stature required to command respect. Clearly, Ji Yun had now attained that level of qualification. In addition to the relationships that necessitate in-person visits, there exist some more commonplace connections, where, although one may not be physically present, a simple phone call can suffice. In times of crisis, when one is confronted with challenges, it becomes difficult to articulate one's needs if there has been little prior engagement. Regular communication fosters a sense of camaraderie, making it easier to seek assistance when truly needed. Currently, tensions are palpable, with increasing friction between the military and the government. Some soldiers lead dual lives, serving by day and, after changing their attire, engaging in unknown activities by night. The embassy has issued a crucial advisory to the Chinese community in Malawi, urging them to refrain from unnecessary outings. Fortunately, foresight prevailed as Chinese enterprises had engaged at FA Security, ensuring that these investments remain the only ones in Malawi unscathed, operating as usual amidst the turmoil. Feng Yulin and Lao Qin are tirelessly occupied, not only ensuring the smooth operation of the FA mining, but also addressing unforeseen incidents and collaborating with the embassy to safeguard the interests and safety of Chinese enterprises in Malawi. Thanks to the groundwork laid previously, no party dares to provoke the FA Security lightly, as they possess formidable capabilities that would be challenging to confront. This incident has also elevated the FA Security's reputation, earning commendations from the State Council, and it is anticipated that once the situation stabilizes, the FA Security will seize the opportunity to expand its influence. After concluding calls with Feng Yulin and Lao Qin, the first day of the Lunar New Year came to a bustling close. The following day, visitors continued to arrive at Ji Yun's home, including shareholders and executives from various companies, along with business acquaintances, keeping Ji Yun occupied throughout the day. By the third day, most of the expected guests had come and gone, prompting Ji Yun to prepare for his inaugural visit to the home of Bao Ning, a significant moment as he would be meeting his future in-laws. With gifts meticulously arranged, Ji Yun set forth to meet Bao Ning's parents. Meanwhile, Bao Ning's family had also prepared for Ji Yun's visit, with Bao Ning assisting her mother in the kitchen, crafting a sumptuous spread and tidying the home in anticipation of Ji Yun's arrival. In addition to a generous array of New Year gifts, Ji Yun had thoughtfully chosen a jade bracelet for Bao's mother and a premium ink stone for Bao's father, who had an affinity for calligraphy. Upon reaching the ground floor, Ji Yun found Bao Ning waiting for him. "Why are you out in this cold? You could have waited for me to come in first, Bao Bao," Ji Yun remarked affectionately, ruffling Bao Ning's hair. Despite being older than him, Ji Yun cherished Bao Ning like a child, a sentiment she welcomed after her long tenure as a strong woman. She relished being treated with tenderness. "I was waiting for you. I missed you, Xiao Yunzi," Bao Ning replied, helping Ji Yun with his belongings while linking her arm through his as they ascended the stairs. Upon entering, they found Bao's father busily assisting Bao's mother with the dishes. His warm welcome upon seeing his daughter with Ji Yun was unmistakable. Upon arrival, "Xiao Ji, you've brought so much. Quickly set it down, wash your hands, and prepare for dinner. Your aunt is aware of your visit and has prepared her culinary delights from years of experience." Bao Ma, having heard Ji Yun's voice from the kitchen, hurried out to greet him. "Oh dear, you brought so much. Look at you, you must be exhausted. Please, sit down and rest for a moment. Xiao Ning, pour some water for Xiao Ji. We shall dine shortly." "Not at all, uncle and aunt. These are merely health supplements. They are not heavy to carry. I've also brought a few gifts for you, and I hope you won't find them lacking." Such thoughtful words, with a kind heart. How could we ever find anything objectionable? "Now let us set your things aside, wash our hands, and enjoy our meal," Bao Ma replied. She was also keenly interested in Ji Yun's family situation and asked him to extend her greetings to his parents. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Yun inquired when both families might gather for a visit, to which Bao Ba and Bao Ma readily agreed. The meal proceeded with joy and laughter, resulting in Bao Ba and Bao Ma wholeheartedly accepting Ji Yun as a son-in-law. They arranged to dine together in a few days to discuss matters regarding Ji Yun and Bao Ning. Chapter 62. Uncovering the Old Residents. "Old Bao, what are your thoughts on Xiao Ji?" Ji Yun and Bao Ning had just stepped out when Bao Ba and Bao Ma began their conversation. Quite admirable, humble, and sincere. Neither hasty nor anxious. He is a fine young man worthy of our beloved daughter. Is that so? No longer shall we refer to him as that black boy. How is it that a mere broken inkstone has so thoroughly captivated you, the esteemed principal? What do you mean broken inkstone? This is a fine Duan inkstone. Aged quite well. Still, he has taken my precious daughter away. It is only fitting that I accept a few of his gifts. I shall head to the study to test them. They truly are remarkable. As Bao Bao walked, it was evident he was quite pleased with the gifts Ji Yun had bestowed. A mere inkstone has secured your favor. How fortunate am I? Xiao Ji mentioned that this is a piece of ice jade, cherished for decades by certain individuals, yet no one has thought to gift me a bracelet. How considerate my son-in-law is. Bao Ma boasted, delicately showcasing the bracelet on her wrist. Bao Ba pretended not to hear. Although his salary card was in his wife's possession, he knew that discussing such matters at this moment would not bode well. Practicing calligraphy was indeed more pressing. Upon arriving at Ji Yun's residence, Bao Ning received a warm welcome. Ji Pa and Ji Ma had prepared an elaborate feast and had thoughtfully selected gifts for their future daughter-in-law. After much deliberation, they chose a lady's watch in Tiffany blue from Audemars Piguet, a splendid choice that struck the right balance between exquisite and modest, priced around 300,000, ensuring it could be worn with pride without appearing ostentatious. Thank you, uncle and aunt. I absolutely adore this watch. I've always hesitated to purchase it due to its price. Bao Ning exclaimed as she presented her own gifts for Ji Yun's parents. For Ji Ma, she brought a luxurious coat, and for Ji Pa, a strand of agarwood beads. Purchases made with Ji Yun's company, although Bao Ning insisted on covering the expense herself, totaling over 100,000. This coat was chosen by me for Annie. After inquiring about Annie Ji Yun's body type, I felt it would complement her exquisitely. Please try on, Annie. I genuinely believe it suits your temperament perfectly. Indeed, you are so considerate, Xiao Bao. I shall give it a try, as I find the style quite appealing as well. While helping Ji Ma don the coat, Bao Ning praised Ji Ma for her youthful figure, which kept Ji Ma in fits of laughter. Auntie looks splendid. Her elegance is truly remarkable. I assent it, uncle. Indeed, Xiao Bao has a keen eye. The fit is impeccable. Just look at how delighted your auntie is. She can hardly close her mouth in joy. This is a bracelet I selected for you, uncle, with Ji Yun's assistance. It is made of agarwood. I must admit I am not well versed in it, but Ji Yun assures me it is quite nice. After presenting Ji Ma with her gift, we proceeded to gift Ji Ba. It's no wonder Bao Ning, at such a young age, has ascended to the position of senior partner at the law firm. Her emotional intelligence is truly commendable. After the gifts were exchanged, we shared a meal together. During dinner, Bao Ning proudly adorned the watch gifted by Ji Yun's parents, signifying both her affection and appreciation. She did not decline the generous gift simply because of its value, nor did she feign modesty. Being open-hearted, she understood that they were, after all, family. With her annual income in the millions, she certainly could afford a watch worth 300,000. This was merely to bring joy to Ji Yun's parents, and truthfully, she was exceedingly happy to be valued so highly by her boyfriend's family. Xiao Yun, how did I perform today? I hope I didn't embarrass you. Bao Ning said with a hint of pride, having kept Ji Yun's parents smiling throughout their time together. Not just good, Bao Bao. You've truly brought honor to your husband. Such grace and kindness. I can only repay you with my life and allow you to take charge, he teased. Get lost. Who wants to take charge of you? You wish. Just drive properly, you rascal, daring to covet your sister. I shall not grant you that. Perish the thought. Bao Ning retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed. Initially, she found this little rascal, dark and simple, rather endearing, but he had grown increasingly mischievous, almost taking advantage of her. Had she not been vigilant, he might have swindled her entirely. Oh, how dare you insult your husband? Just wait until I give you a good spanking. Ji Yun feigned a menacing tone. Really? A spanking? Oh, how delightful. My dear husband. Bao Ning exaggeratedly elongated her voice, adopting a sultry tone that was hard to resist. Ji Yun's eyes glistened with emotion. Xiao Bao, you're playing with fire. Don't blame me for being mischievous, he warned playfully. Oh dear, I'm so frightened. What do you intend to do to me, my beloved husband? She teased, becoming increasingly audacious as they neared her underground garage. After parking, Bao Ning, beaming with joy, was about to exit the car when Ji Yun seized her, leading to a series of playful antics. Fortunately, the Audi's tinted windows were adequate. Otherwise, this story might have reached an abrupt conclusion. Upon exiting the vehicle, Bao Ning shot Ji Yun an annoyed glance while rubbing her backside. Well, Bao Bao, your defiance has returned. What happened to your earlier softness? Ji Yun licked his lips provocatively. You Be quiet, you mustn't say that, Bao Ning said, a hint of exasperation in her voice as she attempted to cover Ji Yun's mouth, only to be met with several unexpected kisses. Remember to pick me up tomorrow morning. Xiao Haizi, don't forget. I want to join you in exploring the old house. As Bao Ning ran, she reminded Ji Yun. Before the new year, a friend in the industry had informed Ji Yun that the owner of an old residence was looking to part with it and invited Ji Yun to join in the exploration. Ji Yun was quite intrigued, but prior commitments and the inconvenience of the holiday had delayed the visit. Now that the new year had just passed, the owner reached out again, prompting Ji Yun's friend to inquire whether he would like to accompany them, to which Ji Yun readily agreed. Along the way, he shared this news with Bao Ning, who was equally captivated and pressed him to explain what exploring an old house entailed. Ji Yun clarified that it involved visiting historical residences to seek out and acquire antiques. Upon hearing this, Bao Ning was filled with curiosity and, with nothing planned for the following day, decided to join Ji Yun. Although they had yet to obtain a marriage certificate, their bond was already immensely strong. They could hardly bear to be apart for even a day. Chapter 63, The Old Courtyard. The next day, Ji Yun first contacted his friend to arrange a meeting at 10 in the morning, then called Bao Ning to inform her he would be picking her up shortly. Since both families had already met, their relationship was essentially accepted, and both households were pleased to see the couple spending time together. After picking up Bao Ning, they drove towards the address provided by Ji Yun's friend. This friend, surnamed Ho and named Jing, was known in the industry by the nickname Monkey Genius. He had begun his career selling goods on the street, but had gradually built a successful antique business, now worth over 10 million. In terms of ability, he was competent, but he had a penchant for calculation and a desire to gain advantages, which had somewhat tarnished his reputation within the industry. Ji Yun had met him at a collector's conference, and, upon learning of Ji Yun's background, he had been exceedingly enthusiastic, bordering on sycophantic. Nevertheless, Ji Yun did not look down on him. After all, everyone was striving to make a living, and the ability to humble oneself for a better life was commendable. Ji Yun understood this well, having risen from humble beginnings himself. Old Ho arriving so early. I'm 10 minutes early, yet you're already waiting for me, Ji Yun remarked as they arrived, noticing Ho Jing at the entrance with a driver in tow. I just got here too, Mr. Ji. May I introduce this young lady? This is my girlfriend, Bao Ning. Hello, Mr. Ho. Bao Ning greeted him with grace, affording him due respect. Mr. Ji, you are fortunate indeed to have such an admirable girlfriend. It's truly enviable, Ho Jing remarked. Let us get to the introductions. What is the situation with this family? Ji Yun bypassed further pleasantries and delved straight into the topic. The owner of this courtyard is surnamed Niu. Their family has been in the medicinal herb business for generations. They experienced considerable success during the late Qing and Republican eras and are reputed to be among the foremost medicinal merchants in the Northwest. Subsequently, following the outbreak of the anti-Japanese war, the family's fortunes began to wane. Later, as you are aware, during that tumultuous period, everything was nationalized. Eventually, after the tides of change, the descendants of the Niu family were located and restitution was made. At that time, the Niu family still possessed significant heritage, and they were quite esteemed in our locality. During the era of reform and opening up, they seized the opportunity and regained some prominence. Logically, it should not have come to this point. Ji Yun felt a tinge of curiosity. Those who capitalized on the reform and have yet to amass a fortune of over 100 million must be considered as having fallen from grace. Thus, it is often said that wealth does not last beyond 3 generations. When the elder Niu was alive, the Jimin pharmaceutical company was undoubtedly renowned. Ji, the general manager, may have heard of it. 7 or 8 years prior, it was a booming enterprise in our region, boasting a workforce of 1 to 2,000 employees. However, guess what happened? Once the elder Niu passed away, the young master inherited the company and squandered resources recklessly. Within 2 years, he had driven Jimin Pharmaceutical to the brink of collapse, leaving a mountain of debt. Ultimately, there was no choice but to liquidate the family assets. Now, only this ancestral residence remains. For the past couple of years, it managed to hold on, but now it is in dire straits. Even the ancestral home is being put up for sale. From your words, it seems this individual is rather difficult to engage with. Typically, those who once thrived in wealth, yet have now fallen to such a state, despite their current decline, likely maintain a certain air of superiority. The concern is that upon entering, communication may prove challenging. Nevertheless, Ji Yun was unfazed. Since this matter was introduced by Ho Jing, he would simply carry his bag of lemons and focus on selecting items, leaving the rest to Old Ho to manage. If necessary, he would offer Old Ho a larger commission, provided there were indeed valuable items inside. It seems this will be quite the endeavor for you, Old Ho. While Ji Yun was aware that Ho Jing likely profited from both ends, taking commissions from both sides, he was resolute that he would not suffer any losses. Should they attempt to deceive him, he was prepared to part ways amicably. Mr. G, no need for such words. Very well, let us proceed inside. Following Old Ho. As they walked in, Old Ho's voice boomed even before he crossed the threshold. Old Nyo, I'm here. This time I brought a big boss with me. Come out quickly. What are you shouting about? I was just resting for a moment. If you're coming, just come. Your raucous voice might bring the tiles down. Upon entering, they encountered a middle-aged man in his 50s, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and dressed in a slightly worn suit, topped with a leather overcoat that appeared to be of decent quality. He held a kettle in hand, seemingly preparing to pour water. Old Nyo, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. G. Greetings, Mr. Nyo. I am Ji Yun. I apologize for the sudden visit and hope for your understanding. Ji Yun was quite courteous, for indeed, civility breeds prosperity. Listen to how well-spoken he is. Old Ho, it's no wonder you lack the fortune to be a big boss. All right, come in, everyone. I am well aware of your intentions. There are 2 more courtyards behind. Feel free to take a look. Once you've found what you desire, call for me. I will take a moment to rest. Old Ho knows this courtyard better than I do, so let him guide you. With that, the man retreated inside, leaving Ji Yun and the others to their own devices. Please, General Ji, do not take offense. This old cow has always had this peculiar habit. His wife and children no longer stay with him. Come, let me show you around. Ji Yun followed Bao Ning as they entered through the door with Ho Jing. The courtyard was a traditional Sihyuan, a 3-part structure, meticulously arranged, exuding an ancient charm. It was entirely made of brick and wood. Yet the passage of time had left it in a somewhat dilapidated state, lacking proper maintenance. The owner resided in the first courtyard, and according to Ho Jing, the back was even more in disrepair. The front courtyard shadow wall had crumbled halfway, and the bricks on the ground were equally in a state of decay. The door to the rear room stood wide open, revealing a collection of worn-out items. Ji Yun glanced around, finding little of value. It was only logical, as anything of worth had likely been scavenged long ago. Now, they could only hope to discover some forgotten trinkets. The moon gates flanking the Sihyuan still faintly hinted at their former grandeur, though sadly, the landscaping had been entirely lost. What a beautiful door, Ji Yun, Bao Ning exclaimed, admiring the vibrant entrance, though its colors had faded into a patchwork of wear. This is known as a hanging flower gate. It signifies that one should not step beyond the main entrance. It appeared exquisite, undoubtedly crafted by a skilled artisan. Yet it was regrettable that it had not been preserved well. Ji Yun sighed, lamenting the waste of such a fine courtyard. As they continued deeper into the compound, they entered the second courtyard. The main house consisted of 2 stories, also constructed of brick and wood. Although it too was in a state of disrepair, hints of the former wealth of the owners were still discernible. The doors of the east and west wing rooms were ajar, and Ji Yun pushed one open to take a look. Surprisingly, many items inside were relatively well preserved. The room housed several pieces of furniture, primarily old pieces made of rosewood and jujube wood, ordinary antique furniture of little monetary value, alongside some items with a strong sense of history, such as oil lamps and a Phoenix brand bicycle, still bearing its insignia. However, as Ji Yun surveyed the room, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Everything seemed overly intentional. After all, this was not Ho Jing's first visit. Though these items held little worth, it was peculiar that they remained untouched amid the owner's apparent plight. The environment felt oddly pristine. After exploring a few more rooms, the decor remained similar, but on a table, there were some porcelain pieces that caught Ji Yun's eye, though he quickly lost interest. General Ji, don't rush off. Take a look at these porcelain items. They are quite valuable. Are they? If they are indeed such treasures, why hasn't General Ho collected them? Ji Yun's tone turned unexpectedly brusque towards Ho Jing. Bao Ning sensed the shift in Ji Yun's demeanor, but chose to remain silent, simply following Ji Yun. If General Ji isn't interested, we can move on. There is still the main house and the backyard to explore. Ho Jing continued to smile, seemingly oblivious to Ji Yun's change in attitude. Ji Yun followed Ho Jing into the main house. The interior was reminiscent of the furnishings in the east and west wing, adorned with solid wood furniture alongside an array of porcelain, bronze artifacts, and various paintings. Most of these items were rather ordinary, dating back merely to the late Qing and Republican periods, of little market value, perhaps only a few thousand yuan. Yet, among them were some genuinely exquisite pieces that appeared to be of considerable antiquity, spanning the Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties, exuding authenticity. An untrained eye might easily be deceived in such an environment, falling prey to the allure of a hidden treasure. Mr. G, what are your thoughts? Ho Jing inquired with a beaming smile. Quite impressive indeed. These are truly remarkable items. Let's take a closer look, Ji Yin replied, leading the way through 2 moon gates into the backyard. There, a spacious courtyard lay before them, featuring a small lake adorned with a quaint pavilion. Mr. G, there's not much to see in the backyard, just a small lake. The items in the house have all been cleared out. Perhaps we should return to the front and continue our search for treasures, Ho Jing suggested as they walked. Very well, Ho, Ji Yin responded. You're quite clever, Ho, Ji Yin remarked, catching Ho Jing off guard. Initially, he thought Ji Yin meant to explore the front further, only to realize Ji Yin was addressing him directly. Mr. G, what do you mean? I find myself a bit perplexed, Ho Jing replied. Ah, you're confused, are you? Then let me be candid. The scheme you've laid out is rather extensive. First, you sought to meet me at the exchange conference, and now you have lured me here to unearth treasures from the old residents. Do you think I am an inexperienced novice, eager for knowledge, willing to swallow any losses? Mr. G, your words only add to my confusion. What scheme? I invited you here in good faith to uncover hidden gems. Am I mistaken in my hospitality? Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Ho Jing's expression soured. Good faith, you say? The room is filled with inferior goods and dubious replicas, alongside recently moved in old furniture. If you summon me here, I presume you must know me somewhat. Do you think that as a newcomer in this field, I am easily swayed and would silently endure any misfortune? However, since you dared to orchestrate this, your understanding of me must be superficial. Besides running my business, I also command a small private army abroad, about 400 to 500 men. I trust you've heard whispers of this. But tell me, Ho, do you grasp the gravity of your miscalculation? As Ji Yun's voice turned ominous, a chill ran down Ho Jing's spine. He had heard rumors of Ji Yun's ventures beyond the realms of Fuxing and Jinxiu Pavilion, including a security company in Africa. Initially, he had given it little thought, but now, with Ji Yun having seen through his ruse, the realization struck him cold. Mr. G, please calm your anger. I truly had no inkling that this Neo would resort to trickery. Had I known, even with 2 additional lives, I would never have dared to bring you here. Not to mention, your esteemed mentor, Master Zhao Jincheng, has shown me great kindness. How could I engage in such a treacherous act? Is that so? My mentor has extended his grace many times, yet I see no sign of your gratitude towards him. Ji Yin softly remarked that his master had previously spoken of this individual as greedy and ungrateful. However, Ji Yin did not anticipate that he would dare to act so recklessly. Ah, someone of my caliber hardly measures up to him. Rest assured, General Ji, I shall confront the one surnamed Neo and ensure that I provide you with an explanation regarding today's events, he declared, already turning to stride towards the front courtyard with his driver. It remained uncertain whether he truly intended to confront Neo or merely to gather testimony. It seemed likely that he was indeed on the right track. During a prior industry exchange meeting, he had also heard from his master to learn, listen, observe, and speak less. Hence, it was probable that he had been perceived as a Navi newcomer, easily ensnared. The antique trade is unlike other industries. A poor purchase reveals one's lack of expertise, and admitting one's blunder can irreparably tarnish one's reputation, resulting in a cessation of business dealings. Therefore, he likely targeted me as a novice, hoping to ensnare me in a silent loss. Yet unexpectedly, I discerned the truth. Ji Yin provided Bao Ning a brief explanation of the intricacies involved. Now he is rushing over with what you referred to as mercenaries, which is quite intimidating. I noticed how he and his driver were sweating profusely just moments ago. Bao Ning comfortingly wrapped her arm around Ji Yun's, remarking that despite his fierce demeanor, he truly exuded masculinity, making her heart flutter. How could I dare engage in illegal activities? He and his brawny driver, along with an accomplice, could pose a threat. If I did not assert my authority over him, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. As Ji Yun spoke, he dialed Lu Qingfeng, urging him to bring several men post-haste. You are so handsome, Xiao Yunzi. You are enchanting me, Bao Ning said, planting a loving kiss on Ji Yun's cheek. No wonder it is said that love blinds the eye. To Ho Jing, Ji Yun's earlier display must have seemed formidable, akin to a wrathful deity, igniting thoughts of him hiring gunmen in a fit of anger. Ji Yun, seizing the opportunity, gently ruffled Bao Ning's hair and continued. What else could he be up to? He is likely off to collude with others. For someone bold enough to engage in such tactics, he probably intends to vanish after this job. By the time I realize something is amiss, the homeowner will have disappeared, leaving only Ho to offer me an apology, admitting his poor judgment in assessing character. thus making me shoulder the loss alone. Chapter 65. Breaking the stalemate indeed. Ji Yun's intuition was spot on. At present, Ho Jing was solely focused on ensuring that old Neo took the blame, no matter the cost, so that he could extricate himself from the situation. After all, Neo was preparing to flee abroad after this job. If he could successfully shift all responsibility onto him, he would likely secure his own safety. Given the numerous advantages Neo had reaped from this arrangement, it was high time for him to contribute. Mr. Ho, why are you out here? That pretty boy inside, silence. You will listen to me now. Ho Jing abruptly interrupted old Neo. The matter has come to light. This young man possesses an unfathomable background, someone we cannot afford to provoke. I shall feign ignorance and engage you in a quarrel, while you play the victim, and I will plead on your behalf. In this manner, the incident shall pass. Do you comprehend? No, Mr. Ho. Are you intending to cast me aside? You have already stated that this individual has significant connections. If I concede to him, will he spare me? What are you afraid of? You are about to depart for America. What is there to fear? Even if he is formidable, can he pursue you all the way to America? As such, I shall cover your share of the profits this time, and even double it. If you dare to refuse, I will take drastic measures to ensure you suffer. Ho Jing was genuinely resolute. Hearing that Ji Yun and Bao Ning were approaching, he dared not delay further and initiated a brawl, commencing the pretense. Bovine, have you grown weary of life? Are you attempting to play tricks on me? Do you believe I want to incapacitate you today? Upon witnessing the boss engage, Ho Jing's driver hurriedly joined in, swiftly toppling old Neo. The unfortunate old Neo, caught off guard, was overwhelmed by Ho Jing's assault and, unable to escape, resorted to pleading for mercy. By the time Ji Yun and Bao Ning arrived, this was the scene that greeted them. Enough, Mr. Ho. Cease this at once. If this escalates and someone is harmed, you will all face consequences, Ji Yun interjected. With a disdainful spit directed at old Neo, Ho Jing expressed his contempt. Since Mr. Ji has spoken, I shall grant you a reprieve. To have deceived us is a grave offense. Had this occurred a few years ago, I would have buried you alive in the mountains. Mr. Ji, I sincerely apologize for this situation. I was misled by a scoundrel, initially hoping to introduce you to some business opportunities, only to find myself ensnared in their trap. Therefore, whether you choose to punish or forgive, I, old Ho, shall accept my fate as an apology. At this moment, Ho Jing stood with an air of righteous indignation, displaying a demeanor of accepting punishment, while his driver rolled up his sleeves, embodying the outrage of a betrayed employer. These two should truly consider a career in acting. Yun mused inwardly. There's no need for that. Mr. Neo, I regarded you as a friend, which is why I endeavor to assist your business. Is it not rather inappropriate for you to resort to such tactics now? Mr. Ji, I concede defeat today. I have no further words. I am outmatched, and you may deal with me as you see fit. You are surprisingly defiant, said Bao. Now, please enlighten us on the legal ramifications of fraud attempts. Oh, I neglected to introduce my girlfriend. She holds a doctorate in law and is a senior partner at a law firm. In a society governed by law, one cannot simply threaten violence, Ji Yun remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Bao Ning. According to the criminal law of the People's Republic of China, an attempted fraud is subject to penalties based on the standards for the crime of fraud, typically resulting in leniency. The specific sentence may vary depending on the circumstances of the attempt, but generally, it could involve imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or supervision, along with fines. Bao Ning, having received Ji Yun's signal, deliberately exaggerated the sentencing guidelines for attempted fraud, aiming to intimidate old Neo. Dear Mr. Ho, you cannot simply disregard my plight. As I observe Ji Yun's earnest intention to surrender himself, old Neo is genuinely alarmed. It is unbearable. I am on the verge of embarking on a new life in America, and this unexpected turn is too much to bear. Be silent. What connection do we share? Why should I concern myself with your predicament? After your actions, how can you still have the audacity to plead for mercy? Were it not for the respect I hold for your father, Mr. Neo, Ji would have already seen to it that you were incarcerated for a proper reformation. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Ji? Ho Jing is indeed fearful that old Neo might divulge his secrets, rendering him unable to ignore the situation. Mr. Ho implies that I should extend a courtesy to Mr. Neo. However, I am unacquainted with him, and he has long since departed this world. From where shall I derive this courtesy? It would be more prudent for me to grant you a favor, Mr. Ho. Ji Yun finds the absurdity amusing. It appears that Ho Jing has genuinely been intimidated by his previous words, believing himself to be a formidable international mercenary. Thank you, Mr. Ji, for this favor. To be honest, I have also benefited from Mr. Neo's kindness in the past. If I were to send Mr. Neo's descendant to prison, my conscience would be troubled. Mr. Ho, you have certainly received numerous favors. Ji Yun refrains from exposing the truth. During old Nyo's time, Ho Jing was still peddling wares at crossroads. Hardly a recipient of such benefactions. The favor owed to old Nyo is indeed a convenient excuse. Ho Jing is, without a doubt, more than adept at playing the victim. As their conversation unfolds, a cacophony of footsteps approaches. Lu Qingfeng, accompanied by a dozen burly men, barges in. How goes it, Mr. Ji? Are you unharmed? Let me see who dares to challenge our Mr. Ji. Upon witnessing the imposing figures entering, both Ho Jing and old Nyo feel a surge of dread. They are relieved they did not confront Ji Yun earlier, for they could have found themselves dragged to a grim fate. All is well, old Lu. I was just discussing a compensation plan with Mr. Nyo. Quickly assist Mr. Nyo to his feet. It is bitterly cold, and we cannot let him catch a chill. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, the men swiftly encircle Ho Jing and old Nyo. Two of them hoist old Nyo aloft, one on each side, as he finds himself unceremoniously carried like a fledgling chick. Chapter 66. The Acquisition of the Old Residence. Observing the now pitiful old Nyo, his once proud hairstyle disheveled, with several marks upon his face and footprints scattered across his body, it is evident that the once arrogant Mr. Nyo is now at the mercy of others. Thus, engaging in shady dealings brings both gains and losses. If one wishes to profit from such ventures, one must be prepared for the consequences, even the risk of having one's legs broken. Ji Yun has demonstrated considerable mercy. Perhaps he has yet to fully transition from an ordinary worker to a billionaire capitalist. Had Ho Jing attempted to deceive any other wealthy individual instead of Ji Yun, he would not have left this encounter unscathed. Otherwise, no one would perceive your actions as merciful, but rather as a sign of weakness, prompting others to take a bite, believing there would be no repercussions. At times, it is not merely a desire to extinguish matters, but rather a means to set an example, to frighten the predators lurking in the shadows. Thus, when Ji Yun intimidated Ho Jing earlier, it is no wonder that Ho Jing displayed such trepidation, for in the eyes of genuine magnates, one's life is merely a statistic. They would render you into a tangible entity, meticulously weighing the pros and cons, calculating the cost versus the value of your elimination. Moreover, they possess the capability to make you vanish from this world without a trace, all without jeopardizing their own standing. For such is the harsh reality. Mr. Nyo, although I did not partake in your scheme today, it is undeniable that your intentions towards me were nefarious. One must acknowledge their faults when they falter. Facing retribution requires standing firm. Since you endeavored to deceive me and I have uncovered your scheme, an explanation is warranted. Would you not agree, Mr. Nyo and Mr. Ho? Ji Yun, having addressed Mr. Nyo, then turned to Ho Jing, causing her to shudder in fear. Yes, indeed, what Mr. Ji states is accurate. Mr. Nyo, you ought to promptly apologize to Mr. Ji. An apology is hardly necessary. What value does it hold, Mr. Nyo? Ji Yun remarked to the bruised and battered Mr. Nyo. Mr. Ji, please draw the line. This predicament is my folly, yet I am currently destitute. My wife and daughter have taken everything, and they are now in America. I have nothing to offer you in recompense. Perhaps you might consider delivering a sound beating to relieve your frustrations? What purpose would that serve? I would merely be left to pay for my own medical expenses. Lacking funds, yet you still possess this residence, Mr. Nyo. Since you plan to vacate, it would be a waste for this house to remain unoccupied. Why not transfer it to me? Rest assured, you shall not incur any losses. In truth, Ji Yun had coveted this residence from the outset, yet had he not been presented with this situation, he would have remained silent. Even if he were to propose it later, the price would undoubtedly be exorbitant. However, once he discerned that Mr. Nyo and Ho Jing had conspired to deceive him, Ji Yun's intentions crystallized, placing the initiative firmly in his grasp. If they dared to deceive him, they ought to suffer some consequences. Otherwise, who would refrain from encroaching upon him in the future? Furthermore, individuals who engage in such treachery are unlikely to remain for long, for they are bound to act. Consequently, Ji Yun felt justified in claiming the residence, and he would not take it for free. He would certainly compensate appropriately, albeit not excessively, for after all, one cannot expect to sell high when one is a fraud. Mr. Ho, Mr. Nyo cast a furtive glance at Ho Jing, uncertain of how to respond. Why dither? The fact that Mr. Ji has shown interest in your dilapidated abode is fortuitous for you, since you are preparing to depart, entrusting this residence to Mr. Ji would not tarnish the reputation of the Nyo family. What more is there to contemplate? Ho Jing spoke with righteous fervor, her words resolute. Very well, Mr. Ji. What sum do you intend to offer for my residence? Thus, The 30 million offered by Ji Yun was not an insignificant amount, especially given the current circumstances. Mr. Ji, does 30 million not seem rather too low? Might you consider increasing it slightly? The old bull remains undeterred. In truth, the estate was originally promised to Ho Jing. Apart from the profits from previous schemes, if Ho Jing were to muster an additional 45 million, she could acquire this residence. However, with a mere utterance from Ji Yun, 15 million was deducted, causing the old bull to feel a pang of anguish. Ho Jing, too, felt a deep sorrow after meticulously planning for so long. The property was nearly within her grasp. A slight renovation would allow her to resell it for over 100 million. Yet now she found herself unable to voice her thoughts, merely watching helplessly as her future home slipped away into another's possession, all while offering congratulations. Ji Yun observed the two with amusement, recognizing the irony of their self-entrapment. Despite Ho Jing's machinations, she ultimately crafted a garment for another. Those who lack virtue to match their position will inevitably encounter misfortune. Very well, Mr. Ji, I concede, but you must provide a letter of understanding, absolving me of any further liabilities, the old bull declared, steeling himself. A little less money was inconsequential. After all, the funds for his family were sufficient for a comfortable life. Preserving one's life is paramount. All right, Lawyer Bao, I entrust this matter to you. I will ensure you receive your fee. Ji Yun gestured toward Bao Ning. Bao Ning smiled brightly at Ji Yun, amused by the young man's amiable facade, yet increasingly drawn to his multifaceted nature. With that, the group escorted the old bull outside, where they found a suitable location to draft the transfer agreement and the letter of understanding. Ji Yun also urged the old bull to dispose of the belongings cluttering the house, intending to handle the necessary procedures as soon as government offices reopened in a few days. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, 2 days had elapsed since Ji Yun and Bao Ning visited the old residence. Ji Yun had already made the necessary arrangements, and once the government resumed operations, he would accompany the old bull to finalize the property transfer. Xiao Ye, my parents and I are heading out, Bao Ning informed him. Received, esteemed Bao. We are en route, Ji Yun replied. The hotel Ji Yun selected was the same one where he had sold the Nine-Eye Heavenly Pearl to Qinhai Ba. The hotel manager had previously provided Ji Yun with a VIP card and contact information, as he appreciated the delectable cuisine and tranquil atmosphere, so he chose this venue. The Ji family arrived early, securing a private room and ordering a selection of signature dishes and appetizers while awaiting Bao Ning's family. Upon their arrival at the hotel, Bao Ning called Ji Yun, who eagerly went down to greet them. Uncle, Auntie, Xiao Bao. Ji Yun greeted each member warmly. The nickname Xiao Bao had recently been coined by Ji Yun for Bao Ning. One day, in a moment of mischief, he had inadvertently angered her, causing her to pout like a dumpling, thus giving rise to yet another affectionate moniker. Uncle, Annie, look at him. He constantly bullies me and criticizes my weight. Claiming I resemble a bun, Bao Ning began her complaint. Annie will help you deal with him. Our Xiao Bao is so lovely. How could she possibly be overweight? He only knows how to spout nonsense. Ji Ma defended Bao Ning. Teacher Bao, greetings. I am Ji Yun's father. Ji Dad approached Bao Dad to shake hands. Ji Ma and Bao Ma were also acquainted, having become familiar during their time in the matchmaking corner, and they quickly engaged in conversation. A few individuals walked inside, with Ji Yun and Bao Ning trailing behind. Little Bao Bao, why do you bounce around as you walk? You seem a bit haughty, Ji Yun jested with Bao Ning. Who bounces around? How do you see me? I've always been this way, don't you know? And call me Lady Bao Bao Humph. I can't be bothered with you. I'm off to chat with Annie. You'll be bored to death, Bao Ning retorted, taking a few steps before wrapping her arms around Ji Ma's and beginning to act coy, leaving Ji Yun behind. This little bundle certainly holds a grudge. Ji Yun wore a broad smile. When they first met, she perceived Bao Ning as a returnee PhD, studying law. Had it not been for her striking beauty, Ji Yun likely would not have approached her. However, after getting to know her, it became apparent that she was merely a young girl who had not yet matured. In public, she still exuded the poise and wisdom of a formidable lawyer, but in Ji Yun's presence, she increasingly shed her fade, revealing her true self, a somewhat spoiled young lady who needed to be coddled. If she was displeased, she would instantly switch to her authoritative mode, her intelligence doubling. Who wouldn't he be afraid of that? Upon entering the private room, the restaurant's signature dishes were already served, and Bao Dad and Bao Ma ordered several of their favorite delicacies. The two families began to eat and converse regarding the marriage of Ji Yun and Bao Ning. Both families were in agreement to expedite the arrangements. After all, both were of age, with Ji Yun turning 28 after the new year, and Bao Ning nearing 30. Thus, they planned to set the wedding date around May Day, treating this meal as a form of engagement, deeming it unnecessary to hold a separate engagement banquet, an arduous and costly endeavor, as both families preferred to remain low-key. Ji Yun and Bao Ning also wished to avoid complications. If circumstances allowed, they would even consider eloping. However, Ji Yun's career was flourishing, and Bao Dad had been in his position for many years, with numerous connections in the legal and political realms. This wedding would provide Ji Yun access to some of Bao Dad's networks, ultimately benefiting the couple's future. Hence, they decided to proceed with the wedding, akin to how some celebrate birthdays out of personal desire, while others do so because it is expected. Many affluent families hold elaborate coming-of-age ceremonies, which serve as platforms for social connections. A jade hairpin symbolizes a legitimate wife, signifying a bond of marriage. A golden hairpin represents a shared connection, one of mutual affection. A jade comb signifies unity in marriage, offered as a gift. Other gifts include a pair of fragrant sachets, earrings, jade bracelets, matching jade pendants, interlocking jade rings that symbolize everlasting bonds, and finally, a white jade rui in a heart lock, representing a heart knot. In total, there are 12 pieces, all crafted according to ancient traditions, amounting to over 5 million. Little G, our family may not be as affluent as yours, but these ancient books are our family heirlooms, to be passed down to you and little Bao. You must take good care of my daughter, do you hear? Bao Dad solemnly presented a few books to Ji Yun, who promptly stood up to accept them with both hands. Dear uncles and aunts, rest assured, I shall ensure that little bag does not endure any grievances. Ji Yun solemnly pledged, a promise from a man. The Bao family has long upheld a legacy of literature and scholarship. Although Bao's father now occupies a prominent position, he has consistently embraced a life of modesty. Otherwise, with his status, Bao's mother would not have been oblivious to the grading of the jade bracelet Ji Yun presented her previously. In contrast to other affluent families in high positions, where such items would fill a safe or at least a drawer, only a cadre of considerable rank could stumble upon a treasure worth 3,000 while missing out on 500,000. These volumes have been passed down through the generations of the Bao family. Bao's father received them from his own father, and today he entrusts them to Ji Yun. Wealth may only endure 3 generations, but a legacy of literature and scholarship extends through the ages. Bestowing such heirlooms upon Ji Yun signifies Bao's parents' complete acknowledgement of his role as their son-in-law. However, there lies a flaw, since enmities have already been established, particularly those orchestrated by others. One must retaliate without reservations. He initially intended to ensnare you, yet you managed to turn the tables, leaving him at a significant loss. If you do not instill fear or incapacitate him this time, he will bear a grudge and seize any opportunity to strike back without hesitation. This is understandable. Ji Yun's accomplishments at his age are commendable. As for the areas where he falls short, it is our duty as elders to guide him further, as Bao's father expressed. From a background of an ordinary university student to becoming the second in command at one of the nation's prestigious institutions, do you truly believe Bao ascended through mere patience? That very evening, Bao contacted an old classmate now serving as the city bureau chief, requesting an investigation into Ho Jing. If Ho Jing dared to act in such a manner, it was surely not his first offense. If there are any traces of his past misdeeds, he shall not evade consequences this time. To dare scheme against his son-in-law, Principal Bao will ensure you understand the vast influence wielded by a president of a law university. Even public security and judicial authorities will be compelled to take action. Xiao Ji, how do you plan to handle that residence? Once the serious matters have been discussed, everyone enjoyed their meal and engaged in conversation when Bao's father unexpectedly inquired of Ji Yun. Uncle, in a few months, we will be wed. I intend to expedite the renovation of that residence, transforming it into our marital home. You and Auntie are welcome to stay as well, with such a spacious yard. It won't feel too empty with more people. Ji Yun's intention in acquiring the residence was precisely this, while his own home is quite ample. If Bao Ning were to come over, it may become inconvenient over time. The residence, being so vast, would accommodate both families without issue. There is no need for me and your aunt to discuss this further. We have grown accustomed to living in this old house for so long. However, such a large residence may not always be comfortable, and it does tend to attract attention. I believe your family's home is quite satisfactory. There is no necessity to reside there. If you find it cramped, we previously purchased a property in the city for our little Baozi, which is currently unoccupied, and you could consider residing there. Father Bao continued, having implicitly acknowledged that Ji Yun is his son-in-law. It was essential to share certain insights. Ji Yun, now recognized as part of the family, had previously demonstrated commendable abilities during his time in Africa, even earning recognition and support. His future is unlikely to be confined to this place, and such matters could potentially become points of vulnerability for others to exploit. Moreover, Father Bao is still in his 50s, a prime age for a political career, and he is not lacking in supporters. Recent developments suggest he may soon be reinvigorated in his role, which prompted him to propose this idea. Of course, this also serves as a test. Should Ji Yun be unable to overlook these immediate interests, it would not pose a problem, as his presence would still ensure their security. However, if Ji Yun possesses the wisdom and foresight to navigate this challenge, Father Bao would focus on cultivating his potential, guiding him to achieve heights that currently seem elusive. You are correct. What do you think about establishing a folk museum? It would indeed be a tremendous waste to occupy such a vast courtyard and rich historical heritage solely for personal use. Excellent idea, Ji. This notion of benefiting the community is commendable. Father Bao expressed his approval enthusiastically, emphasizing his satisfaction with Ji Yun as proposal. Professor Wen Guoyang from our university's Department of Ancient Architecture, a distinguished figure in our nation's field of ancient architectural studies, happens to have a project focused on the restoration of folk architecture, which our province highly endorses. I believe you could collaborate with our university, designating this old courtyard as a model of folk architecture in our province, thereby forming a cooperative unit for its restoration, which would also earn you recognition at the provincial level. Furthermore, you need not concern yourself with funding or technical aspects. Ownership and management would remain your responsibility. This could also serve as a collaboration between our school and your enterprise, and with our university's endorsement, applying for museum status would be significantly easier. That sounds wonderful, Uncle. But we should cover the funding ourselves. Otherwise, it would feel like taking advantage of the state. Ji Yun was pleasantly surprised, realizing that his father-in-law's plan allowed him to propose the estate for a museum management company, applying under the Provincial Project S banner, which would undoubtedly facilitate the process. The province would provide funding, while the architecture school would offer expertise to help restore this residence, which would remain under his ownership, establishing it as an official entity, granting him a semi-official status that would greatly benefit his future endeavors. Have you not seen those affluent individuals traversing from door to door, distributing ballots and soliciting votes, all in the pursuit of securing support for their representatives and committee members? If Ji Yun were to attain the esteemed position of museum director, he could easily leverage connections to establish educational bases and cultural activity centers, thereby facilitating his election to a representative or committee role with utmost ease. In terms of wealth, Ji Yun currently finds himself in no shortage. Aside from the vast mining and security enterprises in Malawi, he also possesses 2 jade carving factories, an entertainment company, a jewelry factory, a jewelry store named Fuxing and Jinxiu Pavilion, which collectively yield him a comfortable income in the billions without much effort. However, with the growth of his businesses, Ji Yun feels an urgent need for a recognizable official identity to further bolster his endeavors. Otherwise, he fears that all his efforts may ultimately amount to nothing, leaving him to toil for the benefit of others. As for finances, there is no need for concern. This is a provincial project involving various stakeholders, and your financial contributions may not be appropriate. Baoba has nearly stated it outright, as Ji Yun is not entrenched in the bureaucracy and is unfamiliar with its intricacies. In essence, these matters are confined within a certain circle. As an outsider, one must navigate a project through its establishment, planning, evaluation, and approval processes to bring it to fruition. If you wish to fund it yourself, who would dare to accept your money? If others are hesitant, I too would refrain. If Commissioner Gung does not participate, how can we progress? Ji Yun's thoughts remain overly simplistic. Everything must adhere to established procedures. Fortunately, with Baoba's guidance, these processes will unfold smoothly and efficiently, demonstrating the influence of power. Regardless of the wealth one possesses, there are occasions when one holds money yet remains uncertain of where to allocate it. Very well. I shall meet with old Nyo tomorrow to finalize the paperwork and transfer the funds promptly, Ji Yun declared. I will reach out to Professor Wen. You can approach him directly when the time comes, and he will instruct you on the necessary steps, Baoba said, diligently guiding Ji Yun. While still in his academic position, he is eager to assist, knowing that once his role changes after the new year, it may become more challenging to intervene. All right then, old Bao. Let us hasten to our meal, Baoma interjected, observing that Ji Yun and Baoba had nearly concluded their discussions. Today is the engagement banquet for their daughter, and their conversation resembles a government symposium, which is hardly fitting with G and G's parents seated nearby. Let us not dwell on such matters. Otherwise, on this joyful occasion, let us raise a toast, dear in-laws, Baoba suggested, lifting his glass as the atmosphere grew lively with laughter and conversation. And the two families resumed their meal. Early the following morning, Ji Yun, accompanied by Lu Qingfeng and several others, sought out Old Niu. The courtyard had been cleared in recent days, as Old Niu, fearing Ji Yun would tidy up after completing the paperwork, acted swiftly. The three-entry courtyard was immaculate, and after the formalities were completed today, they would be flying directly to America the next day. Due to Ji Yun's prior arrangements, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Within a mere morning, all formalities and financial transactions were completed, and the property unequivocally belonged to Ji Yun. Subsequently, Ji Yun invited Lu Qingfeng and a few others to a meal as a token of gratitude for their assistance over the past few days. Despite being subordinates, they had no obligation to assist with personal matters, and such kindness should be duly acknowledged. Having received the keys to the residence, Ji Yun was eager to explore his newly acquired abode. During his previous visit, he had been hurried and preoccupied, thus failing to appreciate the beauty of the estate alongside Bao Ning. Now that it was his, he was determined to take a closer look. Bao Ning had also expressed a desire to visit, so after the meal, Ji Yun went to fetch her, and together they arrived at the property. As they entered through the front gate, they admired the centuries-old heritage of the estate, taking in the view from the front yard to the rear. In the back garden, they settled into a quaint pavilion, engaged in conversation, embracing one another while sharing their affections and envisioning their future married life. "What are you doing, you rogue?" Bao Ning's voice was playful, lacking the assertiveness of a seasoned lawyer. "It's not my fault, little Bao Bao. My hands seem to have a mind of their own." Ji Yun replied with a mischievous grin. "Keep your hands to yourself. I'll chop them off if you're not careful," she retorted, half serious yet amused at Ji Yun's increasingly audacious behavior. Little Bao Bao, so soft and delightful to touch, he teased. "Enough. You're incorrigible. Just 3 more seconds," she declared. 6 secondes de Bao Bao, zizun polit, fine, baridi. 10 seconds, she agreed. Suddenly, Bao Ning exclaimed, "Oh no, my ring has fallen off. Stop kissing me and get up." They had been seated at the lakeside pavilion, and in a moment of distraction, her engagement ring had slipped away. They hurriedly stood to search, but despite their efforts, the ring eluded them. It was suspected to have fallen into the lake. "This is all your fault. If you hadn't fidgeted, it wouldn't have happened. You owe me a new ring." She chastised him, her playful annoyance evident. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ji Yun decided that the only solution was to drain the lake. Fortunately, it was nearly dry, and there wasn't much water left. While discussing the plan, Ji Yun took out his phone and called the logistics department of his company, requesting that someone bring 2 water pumps. In no time, the pumps arrived, and 2 workers began to siphon off the water. Ji Yun and Bao Ning could only wait patiently on the sidelines. After more than an hour, most of the water had been extracted, and the workers prepared to change into shoes to assist Ji Yun in searching for the lost ring. "Give me a pair too. I'll join you," Ji Yun insisted, eager to lend a hand rather than idly watch others work in the cold. "No need, Ji Zong. The lake isn't large, and the ring is likely just by the edge. It won't take long." The workers quickly declined. "Enough of the delays. Let us get to it," Ji Yun urged. Ji Yun donned a pair of shoes and put on rubber gloves before descending into the lake, followed closely by 2 workers. Before long, they retrieved the ring that Bao Ning had accidentally dropped into the water. If there had only been one item, it might have been understandable. But discovering 2 pieces could not merely be attributed to a fall. It indicated the presence of something more significant lurking beneath the surface. Upon returning to shore with the 2 workers, Bao Ning had prepared several cups of hot beverages for Ji Yun and the others, along with 2 packs of cigarettes retrieved from Ji Yun's trunk as a token of gratitude for the workers' assistance. "Thank you for your hard work. Please have some warm drinks," Bao Ning offered as she handed the hot beverages to the trio. "Here, Bao Bao, your ring," Ji Yun whispered, being mindful of their surroundings and the presence of others. Their eyes exchanged a knowing glance, and neither spoke of the earlier incident. The couple had developed an increasing mutual understanding. Chapter 70. Striking Rich Xiao Yunzi. Could there really be treasure here? Bao Ning exclaimed excitedly, clad in waterproof boots and rubber gloves, brimming with anticipation. "There must be something." I unearthed 2 ingots of official silver, one weighing 10 taels and the other 20. It seems unlikely they simply fell here. Let us keep searching. If we truly discover treasure, we could strike it rich. Ji Yun jested. "If we find something valuable, we can split it 50-50. Bao Bao, you dream beautifully. Whatever we dig up belongs entirely to me," Your humble servant has no right to claim my fortune. Hurry and dig, or beware of my whip, Bao Ning replied, tilting her head with an air of playful arrogance. All right, Bao Bao. Whatever we find will be yours, Jian said, his voice filled with affection for such a delightful girl. It's good that you know. Now, quickly seek out my treasure, Bao Ning asserted. Initially, she had carried herself with a dignified and reserved demeanor, akin to a powerful attorney. However, as time passed, and especially after their engagement, she had fully embraced her true self. She no longer needed to maintain the facade of a strong woman daily, as there was someone who cherished her like a child, allowing her to shed all pretenses. His willingness to strive for her innocence was perhaps the greatest happiness for a girl. I found it. Silver, a sizable ingot. Come look, she exclaimed. Indeed, this must be a 50-tael ingot. Bao Bao, you truly are remarkable. Of course, you needn't remind me. Learn from your elder sister and dig faster, Bao Ning responded, her pride evident. Understood, Bao Bao. I shall exert every ounce of strength I possess, Ji Yun replied, raising an eyebrow playfully at her. Perverted rogue, hurry and dig. Bao Ning's face flushed crimson as her thoughts wandered to less innocent matters. The two spent over an hour excavating in the lake, unearthing more than 300 silver ingots, most weighing 10 taels, alongside over 200 of them, with an additional 60 or 75-tael horsehoof ingots and more than 20 50-tael large ingots. There are still dozens of copper coins, though they have corroded beyond recognition and hold little value. However, the market value of the more than 300 silver ingots amounts to over 20 million. Gazing at the three towering piles of silver ingots by the shore, Ji Yun and Bao Ning are filled with exhilaration. You, my dear Bao Bao, are truly my lucky star. Just from these ingots, we stand to earn over 20 million. Ji Yun, heedless of the mud covering him, scoops Bao Ning into his arms, both of them resembling muddy little monkeys. Now you see my worth, don't you? I wonder what some people did in their past lives to deserve a wife as remarkable as me. All right, put me down. I'm covered in dirt. Indeed, I must have done a great deal of good in my previous life for the heavens to bring you to me. Hurry. Go rest for a moment while I search for more. Ji Yun urged Bao Ning. Let us rest together. Look at you, drenched in sweat. We should head indoors for a break, and then continue working together. Bao Ning pulled Ji Yun, unwilling to watch her boyfriend toil so hard. Stop being sentimental. Who would tire from picking up money? What? Do you wish to keep it all for yourself? How could I dare? This is all yours, dear Bao Bao. At least you know your place. Otherwise, I would have to show you my prowess. All right, enough joking. You're sweating profusely. Don't catch a cold, come on. As she spoke, Bao Ning tugged Ji Yun back to the shore. After ordering takeout and resting for over half an hour, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The sun was setting, and without delay, they donned waterproof boots and gloves to continue their search. Xiao Yun, come quickly. It seems there is a jar. Just as Ji Yun unearthed a few more silver ingots, Bao Ning called out. Upon approaching, Ji Yun realized it was not a jar, but rather a large vat. Little Bao Bao, step back. I'll dig it out. With a vat this size, there should be plenty of treasures inside. Then hurry up and see what's inside. Ji Yun began to excavate, and to his surprise, he uncovered more than he anticipated. Initially thinking there was only one, he ultimately unearthed 3 large vats. After over an hour of effort, they finally managed to hoist the vats onto the shore. The exterior of the vats was wrapped in several layers of thick waterproof oilcloth, sealed with wax, though much of it had deteriorated. Once the sealing paper was removed, they found another lid, slightly lower than the rim, sealed with thick grease. After removing another layer, they finally opened the first vat. Inside the first vat were more than a dozen pieces of porcelain, arranged in 2 layers, all encased in wax. Ji Yun exerted great effort to extract each piece one by one. There was a small, 3-legged pen wash from the Ru kiln of the Northern Song dynasty, a Doucai chicken cup from the Ming Chanhua period, a famille rose-hollowed vase from the Qing Qianlong era, and a large jar depicting the descent of Giguzi in blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty. Additionally, there was a set of teawares crafted by the Imperial Workshop of the Qing dynasty, along with 6 or 7 other exquisite porcelain pieces. It is not a matter of value. The small bags and such are rather daunting. I find myself questioning what this family was engaged in previously. This collection, which amounts to billions, possibly even more, is astounding. Just the Ru kiln and the chicken cup, along with this piece of Yuan blue and white porcelain, could easily total nearly $1 billion. And that does not even account for the rest. Should this all be revealed, the market would undoubtedly be shaken to its core. Ji Yun struggles to believe it. The exaggeration of it all is simply overwhelming, especially considering there are still 2 jars yet to be opened. Billions. Bao Ning is equally astonished. Who could possibly believe this? It feels as if we are living within a novel. With 2 more jars remaining, they press on, eager to unveil their contents. Ji Yun grits his teeth, arranging the porcelain he has unearthed before turning to open the second jar. Chapter 71. The Big Bad Wolf. Ji Yun. The seals of these jars are identical, meticulously secured through multiple layers. Despite having been submerged for so many years, the interiors remain surprisingly dry. Upon opening the second jar, which had taken considerable effort to lift, Ji Yun anticipates finding some bronze artifacts, and indeed, he discovers a trove of bronze objects. These cannot be sold. They must be preserved, lest the sewing machines suffer catastrophic damage. In addition to 4 bronze items, there is a Ming Xuanda furnace and 2 exquisitely crafted Buddha statues, both in pristine condition, truly invaluable treasures. The final jar contains 13 pieces of calligraphy and paintings, including 3 from Tang Bohu, a calligraphy piece from Wang Shiji, and a poetry work from Wen Zhengming, along with 8 pieces from various calligraphers and painters throughout the ages, all carefully encased in waterproof oilcloth and sealed with wax. Due to the difficulty of extraction, Ji Yun opts to break open the large jar. After much effort, they manage to transfer all the items into the house. By the time they finish, it is past 6 o'clock. The winter night in the north has descended, but fortunately, the lights in the house still function. Gazing upon the room filled with silver ingots, porcelain, calligraphy, paintings, and bronze national treasures, both Ji Yun and Bao Ning are engulfed in disbelief. How much is all this worth? Never did they imagine they would be moving such wealth, nearly straining their backs in the process. Bao Ning sits down, massaging her waist, while Ji Yun sits beside her, kneading her shoulders. Excluding the bronze artifacts, the value is approximately 4 billion. If we include the bronze, it would likely take 200 years for the sewing machine to yield a return. Ji Yun jokes. Stop it. Bao Ning rolls her eyes. But seriously, Xiao Yunzi, what are you planning to do with all these items? It's overwhelming, and I'm a bit frightened. What should we do? Perhaps we could turn them over to the authorities. I refuse. I unearthed them with great effort, and they were found in our own yard. I will not relinquish them. You can sell them for me. I intend to become wealthy, Bao Ning asserts. These items can be considered part of a cultural legacy, and aside from the bronze artifacts, the state permits their circulation. How about this? The quantity of silver ingots is massive. We can sell them in batches. As for the other porcelain and calligraphy, the quantity is so great that presenting them all at once would surely raise suspicion. Thus, I propose we establish our own auction house, where we can sell items piece by piece. As for the bronze artifacts, they're considered national treasures, and by law, cannot be traded or circulated. Since we intend to build a folk museum here, we can donate them to the museum. Quite right, Xiao Yunzi, you possess remarkable ideas. I have great confidence in you, so keep up the good work. Bao Ning turned and patted Ji Yun on the shoulder, exuding an air of leadership. Thank you for your praise. Dear Bao Bao, I shall certainly strive harder to ensure my wife becomes a wealthy lady sooner rather than later. How considerate of you. But what shall we do with these items today? We can't simply leave them here. It makes me uneasy, gazing at the room full of treasures. Ji Yun found himself in a quandary. The silver ingots alone weighed at least 300 or 400 pounds, not to mention the numerous porcelain pieces, paintings, and particularly the several bronze artifacts. Should they be discovered, it would indeed lead to complications. Xiao Bao, don't you have an empty apartment? Perhaps we could temporarily store them there. Bao Ning's apartment in Springwater Bay is located in a prestigious district of the city, valued at over 50,000 per square meter. Spanning more than 120 square meters, it boasts 3 rooms, making it significantly more expensive than Ji Yun's home. No wonder Bao Ning is deemed a little tycoon. With an annual salary in the millions, a house, a car, and such striking looks, it's a stroke of luck for Ji Yun indeed. Then let us move there at once, to avoid prolonging matters. By the time they had tidied up and relocated the items to the apartment, it was already past 9 o'clock. Having been preoccupied since the afternoon, they had neglected to eat and were both exhausted and famished, reluctant to do anything further. Fortunately, Bao Ning's apartment was well furnished, as she often stayed there for a couple of days, so it was equipped with all necessary provisions. After ordering takeout, they both took refreshing showers, finally allowing themselves a moment to relax. Ji Yun called his mother, preparing to stay there for the night, as everything was in place, and he was too tired to consider moving elsewhere. Hello, Mom. I was just about to eat. We've been incredibly busy this afternoon, and Haven Tea had a chance to eat. Just arrived home. We were tidying up that courtyard Ji Yun bought, gathering a few things. We just ordered takeout, and it should arrive shortly. We'll be staying here tonight. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, Mom. Bye. In contrast to Ji Yun's brief call, Bao Ning spoke for much longer, as her mother had many more words of caution to impart. After all, one is a pig, and the other is a little cabbage. Only the one who cultivates the cabbage worries about its safety, while the pig has no concern for the cabbage growing in someone else's garden. Bao Mama took her time advising, reminding them that they were not yet married and should take proper safety precautions. Bao Ning blushed at the implications, having only intended for them to rest after a tiring day, without considering that aspect. However, seeing Ji Yun's eyes shining with anticipation, she felt a twinge of nervousness. Xiao Bao, let's take a rest. Who said we should rest together? You can sleep alone. I warn you. Do not entertain any improper thoughts. Don't think I am unaware. If you dare to bully me, I shall inform your mother. I am but a solitary soul, venturing into an unfamiliar realm, overwhelmed by trepidation and deprived of sleep. I yearn to embrace my beloved plush companion for solace. Assuring you that I shall engage in naught but rest, vowed Ji Yun earnestly. No, I must refuse. I am frightened of you, you great wolf. I shall ignore you and retreat to slumber, declared Bao Ning, hastily retreating into her chamber. Yet, in her haste, or perhaps forgetfulness, the door remained ajar, presenting Ji Yun, the wolf, with an opportunity to slip inside. Chapter 72. The Daily Life of Cohabitation. The following morning, Ji Yun was roused early, tasked with procuring breakfast, while Bao Ning, naturally, indulged in a well-deserved beauty sleep. He placed the crab roe buns and clay pot congee upon the table and entered the room, where Bao Ning lounged against the bed, engrossed in her phone, her beauty radiating unabashedly, captivating Ji Yun's gaze. What did you purchase, little Yunzi? Bao Ning glanced at him, showing no inclination to rise. Esteemed Bao, I brought you crab roe buns and red date yam congee to replenish your vitality, Ji Yun said, his expression one of servile charm. You possess a modicum of conscience. Bring it forth, and serve me my meal, she commanded, now indifferent to her state of undress. Having already succumbed to Ji Yun's audacious gaze, the warmth of the room made clothing feel unnecessary. Of course, esteemed Bao, I shall promptly serve you breakfast, Ji Yun replied, eagerly fetching the meal. Their playful banter ensued as Ji Yun fed her, extending breakfast to a delightful 40 minutes. Both sets of parents were likely aware of their children's morning routine, refraining from interrupting the couple. However, Bao's father found himself in a foul mood, unable to concentrate on his daily readings. His discontent became apparent as he muttered about various grievances, the term little black escaping his lips with alarming frequency. After finishing breakfast, Bao Ning settled onto the sofa to pursue her favorite series, while Ji Yun diligently attended to his tasks. He meticulously cleaned and arranged over 300 silver ingots, spreading them out to dry on the floor of another room. Bao Ning, witnessing Ji Yun's industriousness, wished to assist but was gently restrained, relegated to offering encouragement from the bed. Once the silver ingots were tended to, Ji Yun shifted focus to the porcelain and artworks. While the porcelain posed no challenges, the artworks, though well sealed, had absorbed some moisture over time. Concerned that exposure might compromise their preservation, he sought the counsel of his mentor, Zhao Jinsheng, on the appropriate measures to take. Certainly, Ji Yun could not directly proclaim that he had unearthed a grand treasure. He merely mentioned a friend who had sought his advice, ultimately consulting his mentor and his wife, promising to bring Bao Ning along for a visit in a few days. After a day filled with activity, Ji Yun meticulously sorted and cleaned the items, addressing each task with diligence. By midday, Bao Ning had regained some strength and, observing Ji Yun's tireless efforts, decided to prepare lunch. She ordered some ingredients online and prepared a simple yet delightful dish of noodles with tomato and egg, which elicited praises from Ji Yun, who mused that with a wife like her, what more could one desire? Once everything was organized, Ji Yun resolved to stay there for the next few days, feeling uneasy about leaving the room full of valuables unattended. He planned to contact someone to rent a few bank safes, ensuring the items could be securely stored away without further concern. While answering a call, Bao Ning was in the midst of preparing dinner, having purchased a bounty of vegetables and meat for a hot pot feast. It's all right, if we're missing anything, I'll just have Ji Yun pick it up. I must get started on the hot pot base now, she informed her father before ending the call. Bao Dad, holding the phone in one hand and clutching his heart with the other, felt a sudden chill regarding his little cotton-padded jacket. Bao Mom, lounging on the sofa engrossed in a drama, laughed heartily at her husband's incredulous expression. I told you not to meddle. You wouldn't listen. Now that the young couple is in their sweet phase, you had to butt in. How does it feel to be outmaneuvered? Does it feel like your little cotton-padded jacket is full of holes? Why should I worry? My little Baozi has found a good match. What is there to fret about? And the son-in-law, ISNT someone you chose, so stop being so feudal, you old relic. Why don't you go wash some strawberries in the kitchen? Who is the old relic here? This is a matter of principle, and I must express my discontent. Today you are anything but a competent mother, Bao Dad retorted, though he instinctively made his way to the kitchen. While he understood that his daughter would eventually marry and that Ji Yun was indeed a suitable choice, the feelings of a father were universally comprehensible. After Ji Yun finished organizing everything, he did not rest. As Bao Ning busied herself with the hot pot, he tidied up the room, and soon they nestled together, enjoying their meal and singing. During dinner, Ji Yun mentioned his plan to rent several bank safes. Coincidentally, a relative of Bao Ning worked as a bank manager nearby, so she promptly called to arrange for a few large safes. They decided to purchase some boxes the following day to securely store the items before taking them to the bank. After finishing their meal and taking an early shower, Bao Ning emerged to find Ji Yun transformed, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Reluctantly, she accompanied the ravenous wolf as he serenaded her with songs, the melodies becoming increasingly alluring, culminating in an enchanting crescendo. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must continue to strive. Starting tomorrow, I shall steep goji berries in my thermos. With thoughts of Ji Yun before sleep. Chapter 73. Father Bao is about to be promoted. In the morning, after Bao Ning and Ji Yun awoke, they indulged in a lingering moment together. Realizing it was already past 9 o'clock, they dared not delay further. Ji Yun first attended to his personal grooming, then ventured out to purchase some password boxes and protective foam. Upon his return, he and Bao Ning meticulously packed these items, making several trips to load them into the car. They then proceeded directly to the bank, where they found a representative awaiting their arrival. Bao Ning's relative had reserved 10 large safes, more than sufficient to accommodate their belongings. Furthermore, they utilized a special channel, which spared them from extensive inspections. A cursory scan confirmed that the boxes contained no hazardous materials. Had they been opened for thorough examination, the contents would likely have been disclosed, leading to potential complications. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, Ji Yun greeted politely. Little Ji has arrived. Come in, and we'll prepare some fruit for you. Baozi, pour some water for little Ji. Bao Ma Yin Stu. Understood, Mother, Bao Ning replied, playfully engaging with her mother before greeting her father. Welcome, little Ji. Come, sit down. Have you both eaten? Should I ask your mother to prepare something more? Bao Ma said as she headed to the kitchen to wash the fruit, while Bao Ba spoke to Ji Yun and Bao Ning. We've dined outside, Dad, they replied. After Bao Ma finished washing the fruit, the family conversed for a considerable time. Little Ji, this afternoon I have a meeting at school. You should accompany me so we can finalize the matters we discussed last time. You should expedite this over the next couple of days. I've already established the necessary connections, and we can wrap it up soon, Bao Ba informed Ji Yun. What's this, Comrade Bao? You're being promoted, and you didn't even mention it to me, Bao Ning remarked, nestled against her father's shoulder on the sofa. This is recent news, and the specifics are yet to be confirmed. However, the organization department has already spoken with me, and I may soon transition to the political and legal affairs sector, he replied. Which organization department? The provincial organization department? Bao Ning inquired further. While both are organization departments, the prestige varies greatly. If it's the provincial organization department, he would still be under provincial management, and Bao Ba would merely be shifting within his current rank. However, should it be the central organization department, that would signify a substantial elevation, beginning at the level of deputy minister, indeed a noteworthy promotion. It is the central organization department. Bao Ba confirmed. You mentioned deputy minister, father? Bao Ning exclaimed, astonished and somewhat incredulous. She had merely jested with her father, initially assuming it would be the provincial organization department, with a mention of the central organization department being a mere whim. After all, while her father held a position at the provincial level, he was still a deputy, and the administrative ranks within academia often fell short compared to those in government. Typically, even if one were to be reassigned, they would likely continue to serve in a subordinate role at a departmental level, with direct appointments to leadership positions being exceedingly rare. Moreover, to leap directly to provincial ministerial level, particularly as a deputy leader within the political and legal affairs sector, is remarkable. It is noteworthy that within a province, typically only the secretary of the political and legal committee holds a deputy ministerial rank, and by convention, this position is often coupled with membership in the provincial standing committee, making one of the top 7 influential figures in the province. The promotion of Father Bao is indeed remarkable, akin to soaring through the skies and ascending to great heights. If there are no changes, he is likely to become the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. My goodness, I would instantly find myself as a second-generation official. leaving me to ponder the future of my legal career. Yet, what cannot be achieved? Do you expect me to open doors for you in the future? Seeking to avoid suspicion? That is simply out of the question. Father Bao jested, yet in all seriousness, should Bao Ning encounter any issues, there would be no need for Father Bao to intervene. Her status as the daughter of the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission serves as the greatest advantage. It is foreseeable that Bao Ning's professional standing in the province's legal industry will rise rapidly alongside her father's ascent. Securing the services of lawyer Bao will no longer be a straightforward endeavor. After all, no one would dare play tricks in cases involving Bao Ning. At the very least, one could ensure that certain complications would not arise. As for Ji Yun, having lived as an ordinary citizen for decades, he suddenly finds himself as the son-in-law of the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, entering the ranks of the second-generation officials. Who can he turn to for justification? However, should Father Bao truly assume this position, it is likely that few will dare to harbor thoughts of exploiting Ji Yun. As Ji Yun's enterprise continues to grow, the challenges he faces in this regard will also increase. With Father Bao's elevation, the support he has long sought from higher authorities will finally be within reach. It is likely that those unscrupulous opportunists and speculating second-generation officials will think twice before targeting Ji Yun, for he is now undeniably a prominent figure in his own right. There is a certain drive that compels one to realize their potential. Without pushing your father to achieve greatness, you may never understand the extent of your own excellence. Work diligently, Comrade Bao, and do not disappoint the expectations placed upon you by the organization. Bao Ning, with a serious expression, patted her father's shoulder. How presumptuous of you to speak, Xiaoji. The hour grows late. We must depart immediately. First, you shall escort me, and upon our arrival, I will summon someone to guide you to Professor Wen. After I complete my meeting, you may come to retrieve me, and together we shall go somewhere. Father Bao arranged for Ji Yun to accompany them today, undoubtedly for reasons beyond merely visiting the folk museum. As they prepared to leave, Father Bao stepped inside to change his attire. Xiaoji, come and try on this outfit to see if it fits well. Your uncle specifically requested that I prepare it for you. As Ji Yun was playfully tugging at Bao Ning's hand, he noticed Mother Bao emerging with a jacket. Your uncle mentioned that this would be more suitable for certain occasions. A few days ago, when I purchased clothes for him, I also had a set made for you, tailored to your build. Come give it a try. Mother Bao presented a winter administrative jacket accompanied by matching trousers. Xiaoji, if you're not too busy in the coming days, would you mind serving as my driver for a couple of days? My previous driver has encountered some issues, and it has been a while since I last drove. My skills are a bit rusty. Father Bao's voice echoed from within the room. At his level, he certainly has no shortage of drivers, yet entrusting Ji Yun with this role carries its own significance. It serves as a subtle declaration to the outside world. This individual is my future son-in-law. Those who wish to make their move should first consider whether they can withstand the influence of a person soon to be the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. It is evident from this that Father Bao holds a high regard for Ji Yun. Otherwise, even as a son-in-law, it would be unlikely for him to directly endorse his own brand. This confidence primarily stems from Ji Yun's consistently commendable performance, allowing Father Bao to resolutely decide to cultivate Ji Yun, thus deeming it worthy to lend his own identity to endorse him. Chapter 74, Preparations for the Museum. Ji Yun donned the attire prepared by Mother Bao, instantly elevating his presence. While he had previously worn fashionable designer clothing that made him appear quite dashing, it nonetheless conveyed the impression of a young, affluent heir, easily attracting attention on the streets. Quite impressive, little Yun. You possess quite the charm. Come here, let me give you a kiss, teased Bao Ning, unable to suppress her playful banter as she gazed at Ji Yun, who looked undeniably handsome. Now, little Baozi, girl should not speak so frivolously, Mother Bao gently admonished. All right, I understand, Mother, but my boyfriend truly is quite handsome. Bao Ning feigned a look of innocent longing, her admiration evident. Indeed, Ji Yun has a commendable physique and an admirable demeanor, perfectly suited for this outfit. You wouldn't believe it, but previously, your father had an office director at school who dressed similarly. When he visited our home, he resembled an insurance salesman, while our little Ji exudes such vitality. Mother Bao remarked. It is indeed thanks to Auntie's discerning eye that the chosen attire fits so well, making it look splendid. Ji Yun tactfully complimented his future mother-in-law. What are the three of you discussing? You look splendid, little Ji. You remind me of my former self. Father Bao interjected as he emerged, dressed, and prepared, carrying a briefcase filled with documents. Ji Yun took the briefcase with ease, and the two stood together, complimenting each other. Both exuded an air of refinement. Father Bao, accustomed to high positions, radiated authority without raising his voice, while Ji Yun, now a billionaire, also conveyed youthful exuberance. Standing side by side, they epitomized the promise of a bright future. Bao Ning gazed at Ji Yun, her eyes filled with pride. This was her man. Having always been fiercely ambitious and approaching 30 without ever having been in a relationship, she had thought her life would remain this way. However, she found herself unexpectedly fortunate. Initially, she had harbored a strong aversion to arranged marriages, but for reasons unknown, upon seeing that dark-skinned lad with a slightly foolish demeanor, she felt no aversion whatsoever. Their relationship naturally blossomed from that point on, as if it were a twist of fate destined to be. Look at you, basking in glory and with such poise. Without a hint of shame, Mother Bao chuckled, teasingly undermining Father Bao's stature. If I hadn't been a dashing young man back then, how could I have won the heart of the illustrious Miss Chong? Father Bao replied with a good-natured laugh, his gaze tenderly fixed on Mother Bao. Indeed, in his youth, he possessed little charm, as the first university student from his village. He entered college wearing a pair of worn-out cloth shoes and brought with him a mere 357 yuan, contributed by the villagers, to enroll at the Northwestern University of Political Science and Law. Upon encountering all that had previously existed solely within the teacher's narratives, things never before witnessed, Baoba was filled with a sense of inferiority. He studied with gritted teeth, harboring dreams of one day rising above his circumstances, aspiring to become like those he admired. It was only with the arrival of Baoma that a warm breeze swept through, dispersing the steadfast chill of his self-doubt. Back then, his classmates would often refer to him as that poor boy who won the heart of the campus beauty. The scant money he possessed was barely sufficient for survival at school, even the meager meals at the school canteen, costing just a few dimes, were a luxury he had to budget for carefully. Baoma never once looked down upon Baoba's impoverished background. She stood by him, honoring those who had once aided her with respectful bows, ensuring that elderly relatives at home were cared for. Over the years, she had never ceased her generous contributions to the education of their hometown, with the majority of Baoba's salary devoted to this cause. Yet Baoma never uttered a word of complaint. Thus, regardless of whether Baoba ascended to the roles of professor, department head, dean, or even the current secretary of the political and legal committee, he had never spoken a harsh word to Baoma. Rumors circulated within the school that Vice President Baoba feared his wife. Little did they know, it was not fear, but profound respect. Enough of this. No more lingering. The meeting starts at 3. You must hurry, Baoma urged, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Baoba's tender gaze, especially with their daughter and his son-in-law present. Wondering if he might temper his affection a bit. Understood. I'll leave you some hangover soup. Hurry along now. Gee, drive slowly, and message us when you arrive. Baoma advised Yiyun. If no one explains it to you, you will likely remain in the dark for half your life. By the time you figure it out, your age will have advanced, and hope may have faded. This is why connections within the system are invaluable. They not only provide networking opportunities, but also impart experiences that can significantly shorten your journey through the labyrinth of bureaucracy. Having shared a wealth of insights, Ji Yun gained a deeper understanding of the intricacies of the political arena. After escorting Baoba, he arranged for someone to guide Ji Yun to Professor Wen Guoyang. Upon learning he was the son-in-law of the president, greeted Ji Yun with utmost respect and enthusiasm. Professor Wen was delighted by Ji Yun's proposal for collaboration, especially since they had been searching for a similar historic building for quite some time, but had encountered numerous obstacles. He held Ji Yun's generous offer to donate such a large estate in high regard. They exchanged contact information, and Professor Wen enlisted several of his doctoral students to convene a brief meeting with Ji Yun, during which they broadly outlined their forthcoming endeavors and prepared to establish a collaborative working group. The task of submitting applications would be entrusted to this group, while Ji Yun would focus on preparing relevant materials and overseeing company management, subsequently proceeding with the applications under the group's collective name. Chapter 75. The banquet. Ji Yun did not wait long in the parking lot before he saw Baoba emerge with a throng of people surrounding him. He quickly exited his vehicle and approached Baoba. Uncle, have you finished your meeting? Ji Yun inquired with a greeting. Just concluded. Come here, Ji. Let me introduce you. This is Principal Lu Tao from our University of Political Science and Law. You may call him Uncle Lu. And this is Director Feng from the Education Department. Regarding Director Feng, he was merely introduced briefly by Father Bao. Although several individuals surrounded Father Bao, only these two were deemed worthy of introduction. One was the esteemed president of the Political Science and Law University, a former superior of Father Bao, with whom he has maintained a long-standing relationship. Additionally, Support from this individual would be crucial for Ji Yun's endeavors. The other was Vice Director Feng from the Education Department, who held a significant position and was the second in command of a powerful institution. Familiarizing Ji Yun with him would be beneficial. Uncle Liu, Director Feng, greetings. Ji Yun promptly approached to express his salutations. Principal Bao, this must be your son-in-law. Indeed a remarkable young man. Director Feng remarked with a beaming smile. You flatter me. Director Feng, young Ji is quite extraordinary. He generously donated a historical residence valued at nearly 100 million to establish a folk museum for our school. A selfless act that demonstrates a commendable spirit. Liu, the principal, interjected. Director Feng, our education department should certainly lend support. I believe we could establish an educational base to immerse our children in traditional culture. Principal Liu advocated on Ji Yun's behalf. It was rumored that this former subordinate of his was soon to be appointed as the secretary of the political and legal committee of the province. Thankfully, their long-standing amicable relationship brought Liu joy at Father Bao's promotion. As for the son-in-law of old Bao, being a younger generation, he would certainly assist where he could. Principal Liu, your suggestion is excellent. Young Ji, this could deepen our collaboration with the education department. We should discuss it further. The vice director of the education department expressed with heightened enthusiasm, especially towards Father Bao, who was soon to become a member of the provincial standing committee, exhibiting a hint of flattery during the earlier meeting. That would be most welcome. Thank you, Uncle Liu and Director Feng. I may need to trouble you both in the future. Ji Yun responded gratefully. Not at all. We should be thanking you, young Ji, for your selfless contributions. Director Feng replied jovially. After exchanging a few words with Ji Yun, Liu Tao began to bid farewell to Father Bao. All right, old Liu, no need to see me off. Father Bao replied, his heart filled with nostalgia. He had dedicated his life to educating others. Witnessing the transformation of the institution from a Northwest Political and Legal Academy to the renowned Northwest Political and Legal University, one of the prominent 5 schools and 4 departments in the country. Now, due to organizational needs, he was heading toward the new battlefield, hoping to contribute meaningfully and not disappoint the organization's trust. After saying farewell to his colleagues and Director Feng, Father Bao strode confidently forward, while Ji Yun hurried to catch up, receiving 2 business cards bearing Principal Liu's and Director Feng's contact information before departing. Where are we headed now, Uncle? Ji Yun inquired in the car. First, let's south drive to Guamin Road. There's an old tavern where I've ordered a few bottles of their homemade liquor. Once we pick it up, I'll guide you further, Father Bao replied. This outing was a gathering within his inner circle, primarily to celebrate his recent elevation and to garner collective political support in navigating his upcoming endeavors. Ji Yun first arrived at the quaint tavern, accompanied by Bao Pa, who was a longtime acquaintance of the proprietor. The tavern was situated in a rather secluded location, had it not been for Bao Pa's guidance. Ji Yun likely would have been unable to locate it. Principal Bao, you have arrived. Your wine has long been prepared, the owner remarked, gesturing towards 3 bottles of aged liquor on the counter. Bao Pa uncorked 1 bottle and inhaled the aroma. Quite excellent, Xiao Jiao. It is richer than before, surpassing your father's craftsmanship. By the way, how is your father faring? Still the same. Thank you for your concern. Just a couple of days ago, he inquired about you, reminiscing about the times you shared drinks together. Now that his health is failing, he can no longer brew for you. He has worried himself too much. After a lifetime of toil, he deserves a respite. Please convey my regards to him. Ah, and this is my son-in-law, Bao Pa added, making the introduction. Greetings, Brother Jiao, Ji Yun said with a nod. The owner promptly returned the greeting, seemingly surprised that this young man trailing behind Bao Pa was indeed his son-in-law. Then we shall take our leave, Xiao Jiao. Bao Pa handed the wine to Ji Yun and bid farewell to the owner. Once in the car, Ji Yun expressed his curiosity about the tavern, prompting Bao Pa to elaborate. This tavern has been in operation for nearly 50 years. It was already established when we were in university. My classmates and I frequented this place for gatherings. Over the years, we have grown accustomed to their home-brewed liquor. By the way, should you find yourself in need of assistance with matters that are not easily addressed, you can approach the owner we just met. He will handle it adeptly. It appeared that the owner was not merely an ordinary figure. Considering Bao Pa's circle of classmates, who now occupy high positions, it was evident that Brother Jiao could not simply be a proprietor of a modest tavern. Ji Yun surmised that Bao Pa had brought him to this establishment today to introduce him to this connection. In fact, Brother Jiao was renowned in various domains. He held stakes in half of the bars and nightclubs in the city, as well as logistics enterprises. In certain respects, his words carried more weight than those of many government officials. As Bao Pa guided Ji Yun along the route, They soon arrived at a modestly sized restaurant, unassuming in appearance, with a somewhat worn entrance. However, upon entering, Ji-yun was taken aback by the unexpected charm within. The decor was not ostentatious, but rather elegant and tranquil, a refreshing contrast to the opulence of many dining establishments. Remarkably, all the furnishings were crafted from Wangwali wood, and the hall was adorned with exquisite porcelain and calligraphy, an array of authentic treasures worth an estimated 500 million. The hall was perfumed with incense, and a few patrons were scattered about, some playing the guqin, accompanied by faux rock formations and bonsais, along with a small fountain that filled the air with a refreshing ambience, uplifting the mood significantly. Professor Bao, you have arrived. Your old classmates are waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. Bao Pa offered a slight nod without further comment and led Ji-yun up the stairs. Chapter 76, The Banquet 2. Accompanied by the attendant, Mr. Bao led Ji-yun to a private room on the second floor. At the entrance stood a robust man clad in a jacket, who promptly approached upon noticing Mr. Bao Divan. Principal Bao, you have arrived. Director Yang and the others have been awaiting your presence. The man greeted him warmly. Xiao Zhang, you are the host today. This is my son-in-law, Xiao Ji. Allow me to introduce you to Captain Zhang Xiao from our city's criminal police unit, Mr. Bao said, acknowledging the man while introducing Ji-yun. Greetings, Captain Zhang. Ji-yun extended his hand for a handshake. Hello, Zhang Xiao from the criminal police unit. Here is my business card, Xiao Ji. Feel free to contact Brother Zhang if you need anything. Captain Zhang promptly returned the handshake and presented his card to Ji-yun. Let us proceed inside. Xiao Zhang, I appreciate your assistance today, Mr. Bao remarked before ushering Ji-yun into the private room. Ji-yun, however, was increasingly astonished. What kind of occasion warranted the presence of a city criminal police captain merely waiting at the door, lacking even the privilege to enter? It was noteworthy that this was the captain of a provincial capital's criminal police unit, typically of deputy bureau chief rank, one who would command respect anywhere. In a county, he would likely serve as the director of public security, perhaps even doubling as a deputy county mayor. Yet here he was, relegated to standing outside like a mere security guard. Upon entering, a warm breeze enveloped them. The private room was not crowded, hosting only 4 individuals, all of whom rose to greet Mr. Bao as he entered. Welcome, Lao Bao. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. A tall man said with a smile, glancing at Ji-yun. So, this must be your son-in-law, a fine young man indeed, worthy of my little niece. Xiao Yi. This is your Uncle Yang, the deputy governor and the director of the provincial public security department. I once shared a bunk with him during my military service. Having seen frontline action, Mr. Bao introduced. Uncle Yang. Ji-yun promptly offered his greetings. This is a selection from the Little Tavern's bar. I shall sample it first to ascertain whether the flavor has changed. Another gentleman, appearing cultured yet serious, took the drink from Ji-yun's hand, displaying a warm demeanor. This is our province's deputy secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Chang Xianghua, your mother's cousin. You may refer to him as your Biaojiu, cousin. And your aunt is the head of the first hospital in our province. Mr. Bao pointed out the gentleman who had taken the drink. Ji-yun quickly extended his greetings, surprised to learn of such a familial connection. Biaojiu, please take good care of our little Baozi. Should you bully him, I shall not condone it. Ji-yun promised earnestly. Do visit us at home with Baozi sometime. I will have your aunt prepare a feast for you. Bao, go. Now that you are the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, you must behave. Should you engage in corruption, I assure you, we at the Discipline Inspection Commission will not let you off easily, the deputy secretary remarked to Ji-yun, then turned to Mr. Bao. Enough, Lao Chong, Mr. Bao's integrity hardly requires your cautionary words. In a few days, once he assumes office, you shall respectfully address him as Secretary Bao. It seems you are threatening your sister's husband, Mr. Bao replied with a smile. This is Deputy Chief of the Criminal Prosecution Office, Xing Jian, my esteemed senior, he continued, introducing another individual. And here is our city's executive vice mayor, He Jiantao, the youngest among us, yet the most industrious. He has more gray hair than I do. Mr. Bao concluded his introductions to Ji-yun. Xiao He, do not underestimate yourself. You are the youngest executive vice mayor in our province. It is quite likely you will ascend to the position of mayor in the next election, remarked Governor Yang. That would require the support of esteemed leaders like yourselves. He Jiantao replied with a smile. Enough standing, everyone. Please take your seats. Today is a private gathering. It has been a while since we've all convened. With old Bao as promotion, let us consider this a celebratory feast, Governor Yang announced as everyone settled down. Xiao Ji, please open the wines and serve your uncles. Today, we kindly ask you to play the role of our server, instructed Chang Xianghua as he arranged for Ji Yun. Uncle, it is my honor to serve these esteemed gentlemen. Ji Yun responded while pouring drinks for the guests. Once the glasses were filled and Old Bao finished his speech, they raised their glasses in a toast. The gathering officially commenced as Ji Yun, under Old Bao's suggestion, offered a toast to several attendees. Xiao Ji, I hear you're involved in the jade carving industry. The recently popular Fuxing jade carving is part of your enterprise, Chang Xianghua inquired, looking at Ji Yun. That is merely the beginning, old Chang. You may not know, but your niece's husband is quite remarkable. Last year, he established a security company in Malawi, and our nation's enterprises there owe their safety and interest during the recent military conflict to his efforts. The State Council holds Xiao Ji in high regard, Yang Peng interjected. The others were taken aback by Yang Peng's words. They initially believed that Old Bao had merely brought his son-in-law to make connections. They were surprised to discover that this son-in-law was indeed exceptional. Not only was he adept at business, but he also had significant backing, which explained why Old Bao was eager to introduce him around even before the wedding. Much of this is thanks to the support of our nation. I have not contributed significantly, Ji Yun humbly remarked. Indeed, Xiao Ji, your humility is commendable, Yang Peng praised. Not at all. I am unworthy of your compliments, Uncle Yang. Allow me to toast to you, Ji Yun said, standing to offer a drink. The atmosphere grew increasingly amicable as they shared years of camaraderie. And since Old Bao and Chang Xianghua were relatives, everyone took care of Ji Yun, promising their assistance if he ever needed it. Of course, Ji Yun understood that such offers were merely courtesy extended for Old Bao's sake. To take them too seriously would only diminish his standing in their eyes. Nonetheless, having such assurances would undoubtedly facilitate Ji Yun's future endeavors. With Chang Xianghua as an uncle, no authority would dare to trouble the nephew of Deputy Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, especially with Old Bao emerging as a significant figure. As the drinks flowed and laughter filled the air, there was an underlying atmosphere of reverence. The individuals in the private room were among the pinnacle of power within a province of millions. The casual topics of their conversations were laden with insights that many would consider priceless, making it clear why a criminal police captain was assigned to ensure their safety during a mere meal. This dining gathering allowed Ji Yun to truly comprehend the essence of the genuine power elite. Without the guidance of Uncle Bao, no matter how vast his wealth, he would forever remain unable to cross even the threshold of that doorway. The ambience within the private room was pleasantly warm, the air conditioning enveloping Ji Yun in a gentle embrace, signaling that he had ascended to a higher echelon of society. By the time the drinking session concluded, it was already past 8 o'clock. Both Ji Yun and Uncle Bao had indulged in libations and were unable to drive. However, the restaurant had conveniently arranged a driver for their departure. After escorting Ji Yun and Uncle Bao to the entrance, the restaurant staff bid farewell. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Bao Ning quickly summoned her mother to usher both Ji Yun and Uncle Bao inside. Little Bao, you've worked hard, Ji Yun remarked, pulling Bao Ning into an affectionate embrace. I'll let go. You big rogue, where are your hands wandering? My mother is still outside. Hurry up and get up, Bao Ning retorted, her cheeks flushed. Although they had shared intimate moments, this was indeed her home, with her parents just outside. Little Ji, have you sobered up? Come out and join Little Bao Z for breakfast. I made some kanji for you. It will make you feel much better, Bao Ma's voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun and Bao Ning dared not tarry any longer. They quickly tidied themselves. Bao Ning went to freshen up first, while Ji Yun utilized the bathroom in the guest room. After Ji Yun completed his grooming and had yet to emerge, Bao Ning re-entered with the clothes Ji Yun had worn the previous day, freshly washed. Put this on. Your other outfit reeks of alcohol. It's unbearable. I washed it for you yesterday, Bao Ning said, her chin slightly raised, a look of pride on her face as if expecting praise for her wifely virtues. Oh, little Bao, you undressed me. Now I'm exposed before you. You must take responsibility, esteemed Bao. Ji Yun feigned a look of despair, playfully exaggerating. For you to see me is your privilege. Dare you to cry, and I shall silence you, Bao Ning declared playfully. Hearing Bao Ma busy in the kitchen, Bao Ning tiptoed up to Ji Yun, stealing a kiss until, breathlessly, she halted as Ji Yun's hands began to wander again. Rogue, can't you be a bit more decent? You touch without making it worthwhile, Bao Ning exclaimed, exasperated, as she resumed adjusting her attire. Get out, hurry. Do you wish to keep my mother waiting? If you do, I'll tell her not to make you anything delicious, she warned. Oh, little Bao, how could you be so heartless? I yield. Spare me, Ji Yun joked as they bantered. emerging from the room to find Uncle Bao already seated and enjoying breakfast. Bao Ma, after placing the kanji on the table, beckoned Ji Yun and Bao Ning to join them. At the dining table, Bao Ning shared Ji Yun's aspiration to establish an auction company with her parents. Uncle Bao offered numerous insightful suggestions, and Ji Yun elaborated on his vision of integrating both online and offline auction formats. For select, exquisite items, traditional offline auctions could be employed, while more common, lower-value items could be auctioned online. Collaborating with various short video platforms, a pioneering path has been forged, seizing market share in advance. Ji Yun has always believed that with the rise of online industries, traditional sectors must either adapt and ride the waves of change or be forsaken by the tides of time, clinging to their dwindling territories. The success of Fuxing jade carving serves as a prime example. It has already captured a significant portion of the jade carving industry, particularly in the lower-end market, leaving local jade factories and shops struggling in its wake. Fuxing has now established a formidable brand presence, making it exceedingly challenging for these jade companies to follow suit. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of setbacks, and as they attempt to venture into the online market, Fuxing, bolstered by its online renown, is expanding its offline factory stores. Starting next year, it plans to open over 30 new stores or franchises across various provinces, creating substantial upheaval in the industry. The jade market is poised for a transformative shift, where established jade companies must either carve out their own paths or subsist within the Fuxing framework. Unbeknownst to many, Fuxing jade carving has evolved into a colossal powerhouse, while Ji Yun, propelled by the currents of the times, is on the verge of becoming a titan in the jade industry. This realization has prompted Ji Yun to prioritize online sales. From the beginning of this year, his entertainment company aims to accelerate its growth with a larger scale, more hosts, and swifter incubation efficiency, which is paramount for his career advancement. Thus, the reason Ji Yun chooses to auction off numerous antique treasures rather than retain them is due to pressing financial constraints. A connoisseur of antiques cannot bear to watch such valuable items slip through his fingers. The anticipated $4 billion from the auctions may only provide temporary relief. And with the ever-expanding size of these companies, Fuxing will undoubtedly require substantial capital investment, not only in terms of finances, but also in extensive networking and connections as it seeks nationwide expansion. This necessity will inevitably trigger significant reforms within the company, including restructuring, share adjustments, and the reorganization of corporate frameworks to ensure Ji Yun retains absolute control over Fuxing, lest he unwittingly invite adversaries into his midst. The stakes for stakeholders like Lu Qingfeng will also require reevaluation, though Ji Yun is determined to ensure they do not suffer losses, while their shares may diminish. The overall pie has grown exponentially, resulting in potentially greater rewards than before. Ji Yun's philosophy has always emphasized cautious yet strategic advancement, remaining vigilant in times of stability, as evidenced by his previous foray into the lottery business. The impending upheaval in the jade industry is a necessary response to external pressures. If one does not strike, others will unite to strike first, as evidenced by local jade companies, led by Fu Yunzai, which have been intensifying competition against Fuxing since last year. Chapter 78, Government Affairs Inscription. Your idea is quite innovative. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to speak up, Xiao Ji. I happen to know a few people in the broadcast and television sector. After listening to Ji Yun's plan, Father Bao was quite pleased. Moreover, since Ji Yun was his son-in-law, he saw no reason not to offer assistance, provided it did not involve any illegal activities. Understood, Uncle, Ji Yun replied. By the way, I have already discussed the establishment of the Folk Museum with Professor Wan, and he is very supportive. We are preparing to commence operations soon. Make haste, Father Bao urged. It would be best to finalize things in the near future, as I have a trip to Beijing planned. You have contributed to our nation, and they will not overlook your efforts. Father Bao hinted that this trip to the capital was likely to involve meetings with influential figures. If Ji Yun could achieve some tangible results soon, it was expected that there would be some acknowledgement from above. After resting for an afternoon, Ji Yun began to immerse himself in work from the following day. He met daily with management personnel recommended by headhunters, including those responsible for production management at Fuxing Jade Carvings, as well as managers from Fuxing Entertainment and several other companies. Each morning, he encountered about a dozen management and technical talents, placing them in suitable positions, conducting interviews alongside senior executives from each company. Once candidates met the qualifications, they were promptly hired, and with the support of a detective agency conducting background checks, there were minimal issues with the recruits. In the afternoons, Ji Yun collaborated with Professor Wen on the Folk Museum project, striving to make significant progress before Father Bao's arrival in Beijing. Ji Yun invested his own funds to hire a specialized restoration team, who began working overtime. The province's application for support was approved swiftly, with funding and policies being implemented promptly. Additionally, Zhao Jinsheng and others leveraged their connections to assist Ji Yun in acquiring numerous exhibits essential for the Folk Museum, including several bronze artifacts belonging to Ji Yun. Following a series of operations orchestrated by Bao Ning, a leasing agreement was signed with the museum in Ji Yun's name. Although the items were displayed in the museum, Ji Yun remained the actual owner, thus circumventing various potential complications. On Bao Ning's end, the auction company proceeded smoothly. With Father Bao's assistance, the necessary licenses and paperwork were expedited at an extraordinary pace, enabling Ji Yun to secure his first online auction qualification. The short video platform also took a keen interest, meeting with Ji Yun several times to negotiate, and even recruited several auction personnel with substantial compensation. They planned to host a few simpler auctions on the video platform to generate buzz for the upcoming offline auctions. Unexpectedly, the online auction experienced immense popularity, with viewership soaring to over 1 million, nearly overwhelming the servers. The short video platform had not anticipated such traffic and quickly added more servers. Aiming primarily to establish brand recognition, they offered substantial discounts, which attracted a vast number of participants. This novel auction format significantly enhanced the auction company's reputation. Furthermore, during intervals between auctions, the staff promoted upcoming events, a marketing strategy far superior to previous promotional efforts by various auction companies. Moreover, the costs incurred were remarkably minimal, yielding exceptional results. In the subsequent offline auction, Ji Yun intended to adopt a live streaming format, thereby solidifying the auction house's position in the realm of online auctions. The offline auction was scheduled to commence in 2 weeks. In addition to overseeing the auction company, Ji Yun convened several high-level meetings with various enterprises to delineate their future development directions and plans, while also adjusting the corporate structure and share distribution. Time passed in a compact, yet fulfilling manner. Recently, preparations for the auction house's inaugural offline auction reached completion, and it was ready to commence. However, Ji Yun was cautious about presenting an excessive number of items at once, for even a single piece from his collection was capable of astonishing the market. For the first auction, he selected 2 paintings by Tang Bohu, a poem by Wen Zhengming, along with several bronze statues. Among the prized offerings were the exquisite Northern Song Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed 3-legged brush washer and the Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cup, both of which had been promoted online for over 2 weeks, garnering significant interest and likely to fetch impressive prices. Although Ji Yun remained somewhat perplexed, he recognized the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Bao Ba's serious demeanor. It was only when Bao Ba revealed that Ku Li was the courtesy name of the current head of the State Council that Ji Yun comprehended the rarity of this gift, understanding it to be akin to a talisman, rich with profound meaning for those who could truly appreciate it. Subsequently, Ji Yun sought the expertise of a renowned carver to inscribe the calligraphy onto a plaque, which was then displayed at the entrance of the Folk Museum's second courtyard. Professor Wen was left speechless by the profound impact of the inscription. After a period of anticipation, Ji Yun's offline auction officially commenced, with over 1 million viewers tuning in to the live broadcast. As each collectible was auctioned, the online audience held their breath. And when the Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cup was presented, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Ultimately, the cup was secured for an astounding 270 million, while the Northern Song Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed brush washer achieved a new record, selling for 300 million. This auction alone yielded Ji Yun over 1 billion, alleviating his immediate financial concerns to some extent. Chapter 79. The Museum's Grand Opening. Following the conclusion of the previous auction, Ji Yun was finally able to enjoy a semblance of leisure. With over 1 billion in funds secured, the Fuxing jade carving factory began to gradually expand its operations. To mitigate the risk of facing severe opposition within the industry, Ji Yun adjusted his strategy, seeking collaborations with certain jade carving companies and attempting to win over potential allies. As a great leader once opined, it is wise to cultivate numerous friendships while minimizing adversaries. However, in the face of obstinate factions like the previous Fuyunzai, there is little recourse but to confront them head-on. If they refuse to comply, one must compel their acquiescence. It is a choice between collaborating under a unified standard set by Fuxing to generate mutual profit or clinging to outdated practices that have long been swept away by the currents of time. Having inherited a legacy built over 3 generations and returning from studies abroad, one would expect to wield significant influence. Yet, less than a year later, a former subordinate has forced a concession. Being a former employer, Ji Yun was reluctant to make the situation too contentious and refrained from imposing overly stringent demands. He merely requested that Fu Yunzai align closely with Fuxing's jade carving standards, and that online sales be conducted by Fuxing Entertainment's hosts, with Fuxing receiving a share of the profits. Ji Yun's vision has always been to expand a brand rather than monopolize it, ensuring that everyone can afford jade, perceive its value, and willingly purchase it. This embodies Ji Yun's core philosophy. The jade carving industry has long been rife with both quality and deception, muddled by unscrupulous merchants that have deterred consumers from purchasing, leaving many wary of being swindled. It is important to recognize that every Chinese individual has, to some degree, adorned themselves with jade, representing an immense market of over 1 billion people. Ji Yun's aim is to bring transparency, openness, and standardization to the jade industry, collaborating with reputable merchants to expel the disreputable ones, thus fostering a positive industry atmosphere where every Chinese citizen can afford jade without fear of loss. Fu Caixia was also taken aback by Ji Yun's perspective, initially believing him merely fortunate to capitalize on an online sales opportunity, only to realize that Ji Yun harbored grand ideals. Reflecting on this, Fu Caixia recognized her own previous narrow-mindedness. Subsequently, the details of Ji Yun's discussions with Fu Caixia remain unknown, but from the following day, Fuxing established a strategic partnership with Fu Yunzai. The local merchants who had resisted were swiftly overwhelmed, compelled to acquiesce to Fuxing's terms. Fuxing's jade carving stores began to emerge in other provinces and cities, thriving due to substantial support from the online community and younger demographics. These openings were met with considerable enthusiasm. Some jade carving companies in these regions expressed keen interest in Fuxing's operational model. In response, Fuxing opted to foster collaboration, integrating these companies into its broader framework through mutual share exchanges for a win-win partnership. Ji Yun considers himself not exceptionally capable and acknowledges that others possess greater expertise in commercial operations. Thus, he adheres to the principle of entrusting specialized tasks to professionals, while he focuses on steering the overarching direction and managing personnel, ensuring that each individual excels in their designated role. As the enterprise of Ji Yun gradually unfolds, various groups centered around Ji Yun are slowly taking shape. This includes the founding members, such as Liu Qingfeng, the new generation of professional managers like Lin Guojun, as well as the bifurcated financial and human resources departments of Ji Yun. Additionally, the legal affairs and external supervision departments that have long collaborated with the Baoning law firm contribute to a virtuous cycle of development that is ceaselessly progressing. The ephemeral existence resembles a colossal beast, maturing and expanding at an astonishing pace, devouring everything that stands in its way. On this day, Ji Yun's Folk Museum was officially inaugurated. Ji Yun crafted the name Yunning Folk Museum by taking a character from both his and Bao Ning's names, serving as a testament to their love. Bao Ning was, of course, overwhelmed with excitement, which resulted in an increased quantity of goji berries in Ji Yun's thermos. Distinguished leaders, esteemed guests, comrades, and friends, we gather here today to ceremoniously commemorate the inauguration of the Yunning Folk Museum. This marks yet another commendable achievement in our province's endeavors to enhance cultural heritage preservation and promote cultural prosperity. On behalf of the provincial government, I extend heartfelt congratulations on the successful opening of the Yunning Folk Museum and convey my highest respect to the leaders and individuals from all walks of life who have consistently supported and participated in our province's cultural development. The Yunning Folk Museum is generously funded through the selfless donations of the renowned local entrepreneur and artifact collector, Comrade Ji Yun, in collaboration with the Ancient Architecture Restoration Group from Northwest University of Political Science and Law and the provincial government's initiatives to promote traditional culture. It houses over 300 pieces of folk artifacts, including ancient furniture, wood carvings, pottery, porcelain, calligraphy, paintings by notable figures, and exquisite crafts. The museum not only serves as a novel platform for the exchange and display of ancient and modern folk artifacts, but also underscores the importance of inheriting and preserving excellent traditional folk culture. I hereby declare, with the approval of the provincial government, that the Yunning Folk Museum is officially open. Following the speech from the provincial government director, Ji Yun and Bao Ning ascended the stage for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, joined by the executive vice mayor He Jiantao, Professor 1, Zhao Jincheng, and others whom they had met previously at a banquet. Zhao Jinsheng exerted considerable effort to support Ji Yun in establishing this museum, not only leveraging his connections, but also contributing several of his own collections. Subsequently, a leader from the education department took the stage, announcing that the Yunning Museum has been designated as a traditional cultural education base, with Ji Yun also taking on the title of Director of Education Base. Furthermore, he was appointed as the honorary head of the Ancient Architecture Restoration and Development Exchange Center, established in conjunction with the Department of Ancient Architecture at the Political Law University. Naturally, Ji Yun need not concern himself with the operational aspects, as a few doctoral students under Professor would manage those responsibilities. Director Ji, we appreciate your contributions to classical architectural culture, remarked the provincial government director, who maintained a friendly rapport with Ji Yun. Not only because Ji Yun's girlfriend is the daughter of his superior, but also due to the plaque inscribed by Kuli that adorns the museum's courtyard, which left the director quite astonished. Having heard about this esteemed leader from various sources, it became apparent who this distinguished figure, known as Kuli, truly was. With such a reputation, one could easily surmise that none of his second or third generation elites from the provincial departments dared to approach Ji Yun regarding any matters. The support from the provincial government and the Architectural Academy played a pivotal role. Ji Yun humbly acknowledged that he had not contributed significantly himself. It is said that a flower-laden sedan chair is carried by many hands, and when goodwill is extended, one must graciously accept it. Subsequently, as the group followed the tour guide into the exhibition, Vice Mayor He Jiangtao extended an invitation to Ji Yun, inquiring whether he would be interested in becoming a member of the city's Political Consultative Conference. Chapter 80, Journeying South. This proposition resonated with Ji Yun's own inclinations, for he was not particularly driven by ambition. His efforts were primarily aimed at securing a better life for himself and his family. The current circumstances had compelled him to reach this juncture. One could not afford to remain stagnant, lest they be left with nothing but scraps. Especially since Ji Yun was not alone in this endeavor. Many relied on him for their livelihood. Taking a temporary step back from the limelight seemed prudent, allowing him to lower his profile and spend time with Bao Ning, who had been tirelessly occupied with matters concerning the auction house, visibly fatigued and losing weight, which greatly concerned Ji Yun. In the coming days, Ji Yun planned to refrain from work and instead take Bao Ning on a leisurely road trip. Last year, he had intended to purchase another vehicle, and now that he was back at work, he promptly arranged for a new car, ready to embark on this journey with Bao Ning. Seated in the passenger seat, Bao Ning busily made plans and directed Ji Yun as they drove towards Chengdu. However, en route, they decided to visit Longzhong Ancient Town, renowned as one of China's top 10 ancient towns. Since they were passing by, it seemed only fitting to explore, especially given that time was not of the essence. Along the way, Bao Ning radiated joy, her laughter and cheerfulness filling the air, and for the first time, Ji Yun was enchanted by her melodic voice, which was both charming and playfully delightful, uplifting his spirits. Upon arriving in Longzhong just around noon, they first sought out a hotel to settle in, after which Ji Yun scoured the internet for local delicacies, eager to indulge in a culinary adventure. Xiao Yunzi, I can't eat anymore. Please help me, Bao Ning said, patting her small belly and pushing her bowl towards Ji Yun. Bao, I'm also full. We've been eating for nearly 2 hours now, Ji Yun replied with a resigned expression. As soon as they entered the ancient town, Bao Ning had declared her ambition to savor every delicacy it had to offer. Yet, after just over an hour of wandering the streets, both had realized their appetites were not as grand as they had envisioned, especially Bao Ning, who appeared formidable but essentially had a small appetite. After sampling each dish, she felt full and left the remainder for Ji Yun, claiming it was a matter of not wasting food. As Ji Yun felt he had gained 3 pounds in an instant. Let us go, we need to exercise, Bao Ning insisted, pulling Ji Yun, who looked utterly defeated. Come on, Xiao Yunzi, she coaxed. Seeing Ji Yun lacking any motivation, she resorted to bestowing him with 2 sweet kisses, instantly rejuvenating his spirit. There exists an antique street here. Dear Xiao Yun, please take me to uncover a treasure, for I too wish to stumble upon a fortune and become a wealthy lady. As Bao Ning and Ji Yun strolled and played, they suddenly spotted the antique street ahead, with Bao Ning pointing at Ji Yun. Finding a treasure is not as simple as you think. Esteemed Bao, such opportunities are rare and unpredictable. I am not so formidable. Oh, but you truly are. My husband is the most exceptional of all. Do take me to find a treasure, or I shall deny you my company tonight, Bao Ning exclaimed. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush, revealing her shyness, though it was likely to fade in time. Ji Yun, flattered by Bao Ning's praises of her husband, decided to accompany her on a quest through the antique street. However, after a thorough exploration, they were left disheartened, as genuine items were scarce. A few pieces were somewhat presentable, yet the proprietors were well aware of their worth and did not allow for any fortunate discoveries. "Excuse me, are you interested in fine goods? I have some excellent items. Would you care to take a look?" The vendor spoke in a blend of Mandarin and local dialect, which Ji Yun could barely comprehend. Typically, such situations hinted at a setup, a potential scam. Nevertheless, Ji Yun refrained from jumping to conclusions, considering the early hour and the lack of fear in engaging with them. After all, if it turned out to be a ruse, they could simply part ways without consequence. In today's society, coercive sales tactics no longer held sway, and Ji Yun's capabilities rendered her unafraid. "What's the matter? If you have something valuable, do present it," Yi Yun responded calmly. "This is not the most convenient place. Follow me," the vendor insisted. "What makes it inconvenient? Where do you intend to lead us?" Neither Ji Yun nor Bao Ning moved, as they were not naive newcomers to society. They were merely entertaining the possibility and could not simply acquiesce to the vendor's demands. "Are you concerned about my trustworthiness? Very well. Let us head to that corner over there," the vendor suggested, gesturing toward a nearby intersection, which was still in the open, posing no real threat. However, Ji Yun remained cautious, understanding the need for prudence. She instructed Bao Ning to wait at their current location while she approached the vendor, ensuring they remained within sight of one another, ready to react should any complications arise. Upon reaching the corner, the vendor produced a well-wrapped object from his coat, carefully placed it on the ground, and said, "Given your expertise, I shall refrain from showing off. Please examine it." Ji Yun was intrigued, despite the vendor's rustic appearance. He spoke and acted with clarity and poise. Yet, Ji Yun remained still, merely gesturing towards the wrapped item. "I apologize for my oversight," the vendor said with an apologetic smile, realizing Ji Yun had yet to move. He then removed the wrapping, revealing a piece of porcelain, lifting it to showcase its integrity before placing it back down and inviting Ji Yun to inspect it. Observing the vendor's deft handling, Ji Yun's curiosity was piqued. If it were indeed a scam, it would likely involve a professional group, but if not, it suggested the possibility of encountering a genuine artisan among the common folk. Chapter 81. The jade ring, the so-called earth scholar, is what we commonly refer to as a grave robber. While those who roam the streets are the individuals among these grave robbers specifically tasked with selling stolen goods. Whether they are a scam syndicate or a grave robbing team can be discerned simply by examining the items they present. The objects themselves are not large, after all. They are extracted from the folds of clothing and could hardly be substantial. A small celadone cup, its rim modest in size, features a delicate plum blossom design, and the foot is narrow, lacking any glaze or firing marks. "Sir, you are an expert. Could you take a look?" The man gazed intently at Ji Yun. A long Quan Kiln plum blossom cup. Ji Yun remained silent. Upon holding the item, his first impression was that it felt remarkably new. Far too new, as if it had never been used. Then there was the palpable earthy odor, a strong scent of soil. Moreover, the shape of the vessel corresponded perfectly to the characteristics of the Long Quan Kiln. Ji Yun sought any detail to refute its authenticity, to declare it a counterfeit and the situation a deception, yet he found no grounds. The item was undeniably genuine. However, the circumstances felt overly contrived. Typically, grave robbers have established sales channels, and Ji Yun had even heard whispers of some auction houses having clandestine connections with such individuals. It was baffling how they could approach someone who appeared to be merely a tourist. "Apologies, but I cannot discern the value of this piece," Ji Yun replied, choosing not to engage further. Currently, he was not in need of money, even if it were genuine. It was unnecessary to entangle himself with these individuals over such a trivial sum. "Is it that you cannot comprehend its worth? Or are you simply unwilling to take a risk?" The man, noticing Ji Yun's reluctance, resorted to provocation. "Since you cannot grasp its value, let us pretend this matter never transpired. After all, our paths have crossed in this scenic locale." With that, Ji Yun placed the item back on the ground, preparing to depart. "Wait, sir. Since you have no interest in this piece, I happen to have several other fine items. Would you care to take a look?" The man called out as Ji Yun turned to leave. Without responding, Ji Yun merely waved his hand dismissively and continued toward his companion. "Sir, it's just over there. Park nearby. There is no rush. Why not take a moment to peruse?" The man gestured toward a delivery van parked at the curb. Ji Yun paused momentarily, but did not linger, feeling increasingly uneasy about the man's behavior. Wait. I have another item for you to consider." The man quickly retrieved another ring from his clothing, placing it on the ground. After a brief hesitation, Ji Yun reasoned that since he was already there, he might as well take a closer look. This ring lacked the overt, earthy quality of the previous item. It bore the appropriate patina and was devoid of any soil smell. It was a white jade ring with a portion of its skin intact, elegantly inscribed with a poem from the Qianlong Emperor. It did possess a certain appeal, and Ji Yun found himself genuinely intrigued. What is the price? Sir, you are the expert. Please set a price. You were the one who encouraged me to make an offer. Let us say 500. You're jesting with me. Let us dispense with the theatrics and establish a baseline. Sir, as you can see, this is a ring once used by the Qianlong Emperor. I shall not engage in frivolity. I propose 5 million. The man gritted his teeth, as if resolutely committing to a decision. Please take care, and until we meet again. Ji Yun placed the items back onto the newspaper and turned to leave. Oh, don't go, boss. Let us discuss this. Let us negotiate. Your prices are outrageous, yet you expect immediate payment. How can you simply walk away like this? The man hastily grabbed Ji Yun's arm. In the distance, Bao Ning observed this scene and immediately raised her phone to signal Ji Yun. He waved his hand dismissively, and Bao Ning seized her reaction, continuing to watch intently. The man clearly noticed their exchange, but chose to remain silent. You truly are asking for an exorbitant price. What is this? You claim to have stolen 5 million from the tomb of Qianlong? Do you genuinely dare to assert such a thing? It's evident you are not sincerely looking to sell. Don't waste my time. Ji Yun was equally unyielding, having gained some understanding of this man's background, and thus felt less apprehensive. This is quite an ancient piece. Isn't it, boss? Just look at that patina. It must be several centuries old. Ji Yun donned a ring, astonished that it fit perfectly. All right, I'm not completely ignorant. Spare me the storytelling. The patina can only provide a rough estimate of age. If you doubt me, I can take you for an appraisal. Maximum, it's less than 100 years. Firstly, it cannot possibly be from Qianlong's era. And don't think I look down on you. Items used by Qianlong would never have fallen into your hands. If you truly had such connections, you wouldn't be here haggling with me. Since it's not from Qianlong, no one from the Qing dynasty would dare to create such a piece. It can only be from the Republic era. At most, that's all. If it weren't for the quality of the material, I wouldn't bother discussing this with you. 200,000. If you want to sell, then let us do it. If not, then let us not waste time. All right, boss. Your discerning eye is impressive. I concede. Just 200,000. Will you transfer, or... The man realized Ji Yun had made his stance clear, and, not being able to ascertain the authenticity of the item himself, decided it was better to sell now. Cash, please. We'll go to the bank for the withdrawal. Ji Yun was determined to avoid any ties with these individuals. Leaving a transfer record could complicate matters in the future. Ji Yun accompanied the man to the bank, withdrew 200,000 in cash, scrutinized the ring for any tricks, and once satisfied, handed over the money. Transaction complete. May you prosper, boss. The man clasped his hands in thanks and departed without further comment. Consider this a minor gain. The material is commendable, and the craftsmanship appears masterful, yet the precise era remains uncertain. I suspect it should date back to the Republican period. However, it claims to have belonged to Qianlong, which precludes it from being a piece he wore. What nonsense, Bao Bao, how could that be? It's clear without consideration that items from Qianlong's reign could never have fallen into the hands of such people. Ji Yun, observing Bao Ning's puzzled expression, couldn't he help but scratch his head. But what if? What if it truly was Qianlong's? If it indeed belonged to Qianlong, we would strike it rich, at least 10 million. How could he possibly let it go for just 200,000, right? Take a closer look. What if it really is? Bao Ning. By the way, you mentioned a group of people. Do you know what they do? She grasped Ji Yun's arm, still lost in dreams of sudden wealth. Chapter 82. A bitter pill to swallow. If I am not mistaken, this group of individuals is likely not genuine tomb raiders. Rather, they are merely masquerading as such to orchestrate scheme. However, the artifacts in their possession are indeed authentic. They procure genuine items from actual tomb robbers, thereby gaining the trust of others, leading them to mistakenly believe they are legitimate tomb raiders, all the while selling their counterfeit goods. The plum blossom cup he held should be of no concern, but if I were to accompany him into his vehicle, the dim light within could prove perilous. Should he hastily attempt a quick sale, my greed might ensnare me in his trap, explained Ji Yun to Bao Ning. What about this item? Bao Ning inquired, gazing intently at the ring, her suspicion mingled with a hint of delight. This item, perhaps I have misjudged it, Ji Yun responded. Ah, it's a counterfeit, she exclaimed. No, perhaps my assessment was hasty. This item likely has a history that extends beyond the Republic era. Tomorrow, when we visit Chengdu, let's have it appraised to determine its true age. We might have stumbled upon a significant treasure, and that rascal will be left in the dust. Please refrain from using terms I do not understand, like left in the dust, Bao Ning chided, reclaiming the ring from Ji Yun. I shall safeguard this for you, dear Bao Bao. Do remember to hand over your salary card once you are paid. Then you shall support me, little Bao Bao, she teased. I will not. You must behave and not bully me. Otherwise, your monthly allowance will dwindle to a mere 200 yuan, she declared with an air of pride. The following morning, the two vacated their lodging and set off toward Chengdu. After more than 2 hours, they arrived just in time for lunch, heading directly to the Quanjai Alley. After satisfying their appetites, they indulged in a Sichuan opera performance featuring face-changing, and later sipped tea in People's Park. Reclining in their chairs, they felt no inclination to move. The weather outside remained quite chilly, and as they huddled around the stove, savoring Chengdu's culinary delights, Ji Yun and Bao Ning held hands, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Ji Yun had already arranged for the appraisal of the ring, and with the assistance of financial means, the testing facility would expedite the process for them the following morning, providing results on the spot. Thus, they planned to first attend the appraisal, then visit the giant pandas in the afternoon, and conclude the day with a night cruise on the Jialing River in Chongqing. That evening, they ventured to Yulin Road to immerse themselves in Chengdu's tavern culture. They abstained from driving, both indulging in a modest amount of alcohol. As the saying goes, one does not need to be intoxicated to feel the effects of a drink. A mild inebriation suffices, leaving the heavier intoxication to others. Alas, the following day, they overslept. They had initially agreed to arrive at the testing facility by 9:30. It was not until that hour that they finally awoke. By the time they finished preparing, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Fortunately, due to their financial means paving the way, the staff made no further comments, and they commenced with the appraisal. When the results emerged, Ji Yun found himself dumbfounded, while Bao Ning joyously leaped into his arms, brimming with excitement. The results of the examination indicate that this object is indeed not a recent artifact from the past century, but rather has a history spanning over 200 years. This suggests that it is, in fact, a ring once favored by the Qianlong Emperor, adorned with poetic inscriptions. It is quite possible that historical records exist, and should they be uncovered, the value of this item could easily reach several million. My dear husband, you are truly remarkable. Little Yunzi is the best in the world, absolutely the best. All credit goes to the esteemed Lord Bao for his wise guidance, which has enabled me to achieve even this modest accomplishment. Indeed, Lord Bao deserves all the accolades. Ji Yun began to tease Bao Ning again. Indeed, you are correct. It is solely due to my sagacious leadership. From now on, you must obediently heed my words, and rewards shall surely follow. Do you understand, little Yunzi? Lord Bao began to adopt a rather proud demeanor. After exiting the institution, Ji Yun called her master, Zhao Jincheng, sending along photographs and videos, seeking his assistance in determining if there are any historical records or documentation pertaining to this ring. Although her hopes were tempered, the possibility of finding such records could significantly increase the value of the item. Upon receiving the results, Ji Yun and Bao Ning were no longer cavalier with the ring. They procured a box to securely store it before continuing their journey. They then indulged in the culinary delights of Chengdu, indulging in the legendary spicy rabbit heads, said to be so enticing that not a single rabbit escapes alive from the city. After their meal, they first visited the giant panda base to interact with the adorable baby pandas and observe the delightful adult pandas, before proceeding to the Sichuan Museum to admire the cultural treasures of various dynasties. By the time they exited the museum, it was already past 5 o'clock. The two set off for Chongqing, and after a 3-hour drive, they arrived at the Jialing River just shy of 9 o'clock, feeling somewhat fatigued from their journey. Fortunately, Bao Ning had already arranged for a small yacht, and that evening, they planned to drift along the Jialing River. As they reclined on the boat, they would lose themselves in the tranquility of the water, their dreams floating beneath the starlit sky. Upon boarding, they followed the captain into the cabin, where the authentic Chongqing hot pot, which Bao Ning had pre-ordered, was already prepared. The staff attended to all necessary arrangements before discreetly withdrawing, leaving just Bao Ning and Ji Yun. Gazing out the window, they beheld the endless expanse of the Jialing River, flanked by the ethereal mountains and towering buildings on either side. The night was adorned with gentle music, and Ji Yun, captivated by her stunning girlfriend, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this scene, perhaps a vestige of a past life or a dream. What are you thinking about, you silly? Bring me the lamb. I'm hungry. You show no concern for your wife, she chided playfully, fully aware of how vital a piece of lamb was to a beautiful wife who was on the verge of starvation. Yet, Her husband remained lost in thought. Bao Ning, blushing, remarked, "It doesn't matter. He is my husband, and regardless of age, he must pamper me." At this moment, Bao Ning felt no pressure at all while indulging in her playful demeanor. As Ji Yun cooked their meal, he began to jest with Bao Ning, weaving literary humor into their banter. "The beef tripe has been in for over 30 seconds. It's practically overcooked. Hurry and retrieve it, or I shall bite you." Seeing Ji Yun daring to tease her, our Lord Bao could not hold back, leaning in to plant a kiss on his lips. "Oh no," as I bit down. In the end, Ji Yun wore a satisfied expression. It remains uncertain whether it was due to the ferociousness of the esteemed Bag Bao who had subdued him. Chapter 83. A Trip to Chongqing. After savoring the hot pot, Ji Yun accompanied Bao Ning to admire the nightscape on both banks until late, before finally retreating to rest. As they descended, the captain and the crew were still waiting in the lower cabin, so Ji Yun promptly urged them to take their leave and rest. It felt quite embarrassing to keep them waiting in such cold weather to serve him. Perhaps he could offer them a token of appreciation tomorrow. For Ji Yun never considered himself inherently noble simply because he possessed wealth. Once in the cabin, Bao Ning was already so weary that she could barely keep her eyes open. After ensuring she was comfortably settled, Ji Yun embraced her and began to drift into slumber. Finally able to enjoy a restful night, it seemed that tomorrow he could afford to steep a little less goji berry in his thermos. Awake at last, the lazy pig. Feeling Bao Bao patting his chest, Ji Yun attempted to withdraw his arm from around her, but did not respond. "Lito Bao Bao, it seems my arm has gone numb. Is it truly comfortable to sleep while holding you? And since you are asleep, I too have succumbed to slumber. Very well. Perhaps it is best not to hold you tightly while sleeping. A gentle proximity will suffice. Even if I do embrace you once I fall asleep, you must remove your arm. Do you understand? Today, you shall refrain from driving. Let me take the wheel for a while you recuperate." Bao Ning, embodying the essence of a strong woman, began to tend to Ji Yun. "Understood. Estimbat Bao. But should I not drive? I have heard that the roads in Chongqing are quite intricate. What? Do you doubt my driving skills? Today, allow me to showcase my prowess." As they conversed, they washed up and disembarked the ship to enjoy breakfast at the dock. Ji Yun dutifully settled into the passenger's seat, observing Bao Ning exhibit her driving skills. It is no wonder that a girl like Bao Ning drives a formidable vehicle. When she takes the wheel, she truly commands attention, at times uttering a few expletives that left Ji Yun astonished. Is this truly the gentle and endearing Bag Bao he knows? What are you staring at? Are you considering a return? I tell you, it is too late for that. Surrender yourself beneath the splendid skirts of this royal figure. There is no turning back now. Bao Ning, amused by Ji Yun's stunned expression, found him somewhat comical, resembling a bewildered fawn. Not at all. I merely find that the esteemed Bag Bao possesses an intriguing charm in this demeanor. Is that so, dear brother? Bao Ning's delicate call of brother made Ji Yun feel even more like a bewildered fawn. Ha 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 ha. Look at that foolish expression. Little Yun, you truly resemble a silly fawn from the northeast. Very well, considering you are injured today, I, the esteemed Bag Bao, shall refrain from teasing you further and begrudgingly offer you some care. Alas, I cannot fathom why certain individuals are so fortunate to have a spouse as wonderful as me. I must have performed countless good deeds in my past life. Perhaps in a previous existence, you were that foolish fawn, and I was the hunter who released you. And now you have come to repay your debt of gratitude in this life. Taking advantage of his injury, Ji Yun began to revel in his playful banter. Ah, you dare scold me? Just you wait. Tonight, I wonder if there will be enough goji berries for certain individuals to steep. Bao Ning spoke through gritted teeth. Do not worry. I have purchased another bag of wild black goji berries from Ningxia. In this matter, Ji Yun is certainly not one to concede defeat. Huh. As for Lord Bao, his only response is a chuckle, although he is the one pleading for mercy each time, as long as he refuses to acknowledge it. The fault lies elsewhere. The two engaged in conversation while driving, soon realizing that the roads in Chongqing were quite treacherous and congested. Consequently, they sought a hotel, secured a room, abandoned their car in the hotel parking lot, and hailed a taxi for their adventures. Indeed, the local drivers showcased their expertise, navigating various shortcuts and enlightening Ji Yun with novel experiences, such as taking a taxi that utilized an elevator and waiting at traffic lights within a tunnel. The driver, ever enthusiastic, introduced Ji Yun and his companion to local delicacies and must-visit attractions, helping them avoid numerous pitfalls, while Bao Ning and Ji Yun reveled in carefree amusement. Master Zhao Jinsheng was immersed in a flurry of activity. Upon receiving photographs and videos from his disciple, the four heavenly kings of the Jinshio Pavilion sprang into action, scouring through materials and historical texts. It was ultimately an elderly professor who taught history at a university that, upon seeking assistance in his social circle, caught the attention of a student working as a researcher at the Palace Museum. This student was currently organizing archives from the Qing Palace's manufacturing division and fortuitously discovered an item that corresponded with the ring Ji Yun possessed. Historical records indicate that this ring was crafted by the first southern craftsman of the Qing Palace's manufacturing division and was greatly favored by Emperor Qianlong, who wore it during his hunting excursions. During one such outing, he was inspired to compose a poem, prompting the artisan to engrave it upon the ring. Subsequently, the emperor cherished it, ensuring he wore it on every hunt, later bestowing it upon his fourth son, Yongcheng. In the 28th year of Qianlong's reign, on the 28th day of the second month, Yongcheng passed away, after which the ring mysteriously vanished. According to records from the manufacturing division, two items should indeed correspond with each other. It remains a mystery how those swindlers acquired this piece, and Ji Yun's lack of discernment allowed him to stumble upon such a significant treasure. With these records in hand, tracing its lineage, this artifact once belonged to the emperor and holds substantial historical value. Should it attract the attention of collectors or wealthy antiquarians, they might readily part with tens of millions, if not more, for it. While Ji Yun and Bao Ning were blissfully unaware of the tempest their casual purchase had stirred, some well-informed antiquarians were already seeking Ji Yun's contact information, including the Palace Museum, which expressed keen interest in acquiring this historically significant item. Little Bao, tilt your head slightly this way, yes, smile. Click, click, click. Ji Yun, over the past few days, had nearly transformed into Bao Ning's personal photographer, not only taking pictures but also learning about composition and lighting. Initially, Bao Ning was rather dissatisfied with Ji Yun's skills. However, with such a naturally stunning model, even the simplest shots turned out beautifully. As they continued photographing over the days, Ji Yun's photography skills improved remarkably, and he gradually began to design poses for Bao Ning. Are you done yet? My neck is aching. All right, let us go to the next attraction. Chapter 84. The Legacy of the Elders and the Youths. As Bao Ning and Ji Yun prepared to journey to their next destination, Zhao Jinsheng called Ji Yun. Xiao Yun, I found it. You are indeed fortunate. This is truly an artifact favored by the Qianlong Emperor. It was originally bestowed upon a certain prince, who subsequently vanished after his death. Who would have thought that after all this time, it has come into your possession? By the way, the Palace Museum has asked me to reach out to you. Would you consider parting with it? Of course, the official price will not be as high, but there will certainly be other advantages. After sharing this information, Zhao Jinsheng offered no further suggestions, leaving Ji Yun to ponder the matter before ending the call. Before Ji Yun could respond, Bao Ning was already brimming with excitement. Xiao Yun, since it has been confirmed that this is an item used by the Qianlong Emperor and given to a prince, doesn't that mean its value is even higher than you anticipated? What do you think? I told you I am your lucky star. Bringing me along has paid off, hasn't it? Bao Ning raised her eyebrows, filled with pride. Indeed, it is all thanks to you, Bao Bao. Your fortune has brought us this incredible find. Ji Yun began to flatter the young girl. Inside, Zhao Jinsheng was engaged in a game of chess with another venerable elder. Master, he greeted Teacher Jiang. It's good to see you in the shop today. After exchanging pleasantries with his master and the other elder, Ji Yun began to retrieve the box containing the finger ring from her bag. Just as she handed it to Bao Ning, she hurried over. Take your time. Let's have a look, Zhao Jinsheng advised. Indeed, the item was remarkable. It exuded an air of regal elegance and extraordinary grace. Old Jiang, take a look, Zhao Jinsheng urged. After examining it for some time, he passed the finger ring to Master Jiang. Master, you mentioned over the phone that this piece was crafted by the finest artisan from the Southern Guild. What does Southern artisan mean? Ji Yun inquired, echoing her curiosity. You see, most items from the Qing Dynasty Royal Collection originated from the Imperial Workshop. This workshop was a specialized institution established during the Kangxi era that operated until 1924. At that time, the workshop system was divided into two entities, one located in the Yangxin Hall within the Forbidden City, dedicated to the palace's needs, and the other, known as the Inter-Ministry Workshop, situated on the north side of the Inter-Ministry. The artisans working there were humorously referred to as the clumsy place by the palace staff and eunuchs, implying that only the most skilled craftsmen could work there. Those lacking talent would only face ridicule. The artisans were further classified into northern and southern craftsmen, with the northern artisans predominantly being bannermen, often hereditary, while the southern artisans were selected from among the finest craftsmen in the common populace. These artisans possessed exceptional skills, and this finger ring was crafted by a master jade carver from a southern guild. No wonder they say you, Zhao Jinsheng, are extraordinary. You handle everything with such ease. In my opinion, a university professor should be you, Master Jiang complimented Zhao Jinsheng as he listened to the explanation. Old Jun, please don't teist. What do you think? The item is undoubtedly remarkable, crafted from exquisite materials and showcasing exceptional artistry, created with traditional tools rather than modern instruments. Such craftsmanship is increasingly rare in contemporary times, and I see no reason to doubt its quality. Master Jiang shares a look of admiration as well. What do you believe is an appropriate selling price for this piece? Master Jiang? Yi Yun inquired. Master Jiang, having spent considerable time in an auction house, possesses a keen understanding of the value of antique jade artifacts. He can assess their worth with just a glance. This piece, if sold to the Palace Museum, would fetch a maximum of 20 million, along with a certificate and a small commemorative banner. However, at an auction, it could generally command over 30 million, and with the right buyer, it might even reach 40 million. Yet, among certain collectors, this item is worth at least 50 million. If you offer less, they might not even consider it. Master Jiang concluded, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Ji Yun. Are you referring to those descendants of the 8 banners? Ji Yun asked. One must tread carefully in discussing them. They are indeed heirs of the 8 banners and would not take kindly to such remarks in person. Master Jiang chuckled with Zhao Jinsheng, both expressing a mix of amusement and exasperation towards this group. In recent years, the number of self-proclaimed descendants of the Qing dynasty has surged. While some genuinely belong to the Manchu lineage and seek to promote their cultural heritage, an endeavor that is commendable, as all 56 ethnic groups are part of one family. Others persist in claiming to be royal descendants of the Qing dynasty, donning yellow robes and sporting long queues. Their homes are adorned with banners of the 8 banners, designed in the style of the Qing dynasty, and they pay homage to their royal ancestors, such as Kangxi and Qianlong, performing daily rituals in their honor. Some go as far as to walk their birds in cages, referring to themselves with grandiosity. Among them are not a few wealthy businessmen and celebrities, including one who claims to be a victim of oppression post-liberation and another who has staged a ceremonial coronation, both subjects of ridicule. Leave this matter to Master Jiang. He is well acquainted with many of these noble descendants. Zhao Jinsheng jested. Chapter 85. A visitor arrives. After agreeing with Master Jiang to await further updates, Ji Yun bid farewell to Zhao Jinsheng. Upon entering the Jinxiu Pavilion, he noticed the staff diligently attending to their duties, eager to impress the esteemed guest. Xiaoyun, how was your trip with Xiaobao? His mother inquired as she entered with dishes for the table. It was wonderful, Mom. We visited Langzhong, Chengdu, and Chongqing. Not only did we have a great time, but I also stumbled upon an opportunity. I just visited Master Jiang and Teacher Jiang at Jinxiu Pavilion, and I estimate this piece could sell for several tens of millions, Ji Yun replied. Really? Another piece worth tens of millions? My son is becoming increasingly remarkable. Show me. What could possibly be worth that much? His mother exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Ji Yun approached the dining table, retrieved a box from his bag, and presented a finger ring to his mother. Mom and Dad have recently taken an interest in collecting, he noted, particularly highlighting his father's previous experience as a collector, which had influenced Ji Yun's studies in jewelry design at university. However, Father Ji is well aware of his own capabilities and has never been one to make impulsive purchases. With Mother Ji keeping him in check, he refrained from converting to the National Treasure Society. This piece truly appears magnificent. You mentioned it was once worn by Emperor Qianlong. After several years of his ownership, it was bestowed upon a certain prince, who vanished from history following his demise. Now, it has come into my possession. Indeed, it is worthy of an emperor. The craftsmanship and materials are simply exquisite. Father Ji continuously marvels at it. Meanwhile, I have dishes simmering on the stove, so, old Ji, do not linger any longer. Let us tidy up and dine. Such a valuable item, worth tens of millions, would be a calamity if it were to fall. Ji Yun is contemplating acquiring another villa, for this flat may prove inconvenient for the entire family in the future. Furthermore, as his business expands, it is likely he will bring home items worth tens of millions or even billions. The security of this community cannot possibly match that of a villa district. Thus, this matter is entrusted to the elderly couple who, with their newfound leisure, have concocted such whimsical ideas. Eventually, Father Ji will drive around to scout for a suitable location. Upon hearing this, both Father and Mother Ji readily agreed to assist their son and daughter-in-law in tidying their home. After much discussion about future matters, they realized it was nearly 10 o'clock, and Mother Ji had yet to wash. She promptly enlisted Father Ji's help with the dishes, while Ji Yun dutifully began to clean up. The following morning, Ji Yun continued his routine at the office. Several companies had commenced operations, and he spent his Mondays through Thursdays at different locations, assessing areas for potential improvement. In the afternoons, he focused on his own tasks, reading, attending networking events, and spending time with Bao Ning. By Friday, he would inspect a few shops to round off his weekly responsibilities. Ji Yun has increasingly felt that this constant commuting is rather exhausting. Therefore, he plans to propose at the upcoming meeting that they rent several floors of office space in the city, consolidating the offices of various companies into one location. This would facilitate management and allow him to avoid daily commutes, enabling him to enjoy some leisure time when not required at work. As for the factory, it is time to acquire some land in the suburbs to construct their own premises. Relying on rented properties is bound to pose challenges in the long run. Additionally, the classification of skilled workers within the factory needs addressing. He will assign Li Tianyu and Lu Qingfeng to develop a set of standards. Since they have decided to expand and aspire to become a model within the industry, establishing a standardized approach is essential. With the workforce nearing 3,000, the task of management will only become more daunting. Ji Yun's proposal was met with unanimous approval during the meeting, and thus, the colossal entity of Fuxing began to operate. Those responsible for securing land commenced their endeavors, while others sought office buildings. The administrative, human resources, and legal teams sprang into action, and a series of new regulations began to be disseminated progressively. Naturally, all these measures are intended to benefit the company and the collective, fortifying the rights and interests of all involved. For those with differing opinions, Ji Yun announced his email address, encouraging direct correspondence for any concerns. Moreover, Fuxing has made significant strides in external development. Currently, 5 factory stores have commenced simultaneous construction in Shanghai, Beijing, Shenzhen, Guangzhou, and Chengdu, with expectations to officially commence operations in approximately 2 months. Collaborations have been established with numerous companies within the jade industry to jointly explore market opportunities. Overall, everything is flourishing, solidly progressing. At present, Ji Yun's role is to continue identifying talented individuals, managing finances, and providing oversight and support without directly managing any subordinate companies. This allows his subordinates to fully utilize their abilities and initiative under a strong supervisory framework that precludes any form of self-serving exploitation or ambition. Competence prevails, while those lacking ability are set aside. As long as one possesses the requisite skills, Fuxing has never been one to withhold rewards, ensuring that everyone is well-fed and satisfied. One day, after finishing work, Ji Yun was preparing to meet Bao Ning for a movie when he received a call from Master Jiang. "Hello, Mr. Ji. There is progress on your request. A few individuals in Beijing are quite interested in that ring. They have already arrived. Let us arrange a time to meet in the next few days," Master Jiang informed him. "Let us meet tomorrow morning, Master Jiang. I have a few matters to attend to now. We can convene at the Jinqiu Pavilion at 9, Ji Yun replied. After picking up Bao Ning, the two attended a highly popular fantasy film, and following the screening, they strolled through the shops, purchasing a few items. Chapter 86, A Genuine Experience. Yi Yun, having scheduled a meeting with the clients, made some preparations, even learning a few phrases in Manchu to demonstrate his respect. For instance, hello, Zisayan, good morning, Irdesign, welcome, Erdebium. He aimed to convey sincerity, as these individuals are notably proud. The next morning, after having breakfast, Ji Yun arrived at the Jinqiu Pavilion. The staff, aware of the significant client visit, ensured the premises were immaculate, exuding a vibrant spirit, which pleased Ji Yun immensely. Upon entering the office, Zhao Jinqing and Master Jiang were already present. After greeting them, Ji Yun joined in savoring tea. They waited from 8:30 until the appointed time of 9, and as it approached 10, the guests sauntered in leisurely. Ah, Huangye, this place looks rather splendid, quite intriguing, one commented. Indeed, I've heard that this boss Ji is a leading figure in the jade industry. He is quite remarkable at such a young age, another added. You flatter me, Huangye. In comparison to you, I still fall short, Ji Yun replied modestly. The trio, dressed in shimmering satin tunics, paired with jeans and traditional Beijing cloth shoes, had a distinctive appearance, with the elder, Huang Yi, appearing to be in his 50s, while the two accompanying him were approximately 30. After waiting a considerable time, without the group arriving, Ji Yun decided to step into the hall for a stroll and was taken aback by the scene he encountered. While respecting cultural differences, he couldn't help but feel that their attire was rather antiquated. Greetings, gentlemen. I am Ji Yun, the owner of the Jinxiu Pavilion. Ji Yun strode forward with confidence, extending his hand in anticipation of a handshake. However, after a prolonged wait, no one reciprocated. Greetings, Mr. Ji, came the chorus of voices. Ji Yun quickly clasped his hands in response. Air to be you, Min, Ilubu Lu, he added, attempting to speak in Manchu. The three individuals, however, were left in a state of bewilderment, their expressions reflecting their confusion over Ji Yun's words. Mr. Ji, what you just said was that we being old Beijingers are not well-versed in foreign languages. Please excuse us, remarked a middle-aged man beside Mr. Huang, bowing slightly, his demeanor suggesting a hint of incredulity. Are you three of Manchu descent? Ji Yun inquired. Indeed, Mr. Ji. This is Mr. Huang, of the Manchu Plain Yellow Banner, Aizenjoro clan. This gentleman here is from the Yehanara clan, of the Manchu Plain Blue Banner. I am Mr. Wu, of the Nuhilu clan, of the Bordered Yellow Banner. The man, with an air of arrogance, added, in the past, Mr. Ji, you would have been required to kneel before us. Ji Yun felt a surge of anger at such audacity. Is that so? Then I must thank you for allowing me to stand. Mr. Wu, what nonsense are you spouting? Another interjected. Please do not take offense, Mr. Ji. Old Wu has a penchant for exaggeration. Kindly bear with him. Ji Yun thought to himself. Who do you think you are? The Qing dynasty has long since perished. And here you are trying to act grand. Were you during the founding of the new China? You were so frightened that you even changed your surname. Truly, in this era of reform and opening up, all sorts of characters are emerging, unable even to comprehend a few words of Manchu, flaunting their banners. Xiao Li, please escort these gentlemen to the office, Ji Yun instructed a nearby staff member. He was eager to avoid further interaction with these individuals. After a lengthy wait outside, Ji Yun felt it was time to enter and discuss prices with them. Upon entering, however, he sensed an odd atmosphere. Zhao Jincheng was seated, sipping tea, ignoring the three men, while Master Jiang wore an awkward smile, trying to engage them. The earlier Mr. Huang, adorned with his ring, was animatedly recounting his family's illustrious history. And upon noticing Ji Yun's arrival, he gestured towards him. Mr. Ji has arrived. Please sit. I was just sharing some intriguing matters regarding our Aizenjoro lineage. And your presence will surely enhance the discussion. That is unnecessary, Ji Yun replied, feeling his irritation rise. He approached and directly removed the ring from Mr. Huang's finger. Mr. Huang, I trust you have seen enough of the items. Let us not waste any more time and get straight to the point. Mr. Huang appeared slightly embarrassed by Ji Yun's boldness. Mr. Ji, this ring is originally ours. You returning it would mean it is back with its rightful owner. How about this? Consider it a favor from the Aizenjoro family to you. Ji Yun nearly laughed at the audacity of such a suggestion. What are you implying, Mr. Huang? Do you think you can obtain it without compensation? You are well aware of the ring's value. It was favored by Emperor Qianlong, and its worth is in the tens of millions. We are not acquainted well enough for me to grant you such a favor. Mr. Ji, what do you mean by that? Is our Lord Huang's reputation not worth several million? That man surnamed Wu has resumed his obsequious demeanor, as if he were a servant in disgrace. Mr. Huang, I shall inquire once more. Do you truly wish for this item or not? If you do not, we are quite busy here. Perhaps you might consider visiting another establishment. Mr. Ji had no desire to engage further with these individuals. If they wished to purchase, they should pay. If not, they should depart promptly, eschewing any airs of nobility. Of course, I desire it. Yet concerning the price, Mr. Ji, I wonder if we might negotiate slightly. Lord Huang furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. Naturally, for one of your stature, this ring, being an heirloom, should rightfully return to you. Let us say that the market value is estimated at over 60 million, with actual transactions hovering above 50 million. However, in consideration of your esteemed position, I can only offer it to you for 45 million. This is truly the best I can do. Mr. Ji countered with an elevated stance, acknowledging the pretensions of nobility. Fine, I shall recognize you as such and grant you the respect that comes with it. Observing how you negotiate the acquisition of this item, Lord Huang's expression twitched slightly. He was aware that the market value he had inquired about was at most 30 to 40 million. The figure of 50 to 60 million was exaggerated. His initial intention was merely to put on a fade, hoping to intimidate Mr. Ji into compliance, but the young man steadfastly refused to budge on the price, even taking the opportunity to raise it further. Now, even if he wished to lower his own stance, he felt it was futile. Mr. Ji, your straightforwardness is commendable. I appreciate it sincerely, Lord Huang remarked, clasping his hands, revealing his internal struggle. 45 million it is then. Mr. Ji, shall we formalize our agreement? A handshake of money for goods. You are magnanimous, Lord Huang, indeed a worthy descendant of the Aizenjoro clan, Mr. G thought to himself, surprised by Lord Huang's tenacity. Nevertheless, it mattered little as long as the funds were secured. Chapter 87. The Security School. This group of outdated aristocrats may appear somewhat eccentric, yet their capabilities should not be underestimated. After agreeing upon a price and signing the contract, the 45 million promptly appeared in the account. Upon receiving the funds, Mr. G wasted no time. He was genuinely disinclined to associate further with this troublesome group. He instructed the finance department to transfer the commission to Master Jiang, bid farewell to Zhao Jincheng, and apologized to the remaining nobles, stating he had pressing matters to attend to. He then exited the premises. Upon leaving, Mr. G proceeded directly to the Poly Plaza in the city center, where the new office for the Fuxing Company had been established. The company had secured the 9th, 13th, and 21st floors, encompassing over 10,000 square meters of office space, with annual rental costs reaching several million. The 13th to 16th floors, comprising 4 levels, were exclusively designated for Fuxing Entertainment Company, capable of accommodating over 200 streamers simultaneously. Simultaneously, the Floating Life Entertainment Company has established numerous branches in various locations, boasting a roster of signed streamers and artists that exceeds 1,000 individuals. Additionally, many internet celebrities collaborate with Floating Life in the form of studios. Presently, online sales have become the primary focus of Floating Life Entertainment, due to the stringent product selection process employed by Floating Life as streamers. The audience reach on the internet is remarkably extensive. Furthermore, heeding the advice of the general manager of Floating Life Entertainment, GN has recently approved the establishment of an entertainment division within the company, officially marking Floating Life Entertainment's foray into the film and television industry. From the 17th to the 18th floors lies the office space of Floating Life Jade Carving Company, while the 19th and 20th floors are occupied by various other companies. The 20th floor is exclusively designated for Jiyun, encompassing the Group S Finance Department, Human Resources Department, Legal Department, Inspection Department, and 3 offices for the chairman, which include the Strategic Office, the Affairs Office, and the Assistance Office. In total, there are 9 floors with over 1,500 office personnel. Alongside the branches, offices, project teams dispersed nationwide, and several factory employees, the total workforce of Floating Life has surpassed 5,000 individuals, with monthly payroll expenses amounting to several tens of millions. In the short span of 1 year, Ji-Yun has transformed from a mere jewelry salesperson into the helm of a large conglomerate, with a net worth soaring to billions. Upon arriving at the base of the Poly Tower, the project manager awaited Ji-Yun's arrival, as the office renovations are expected to be completed by next month, allowing for a move into the new workspace by the end of the month. Hello, Mr. G. Welcome to oversee the work. The project manager and several leaders hurriedly approached, assisting Ji-Yun in opening the car door. There is no need for so many people. I merely came to take a look. How is the progress of the project? Report, Mr. G. Our current progress is exceedingly swift. In accordance with your directives, we are proceeding without regard to cost while ensuring quality, with 7 construction teams working simultaneously. We will surely meet your requirements by the end of next month. Several leaders encircled Ji-Yun as they reported. All right, let us head upstairs, Ji-Yun nodded, leading a large group upward. The Poly Tower has already welcomed many companies, and the occupants are aware that floors 17 to 21 have all been acquired by a single entity. It appears that this young man, surrounded by the group, has achieved such monumental success at a tender age. One wonders which affluent family he hails from. Upon ascending, Ji-Yun inspected each floor, assessing the construction progress and quality, and he felt quite satisfied, particularly given the substantial investment he made to expedite the renovations. At this juncture, his wedding with Bao Ning is approaching, and it can be said that Ji-Yun is enjoying a flourishing career alongside a blossoming romance. In recent days, Ji-Yun has been exceedingly busy, as the structural framework of his conglomerate has taken shape, now requiring a plethora of talent to steer this massive ship forward. In addition to the domestic ventures flourishing vigorously, Ji-Yun's investments in Malawi are also yielding unexpectedly fruitful results. Due to the circumstances surrounding the Dafin Security Company, assistance has been rendered to Chinese enterprises operating in Malawi, allowing them to navigate the current military conflict. In the increasingly tumultuous environment of Malawi, it is solely the Chinese enterprises that manage to operate normally, while other foreign investments are compelled to drastically liquidate their assets. This situation has presented a unique opportunity for local Chinese enterprises, which are poised to commence substantial acquisitions of these quality industries. However, This endeavor necessitates a greater presence of Chinese security personnel, requiring more individuals and more firearms, to ensure the safety and prudent expansion of these enterprises. As Feng Yulin and General Qin are currently unable to disengage from their commitments, the responsibility of addressing this matter has fallen to Ji Yun and General Wang. The group convened yet another teleconference, during which they resolved to establish a security training academy under Ji Yun's oversight, specifically aimed at training personnel for security roles in Africa. They also agreed to increase their investment in Dafan security. Notably, a new stakeholder has joined the venture, Bank of Communications, holding a 30% stake, thus becoming the primary shareholder, albeit without direct involvement in operations. Ji Yun and the others will retain shares varying from 15 to 20% based on their respective investments. Regarding the facility, Ji Yun has received a call from Uncle Bao, informing him of an abandoned military camp located in the northern suburbs, capable of accommodating over 2,000 security personnel for training purposes. Furthermore, it possesses the necessary qualifications for a shooting range, allowing military training under the supervision and guidance of the armed forces and government. The training arrangements will be specified by the military, while Ji Yun's role will encompass establishing the qualifications of the security company, recruiting personnel, and facilitating social security and pension benefits, as well as salaries for the security staff. The local armed forces and the Veterans Affairs Administration have also pledged their support to Ji Yun and the Dafan Security Company. According to Uncle Bao, the initial list of over 2,000 recommended security personnel has been prepared, and once Ji Yun and his team secure the requisite passports and labor contracts, they will be able to participate in the training. Ji Yun also made a special visit to the training academy, which proved to be quite satisfactory, requiring minimal repairs and ready for immediate use, as if the previous occupants had merely vacated the premises. There remains a contingent of approximately 200 personnel from Station Training Unit, led by a lieutenant colonel who appear to be elite soldiers. Upon their introduction, they promptly saluted Ji Yun. "Hello, General Ji. I am Lei Jinhua, the commanding officer of the Station Training Unit. I look forward to your guidance moving forward." This lieutenant colonel exhibited considerable politeness, as he was now officially under Ji Yun's purview. "Colonel Lei, you are too courteous. We are all part of the same family. I will handle the logistical aspects for you, but the training will require your diligent oversight." Ji Yun responded graciously, fully aware of his position. "Rest assured, General Ji, we will cooperate fully with the Academy to produce qualified security personnel," Colonel Lei assured. "This is my first time in a military camp. Would you be so kind as to show me around?" Yi Yun inquired. "Of course, General Ji. In fact, your office is located here, along with your lounge. If you wish, you may reside here as well," Colonel Lei replied. Ji Yun was somewhat taken aback, having initially assumed his role would be nominal. It seemed he would indeed be responsible for concrete affairs. "Certainly, General Ji, our responsibility lies solely in the training related to military equipment. All other matters are under your jurisdiction, including the security personnel and the arrangements for our daily lives." Ji Yun has come to realize the extent of his authority. Aside from not having to pay these soldiers, he has indeed assumed the role of their leader. "I appreciate your assistance, Colonel Lei. From now on, I shall take charge of logistics, and should there be any additional needs, please do not hesitate to voice them." "Thank you, General Ji. May our collaboration be fruitful." As they shook hands, Ji Yun began to make arrangements. First and foremost was the accommodation for over 2,000 individuals. Although the dormitories were fully operational, bed linens and covers needed to be prepared promptly. Additionally, the dining hall posed a challenge. Even if the training school did not immediately host the full complement of 2,000, it was evident that the future operations of the FA security would extend beyond just Malawi. Hence, the dining facilities must be prepared for full capacity. Furthermore, ancillary services such as stores, a medical room, and a delivery point also required attention. Fortunately, Ji Yun was not alone in this endeavor. He communicated his requirements to the strategic office and the assistant office, allowing these departments to allocate resources accordingly, which should pose no issues. Afterward, Ji Yun reached out to his father, seeking clarification on the responsibilities he should embody within the school, as this was a sensitive matter given his status as an ordinary individual. With a clearer understanding, he approached the situation with renewed confidence and convened another teleconference with the 4 individuals, this time including a representative shareholder from the Bank of Communications of China. Ultimately, they decided to establish the FA Security Training Group, with Feng Yulin as the chairman and the other 4 serving as directors. Among them, General Qin would oversee internal affairs, General Wang would manage logistics and external operations, while the representative from the Bank of Communications would handle oversight. Ji Yun would assume the role of principal of the FA Security Training School, responsible for the training of security personnel. The training school would consist of 3 departments: the Academic Affairs Office, the Logistics Office, and the Student Affairs Office. The Academic Affairs Office will be led by Lei Jinhua, who would have full authority, while Ji Yun would appoint individuals to manage both the Logistics Office and the Student Affairs Office. This structure was proposed by the representative, whom Ji Yun speculated might not merely be a representative of the Bank of Communications, but rather a military delegate. Thus, young Ji, I entrust you with domestic affairs. Feng Yuan stated. Rest assured, esteemed directors, Ji Yun assured them. Old Wang would lead the external team to various countries to secure security qualifications and establish agreements with enterprises, departing in the coming days with the assistance of Chinese embassies in those nations, ensuring a smooth process. As the meeting adjourned, Ji Yun felt a sense of bewilderment. Had he truly been conscripted? And inexplicably, he had become a principal. In due course, would he not be able to traverse Africa with ease, given that there would be numerous security students under his tutelage throughout the continent? Certainly, this is merely a thought, a jest, yet given the advantageous circumstances at hand, it would be rather wasteful not to take advantage of them. In the future, it seems prudent to increase investments in Africa as the Belt and Road Initiative unfolds, presenting a vast expanse of opportunity. The domestic market has nearly been saturated, and while Ji Yun has achieved his current standing in the jade industry largely by fortune, replicating such success in other sectors may prove more challenging. Africa, as an uncharted territory, brims with potential, abundant and rich mineral deposits, fertile land, and inexpensive labor all contribute to a landscape ripe for exploration. The only impediments to this potential are the continent's turbulent conditions and underdeveloped state. However, with the presence of a reputable security firm, the impact of these challenges on Ji Yun should be minimal. With the backing of Africa's rich mining resources, it is conceivable that Ji Yun's floating life jewelry could evolve into a global jewelry enterprise. One must proceed step by step, avoiding lofty aspirations. Ji Yun remains grounded, taking measured steps, with the hope that one day he too might become a figure of global stature, thus justifying the fortuitous blessings bestowed upon him by fate. Upon arriving home in the evening, he shared this development with his parents. So, can your principal really oversee so many soldiers? Doesn't that border on officialdom? Ji Ma exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. Is our son truly that remarkable now? He can manage soldiers. That is indeed impressive. This contributes to the nation. Xiao Yun, you must take this seriously, she advised. I understand, Mom. Lately, the company hasn't had much going on, so my primary focus has been on this training school. All right, you diligently serve the country. Your father and I will assist you with the arrangements for your marriage to Xiao Bao. What arrangements? There are still 2 to 3 months until the wedding. A simple meal will suffice. This aligns with what Xiao Bao and her parents prefer, and given Uncle Bao as current position, it wouldn't be appropriate to make it overly elaborate. But doesn't that slight Xiao Bao? Ji Ma expressed her reluctance, as she had envisioned a grand celebration. Oh, just heed the wishes of the children. They have their own ideas, and we need not insist further, Ji Dad interjected. All right, you both make valid points. I shall remain silent. Let us eat quickly. I still need to wash the dishes. Noticing Yama's slight displeasure, Ji Yun and Ji's dad refrained from saying more and focused on their meal. Chapter 89. The New House. The company's operations were being monitored by several vice presidents and a few secretaries from his office. Ji Yun was responsible solely for issuing directives on significant matters, approving funding and overseeing personnel adjustments and the onboarding of new employees. That morning, a convoy of buses brought over 2,000 retired soldiers to the FA Security Training School. Most of these veterans have been recruited in collaboration with various armed forces and have been discharged within the last 2 years, retaining basic military training that could be reinstated with short-term training. Principal, the first cohort of security trainees at the FA Security has assembled. Please give your instructions. Lei Jinhua announced, leading over 200 fully armed soldiers who stood in formation below. At ease. Recently, Ji Yun has been training alongside the drill team from the Academic Affairs Office, spending his days among a group of soldiers, which has imbued him with a certain military spirit. Greetings to all, and welcome to the Great Security Training School. I am Ji Yun, the principal here. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude for your trust in us, and on behalf of the school and the organization, I warmly welcome each of you. You have all once been warriors of the Republic, and now you are willing to join us once more for the sake of our nation's interests, becoming our comrades. Here, I would like to ask my new comrades. Are you ready? Ready, ready, ready. Well, I hereby declare the training officially commenced. With Ji Yun's proclamation, over 200 soldiers began to take their positions, each holding flags emblazoned with their team names and numbers. The trainees were already aware of their assigned teams and simply needed to regroup. The training operations were overseen by Lei Jinhua, while logistical matters were to be managed by the logistics director in collaboration with the student affairs director. Once this batch of trainees completes their training, they will be deployed directly to various countries in Africa, where Old Wang has already prepared everything. Arms and supplies will be ready for immediate mobilization upon arrival. The recruitment for the second batch of security personnel is already in full swing, and given the current growth trajectory, it is anticipated that tens of thousands may prove insufficient. The personnel emerging from here will be responsible for the safety and operations of Chinese enterprises across Africa, becoming an indispensable link in China's Belt and Road Initiative for prosperity. Principal Ji, you have arrived. Attorney Bao is still in a meeting. Please have a seat at her office while I prepare some tea for you. Bao Ning's assistant, upon hearing from the front desk that Ji Yun had arrived, hurriedly came out to greet him. Thank you for your assistance. Ji Yun entered Bao Ning's office with ease, settled onto the sofa, and began to play with his phone while awaiting her arrival. Before long, Ji Yun heard the sound of the door locking. As he looked up, a charming figure had already thrown herself into his embrace. Xiao Yunzi, finally here to see me. Come, give her sister a kiss. Ji Yun did not hesitate, leaning in for a kiss while his hands were busy as well. All right, you big wolf, that's enough. Do you intend to consume me entirely here? The atmosphere in the office was quite delightful, remarked Bao Ning, her cheeks flushing as she scolded him playfully. By the way, I heard from Annie that you bought another house here. With so many properties already, is that still not enough for us? You must have an endless supply of money. Bao Ning suddenly remembered that Ji Yun had not mentioned this to her. I purchased a small villa not far from your law firm and my company, conveniently located between our homes. I had intended to inform you once everything was finalized, but it seems my mother has already spilled the beans. Of course, you thought you could keep that little secret from me? Once I marry you, just wait to be neglected, Bao Ning said with a proud expression, aware of how fond her future mother-in-law was of her. I'll take you to see it one day. I would love to hear your thoughts, as this will be our future marital home. How big is it? Oh, Ningingkuiret. It comprises 3 floors, totaling around 1,000 square meters. Over 1,000 square meters. Can we truly reside here? It seems rather extravagant, doesn't it? How much would that cost? Oh, Ningefklaimet. Noting that a standalone villa of such size in the city center would certainly exceed $1 billion. There is a 400 square meter study below, which I intend to transform into a collection room. The remaining space is still around 800 or 900 square meters. By then, we could have several more children, and it would suffice. How naive of you. 800 or 900 square meters. How many children do you think that entails? Do you take me for breeding sow? Just wait and see how I handle you. With that, Bao Ning rushed over again, only to be playfully subdued once more. After frolicking with Ji Yun for a while, Bao Ning returned to her work. Ji Yun ordered takeout, all the while engrossed in his phone, admiring the elegant demeanor of his diligent wife. By the time Bao Ning finished her tasks, it was already past 8, and Ji Yun had dozed off on the sofa, the night having enveloped the world outside. Little Bao, you've worked too hard. Sit still. Allow me to massage your shoulders. Observing the fatigue etched on Bao Ning's face, Ji Yun felt a pang of compassion as he stood behind her, offering a soothing massage. Darling, yes. How fortunate I am to have you. Outside the window, the city sparkled with brilliant lights, while inside, 2 lovers found solace in each other's embrace. Chapter 90. Return to Africa. As they entered the school gate, several fully armed soldiers stood at attention, saluting. Good day, Chief. Ji Yun was caught off guard, wondering if he might one day rise to such a rank. You've worked hard, he quickly replied, driving into the compound. As he navigated towards his office, he passed various squads engaged in training, the sounds of combat echoing across the parade ground. Principal, you're here. I have something urgent to discuss with you. Please follow me. Lei Jinhua appeared anxious, relieved to see Ji Yun, and led him towards the conference room. Director Lei, what's the matter? Why the rush? Yun inquired, puzzled by Lei's unusual demeanor, which was typically stoic and unyielding. Let us discuss it in the conference room. A group is waiting for you. I was just about to call you, Lei Jinhua replied, ushering Ji Yun into the meeting room. Upon entering, Ji Yun felt a jolt of surprise. The room was filled with 12 individuals. 3 or 4 were in suits, likely from government departments, while the remaining 6 or 7 wore military uniforms. The highest ranking among them was a middle-aged man in his 50s, bearing the rank of Major General. However, the discourse appeared to be led by a young colonel in his 30s, surrounded by youthful officers. Ah, Principal G has arrived. The Major General greeted upon Ji Yun's entrance. The others stood in unison, with several lieutenant colonels and majors saluting. Who are these individuals? Ji Yun inquired, bewildered by the sudden gathering. Allow me to introduce them, Principal. This is Commander Chen Yingquan from the Northwest Military Region, Colonel Lin Jianba from the Ministry of Defense, and Director Zhou Zhihui from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Lei Jianhua systematically introduced the three groups to Ji Yun. Esteemed leaders, greetings. I am Ji Yun, the principal of the Dafan Security Training School. The purpose of your visit weighs heavily on my mind, leaving me increasingly uncertain about the matter at hand. Please, Ji, take a seat. We are not strangers here. Haibo has mentioned you several times in my presence. Sit down, everyone. Let us converse comfortably. Today, I am merely a guest. The specifics will be conveyed by Colonel Lin. Upon hearing the words of this general, I felt a slight sense of relief. It should not be anything detrimental. This individual is likely the esteemed elder that Chan Haibo previously mentioned, who acquired the Zigan brand for this very purpose. There exists a certain bond, and I trust there will be no complications. However, I am curious about the joint involvement of the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are currently facing a grave situation. Yesterday, during negotiations between Director Wang and diplomats from our Libyan Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they were attacked and abducted by anti-government forces. The Libyan insurgents have issued a protest, accusing us of funding the Libyan government and interfering in their internal affairs, a narrative that has been seized upon by the United States and other Western nations to launch an offensive against us. Thus, we require a civilian armed force to rescue our personnel without providing the opposition with any pretext, while also mounting a counterattack. You, Mr. G, are the most suitable individual for this task. As a shareholder of Dafan Security, your identity will not be questioned. Your involvement would be both reasonable and justified, effectively silencing certain nations. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Ji Yun's face. I agree. I could depart immediately, but I will need to make a few phone calls. Of course, Principal G, we appreciate your contribution to the nation, exclaimed Colonel Lei, shaking Ji Yun's hand with palpable excitement. From this moment, you shall serve as the overall commander of this operation. Simply follow our arrangements, and I will accompany you. Additionally, we will have 50 Special Forces operatives joining us, with more teams arriving subsequently. Once we arrive, your cooperation will be essential in liaising with the diplomats to procure weapons and negotiate. You will take the lead, and the diplomats will pose as your aides. So you need only heed their counsel. Principal G, I am Zhou Zhihui from the African Affairs Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are grateful for your willingness to step forward. The nation will not forget your contributions. The director from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also rose to shake Ji Yun's hand. Director Zhou, your words are overly generous. It is my duty to serve the nation. Ji Yun responded with a nod. Let us not waste any more time. I will quickly attend to my affairs and have my passport delivered. We must depart as soon as possible. Director Lei, I will leave the school matters in your capable hands. Ji Yun instructed as he spoke to Lei Jianhua. Rest assured. Principal. Lei Jianhua saluted, feeling a newfound respect for his principal, a wealthy individual who could easily have avoided such perilous waters. Yet Ji Yun remained resolute. Although the military has assured that Ji Yun's safety will be guaranteed, the present situation is evident. Even diplomatic personnel have been taken hostage, and no one can predict what may transpire next. Ji Yun strode out the door, pressed for time, and unable to elaborate. He dialed his parents, merely informing them that he needed to address some urgent matters in Africa and urged them not to worry. Upon hearing this, his father and mother expressed their concern. As Ji Yun was known for his prudence, they could only remind him to stay safe and to keep in touch. Ji Yun reassured them that he would be accompanied by officials from the state, which eased their minds somewhat. The secretary had already retrieved Ji Yun's passport and was hurrying back. The other international formalities had been completed, and a group would board a private jet directly to their destination. With a moment to spare, Ji Yun initiated a group video call, bringing several executives into the conversation for a brief meeting to discuss company matters. An hour had passed by the time he wrapped things up, and his passport was delivered. A contingent from the Ministry of National Defense, along with several officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, had changed into appropriate attire and gathered their new identification documents. Boarding a bus alongside Ji Yun en route to the airport. Chapter 91, Arrival in Libya. Ji Yun and his group drove directly into the airport, where a private jet awaited them. There was no security check, and the aircraft was devoid of any service personnel, save for over 50 Special Operations Forces accompanying Ji Yun. Principal G, Let us take advantage of this time to hold a brief meeting, suggested a senior colonel from the Ministry of National Defense. The group entered the first-class cabin, found their seats, and once the plane took off smoothly, commenced their meeting. Director Zhou, would you please provide us with the specifics? Lin Jianba began. According to information from our embassy in Libya, on the morning of the previous day, Wang Yayan, a director from Dafan Security Company, met with Libyan government officials at the embassy, facilitated by military-attached Feng Xiaodong, when they were attacked by anti-government forces. There were casualties. A Libyan lieutenant colonel and 3 police officers lost their lives in the assault. Our embassy personnel, Feng Xiaodong, driver Li Meng, and staff member Lu Ha, along with Wang Yayan and his assistant Zhang Yun, have been taken captive by the anti-government forces. Furthermore, the embassy has received warnings from these forces, demanding that Dafan Security withdraw from Libya, accompanied by a substantial ransom demand. After delivering this report, Director Zhou turned his gaze to Ji Yun. Principal Ji, the directive from above is clear. The personnel must be rescued, and Dafan Security cannot retreat. Not only must we stand firm, but we must also expand our operations to ensure the safety of our investments and personnel in Libya. We must respond decisively to any threats against Chinese nationals and demonstrate our resolve to instill fear in those who would dare to act against us. Dafan Security must play a pivotal role in this, as the state can only provide support from behind the scenes. Otherwise, the international pressure will be overwhelming. Given our long-standing diplomatic principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other nations. I understand, Director Zhou, Colonel Lin. For the sake of national interests, Dafan Security will act without hesitation. From this moment forth, one of you shall assume the role of the assistant to the chairman of the FA Security, while the other shall serve as the captain of our security team. The personnel aboard these aircraft are employees of the FA Security, accompanying me to secure ransom. Qi Yun, ever adaptable, noted the absurd ignorance of certain small African nations. Their belief that the absence of intervention from others signifies a lack of respect is misguided. Those who dare to apprehend us shall soon learn the consequences of provoking our nation, for retribution shall be unrelenting. After assessing the situation, the group began to deliberate on their subsequent course of action, with a pivotal focus on armament. Upon arrival, Qi Yun must swiftly register the FA Security with the cooperation of the embassy to ensure the company's legitimacy. Following this, the acquisition of a weapons license is essential, enabling the FA Security to lawfully maintain its own armament. Much of this groundwork had already been laid by Old Wang. Had it not been for the disruption caused by the anti-government forces, everything would have been in order. Once the trained security personnel arrive, they will be promptly equipped, deterring any rash actions against Chinese nationals. Upon securing the weapons license, a selection of specialized gear capable of fully arming the FA Security personnel will naturally materialize. Qi need not concern himself with this aspect. After all, fortune favors the prepared. With the understanding that the skies are not devoid of weaponry, Qi Yun, in his capacity as the head of the FA Security, will engage in negotiations with the anti-government factions to secure the release of hostages, including embassy personnel. While a ransom will be offered, the ability to retrieve them will ultimately hinge on the resilience of those involved. With ample time at their disposal, the remaining matters were entrusted to Lin Jianba. It was only now that Qi Yun realized that Colonel Lin Jianba had been dispatched by the Ministry of Defense specifically for this incident. A formidable leader of a special operations brigade at a remarkably young age. The team accompanying him was equally impressive, though they appeared unremarkable at first glance. Their reputation on the international stage rivaled that of the esteemed U.S. Navy SEALs and Russia's Alpha Group. As Lin Jianba discussed operational strategies with several special forces operatives, Qi Yun diligently reviewed the information provided by the FA Security and the state. Old Wang had leveraged connections with a high-ranking official within the Libyan military, one of the top 3, through the embassy's introduction. This military leader harbored a favorable view of China and trusted its military capabilities. In fact, during discussions with Old Wang, he had proactively expressed a desire for Chinese support. Naturally, China does not interfere in the internal politics of other nations. However, as a friend to this general, Qi Yun felt it was appropriate to extend assistance, especially since the general was not the most powerful, but rather among the top 3. Should the Libyan military and the FA Security forge a sincere partnership to eradicate opposing forces and collaboratively foster a harmonious Libya, creating a conducive investment environment, it would undoubtedly benefit all parties involved. Upon exiting the airport, personnel from the FA Security awaited their arrival. "Mr. Qi, you have finally arrived," several of them exclaimed as they rushed to greet him. The leader, Wang Zicheng, is somewhat related to Old Wang. Previously, during their time in Malawi, he had been closely following Old Wang and Ji Yun. Several individuals familiar to Ji Yun were also present, all having spent time together in Malawi. Yi Yun, accompanied by a substantial entourage, exuded an air of authority. Outside the airport, amidst the bustling crowd, there could potentially be eyes from anti-government forces. Here, Ji Zone, he said, as per your instructions, we have 3 chartered buses and a booked hotel exclusively for our people. Wang Zicheng, being quite astute, was aware that Ji Yun's visit was likely to involve significant undertakings. The hotel had been thoroughly inspected multiple times for safety. Everyone, please board the vehicles. We shall discuss matters upon arrival, he instructed. Ji Yun exchanged a glance with Lin Jianba before boarding the bus, which then set off towards the designated hotel. Upon arrival, the hotel was modest, with a total of around 30 rooms, perfectly accommodating the group with 2 individuals per room. After instructing the hotel owner not to allow anyone on the second floor, the group ascended the stairs. Once upstairs, before even opening the doors, the Special Forces team began their security checks, confirming the absence of threats before inspecting each room for surveillance devices. They then established a security perimeter around the hotel, with several personnel positioned outside under the guidance of security staff. Chapter 92. Pre-war preparations. Zicheng. What is the current situation? Ji Yun inquired as they settled down. Lin Jianba replied, we need to convey a message. While the money issue remains unresolved, our primary concern is ensuring the safety of our people. They must choose the location. And on the morning of the day after tomorrow, we will conduct an exchange, money for personnel. Ji Yun noted that Wang Zicheng hesitated to agree. Looking to Ji Yun for clarity, particularly given his unfamiliarity with Lin Jianba's background. Proceed as advised, and also arrange a meeting with General Muhammad Gas as soon as possible, ideally tonight, and prepare a substantial gift for him. Understood, Ji Zone. I will make the arrangements immediately. Wang Zicheng promptly set to work. Ji Principal, the situation is urgent. It is imperative to secure approval for weaponry within the next few days to ensure our legitimacy. Otherwise, we may encounter significant difficulties, Lin Jianba continued. I will find a solution. General Muhammad Gas was mentioned by Old Wang as the 3rd highest figure in the Libyan military. Our connections there are nearly solidified. I will coordinate with Director Zhou, and a joint operation should encounter no major issues. My only concern, Jian added, is not a lack of faith in our team, but rather the significant disparity in numbers. Even in a joint operation, I doubt the Libyan military can provide substantial assistance, as they are currently preoccupied with their own matters. Ji Yun shared his apprehension. Recognizing that the opposition was a national anti-government force with a military strength of over 100,000, while their own contingent consisted of only 50 to 60 individuals, albeit elite special forces. Rest assured, Ji Principal, according to our Ministry of Defense's intelligence, the group responsible for the abduction of General Wang and our embassy personnel is merely a roaming faction of opposition forces, numbering approximately 3,000. This time, we have assembled the elite special forces of our nation. With our collaboration, the rescue of individuals will be unproblematic. Furthermore, tomorrow a contingent of new security personnel, totaling over 2,000, will arrive from our homeland. Together with the Libyan government, we will decisively obliterate this batch of anti-government militants, making it abundantly clear that the Chinese are not to be trifled with. Ji Yun harbored suspicions regarding the identity of these security employees, as his own company's personnel were still undergoing training at the academy. As for us, the retired soldiers from the main combat units, we have no employment. Seeking a position from General Ji should not pose any issues. Lin Jianba exchanged a knowing smile with Ji, conveying unspoken agreement. Certainly, that will be most welcome. I entrust everything to you, Captain Lin, and Manager Zhou. Tomorrow morning, let us meet with General Muhammad, Ji instructed. All right, Captain Lin, please draft a battle plan, while I accompany Principal Ji to the embassy to discuss subsequent matters. Zhou Zhihui remarked, emphasizing that now, under the auspices of DAFA security, titles such as Colonel Lin or Director Zhou were irrelevant. There was only the security captain and Manager Zhou. Let us depart immediately. I will arrange for transportation, Ji declared, stepping outside to coordinate 2 vehicles for himself and Zhou Zhihui to the Chinese embassy in Libya. Upon arrival, Ambassador Wang Suning awaited them inside the embassy. Old Zhou, General Ji, you have finally arrived, greeted Ambassador Wang, an old colleague of Zhou Zhihui. Faced with this significant crisis, and lacking armed forces at the embassy while the Libyan military was unresponsive, Ambassador Wang found himself in a precarious position. Greetings, Ambassador Wang. Ji Yun extended his hand for a handshake. Old Wang, time is of the essence. Let us skip the pleasantries and discuss the current situation, Zhou Zhihui stated, getting straight to the point after shaking hands. Following the incident, I met with the Libyan Prime Minister, who assured me that their military would endeavor to rescue our personnel. However, I surmise that they are currently overwhelmed with their own issues, so I directly contacted Beijing, advocating for our own deployment. The State Council has also instructed the embassy to fully support your efforts. Just the day before, I convened with our Chinese businessmen in Libya, garnering their support. A Chinese-Libyan Chamber of Commerce has been established, with a significant number of Chinese merchants already on board. They will sign a security agreement with Dafa Security Company under the auspices of the Chamber. And the Libyan military has consented to issue us a license for 3,000 armed personnel. Our equipment will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Our security personnel have begun boarding in batches. Upon your arrival tomorrow to handle the necessary formalities, our team can be armed immediately. As for vehicles, the Chamber is already making preparations. Ambassador Wang has nearly completed the necessary preparations, and now we require legal support to preempt any potential objections from Western nations. This will serve to educate the unruly anti-government armed factions on the gravity of the situation. As a great man once said, when children misbehave, a firm hand is warranted. Since Ambassador Wang has efficiently managed these affairs, I believe we should not delay until tomorrow. We should proceed at once to ensure early stability. Ji Yun proposed, initially expecting considerable difficulties, yet it turned out to be a mere formality, as the state had already paved the way. Indeed, such matters are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary citizen like Ji Yun. One should not underestimate the influence of a great nation. Very well, let us depart now, utilizing the embassy's vehicle to head directly to the Libyan Ministry of Defense. Ambassador Wang, known for his decisive nature, swiftly prepared to set out after Ji Yun's remarks. A group of 7 individuals took 2 vehicles, accompanied by the embassy's military attaché, and headed straight for the Libyan Ministry of Defense. Upon arrival, everything proceeded smoothly. For Wang Suning, as an ambassador of a major nation, represented the dignity of China, one of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. The Libyan military, aware of this significance, did not dare to be negligent. The Minister of Defense personally welcomed the delegation. Subsequently, Ambassador Wang and the Libyan Minister of Defense engaged in a profound dialogue regarding collaborative initiatives, agreeing to jointly combat anti-government forces in the vicinity and foster a conducive investment environment. Ji Yun encountered connections related to his company, and the process proved hassle-free. As a document approving an armed contingent of 3,000 was duly signed by the prominent figures within the Libyan military. With this document in hand, Dafa Security officially obtained the rights to operate a legitimate armed force. Chapter 93, Preparing for Battle. The following morning, before dawn, everyone on the second floor of the hotel was already bustling with activity. Ji Yun, still grappling with jet lag, fought off yawns but pressed on nonetheless. Old Ji, our first batch of 500 personnel will arrive in 2 hours. You and Zicheng should go retrieve them at Guangwei Mining. We have already made arrangements. The vehicles from the Chamber of Commerce are stationed at the mining site. I will oversee the transportation of weapons and equipment, and we will convene at the mining area. Lin Jianbo instructed. Guangwei Mining, a large Chinese-owned mine, provided ample space for the incoming security personnel. Let's set off now. Old Zhou will stay behind at the hotel to handle any encounters with the anti-government forces. Having made their arrangements, the group wasted no further time. Ji Yun led around 20 individuals, taking a convoy of buses directly to the airport, while Lin Jianbo, with another 20, drove trucks and pickups to collect the weapons that had arrived earlier. By the time Ji Yun reached the airport, dawn had broken. Shortly thereafter, he observed groups of Chinese individuals, clad in athletic attire and carrying large bags, emerging. Ji Yun approached to greet them. Principal reporting in, saluted a determined security team member dressed in Li Ning sportswear. Excellent. Thank you for your hard work. Quickly arrange for the brothers to board the vehicles. We will discuss further when we arrive, Ji Yun responded. Yes, all present, boarding now. With a single command from Qi Linfeng. Over 500 individuals swiftly organized into several teams and boarded the buses. Their discipline and efficiency suggested they were indeed the elite of the main force. A thought that crossed Ji Yun's mind. The convoy, composed of buses filled with robust young men, despite its understated presence, attracted considerable attention from onlookers. The journey was silent. It took over an hour to reach Guangwei Mining. Within the mining area, a large open space had been temporarily transformed into a campsite, where hundreds of military tents had already been erected. Approximately 20 chefs dispatched from various commercial associations were busy preparing meals. Lin Jianba had yet to arrive, as his destination was even farther away. There was no need for Ji Yun to organize anything. The group of over 500 operated with their own responsibilities. Some stood guard, while others packed their belongings. Many had already set up their tents and arranged their items, waiting in line for their meals. As expected from elite forces, Ji Yun, accompanied by his special operations team, went to get their food and joined the others in eating. They had rushed out in the morning, nibbling on bread and compressed biscuits, leaving little time for a proper meal. While they were eating, Lin Jianba arrived with a truck full of personnel. Those assigned to guard duty first received their weapons, and after finishing their meals, they rotated positions. In less than an hour, all 500 had completed their meals, received their weapons and equipment, and entered a state of readiness. "Good day, Chief." Qi Linfeng stood and saluted upon seeing Lin Jianba approach. "Please sit. There are no chiefs here. I am Lin Jianba, the security manager of Dafan Security in Libya," Lin Jianba said, gesturing with one hand. Ji Yun noticed that these two appeared to be old acquaintances. The group sat down to eat and discuss the combat plans, while Ji Yun, uninterested in the tactical jargon of maneuvers and strategies, focused solely on his meal. After finishing, Ji Yun received his weaponry, a familiar revolver. With a firearm in hand, he felt a newfound confidence. Over 500 fully armed elite soldiers of the People's Liberation Army were poised to confront a ragtag group of militia-like opposition forces. Ji Yun believed they had the upper hand. However, the pressing issue was how to rescue the hostages. Once the hostages were safe, it was imperative to annihilate the invading enemy and establish a reputation for Dafan security. As they deliberated on the rescue operation, a call came in from Zhou Zhihui. "Old Lin, the opposition forces just called. They want Old Ji to bring $3 million to their military base for the ransom," Zhou Zhihui said, his voice laced with hesitation. Earlier, when they approached Ji Yun, they had assured the opposition of their safety. "Promise him I will arrive on time tomorrow. But I need to speak with our people to guarantee their current safety," Ji Yun responded without hesitation. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. However, the situation demanded action. He believed that going himself was the optimal plan, confident that the opposition would not dare to harm him, as it would provoke a superpower like China. "I cannot acquiesce. This is far too perilous. I absolutely refuse to consent. Lao Ji's current status is extraordinary, as he is now the leader of our company. How can they simply send him away? Furthermore, the risks involved are exceedingly high, and I vehemently oppose this course of action. Lao Lin, I understand your concern for my safety. However, this is the most optimal plan. Dispatching personnel from a military base of over 3,000 to rescue the hostages presents insurmountable challenges. I shall negotiate their release, and thereafter we can launch a counteroffensive. This, indeed, is the most prudent strategy." Ji Yun does not aspire to be a solitary hero, but circumstances leave him no choice. Firstly, he is merely going to exchange money. Thus, they should not have a reason to oppose him. Secondly, he requires time to coordinate actions with the Libyan military. While risks are undoubtedly present, they should not endanger his safety. Since the abduction of Lao Wang and the others, it has become evident that their primary motive is financial gain, rather than a desire for unrelenting vengeance. After dining, Ji Yun and Lin Jianba proceeded to the embassy, where they acquired the prepared sum of $3 million and then conferred with the ambassador regarding the subsequent plan. Initially, Ambassador Wang was also quite resistant, yet, after Ji Yun's persistent entreaties, he reluctantly acquiesced. However, he issued a statement on behalf of the embassy to the opposing forces, demanding that they uphold their commitments. Should they dare to commit any treacherous acts, China would not easily forgive them. As the opposing forces basked in their misguided confidence, believing they had seized the lifeblood of the Chinese, thinking this so-called superpower a mere paper tiger, an influx of security personnel from China was already arriving in Libya via private jets. Waves of weaponry were dispatched, and Guanghai mining was placed under military control. Thousands of troops from the People's Liberation Army were sharpening their blades, poised to demonstrate to the world once more the formidable strength of the once globally top-ranked army, and to ensure that future generations comprehend that China must not be belittled. Chapter 94. Annihilation of the invading enemy. This is our latest technology in bulletproof vests, lightweight yet reliable. This capsule contains a communication device. Simply place it in your ear. Your safety is paramount, Lin Jianba remarked while handing Ji Yun the equipment. "Rest assured, Lao Lin. With you by my side, they dare not harm me," Ji Yun replied, inserting the cutting-edge communication device into his ear and testing its functionality. "All set. I shall take my leave." Ji Yun stepped confidently into the vehicle, accompanied by a driver and several boxes containing $3 million US. At the appointed time, he would venture alone into the military base of the anti-government forces. The journey was silent, and after over 2 hours of travel, they arrived at the mountainous stronghold of the insurgents. Suddenly, several armed individuals surrounded Ji Yun's vehicle. "Get out, you!" they commanded. "We are Chinese from Dafeng Company, and we have an agreement to negotiate the release of the hostages," Ji Yun communicated, raising his hands as he translated for the driver. A few individuals of African descent did not pose any difficulty for Ji Yun. They merely took the money from his vehicle, blindfolded both Ji Yun and the driver, and forcibly ushered them into their own car, driving towards their base. Along the way, Ji Yun refrained from speaking, obediently sitting in silence. After a bumpy ride of over half an hour, the vehicle finally came to a halt. Get out, someone instructed Ji Yun in Mandarin. Upon exiting the car, the blindfold was removed, revealing a place reminiscent of a 1990s slum with shanty houses scattered about. They found themselves in the center of a small square, where a makeshift stage was situated. A few older gentlemen of African descent, seemingly the leaders of this group, were seated there. Lao Wang and others were tied to the pillars of the stage. They appeared uninjured, but were visibly demoralized, their spirits lifted upon seeing Ji Yun, a towering figure. The leader of the anti-government militia brandished the US dollars Ji Yun had brought and addressed Ji Yun and Lao Wang. "This time, out of consideration for the money, I shall spare you. However, should you fail to leave my country, I assure you that I will have your head severed." Ji Yun regarded the group in silence. They were merely a band of buffoons. Once his companions were free, their demise would surely follow. "The money has been delivered. May I take my people now?" With a loud bang, a gunshot rang out, striking the ground at Ji Yun's feet. Though his legs trembled, he could not show fear. He musters the strength to hold his ground. "As the leader of an army, one would hope you would not engage in deceitful discourse," Ji Yun boldly declared, with the translator vociferously conveying his words. The leader retorted, "Chinese man, I detest your gaze. Were it not for the US dollars, I would have your eyes extracted. Now, take your people and leave." With a wave of his hand, several men approached and released Lao Wang and the others, prompting Ji Yun and the driver to hastily assist them. "Lao Wang, you have endured much," Ji Yun said. Within an hour of their departure, over 2,000 security personnel from the Dafeng Company had encircled the anti-government stronghold. "Comrades, our allies within have suffered unimaginable torment. This is a grave provocation against our nation. You are all elite warriors, handpicked for this mission. I implore you to display our might, to showcase the prowess of the world's foremost army. The party and the nation will be watching us. Comrades, do we have confidence? Yes, yes, yes. Let us annihilate the encroaching enemy. Comrades, advance." With Lin Jianbo issuing the order to attack, the 2,000 warriors began their infiltration of the base. Prior special forces had already entered and, using drones, had marked the locations of heavy firepower within. Soon, they would employ handheld weapons to eliminate these strategic points. With the resounding explosions of rockets, the 2,000 soldiers surged forward, showcasing an array of advanced individual firepower equipment for the first time on the battlefield, encountering far less resistance than anticipated. Almost immediately, the opposing forces crumbled. Within an hour, all resistance had been eradicated and numerous leaders of the anti-government militia were captured. The arrogant individual, who had previously displayed contempt, was subdued after suffering a gunshot wound that severed half of his ear, blood streaming down his face. Following a brief medical assessment, he was taken away to be handed over to the Libyan authorities. Upon hearing the news, Ji Yun's laughter was infectious, even causing Lao Wang to smile broadly as he disparaged several leaders. This incensed Lin Jianbo, who ordered that those leaders be brought down and given a thorough beating to avenge Ji Yun and his companions. "Death to the floor. You cannot strike me. According to the Geneva Conventions, violence against prisoners of war is prohibited," shouted the leaders of the anti-government forces. As the translator conveyed their words, Lin Jianbo and his men nearly burst into laughter. Having kidnapped their own men, they now invoked the Geneva Conventions. "Forgive me, but the Geneva Conventions are intended to regulate the conduct of state military forces. We are merely a private security company. What wrongdoing is there? Continue the beating. Let us release some of the pent-up frustration for Principal Ji." Lin Jianbo arranged for further action. Although his time with Ji Yun had been brief, their bonds had deepened rapidly in this life-and-death scenario in a foreign land. Lin Jianbo now regarded Ji Yun as a younger brother, and he was not inclined to let those who harmed his brother escape lightly while lecturing him on the Geneva Conventions. Chapter 95. The aftermath of War, Ji Yun and his group drove directly to the reception hospital, which had been prepared in advance. Colleagues from the embassy were already waiting there. Upon entering the hospital, Lao Wang and his companions underwent comprehensive medical examinations. Despite Lao Wang's insistence that he was fine, he was compelled to rest in the hospital. Ambassador Wang personally visited the hospital to convey the nation's condolences to Lao Wang and the others. "Thank you for your contributions to our country," he expressed. After checking on the embassy staff who had been rescued, he engaged in conversation with Ji Yun in the hospital stairwell. "Would you like a cigarette?" Ambassador Wang offered a box. "No, thank you," Ji Yun replied, surprised by this side of the ambassador. Throughout their interactions, Wang Suning had always impressed Ji Yun as cultured and composed, yet here he was, exhibiting a more approachable demeanor, even offering cigarettes, which indicated a sense of camaraderie. "It's for the best that you don't smoke. It's healthier. You see, before your arrival, I was under immense pressure. There are over 100,000 compatriots in Libya, and I serve as the guardian of these individuals. This incident truly caught me off guard, especially since even our embassy staff were abducted. I was active in seeking assistance, yet the Libyan government was evasive and uncooperative. To be candid, I spent many sleepless nights, unsure of how to report to the nation. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. This battle was fought splendidly. All the stress we endured has now dissipated, showcasing the spirit of the Chinese people. From now on, no one will dare to lay a hand on Chinese citizens in this land. Otherwise, they should consider the fate of this opposing force today." It is evident that Wang Suning is indeed quite exhilarated. As an ambassador stationed abroad, he often finds himself with limited authority, relying heavily on the goodwill of other nations. If they choose not to extend their courtesy, he finds himself at a loss. However, the future holds a different prospect for Ambassador Wang. With a Chamber of Commerce comprising tens of thousands of Chinese entrepreneurs, an extensive workforce of over 100,000 individuals, and more than 2,000 elite soldiers fully equipped, along with the formidable backing of a powerful homeland, any refusal of courtesy in the future could compel them to take matters into their own hands. Shao Ji, work diligently. Your future will not be confined to this moment. Wang's words carried a profound significance. At his level, he possesses a certain advisory influence over national policies and can keenly sense the prevailing attitudes within the upper echelons. This incident undoubtedly signals that the nation will place greater reliance on the FA security in the future. As the principal of the FA Security School, Ji Yun's influence in Africa will, in a sense, rival that of leaders from smaller nations. China boasts over 4,000 enterprises across Africa, with approximately 3 to 4 million Chinese nationals residing there. If national policies are adhered to, at least 150,000 security personnel would be necessary to enable these enterprises to stand tall and safeguard their interests, thereby retaining control over their own destinies. In that scenario, Ji Yun could indeed become a prominent figure across Africa, with 150,000 personnel spread across 4,000 enterprises. The magnitude of such influence could potentially give rise to a colossal entity. It is worth noting that many nations worldwide do not maintain standing armies of that size. The matters concerning Jianbo should have concluded by now, and I still have numerous follow-up tasks to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The negotiations with the Libyan military will rest upon you, as you are presently our visible leader. Wang Suning patted Ji Yun on the shoulder and descended the stairs with purpose, as he had announcements and various statements to issue, which would undoubtedly involve a fair share of verbal exchanges. After Ambassador Wang departed, Ji Yun checked in on Old Wang before hastening to the Libyan Ministry of Defense, where he joined the Libyan military in escorting captured insurgents from the anti-government factions. We extend our gratitude to the FA Security Company and to Mr. G for your contributions to Libya. You will forever be friends of the Libyan people, expressed the Libyan president with heartfelt emotion during an interview on Libyan television. The ramifications of this incident began to unfold gradually, as the Chinese embassies across Africa commenced uniting with local Chinese business people to form Chinese chambers of commerce and began engaging the FA security for security matters. Feng Yulin and Old Chin also emerged from Malawi, and Old Wang hastily discharged himself in the hospital. Together with their teams, they set forth to various African nations, establishing branches of the FA security in collaboration with the embassies, in a bid to support the growth of the FA security. Several state-owned security companies in the domestic sphere swiftly completed their merger and restructuring with the FA Security Company, culminating in the establishment of the FA Security Group. The company's shares have been redistributed, with Ji Yun and Feng Yulin each holding approximately 7 to 10% of the shares. Other security firms account for about 20%, while the remaining 40% is evenly divided between two banks and the Beijing State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. The Beijing State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission has thus become the principal shareholder of the FA Security Group, though it does not engage in operations, participating only in oversight and assistance, similar to other shareholders. Feng Yuan continues to serve as the chairman of the FA Security Group, while Ji Yun and others assume the role of executive council members. Subsequently, anti-government forces in Libya lodged a vehement protest against China, and Western media, led by the United States, issued various statements accusing China of interfering in the internal affairs of other nations and attempting to disrupt national unity. At this juncture, Mr. Wang Yan, spokesperson for the FA Security Group, issued a solemn statement, asserting that the company bears responsibility for the incident, emphasizing that the downfall of the opposing forces stemmed solely from intercompany rivalries, unrelated to any external factors. This revelation struck the international media as unexpectedly significant, as what had been perceived as a considerable military engagement turned out to be orchestrated by a mere security company. Simultaneously, a spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Ministry issued a call for restraint from all parties, particularly urging the FA Security Group to adhere to China's long-standing strategy of fostering amicable and mutually beneficial development. This conflict brought the FA Security Group into the global spotlight and facilitated smoother operations for Feng Yuan and his associates, who rapidly established branches in various countries, on average, every 3 to 4 days. Chapter 96, Returning Home. Meanwhile, domestic public opinion was ablaze, with the top 5 headlines predominantly occupied by the FA Security Group. The audacity of a single company confronting an armed nation was remarkable. It was noted that this was no ordinary security firm. It was far removed from the typical gatekeepers of residential complexes. Suddenly, there appeared 2,000 fully armed security personnel. It might be hard to believe, but veterans who had just completed their service found themselves engaged in operations in Libya the very next day. Unity is essential, they echoed, highlighting the transition from military service to civilian employment, asserting it was a fitting match for their expertise. Queries arose about whether a retired 5-star general from Country Garden could lead a team within the FA Security. Suggestions were made for the general to confront the rebels directly. "Excuse me," one commented, "how exactly does one engage? Is this confrontation serious?" They requested not to trivialize ethical matters. The comment section was rife with hostility, questioning the existence of racial discrimination in the 21st century. "I apologize," one user remarked. "I only discriminate against 2 types of people, those who harbor racial prejudices and those who cannot count. However, should we not discern the essence behind the facade? The fact that a security firm from our nation could incapacitate the regular armed forces of another country serves as a testament to our national strength. Is there anyone who knows how to join the FA Security? I am a retired Special Forces soldier. Financial gain is of little concern to me. I primarily seek the opportunity to wield a weapon. Simply visit the website of the Daffin Security Company to register. Once your application is approved, you may attend the training camp. Successful completion will allow you to join with an annual salary starting at $200,000. For those eager to earn, time is of the essence. Given the current development trends, the 2,000 individuals in training schools are evidently insufficient. Fortunately, several security companies have merged, providing greater resources. Feng Yuan and his associates are currently exploring markets in Africa, and, as the person in full charge, the responsibility of recruiting and training employees rests solely on Ji Yun's shoulders. The state is highly supportive of these efforts, and a larger training base has been established not far from the previous training school, with more training officers now in place. Ji Yun and his colleagues have already conducted several teleconferences. Besides Ji Yun and Feng Yuan, there are also executive directors from 2 banks, executive directors from 3 merged security companies, leaders from the Beijing State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, as well as officials from the Ministry of Defense and the Veterans Affairs Bureau participating in the meetings. In due course, the Ministry of Defense and the Veterans Affairs Bureau will recommend and encourage veterans to re-enter the workforce, while the 3 former security companies will manage recruitment across 3 major regions, effectively conducting dual-channel recruitment, with Ji Yun overseeing the training selections and related matters at the security training school. Upon disembarking from the plane, Bao Ning was already waiting outside in her luxury vehicle. As soon as she spotted Ji Yun, she rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace. It's all right, little Bao." Ji Yun gently reassured her while tenderly stroking her back. However, as he comforted her, he sensed something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, he found her face streaked with tears. Alarmed, Ji Yun offered further consolation, and it took considerable coaxing to calm her down once they were in the car. Ordinarily, Bao Ning is a remarkably resilient individual. Having pursued her studies abroad and gradually established herself as a senior partner in a prestigious law firm, gaining recognition as a prominent attorney, it is out of character for her to be in such a state of distress. Yet, as life often presents, strength can sometimes be deceptive. What one perceives as fortitude is merely a glimpse of someone's resilient facade. Every woman possesses a softer, more vulnerable side that remains hidden from view. Just as a seemingly aloof and haughty goddess may display endearing charm and obedience in the presence of her affluent boyfriend, so too does Bao Ning's heart gradually gravitate towards Ji Yun. His abrupt departure and the perilous circumstances that ensued, though not disclosed to her, have been subjects of her concern, as she has kept herself informed about the associated dangers. Please don't cry, Bao Ning. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. Moreover, this opportunity with Daffin Security Group is immensely profitable. Soon, all security in Africa will be under our purview. Who cares about that shabby security company? If you ever dare to abandon me again, I shall not hesitate to retaliate, she declared, wiping her tears while adopting a mock ferocious demeanor. Understood, Bao Ning. Now, let's make up for what was missed this time. Gazing at the rain-kissed visage of Bao Ningli, Ji Yun felt his heart nearly melt. Their eyes met, brimming with tenderness, while the chill outside the vehicle contrasted sharply with the vibrant spring atmosphere within. Bao's father was immensely pleased with Ji Yun's recent performance. Having received a commendatory call from a powerful associate who expressed great admiration for Ji Yun, your role is of paramount importance. It is only by training competent security personnel that trust can be earned. Otherwise, should any issues arise, the hard-won reputation of Daffin Security could be irreparably tarnished. Although the recruits are primarily composed of retired military personnel, thorough background checks must still be conducted to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating the ranks. I believe the previous system of recommendation letters was quite effective, albeit somewhat antiquated. It was well suited to the circumstances and yielded positive results, especially when integrated with our country's information network to ensure utmost reliability. Bao's father was deeply invested in Ji Yun's affairs, offering guidance and support wherever possible. Ji Yun listened attentively. Individuals of such high stature are often exceptionally astute, and even a single nugget of wisdom gleaned from decades of political experience could occupy one for hours. Moreover, Bao's father took the time to mentor Ji Yun personally, meticulously analyzing events as recounted by Ji Yun and proposing the most reasonable solutions, while imparting lessons on conduct and social intricacies. As Ji Yun spoke and inquired, the two men resembled a devoted teacher and his eager pupil, tirelessly imparting knowledge. Meanwhile, Bao Ningli sat beside her mother, quietly watching television, occasionally exchanging glances with Ji Yun that ignited her smile, her dimples radiating pure joy. Chapter 97, Collective Salary Increase. The primary focus remained on the training school, necessitating visits every couple of days to monitor progress, manage the recruitment of new trainees, and oversee various operations, often requiring Ji Yun's signature. Thunderous Lei Jinhua was responsible for the training, alleviating Ji Yun of excessive worry. The school now boasted a dedicated shooting range, where Ji Yun occasionally practiced, sometimes bringing Bao Ningli along for enjoyment. His own company continued to thrive, with the office building nearing completion of its renovations, ready for relocation in a couple of days. The new house was under the careful supervision of Ji Yun's parents, who were overseeing its decoration. Ji Yun had enlisted a professional design team to create renovation plans based on his and Bao Ningli's preferences, particularly for the basement study, which was being fortified to the security standards of a bank vault. In his spare time, aside from accompanying Bao Ningli, Ji Yun spent hours at Jinxiuj. As he could not forsake his original profession, he diligently studied gem appraisal alongside Zhao Jinsheng and the other 3 masters of Jinxiuj. The auction house frequently brought in items for appraisal, which were evaluated at Jinxiuj, and under the tutelage of several masters, Ji Yun's appraisal skills rapidly advanced. Since altering the business strategy, Fuxing Jade Carvings had achieved a level of self-sufficiency in its expansion, leading Ji Yun to decide against further auctions of his remaining treasures. Instead, he planned to retain them, with the intention of establishing a private museum to showcase them in the future. Despite the company's exponential growth and an increasing workforce, thanks to Ji Yun's initial policy of delegated supervision, he now enjoys a rather leisurely existence. A cadre of professionals diligently aids in expanding Ji Yun's commercial empire, and naturally, He ensures they are well compensated. In fact, the remuneration standards across all of Ji Yun's enterprises are among the finest in the country. As for the naysayers, those who openly or subtly accuse Ji Yun of undermining industry standards and argue that inflated salaries hinder the aspirations of the youth, Ji Yun can only retort that if they were to voice such nonsense in his presence, he would gladly reward them with a fitting reprimand. This cohort of antiquated thinkers is destined to be gradually submerged by the tide of progress. Ji Yun has never considered himself particularly noble or magnanimous. However, he believes that while he enjoys the fruits of his labor, it is only just that his employees are afforded at least a modest meal. In contrast to those who preach virtue while indulging themselves, their employees often find themselves emaciated, subsisting on mere sips of water. These self-righteous individuals further aggravate the situation by lamenting their own hardships and advising the youth to focus on long-term goals rather than immediate gains. If only they offered their employees a warm meal, those workers would gladly embrace their vision. However, when all that is offered is a bowl of tepid water, it becomes an insurmountable hardship for anyone with dependents to support. When the time comes for an employee to seek opportunities elsewhere, these self-serving figures stand atop their lofty perches, decrying the lack of loyalty from those they have nurtured. They bemoan the losses incurred and even suggest that the state legislate against such disloyalty. The first time Ji Yun heard such sentiments, his worldview nearly shattered. Could human beings truly be so devoid of shame? Even the most notorious exploiters would find themselves humbled in comparison. Consequently, Ji Yun convened a high-level leadership meeting and proposed a collective salary increase for all employees, serving as a lesson to those entrepreneurs who speak eloquently yet act contrary to their words. The atmosphere among Ji Yun's staff became buoyant, while across the aisle, competitors lamented their dwindling morale. Those with even a modicum of talent began to explore opportunities within Ji Yun's ranks, while the less capable remained grumbling. Unexpectedly, a simple salary increase yielded remarkable results. Not only did it attract a plethora of skilled professionals, but it also significantly dampened the morale of rival companies. As Ji Yun's organization gained momentum, it began to dominate the competitive landscape. Issues that could be resolved with financial means were no longer problematic. Rather than merely poaching employees, Ji Yun's enterprise was poised to reshape the industry. In essence, Ji Yun's company adhered strictly to labor laws, while his competitors found themselves in disarray. The market consolidation process accelerated, bringing the completion of industry integration ever closer. Certainly, regarding the internal supervisory and management policies of the company, Ji Yun has adopted a more stringent approach. With several companies experiencing rapid growth, it is foreseeable that the total number of employees may exceed 10,000 this year. Among such a large workforce, not everyone will adhere to the rules. There will inevitably be those with insatiable desires. Hence, the importance of supervisory policies cannot be overstated. Although Ji Yun does not cling to power, he cannot allow others to take him for a fool. The finance, human resources, and supervisory departments are directly accountable to Ji Yun, alongside the legal department. Ji Yun envisions that with such a large company, a specialized legal team will be essential. He is currently in discussions with Bao Ning to acquire the law firm associated with him, intending to cultivate a group of attorneys dedicated to serving the company. Furthermore, as these companies continue to expand, the establishment of a corporate group has become increasingly vital. Without forming a group company, it will be challenging to provide advancement opportunities for the leaders of these numerous companies. Once a company lacks avenues for growth, reaching greater heights becomes exceedingly difficult. In times of poverty, one must focus on self-cultivation. In times of prosperity, one should benefit the world. Ji Yun began as an ordinary employee, and through fortune, he has reached his current position. Now, enjoying financial freedom and a harmonious family life, he possesses the ability to contribute more to society, to realize a higher purpose in life, and to enable others to transform their lives through his influence is indeed a stroke of luck. Would it not be shallow to squander such a grand opportunity on mere indulgence and frivolity? When anyone is presented with such an opportunity, it is unlikely that they would let it slip away. The allure of exquisite cuisine, fine wines, and beauty can become tiresome. The prospect of changing the world is far more exhilarating. Chapter 98, Establishing a Group. Fortunately, Bao's father, having spent decades in the teaching profession, has cultivated a vast network within the legal community across the nation, ensuring connections are readily available. Now serving as the secretary of the political and legal committee in a province, he commands a degree of respect that opens doors. Bao Ning has also made full use of his father's classmates and students. In regions where companies resort to underhanded tactics, Ji Yun does not hesitate to take action. The security companies that merged with the FA Security are formidable in their own right. In various regions, the competitiveness of security firms is not to be underestimated. Once the merger of these security companies with the FA Security Group took place, Ji Yun assumed a leadership role, and thus, respect must be afforded. Gradually, the companies competing with Fu Sheng have realized that in business, they face downward assaults, relying on connections and backgrounds. Their capabilities are no less formidable, and those who indulge in unethical practices often possess even broader networks. What should one do? If one cannot defeat them, they must join them. Within a month, various regional branches of Fu Sheng began to open, along with other entertainment enterprises such as auctions and jewelry, leveraging the Fu Sheng Plaza as their foundation. The nation was divided into several major regions, each supervised by regional managers, beneath whom various store managers and industry managers were appointed. As everything progresses smoothly, Ji Yun's Floating Life Company has successfully completed its integration and officially established the Floating Life Group. The Floating Life Group comprises several subsidiaries, including the Floating Life Jade Carving Industry Group, Floating Life Entertainment and Cultural Media Company, Floating Life Jewelry Company, Jinxiag Antique Company, Floating Life Auction Company, and a recently acquired law firm. This does not include Ji Yun's investments into FA Mining, the FA Security Group, Yunning Folk Museum, and numerous enterprises engaged in shared equity investment collaborations. The financial department's estimations reveal a staggering valuation of over $10 billion for the Floating Life Group. And given the current developmental trajectory, becoming a $100 billion company is merely a matter of time. Ji Yun himself remains largely unconcerned with these figures. He simply feels that the financial resources are sufficient for his needs, ensuring that both he and those around him can live comfortably and happily. After the integration of Floating Life Group, significant personnel changes ensued. Ji Yun provided greater opportunities for capable individuals who had embarked on the entrepreneurial journey with him, while also distributing substantial shares to those of average capability. He engaged in thorough discussions with each individual, leaving no room for misunderstandings. If anyone proved to be incompetent and unaware of their limitations, Ji Yun was prepared to gradually marginalize them, despite offering room for improvement. In terms of personnel appointments, Lin Guojun has been appointed as the group president, Lu Qingfeng as the general manager of the Jade Carving Industry Group, Li Tianyu as the chief technical director of the group, and Chang Liping as the general manager of the Floating Life Jewelry Company. The Floating Life Entertainment Media Company and Auction Company have also seen the recruitment of 2 executives. The law firm is under the complete authority of Ji Yun's trusted associate, while a professional manager has been specifically appointed for Jinxiag by Ji Yun to oversee its operations, allowing Zhao Jinsheng to assist Ji Yun with oversight. Many of the initial staff members have been promoted to regional managers and heads of various industry sectors, indicating that as the enterprise expands, everyone benefits. This day marks the official move of Floating Life Group to its new office location. Early in the morning, Ji Yun, accompanied by Bao Ning, donned formal attire to attend the inauguration ceremony. With thousands of employees, it was impossible to convene everyone at once, especially with additional technical workers and staff from various regions. They also took the opportunity to visit their new home, which had recently been renovated to their satisfaction, albeit a bit too spacious, making upkeep rather cumbersome. Ji Yun was reluctant to hire help, as it would be inconvenient, so they planned to purchase several household robots and hire part-time cleaners a few times a week. Bao Ning also expressed a desire to keep some pets. Previously, her mother was not fond of animals, thus she never had any. Now, in their own home, they could raise pets as they pleased. Ji Yun also contemplated acquiring a few large dogs for security, but that was a consideration for the future, as their wedding date was fast approaching, and there were numerous preparations to undertake. Although their families initially intended for a modest celebration, the current situation necessitated a more substantial affair. Without further ado, it is imperative to acknowledge the relationships and acquaintances of Ji Yun's subordinates. It would indeed be unwise to neglect such matters. While the subordinates may not pose much concern, it is essential to consider the leaders. Should you fail to extend an invitation to your wedding, they may perceive it as a lack of decorum on your part. Given the circumstances, it is no longer feasible to maintain a low profile. Thus, it would be prudent to proceed with the arrangements in a conventional manner, provided that it does not veer into extravagance. Father Bao has expressed no objections, despite his current position. He recognizes the importance of ensuring that his daughter has a splendid wedding. At this stage in life, he is not inclined to pursue grand ambitions, but rather wishes to lend his support to his daughter and son-in-law. Consequently, Father Bao is committed to inviting his classmates and colleagues, He has even notified the influential figure behind him, considering Ji Yun's contributions to the nation, which should mitigate any negative repercussions. Chapter 99. The wedding. After extensive preparations, the day has finally arrived for Ji Yun and Bao Ning to unite in matrimony. Both families rose early in anticipation, with Ji Yun's family having already settled into their new home. By 5 in the morning, the stylist, photographer, and Ji Yun's best man had arrived to assist Ji's parents in preparing her look. With a subtle makeup application, Ji Yun set out around 7 o'clock to fetch her bride. Similarly, at Bao Ning's residence, only a few bridesmaids and relatives remained, as a majority of invited friends and family headed directly to the hotel for the ceremony. The wedding was scheduled for just past 11 in the morning. Given the distinguished guests attending, additional security measures were implemented for safety. Father and Mother Bao beamed with joy, expressing their satisfaction with Ji Yun's character and having confidence that he would treat their daughter well, refraining from any admonitions. After serving tea to her parents, the party departed for the hotel to participate in the celebration. After a flurry of activity, they arrived at the hotel just past 10 o'clock. Once Ji Yun and Bao Ning had changed into their reception attire and retouched their makeup, they stepped out to find guests beginning to arrive. Both sets of parents accompanied the couple to greet the attendees. While the number of guests was not overwhelming, many were of considerable influence. In addition to relatives from both families, all senior executives from Ji Yun's company were present, with several close acquaintances taking the initiative to assist with arrangements. For those unable to attend, such as Feng Yulin and others, representatives were sent in their stead. The same applied to Father Bao's colleagues and friends, including the provincial secretary and the governor, as well as several committee members who either attended personally or sent their secretaries bearing gifts. The provincial secretary had even been invited by Father Bao to officiate as the witness for the newlyweds. The colleagues who had previously accompanied Father Bao and Ji Yun to banquets were also in attendance, along with numerous former colleagues from the University of Political Science and Law. This was all achieved while both families endeavored to limit the guest list, yet the turnout still exceeded expectations. Some business partners who collaborated with Ji Yun were meeting him for the first time, and they found his somewhat intimidating background particularly striking. The presence of not only high-ranking government officials, but also a table full of military uniforms attested to the vastness of Ji Yun's network, which intertwined the realms of military, politics, commerce, and academia. To an outsider, the scene might have resembled a grand congress. As the music played softly, Ji Yun and Bao stepped out hand in hand. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Under the lights, Ji Yun's beloved Bao appeared to radiate a luminous glow. Flowers, candlelight, and romantic melodies mingled, creating an atmosphere of warmth and romance. Under the host's guidance, the couple exchanged rings, completing their wedding ceremony amidst the heartfelt blessings of all present, slowly embracing one another. Subsequently, the provincial secretary, serving as the officiant, extended his heartfelt wishes to the newlyweds. A series of video messages recorded by relatives and friends followed, orchestrated unbeknownst to Ji Yun and Bao, offering a delightful surprise for the couple. Initially, employees from Ji Yun's company and some colleagues of Bao who could not attend the wedding shared their well wishes. Then, messages from individuals at Dafeng Mining and several busy individuals in Africa were played, including greetings from prominent African leaders such as the President of Libya, the Prime Minister of Malawi, Ambassador Wang Suning, and Ambassador Jiang Watao. When the final video message appeared, the guests at the wedding were utterly astonished to see a distinguished figure from the State Council delivering his greetings, concluding with blessings from the highest leadership. Even the provincial leaders were taken aback by the significance placed on Ji Yun. While they had known that Bao's son-in-law was extraordinary, having reached such heights, they were still left reeling. It seemed that Bao's father's future would not be limited here. Regardless of the leaders' thoughts, the wedding continued to unfold in a warm atmosphere. Both sets of parents were invited to the stage, where Ji Yun and Bao addressed them as mom and dad. The parents expressed their gratitude and hopes for the young couple. Bao's father wished for Ji Yun and Bao to support each other in realizing their life's aspirations and not to disappoint the blessings bestowed upon them, while Ji Yun's parents expressed a more straightforward desire for grandchildren soon. After the ceremony, Bao's father led the newlyweds to toast the attending leaders, who had taken time from their busy schedules to attend Ji Yun and Bao's wedding, a gesture that was not taken lightly. Once the couple had completed their toasts, the leaders gradually withdrew, making it easier for the remaining guests to relax. After several committee members departed, the atmosphere of the wedding became significantly more lively, allowing everyone to let loose. Ji Yun and Bao began to toast table by table, although the best man and maid of honor had already discreetly replaced their drinks with water, as most attendees were likely aware. After all, It would be impossible for anyone to withstand such a continuous flow of toasts. As long as the sentiment was conveyed, that sufficed. It was not until around 1 or 2 in the afternoon that the wedding concluded in its entirety. Following this, others assisted with the arrangements, allowing Ji-Yun and Bao to retreat to their hotel room for some much-needed rest and a meal. From morning until then, aside from consuming copious amounts of water, they had barely eaten anything. Chapter 100, Travel Plans. In the hotel room, Ji-Yun gazed affectionately at Bao Ning, who was clad in a toast attire and voraciously consuming her meal. What are you staring at? Aren't you hungry? Bao Ning vimak sapi, noticing Zizun's intenskida. Not hungry. The sight of you, dear Bao, is quite delectable, Ji-Yun replied. Well then, don't eat for a while. Just let the beauty of your esteemed Bao fill your stomach. Oh, stop looking and hurry up and eat, Bao Ning urged. Feeling a bit shy under Ji-Yun's unwavering stare, his gaze seemed increasingly daunting. Listen, don't get any ideas. Eat quickly. We have a lot to attend to later. Sensing Ji-Yun's restless demeanor, Bao Ning hastily issued a warning. I don't care. Once the esteemed Bao is satisfied, then it's my turn. Ji-Yun pounced like a famished tiger, consuming Bao Ning entirely, wasting quite some time. It was not until a phone call from outside broke the anticipation that they hurriedly changed clothes and exited the room. Bao Ning did not feel the awkwardness of a newlywed. After all, she had grown quite familiar with Ji's parents. It was merely a matter of adjusting her address. Upon returning home, Ji-Yun began to complain of hunger, having arisen at 5 in the morning without much sustenance. During the wedding, he could not simply offer water to important guests, resulting in him drinking a great deal of alcohol and water. Later, both sets of parents, feeling sympathetic toward the young couple, urged them to eat something at the hotel. However, Ji-Yun, distracted by beauty, neglected to eat, exhausting the little energy he had left. Not just him, Bao Ning was also both weary and hungry. Are you hungry, Bao? I can whip up something delicious for you, Ji's mother said, adopting a different demeanor with Bao Ning. I'm a bit, Mom, she replied. Ji-Yun and I were too tired at the hotel. We rested for a while and didn't manage to eat. Bao Ning silently fumed, determined to make Ji-Yun pay for it later. Upon hearing that Bao Ning had not eaten, Ji's mother immediately went to the kitchen to prepare something for the young couple, with Bao Ning assisting eagerly, charming Ji's mother to the point where laughter filled the kitchen. As for Ji's father, having indulged in quite a bit of drink due to his joy, he had already retired to the bedroom for rest. By the time he awoke, it was evening, and Bao's mother came to summon them for dinner. The spacious house had its drawbacks. Previously, a simple call would suffice for dinner, but now it required climbing a flight of stairs and a few minutes' walk. Ji's mother joked as the couple descended, still bleary-eyed. Perhaps we should install a phone. Didn't T.A. Skit say something about upstairs and downstairs, lights and telephones? Ji's father joined in on the jest. By the way, what are your plans for your honeymoon, little Bao? He inquired. We're thinking of traveling abroad for a bit. Mom and Dad, why don't you join us? The more, the merrier, Bao Ning suggested to Ji's parents. However, Bao's father would certainly not be able to travel overseas, and Bao's mother would need to care for him, likely reluctant to go. Moreover, given their new status, international travel was not a simple endeavor. One must apply in advance and receive approval to leave the country. Ji-Yun and Bao Ning ceased their persuasion, recognizing that a trip abroad was merely a leisurely escapade. For a family like theirs, venturing out was akin to visiting a supermarket. They could embark on their journey whenever they pleased. Moreover, Ji-Yun's mother was correct. This excursion was, after all, a honeymoon, allowing them to revel in spontaneity without a fixed itinerary, which could indeed prove somewhat inconvenient. The couple planned to first visit Paris, where they would explore the majestic Notre Dame Cathedral, marvel at the Louvre, and tour the Musée d'Orsay. Subsequently, they intended to travel to London to experience a Broadway musical and visit the Tower of London and Buckingham Palace. With no pressing commitments and no set timeline, they could meander at their own pace, fully immersing themselves in the local culture, lingering in favored spots for a few extra days, and adjusting their plans as desired. Bao Ning expressed a desire to visit Belgium, to indulge in chocolate and beer in Brussels and Bruges, savoring mussels along the way. They would then proceed to the Netherlands to witness the Windmill Village and Zandschans, before heading to Denmark to appreciate modern art. Their journey would continue with a flight to Munich, Germany, to see Lake König See and the salt mines, and, en route, they would stop in Switzerland to delight in cheese fondue at the Matterhorn. Ji-Yun harbored no objections. After all, this was a time for enjoyment. And wherever Bao Ning wished to go, they would go. If necessary, they could afford to spare a month or two. Meetings and documents could be handled online. And for anything requiring a personal signature, arrangements could be made for someone to fly over. Many acquaintances in Europe owned vineyards and estates, which piqued Ji-Yun's interest. Should the opportunity arise, acquiring one as an investment could be quite advantageous. Chapter 101. The Louvre. Bao Ning's mother expressed her envy, lamenting about her husband, who was on the brink of retirement and could have traveled, but now found himself unable to. Bao Ning's father promptly assured that when the opportunity arose, he would take Bao Ning's mother on journeys throughout the country. After departing from a Bao household, Ji-Yun purchased a few items and accompanied Bao Ning to visit her master for a while. Zhao Jinsheng assessed Ji-Yun's skills and, upon learning of her upcoming travels, encouraged her to visit museums in various countries. After bidding farewell to her master, they spent another 2 days at home organizing their affairs before setting off for a direct flight to Paris. Upon waking in the morning, they enjoyed a quintessential Parisian breakfast at their hotel. Around 8 o'clock, Bao Ning and Ji-Yun ventured to the Tuileries garden, finding it relatively uncrowded. With only a few scattered travelers from around the globe, they first admired Monet's water lilies, and upon exiting the museum, strolled hand in hand through the Place de la Concorde and the Tuileries garden, enchanted by the white sand and flowing fountains, by the Ferris wheel and the Seine River. Ji-Yun captured countless photographs of Bao Ning. As her dedicated photographer, Ji-Yun had honed her skills, following numerous photography influencers on social media and often taking pictures for others, thus reaping the benefits of her predecessor's efforts. Bao Ning was quite pleased with the photos produced. After their photography session, the couple proceeded to the Louvre, the largest museum in the world. Before entering the Louvre, Ji-Yun felt somewhat perplexed. From the outside, it did not appear particularly grand. It held the esteemed title of the world's foremost museum. It was not until she stepped inside with Bao Ning that the reality dawned upon her. The magnificent artworks and sculptures, including the armless Venus de Milo and the world-renowned Mona Lisa, intertwined history and art, leaving her profoundly astonished. Surrounding the Mona Lisa was a throng of admirers, and it took Ji-Yun and Bao Ning quite some time to approach the painting. De Bao Bao, why does the Mona Lisa appear so plump? She is far from beautiful, especially when compared to you, Ji-Yun remarked. Are you comparing me to a painting? Bao Ning retorted playfully. Not at all. Dear Bao Bao is my very own Mona Lisa, and I've already encountered her, Ji-Yun replied, fingers interlocked with Bao Ning's. Traveling the world with the one she loved had always been Ji-Yun's dream, and now it was manifesting into reality. Her spirits remained high until they arrived at the China Pavilion. A guide animatedly explained the exhibits to visitors from around the globe, showcasing an array of treasures, bronze vessels, porcelain, calligraphy, sculptures of Buddha, and colorful pottery. Each artifact was a national treasure, filling the exhibition space, while the guide proudly proclaimed that over 30,000 precious Chinese relics resided there. It is utterly disgraceful. Do you not know how these treasures came to be here? They were taken by bandits and thieves, the most shameless of acts. Ji-Yun's anger grew as she observed the exhibits, her heart aching with each piece. Hand in hand with Bao Ning, she examined the artifacts, capturing photographs in an effort to document each relic. De Bao Bao, I wish to establish a foundation dedicated to repurchasing these cultural treasures lost to foreign lands, Ji-Yun said earnestly. I will support you in this endeavor, Bao Ning replied, understanding without the need for further words. After 4 to 5 hours of exploration and countless photographs taken in the Chinese exhibition area, they reluctantly departed. Upon leaving the Louvre, Ji-Yun swiftly adjusted her emotions. After all, she was there to enjoy herself with Bao Ning, and they had plans to make the most of their time together. With their stomachs rumbling, the couple sought a place to dine before heading to the Palais Garnier to attend an opera that evening. After their meal, they strolled through the streets until it was time to take a taxi to the opera house, where they enjoyed a splendid performance. Darling, stop looking, my legs hurt. Come over and massage them, Ji-Yun called out to Bao Ning, who was sprawled on the bed while Ji-Yun was engrossed in her notes. I'm coming. Little Bao Bao, Ji-Yun responded, realizing that there was no rush. She set her phone aside and walked toward Bao Ning, freshly emerged from a shower. With damp hair and eyes glimmering like pearls, Bao Ning exuded a radiant charm. As Ji-Yun began to knead her legs, her hands grew restless. Hurry and take a shower. Once you're done, I'll help you relax. Bao Ning playfully kicked Ji-Yun. Wait for me a moment, little Bao Bao, Ji-Yun replied, dashing into the bathroom. A few minutes later, she burst out, exclaiming, the big tiger is coming to catch little Bao Bao. This playful declaration sent Bao Ning into fits of laughter, though her giggles gradually transformed into something more enchanting. Chapter 102. Organizing the Repatriation of Cultural Relics. Originally, The two had planned to visit Notre Dame Cathedral the following day, but after a long night of activity, they awoke at noon, exhausted. Bao Ning, feeling languid, was reluctant to rise from bed, while Ji Yun experienced a slight ache in her calves. "It's all your fault, you lecher. I told you to stop," Bao Ning exclaimed, her cheeks flushed and her expression alluring. "Did you say to stop? I distinctly recall you saying not to cease," Ji Yun retorted, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Be quiet. I did not. It's entirely your fault," Bao Ning chided, swiftly covering Ji Yun's mouth to prevent further teasing. "I'm hungry. You must get up quickly. Dear Bao, let us lie here a little longer. I shall fetch some food." Before long, the hotel staff brought in lunch. After setting the table, Ji Yun entered the room only to find Bao Ning had dozed off again, gently rousing her. Ji Yun draped a robe over Bao Ning's shoulders and carried her out. Once they had dined, Bao Ning took a shower, and the two settled onto the sofa, embracing as they began browsing on their phones. Bao Ning continued her search for travel guides, while Ji Yun began formulating plans for establishing a foundation. She discovered that there were several similar Chinese organizations abroad, albeit with limited members. For instance, in Japan, there was a Chinese Cultural Relics Repatriation Promotion Association initiated by a Japanese lawyer, which garnered participation from numerous Japanese individuals, earning Ji Yun a newfound respect for these people. Other countries also hosted small groups of patriotic Chinese who, after purchasing Chinese relics abroad, selflessly donated them to museums in China. Bao Ning wholeheartedly supported Ji Yun's plans. They called China, tasking Bao Ning's law firm to liaise with Ji Yun's secretariat, and reached out to Bao's father to connect with government officials. Upon hearing their intentions, Bao's father was immensely pleased, noting that he had a classmate in the party school who held a leadership position in the Ministry of Culture, and he agreed to facilitate connections for Ji Yun and her team. Ji Yun also contacted Ambassador Wang Suning to discuss her aspirations, and the ambassador expressed his support, promising to report to his superiors in the ministry and offer assistance when needed from the Foreign Affairs Department. On the grassroots level, Ji Yun felt compelled to consult her master, Zhao Jinsheng, a prominent figure in the domestic collecting community. As one of the four kings of Jinxiu Pavilion, his reputation was well established. Zhao Jinsheng was taken aback that Ji Yun, after just a short outing, was already preparing to embark on such a grand endeavor. Previous attempts had faltered due to lack of state support and leadership among influential individuals, resulting in no progress. However, with Ji Yun's connections to both the Ministry of Culture and the Foreign Affairs Department, and her father-in-law's status as a provincial leader, she had both financial backing and influential allies at her disposal. As a leading figure in the jade industry, with a substantial cultural media company, she could effectively manage public relations and advocacy efforts, potentially making this initiative a reality. Zhao Jinsheng readily agreed, recognizing the significance of Ji Yun's intentions. Should this endeavor succeed, it would leave a legacy for future generations, marking a contribution to contemporary society and benefiting posterity. "Hello, old Li, this is Zhao Jinsheng. Do you have some time recently? I have a matter to discuss. Aren't you the president of our province's Collectors Association? It concerns my disciple indeed. Our province can take the lead, and in due course, a museum could be established here as well." "Very well, I shall await your updates. Let us meet in the evening for an in-depth discussion." Zhao Jinsheng, without delay, commenced making phone calls, fully prepared to devote considerable effort to this endeavor. After spending an intimate afternoon together, Ji Yun and Bao Ning visited the Notre Dame Cathedral, intending to explore the Musée d'Orsay the following morning before flying directly to London. Unbeknownst to them, their few phone calls had already stirred significant upheaval back home. Firstly, the Ministry of Culture and the National Cultural Heritage Administration have been advocating for initiatives in this domain for several years, albeit with modest success and lacking similar organizations. In a fortuitous turn of events, they convened with leaders from Customs, the National Museum, the Ministry of Culture, and the National Cultural Heritage Administration, collectively agreeing to robustly support Ji Yun's proposal, which was subsequently escalated to the State Council, thereby elevating Ji Yun's name further. Concurrently, the Provincial Collectors Association was poised to seize this opportunity, initiating a nationwide movement. That evening, the president, along with several vice presidents, board members, and Zhao Jinsheng, convened to organize a representative assembly, inviting all to participate. Moreover, this initiative was not limited to their province, but aimed to serve as a nucleus for the entire nation, as many renowned collectors were already acquainted with one another, thus facilitating expansion. Due to the time difference, while Zhao Jinsheng was making calls in the evening, it was morning for Ji Yun. Upon receiving Zhao Jinsheng's call, Ji Yun and Bao Ning were preparing to head to the Muse d'Orsay. Hello, master. I shared your proposal with our old friends in the province, and they are all very supportive. President Li of our Provincial Collectors Association. Yes. The specific timing has yet to be determined, as this effort involves not only our provincial association, but also many collectors from other provinces who are equally enthusiastic. So it may take a bit longer to organize. As the initiator, your presence is essential. However, there is no rush, as it will take at least a month to prepare. Very well, rest early. Chapter 103, A Fortuitous Find in England. After touring the Muse d'Orsay and enjoying lunch, Ji Yun and Bao Ning boarded their hotel car, heading directly to the airport. By afternoon, they had arrived in London. They had prearranged accommodation and, after settling their belongings in the hotel, ventured out to dine at a renowned French restaurant. Having traveled in first class, they were not fatigued, and after their meal, they attended a Broadway performance, which coincidentally took place that evening. Upon inquiry, Ji Yun discovered that his wife was proficient in 6 languages, leaving him momentarily speechless. Initially, he had struggled with English, barely managing basic communication after prolonged study, only to learn that she was a linguistic prodigy. How do you think I previously worked at the United Nations? Proficiency in several languages is merely the foundation there. Additionally, I was at the International Court. Without a common language, how could one resolve issues? Bao Ning remarked, observing Ji Yun's astonishment. You never mentioned this before. What is there to discuss? This is merely a basic skill, and you did not even inquire about it. Well, I can only acknowledge my own superficiality, but perhaps it is for the best, saving the trouble of translation. Are you pondering that you could have spared the translation fee? Make sure to settle the translation costs later. Bao Ning suddenly remarked with a hint of arrogance. Lord Bao, have you cast a spell on me? Ji Yun exclaimed in astonishment. You've only just realized that I have placed a love spell upon you. If you ever dare to betray me, you'll suffer greatly, she retorted. My goodness, is it too late for me to run away now? It's too late. Little Yun, you are destined to be under my control for this lifetime, Bao Ning laughed, feigning the demeanor of a villain. The following morning, the two ventured first to the Tower of London, and subsequently to Buckingham Palace. Bao Ning noticed the London antique market, often likened to the Panjiuan in Beijing, and eagerly dragged Ji Yun along to hunt for treasures. As they strolled, Ji Yun suddenly halted, spotting several ancient Chinese paintings alongside some porcelain and bamboo carvings at a nearby stall. Hello, may I take a look at these items? Ji Yun asked, pulling Bao Ning to act as a translator for the stall's vendor, an elderly gentleman. Greetings, my Chinese friends. These treasures are from the distant East, inherited from my great-grandfather. Is there anything you fancy? I can offer you a discount. As Ji Yun crouched down, her astonishment grew. Could it be that this stall had been raided from a museum? Every antique displayed was undeniably authentic. Among the paintings, some dated back to the Ming dynasty, while others were from the Qing dynasty. The porcelain pieces were predominantly from the mid to late Qing period, yet all were undoubtedly genuine. What price do you seek? Good sir, Yi Yun inquired. I am not well versed in these items. They all belong to my great-grandfather. I previously consulted appraisers in Chinatown, who claimed they held little value. I sought out several others, yet the results were consistently the same. Thus, you may propose a price. My garage is filled with these items, and if you desire more, I can offer a better deal. This foreign gentleman was refreshingly straightforward, yet it seemed he had been misled by his peers in Chinatown. Fortune favors the bold. Ji Yun was not inclined to show leniency to her foreign counterparts. These treasures belonged to whoever stumbled upon them. I'm a shop owner interested in these items. Would you be willing to show me more? If possible, I would like to purchase everything. Of course, follow me. God bless. I hope you can help me clear these out. My vehicle has no space left. Exchanging a glance with Bao Ning, Ji Yun said nothing further. They assisted the vendor in packing up the items and boarded his vintage automobile. After nearly an hour's drive, they arrived at the vendor's residence. The house was quite large, yet the DCOR appeared rather ordinary, bearing a sense of neglect. This is where my parents used to live, and now it belongs to me. I intend to renovate it, but as you know, renovations in the UK are expensive, the vendor explained, shrugging his shoulders as he led Bao Ning and Ji Yun into the garage. Upon entering the garage, Ji Yun was once again taken aback. Initially, she believed the vendor's mention of a garage was an exaggeration, but it turned out to be quite literal. Porcelain, bronze, paintings, and sculptures lie stacked together, reminiscent of parcels at a courier station. Ji Yun, suppressing his astonishment, feigned indifference. The items appear to be in poor condition, dirty, and worn. Unfortunately, with 5 children in the family, had these artifacts not been inherited from my great-grandfather, they would have long been discarded. May I inquire about the origins of these items? If you don't mind? Well, although they seem rather ordinary, the sheer quantity is sufficient to fill my shop. Please, name your price. If you wish to take them all, it will be 50,000 pounds. 50,000 pounds? Frankly speaking, we can offer you no more than 30,000 pounds. Otherwise, we must regretfully decline. Suddenly, Bao Ning interjected. Very well, 30,000 pounds it is. The uncle readily acquiesced. 50,000 pounds was indeed an exorbitant demand. After all, it's a common stereotype that Chinese people are naive and wealthy. In reality, he was merely thankful if these items could fetch a few thousand pounds. Chapter 104. The promotion of the return of Chinese cultural relics. Once all arrangements were completed, night had fallen. Ji Yun oversaw the transport company while documenting the process with photographs. There were over 100 antiques, including more than 30 porcelain pieces, over 20 paintings, and the remainder comprised sculptures, bronze wares, lacquerware, and ancient texts. Most items dated back to the Ming and Qing dynasties, with a handful from the Song and late Yuan dynasties. None were particularly renowned. Upon realizing these artifacts could potentially be worth billions, Bao Ning felt a tinge of disbelief regarding Ji Yun's fortune. Having worked diligently since childhood and pursued a doctorate, she earned merely a few million a year. Meanwhile, Ji Yun, with his casual approach, stumbled upon fortunes in the billions, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Dear Bao, what are you saying? This is merely a stroke of luck for both of us, and under your guidance, we arrived here. Otherwise, I would never have had this opportunity. Indeed, I possess a destiny that brings prosperity to my companions. Just look at how much you've earned since we've been together. Bao Ning turned the conversation around. Wearing an expression of pride, Ji Yun found it hard to refute her claim. After all, two misfits united was simply fate. The two later traveled to Munich, Germany, where they discovered that the locals were not as rigid as rumored. They made several German friends and, together with their newfound companions, visited Lake Königssee. They also ventured to Switzerland, often referred to as the Pearl of the Alps, where they learned to ski. Ji Yun realized Bao Ning possessed a remarkable athletic talent. While he struggled to rise after a fall, she was already executing advanced maneuvers. After several days of practice, Ji Yun gradually learned to ski behind Bao Ning. Despite the cold, he found himself enchanted by the experience. Having mastered skiing, they had been away for over 20 days, with many more destinations yet to explore. They felt no lingering attachment. However, they planned to return annually for skiing, as the scenery here was truly magnificent. In the final days, the two traveled to Italy, visiting Milan to attend Fashion Week. Their spending on clothing and accessories amounted to several million, with Bao Ning selecting items while Ji Yun merely handled the payments from behind, accumulating memberships at various luxury boutiques. Subsequently, they spent a few days in Venice and Rome, returning home just as an important conference organized domestically was about to commence. Upon their arrival, Ji Yun's father personally drove to the airport to greet them. The items you purchased have been placed in the second-floor wardrobe by your mother and me, along with the artworks and oil paintings, which are now in the study downstairs. You can organize them at your convenience. This month, Ji Yun and Bao Ning had indeed acquired a considerable amount. Clothes, hats, bags, artworks, oil paintings, and local specialties, along with gifts prepared for both sets of parents. Ji Yun's family home was spacious enough to accommodate such treasures. Otherwise, a residence of 100 or 200 square meters would hardly suffice. However, Ji Yun mentioned that most of the items were intended for donation, which evoked great admiration in him. This was not mere rhetoric. After all, his family owned an auction house, and should Ji Yun desire, he could easily liquidate billions. As Ji Yun's father drove, he expressed his satisfaction with his daughter-in-law. Not to mention Ji Ma and Bao Ma. The Versace I'm wearing now was also purchased by Bao Ning, and I truly enjoy wearing it. That's because your parents possess good taste. Such branded clothing only looks appealing when worn by someone with the right aura. Isn't that so? Indeed. Your mother also remarked that I look quite dapper in this outfit. Haha. Ji Yun observed Bao Ning's ability to elicit a constant smile from his father, recalling when his father had last smiled at him in such a way. This upcoming conference is growing more significant, Xiao Yun. We are preparing to convene the National Collectors Association meetings for 23 provinces, 5 autonomous regions, and 4 direct-controlled municipalities next Saturday. Apart from Hong Kong and Macau, representatives from nearly all other regions will be in attendance. Furthermore, the Ministry of Culture and the State Administration of Cultural Heritage had also reached out through the Provincial Cultural Bureau to participate in the conference, along with other departments, including leaders from the State Council. Ji Yun listened in astonishment, realizing that this was precisely his intention. to connect with the government through Bao's father to garner support, and to gather like-minded friends to establish a foundation to contribute as best they could. Unexpectedly, this confluence of events had culminated in such a significant occasion. In the following days, Ji Yun and Bao Ning busied themselves as the initiators of this event, garnering attention. They coordinated attendee numbers, secured hotels, identified a conference center, arranged the agenda, and liaised with several departments within the Ministry of Culture, which was evidently taking this matter very seriously. Chapter 105. Elected Secretary General. Yi Yun, along with a group from the Foundation and Collectors Association, dedicated over a week to finalizing all arrangements, including securing hospitality accommodations and a conference venue, as well as organizing security personnel until the time for the meeting finally arrived. On a Saturday morning at 9 o'clock, over 300 representatives of collectors from various provinces and cities, alongside officials from several national ministries and local leaders, gathered at the Provincial Conference Center for this significant meeting. Baopa, as a representative of the Provincial Committee, was also in attendance. The meeting was presided over by Mr. Liu Jianbai, the esteemed president of the China Collectors Association, who had previously served as the director of the National Cultural Heritage Administration and is highly respected in the domestic collecting community. Through an election process, Mr. Liu Jianbai was appointed as the honorary president, while Mr. Ma Mingdu, the director of the National Museum, was elected as president. Ji Yun took on the role of executive vice president and secretary general, with 12 other venerable figures in the industry serving as vice presidents. Additionally, representatives from over 30 provincial and municipal collectors associations, including Zhao Jinsheng, were appointed as advisors and directors of the Promotion Association. Furthermore, the association established several departments, including a secretariat, a business development department, a publicity department, and an overseas liaison department, culminating in the formation of an executive council consisting of 57 representatives, which serves as the highest governing body of the association. Subsequently, representatives from across the nation, representing their respective collectors associations, conducted fundraising for the foundation, amassing over $700 million for the construction fund. The Ministry of Culture and the National Cultural Heritage Administration also approved $300 million as part of the construction fund, and a project working group was collaboratively established by several ministries and the Promotion Association to oversee the work and supervision of the museum site, which will be planned by the provincial government. After the meeting, all representatives attended a banquet at the hotel, where Ji Yun and Bao Ning became the focal points of the gathering. Leaders from various ministries, prominent collectors from different regions, provincial officials, and friends from the media engaged warmly with Ji Yun, significantly enhancing his network. The construction funds alone amounted to over $1 billion. And with land provided by the local government, the scale of the project suggested it would certainly reach the level of a provincial museum. Ji Yun felt that he had merely proposed a suggestion, established a foundation, and gathered some people, believing he had not truly accomplished much. However, not only had leaders from the Cultural Heritage Administration and the Ministry of Culture nominated him, but his father-in-law, the secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, also expressed support, as did his peers from other collectors' associations. Consequently, Ji Yun felt compelled to accept the role. Ultimately, the museum would undoubtedly operate as a public-private partnership, and he would merely need to take the lead without excessive concern over management. You are doing well, Xiao Ji. The higher-ups have praised you greatly. Do not feel overly pressured about the museum. This is a decision from above, so proceed with confidence, and the benefits will surely follow. Ji Yun was taken aback. No wonder the Ministry of Culture and the Cultural Heritage Administration had uniformly nominated him. As for the security matters with Daffin Security, do not become complacent. Remember, the Promotion Association is merely an embellishment, while Daffin Security and your enterprise are your foundation. I understand, Father. One must forge their own strength. Had it not been for the burgeoning reputation of Fuxing, it is unlikely that representatives from various collector associations would have so readily consented to my appointment as Secretary General and Director of the museum. Ji Yun is acutely aware of this. In terms of age, he is undoubtedly the youngest, while in terms of status, there are many who surpass him in regarding wealth. Few collectors lack financial means. My position as a founder gives me an edge, and the favorable impression held by higher authorities towards me further solidified my nomination by several leaders from various ministries who extended their courtesy. Ultimately, I have garnered a degree of recognition, as Fuxing is now spreading across the nation, poised to become a leader in the jade industry and to establish industry standards. Other companies are also thriving, particularly my media firm, which has emerged as a formidable player in the short video sector. boasting a plethora of internet celebrities with millions of followers and forming numerous collaborations with traditional industries. The short video industry has undeniably become a prevailing trend. And, as the saying goes, many hands make light work. It is not unlikely that I may soon find myself at the center of this burgeoning phenomenon, thus prompting others to extend their goodwill towards Ji-Yun. In Chapter 106, Returning Cultural Relics Home, the leaders of the two companies made commitments in the presence of provincial government officials, rallying their elite teams to commence operations. The design blueprints for the Repatriation Museum were collaboratively developed by the Northwest Design Institute and the Classical Architecture Design Research Institute of the Political and Legal University. Professor Wen was once again invited by Ji-Yun to take on the role of project design leader, overseeing the principal design work of the museum. In essence, it is a matter of presenting a polished image. Although funds are limited, the quality of work must be exemplary. This task not only serves to elevate the profile of our institution, but is also a political mandate issued by the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Education, with significant recognition from above. After all, 300 million yuan has been allocated by the ministries, not to mention the substantial land involved. Should anyone attempt to exploit this situation, they would surely offend multiple departments. The relentless creditor has reappeared, and Professor Wen, a towering figure in the realm of ancient architecture, has never faced such indignities in his illustrious career. Zhao Jincheng, alongside the president of the Provincial Collectors Association, has taken the helm of two working groups, traveling to the UK to negotiate with the British Museum, seeking the return of Chinese artifacts and recovering historical relics lost among the British populace. Each distinctive artifact was crafted into a brief video, narrating the stories of the lost Chinese treasures, which garnered considerable attention. Furthermore, international influencer teams donned resplendent hanfu, promoting Chinese culture on the streets of various nations with gifts of ceramics, silk, and other culturally significant items. Meanwhile, Ji-Yun and others continued to expand the membership of numerous promotion associations domestically, raising substantial funds and encouraging the participation of more enlightened individuals through effective outreach. Ji-Yun and his colleagues meticulously documented their gratitude, assuring that the names of those donating artifacts and funds would be inscribed on the museum's honor roll, ensuring their contributions are remembered by future generations. We are engaged in a grand endeavor. In an interview, Mr. Ma Mingdu, the curator of a Chinese museum, articulated that national rejuvenation transcends mere political, economic, and scientific revival. It encompasses a comprehensive renaissance of material, spiritual, and traditional civilization. Over the past century, the Chinese nation has endured unspeakable tribulations, territories fragmented, peoples subjugated, while foreign advancements in technology and military might forcibly open China's doors, shattering the very backbone of its populace. The cries of foreign masters and gentlemen echoed, leading many to forsake their sense of national pride, despite the sacrifices of countless patriots who bled for their homeland. The Chinese people eventually rose, standing upright once more. Yet, it remains undeniable that many still remain prostrate, unable to rise even today. Although China has regained its stature on the global stage, with its economy, military, and technology once again leading the world in the hearts of many, the allure of foreign lands persists, perceived as more resplendent than their own. Numerous individuals profess patriotism, yet, when opportunity arises, they flee with unprecedented haste. Should their children study abroad or acquire green cards, they perceive themselves as elevated, exclaiming, "I am no commoner. I've spent 7 years in America." Indeed, due to its vast population, China has yet to achieve the status reminiscent of the prosperous Tang dynasty, where nations flocked to its embrace. Nevertheless, over the past 70 years, transitioning from a time of scarcity to a present where, despite numerous issues and conflicts still existing, we ardently strive for improvement. Our nation, our government, stands with us. If the contradictions that exist abroad truly do not plague China, then perspectives may vary. Chapter 107, Bao Ning's Pregnancy. Meanwhile, Ji-Yun has garnered significant achievements this season. His media company has thrived through recent events, resulting in the rise of several internet celebrities. He has also received governmental recognition, being nominated as one of the province's top 10 outstanding youth and distinguished entrepreneurs, while attaining the status of a representative in the Provincial People's Congress. However, beyond the enhancement of fame and fortune, what brings Ji-Yun the greatest joy is his involvement in such a meaningful endeavor through his own efforts. He had initially planned to take both families on a trip for leisure. However, Bao Ning began to feel unwell last night, lacking appetite and exhibiting fatigue. This deeply concerned Ji-Yun, who intended to take her to the hospital, but Bao Ning insisted it was merely due to a lack of rest and suggested they wait. Yet upon waking this morning, she still felt unwell. Relenting, they decided to visit the hospital for a checkup after breakfast. Ji Yun had already contacted his aunt that morning to arrange for a doctor, ensuring a smooth visit. "Oh, do not worry. I suspect it is just fatigue from the past few days. It is nothing serious," Bao Ning reassured him, noticing his grave expression. "See? You look so serious. Come, smile a little." "I'm not worried, little Bao," Ji Yun replied, trying to allay her concerns. Ji Yun claimed to be unconcerned, yet internally he was quite anxious. Bao Ning had always maintained excellent health, and it was the first time Ji Yun had witnessed her in such a frail state after their lengthy companionship. Ji's parents had repeatedly urged him to inform them immediately upon receiving the test results. "Rest assured, Mom and Dad, we will head over right now," Ji Yun assured them, before stepping out with Bao Ning. Upon arriving at the hospital shortly after 9, they found the place bustling with patients. Fortunately, Ji Yun had forewarned his aunt, the hospital director, and an esteemed specialist was already awaiting their arrival in the office. When did this condition arise? The doctor, a renowned elder practitioner nearing retirement, inquired. "You need not worry. There appears to be no cause for alarm. The pulse indicates a joyous sign, so congratulations are in order." The old physician unscrewed his thermos and sipped while speaking. "What? Doctor, are you suggesting that my wife is pregnant?" Ji Yun exclaimed, rising in excitement. Though he had envisioned this moment numerous times, the reality had taken him by surprise. Bao Ning, equally radiant with joy, felt a mixture of delight and apprehension. Being slightly older, she had harbored concerns about conception. Their busy schedules had precluded discussions on the matter, and while both families had made fleeting mentions of it, no one had pressured them. After conferring, they concluded that the timing was indeed appropriate. They had not taken precautions for some time, yet it had happened rather swiftly. Ji Yun had thought that as they aged, conception would be more laborious, and he had anticipated a prolonged effort, only to find himself unexpectedly successful. "You're nearly there. If you still have doubts, consider undergoing a professional examination," the doctor urged, aware of the couple's notable connections through his aunt. Ji Yun and Bao Ning expressed their gratitude. And no sooner had they exited the office than Ji Yun's aunt called to inquire about their situation. "Aunt, the doctor suggested that Bao might be pregnant, and we wish to undergo further testing," Ji Yun replied, suppressing his excitement. Without delay, Ji Yun's aunt arrived in mere minutes, escorting them for additional tests. "It's true. Bao, I'm going to be a father," Ji Yun exclaimed as the results were revealed, overwhelmed with joy. "I'm going to be a mother too, Xiao Yunzi," Bao Ning responded, her face aglow with happiness as she beheld Ji Yun's elation. Ji Yun's aunt, equally thrilled, turned to him with words of caution. Yes, I understand. Aunt, I will be careful." Bao, I must call my parents," Ji Yun stated, his gaze toward Bao Ning filled with adoration, pleased with Ji Yun's tender demeanor. His aunt began discussing precautions with Bao Ning. As Ji Yun called his parents and Bao Ning's mother, he meticulously noted his aunt's advice, leaving no detail overlooked. Upon hearing the news, Ji Yun's parents were ecstatic and immediately began to prepare at home. After receiving a call from Ji Yun, Bao Ma promptly contacted Bao Ba. He was in the midst of a meeting, and Bao Ma rarely called him during work hours. She feared something serious had occurred. Upon answering, the meeting attendees were taken aback as the stern political and legal committee secretary, affectionately dubbed the Iron-Fisted Secretary, suddenly transformed into a figure of warmth and kindness, leaving his subordinates both surprised and perplexed. In Chapter 108, titled Post-Pregnancy Arrangements, Bao Ning felt somewhat lost, her hand occasionally caressing her belly, her face already glowing with maternal radiance. She felt no particular discomfort, only a slight hunger and a yearning for food. "All right, sit down quickly, dear. What would you like to eat, little Bao?" Jima urged as she assisted Bao Ning to take a seat. "I crave sweet and sour ribs. And I also want the noodles you make, Mom," Bao Ning replied. "Of course, you're the priority now. I'll prepare it for you," Jima said, as she and Bao Ma entered the kitchen, ready to showcase their culinary skills. Ji Yun squatted in front of the sofa and gently poked Bao Ning's leg. "Little Bao, let me listen and see if I can hear anything," he said, his demeanor serious as if they were about to engage in a sacred ritual. "Be gentle, don't disturb him," Bao Ning cautioned. Ji Yun nodded earnestly, resembling an obedient schoolboy. Bao Ba watched the exchange between Bao Ning and Ji Yun with amusement, reflecting on the innocence of these two naive children. He remembered his own experience when Ji Ma was pregnant with Ji Yun. The mixture of anxiety and excitement he felt as a new father still vivid in his memory. In the blink of an eye, that tiny child who could be cradled in one hand had grown up establishing his own career, building a family, and now welcoming a child of his own. It seems that the inherent responsibility of Chinese people is to carry on the legacy, often uttering the phrase, "It will be fine. When you grow up, it will be fine. When you start school, it will be fine. When you marry, it will be fine. When you have children, it will be fine. When I grow old, it will be fine." Parents seem to be instinctively fulfilling a mission, and now, it appears Ji Yun is poised to join this vocation. "Honey, I've heard that childbirth can be excruciating, the ultimate test of human endurance. And children can be quite noisy. Will it disrupt our world of two?" Bao Ning expressed her concerns. "It won't. We'll hire a few nurses, and we have our parents to help. If he dares to upset you, I'll give him a good spanking," Ji Yun assured her. "Just make sure to do it from a distance. I worry that if you're too close, I might feel sorry for him," Bao Ning replied, her maternal instincts shining through, albeit tempered by her apprehensions. Ji Ba chuckled softly, recognizing that times have changed. The younger generation, represented by Ji Yun and Bao Ning, does not live solely for their children as his generation did. They place greater emphasis on their own lives. Many even hesitate to marry or procreate if they lack the means to raise children. Perhaps this is the correct approach. Who can say? Each generation possesses its own perspectives, and mutual respect is essential. As for those parents who relentlessly pressure their children into marriage and procreation, do you truly believe that their offspring are unwilling to seek companionship? In other words, if you exert sufficient effort to provide your children with ample material conditions, you would likely not fear their inability to find partner. The reason you compel your children to pursue such paths is simply rooted in your own insecurities. You yearn for a resolution. Yet the journey of your child is not merely an examination to be completed. Even in the context of an exam, the one answering the questions should not be you. You often assert that life is to be lived by oneself, so why impose choices upon them? At noon, Bao Ling enjoyed a decent meal, perhaps due to having eaten little the previous night, compounded by a morning filled with vigorous activity. Moreover, Bao Ling was not dining alone. At the table, Bao's mother and Ji's mother were deliberating on the idea that Bao Ling should refrain from working for the next few months. After all, the upcoming months are crucial, and given Bao Ling's age, extra caution is warranted. Neither Bao Ling nor Ji Yun contested this notion. After finishing their meal, Bao Ling contacted the law firm, instructing her assistant to notify some leaders about an afternoon meeting, preparing to focus on her pregnancy at home. Ji Yun also began to seek out some prenatal supplements through her connections, intending to provide Bao Ling with nourishment in the coming days. Additionally, Bao's mother made a special call to Bao Ling's aunt, requesting her assistance in procuring quality supplements for maintaining a healthy pregnancy. In the afternoon, Ji Yun drove Bao Ling to the law firm. "I'll wait for you in the office, Xiao Bao," Ji Yun said, supporting Bao Ling with utmost care. "All right, I'll come find you in the office later. If you have nothing to do, perhaps you can browse some online tips," Bao Ling suggested. Bao Ling's assistant sensed something significant was unfolding between her superior and the company's influential figures, though she refrained from inquiring further, wary of potential taboos. Bao Ling led her assistant to the conference room, while Ji Yun waited in Bao Ling's office. After the company's secretary served tea to the boss, she discreetly exited. Ji Yun began to research various parenting guides online, taking notes on precautions during pregnancy and various plans, learning from credible sources, ultimately finding a notebook in Bao Ling's office to jot down her findings. Meanwhile, the meeting proceeded smoothly on Bao Ling's end. Given her reluctance to overexert herself, the discussions progressed swiftly. Currently, the cases against Fu Sheng have dwindled. Previously, over a dozen lawsuits accusing Fu Sheng of market disruption have been voluntarily withdrawn. Other cases are now expressing a desire for reconciliation through intermediaries. Assure them that we will promptly extricate ourselves from Fu Sheng and communicate that Fu Sheng is open to reconciliation, willing to collaborate with those who are agreeable, without holding past grievances against them. As for the remaining obstinate factions, let us concentrate our efforts on them, maintaining the necessary court relations and striving to resolve matters within this month. We do not have the luxury of time to engage in prolonged disputes. Due to personal reasons, I am unable to continue in my position for the time being. My responsibilities will be fully entrusted to lawyer Lu Mingxia. Bao Ling swiftly organized the work, leaving everyone astonished, as their leader was previously renowned in the industry for her relentless dedication. What could possibly be the personal reasons behind this change? Those with closer relationships directly inquired, and upon learning of Bao Ling's pregnancy, they expressed their heartfelt congratulations with great joy. Chapter 109: Daily Life During Pregnancy. Upon exiting the conference room, Bao Ling was pleased to see Ji Yun diligently taking notes. She took a moment to rest, reminding herself that she must now proceed more slowly in everything she does. Ji-yun, witnessing Baoling's eagerness to head home right after the meeting, felt a bit helpless. His wife could be quite the whirlwind at times. He urged Baoling to sit down, and with his little notebook in hand, he began to discuss the precautions she should take. Baoling listened attentively, as the young couple earnestly prepared to welcome this new life. After spending a considerable amount of time at the law firm, Baoma called in the afternoon. Ji-yun and Baoling headed straight to Baoling's family home. Upon their arrival, Baoma was busy cooking in the kitchen, and to their surprise, Baoling's father returned home early from work and was actively assisting Baoma rather than poring over documents as he usually did. "Dad, what's going on? Are you planning to retire?" Baoling joked, noting that since her father became the secretary of the political and legal committee, her mother had not allowed him to lift a finger. "What nonsense! Your father is still in his prime," he replied. "Gee, take Baoling and have a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly, and we can all eat together." After saying this, he returned to the kitchen, and Baoma's voice echoed from within. "Ever since your father learned about the baby, he has been so excited that he can't sit still. So I called him to help me out." At the dining table, as they enjoyed their meal and chatted, Baoling informed them that she had handed over her legal responsibilities and was prepared to focus on her pregnancy at home. Baoling's parents wholeheartedly approved, emphasizing that work could wait. The most important thing now was her well-being. "I understand, Dad. Both Baoling and I will be very careful," Ji-yun assured, his demeanor serious, as they both eagerly anticipated the arrival of their little one and were committed to being well prepared. After the meal, Baoma began tidying up, while Baoling attempted to help but was promptly sent to the sofa to watch television. Ji-yun retreated to the study with his father-in-law. "You must take good care of Baoling during this time. You cannot afford to neglect the museum project either. This endeavor began with you. Although it is currently overseen by the Cultural Relics Bureau, you're ultimately the director of the museum and one of its top 3 leaders. Besides ensuring quality and timely completion, I have an additional request," Baoling's father said after inquiring about the museum's progress. "Yes, Dad, please tell me." "There are just over 5 months until the new year. It is imperative that we complete the museum's opening before the Lunar New Year, as there will be officials visiting at that time. Successfully managing this project will greatly benefit your future. In regards to the security training school, you now have to juggle responsibilities on both ends. Fortunately, your current company does not demand too much of your attention. Otherwise, I would genuinely worry about your capacity to manage everything. Rest assured, Father, I am diligently progressing towards my goals and am determined to complete my tasks before the year's end." Listening to my father-in-law, it seems that a significant figure may visit us by the end of the year. If I can manage to open the museum by then, it would enable my father-in-law to leverage his connections for my benefit. Some may wonder if, given my current status, I still need to strive so hard for advancement. However, in China, the higher you ascend, the more imperative it becomes to secure support from the upper echelons. If one doubts this, they need only consider the fates of several prominent figures in the country today. Their essay saying, "When pondering whether wealth or power is more significant, one might imagine the arrival of 200 elixirs of immortality and observe how many of the wealthiest individuals could obtain them. Some may argue that even if there were 2,000, these affluent individuals might not qualify to receive even one. This is precisely why my father-in-law has orchestrated matters as he has. Given my current trajectory, it is apparent that my father-in-law, a mere secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, may no longer be sufficient protection for me. Thus, I require a more formidable backing, which is why he is so eager for me to inaugurate the museum by the end of the year. As for the museum and the promotion association, I have assured my father-in-law that the preparations for the opening must be completed before the year's conclusion. My own company is also experiencing rapid growth. Although the internal mechanisms alleviate my burdens, I still need to oversee the overarching direction and development. With several significant companies involved, even minor issues at each could keep me exceedingly occupied. Regarding the security training school, over the past few months, Feng Yulin and his team have divided into smaller groups to select capable individuals who have long been involved in operations with them. Currently, there are 7 teams conducting security operations across various countries in Africa. Consequently, the demand for security personnel is extraordinarily high. We have dispatched 8 batches of trained security staff, totaling over 29,000 individuals. However, with these personnel distributed across more than 30 subsidiaries in over 30 countries in Africa, the numbers remain woefully inadequate. While we could recruit local individuals for assistance, the primary workforce must still consist of Chinese nationals, as we still require at least 100,000 more security personnel. Little Bao, what were you contemplating while lying there? Bao Ning turned, resting her hand on Ji Yun's shoulder, her expression languid. I suspect I may remain quite busy, and I am considering whether to hire a personal assistant for you to help drive and run errands. Additionally, it might be prudent to find a more professional maternity nurse, given that my mother's age may hinder her ability to keep up, and expertise is not guaranteed. The two reached a consensus and began to deliberate on how to proceed, discussing how to persuade their parents and what qualifications would be necessary for the maternity nurse and personal assistant. Chapter 110. Half a year, one evening, after a thorough discussion, the young couple decided to present a united front as they prepared to persuade their parents. To their astonishment, when they broached the topic the following day, neither G's father nor mother expressed any opposition. Instead, they joined Ji Yun and Bao Ning in deliberating on how to find reliable talent and what qualifications were necessary. This left Ji Yun and Bao Ning somewhat bewildered. According to convention, one would expect parents to be resistant, typically arguing that no one could care for their child as well as family, and that youthful exuberance often clouds judgment. They had anticipated needing extensive dialogue to sway their parents' opinions. In truth, this was a misconception. If not for financial constraints, making hiring a maternity nurse impractical, it is likely that few mothers-in-law would willingly take on the task of caring for their daughters-in-law. It is not that they lack the willingness, but rather that the role is inherently challenging. Even in the best of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships, friction can easily arise. When relationships are harmonious, a mother-in-law's actions may not align with expectations, leading to unspoken tensions. If the daughter-in-law fails to express gratitude for the efforts made in her care, resentment may build over time. Fortunately, Ji Yun's current circumstances have alleviated such issues. By investing a bit more financial resources, they can hire a professional caregiver. And should dissatisfaction arise, they can simply seek a replacement. The family is unified in this decision. Consequently, the intricacies of the situation are largely rooted in financial limitations. Ji Yun's expectations for an assistant are notably high. Reliability and character is paramount, as is professionalism, alongside a diverse skill set. Thankfully, Ji Yun's extensive network has yielded numerous candidates with a simple phone call. After scheduling interviews, a suitable candidate was promptly selected. Naturally, such expertise commands a salary significantly above that of an average office worker. In the ensuing weeks, Ji Yun became increasingly occupied. She attended morning meetings at her company twice a week, signed documents, and participated in security training sessions bi-weekly, dedicating the remainder of her time to the promotion association and museum-related activities. Additionally, she occasionally attended government meetings in her capacity as a representative. Currently, several foreign museums have contacted the Chinese embassy through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, expressing a desire to return certain Chinese artifacts. While Ji Yun has never harbored much fondness for Americans, she acknowledges that they have approached this matter with commendable integrity. Ultimately, Ji Yun decided to store these artifacts in the former ammunition depot of the training school, an expansive location well-suited for artifact preservation, with security measures being a paramount concern. Experts in artifact restoration, such as Yu Aiping for porcelain, Zhang Xu Wang and Dan Jiaju for paintings and calligraphy, and Fang Guorong for metalwork, have collaborated with Ji Yun to restore these treasures, trace their historical significance, and compile comprehensive archives, striving to eloquently narrate the stories behind each artifact. In this process, Ji Yun's appraisal skills soared to new heights, allowing him to truly engage with the pinnacle of the domestic cultural relics collection community. Such esteemed masters are typically inaccessible to the general public without national coordination. No matter how affluent one may be, they might not even acknowledge you. At this level, monetary wealth holds little allure for these individuals who are not lacking in financial resources. To put it succinctly, much of the theoretical knowledge and appraisal criteria learned by collectors and appraisers have been pioneered by this elite circle. Ji Yun found himself somewhat numb from the sheer volume of exquisite treasures, including numerous artifacts classified as national treasures. He finally understood the sentiment expressed by Puai when he remarked that certain items were distinctly different from those in his own home. Amidst his busy schedule, Ji Yun remained attentive to his family. Despite his hectic life, he made it a point to dedicate time each day to accompany Bao Ning. Bao Ning's pregnancy was becoming increasingly apparent. Her earlier bouts of morning sickness had been mild, likely due to her robust constitution, yet her emotions still fluctuated. Initially, Ji Yun often had to console her, but as the months progressed, her condition stabilized, and she even managed to visit the office occasionally. However, she preferred to stay at home, feeling more lethargic during her pregnancy and opting not to wear makeup. Nevertheless, her aura seemed to radiate more elegance than before. Previously perceived as a cool and aloof woman, Bao Ning revealed a more youthful, endearing side since being with Ji Yun, often displaying a charmingly proud demeanor that invited affection. Now, she exuded a maternal glow, reminiscent of a mature older sister from next door, her gentle smile like a refreshing breeze, illuminating her face. I consulted the doctor, and as long as I take it easy, everything will be fine, Bao Ning shyly remarked, her eyes sparkling as she acknowledged Ji Yun's concerns over the past few months, balancing both external responsibilities and domestic duties. Perhaps we should refrain, my dear Bao. After all, it's just a few months. We can endure, Ji Yun suggested. But I want it too, darling, and the doctor assured me it's all right. Just lie down and relax, she countered, her innocence and allure creating a striking contrast. Ultimately, Ji Yun decided to trust the doctor and the science behind medicine. Chapter 111. Yunshi Town. Afterward, Ji Yun's life began to blossom anew, the nuances of which were perhaps best left unspoken. With the warmth of the season upon them and his schedule easing, Ji Yun contemplated taking Bao Ning and their family on a short excursion. While distant travels were out of the question, a nearby outing could be invigorating. Despite her growing belly, it was important for Bao Ning to engage in mild physical activity. Remaining cooped up at home could dampen her spirits. After discussing it with her, Ji Yun resolved to take the family to Yunshi Ancient Town for a few days. Located over 100 kilometers from the city, Yunshi Ancient Town is a scenic spot that remains relatively undiscovered, a fact Ji Yun learned from a friend, revealing a hidden gem. This town is entirely characterized by its old-world charm, with development remaining modest and appropriate. It possesses all the necessary amenities, surrounded by mountains and water. The weather is delightful, making it an ideal place to unwind for a few days. Ji Yun inquired with Baoba, who was also looking to take some time off for rest and recuperation. Thus, it was fortuitous that both families decided to travel together. After a couple of days, everyone had arranged their affairs and prepared to set off. 3 vehicles were designated for the journey, accommodating Ji's parents, Ji Yun, and Bao Ning, along with Baoba and his wife, the postpartum caregiver, and Bao Ning's personal assistant. Baoba had also brought along a driver and a security personnel, with a jeep discreetly following the convoy, presumably carrying Baoba's bodyguards. Ji Yun refrained from asking further questions. After all, at Baoba's level, leisure outings could not mirror those of ordinary individuals. Should any issues arise, the consequences could be dire, not only for those involved, but also for the local populace who might bear the brunt of any misfortune. Upon reaching Yunshi Town, it was precisely noon. Before entering the town, fields of golden rapeseed flowers adorned both sides of the road, with butterflies and bees dancing amidst the blooms. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, uplifting the spirits. As they ventured into the town, the Yunshi River meandered through its heart, with several small fishing boats docked along the banks, enhancing the picturesque scenery. This place is quite lovely, Baoba remarked to the driver. Take your time. Let's savor the beauty along the way. As Baoba's vehicle led the procession, it slowed down, prompting the rest of the convoy to do the same. Windows were rolled down to take in the splendid sights, eventually leading the entire caravan to halt by the roadside. The group disembarked to fully appreciate the scenery, capturing numerous photographs together. In the distance, beekeepers were tending to their hives, and they waved to Ji Yun and her companions. All right, Dad, this is pure, natural honey without any additives. I'm going to taste it, Ji Yun announced before making her way down the embankment with Baoba's driver. The beekeepers, generous in nature, offered Ji Yun a large spoonful to sample. This pure, natural honey, one beekeeper said in local dialect, I've been beekeeping my entire life and have never deceived anyone. Nowadays, many beekeepers are not honest. They sell adulterated honey. I cannot do that. We farmers rely on our skills to make a living, fearing to lose our integrity. Ji Yun engaged in conversation with the amiable beekeeper, while his wife, donned in a bee hat, smiled warmly from the side. In a makeshift tent, 2 little girls sat on small stools, diligently working on their homework at a tiny table. Excuse me, miss, what grade are your children in? They are so well-behaved and studious, Ji Yun inquired of the older sister. The older sister merely smiled, remaining silent, gesturing with her hand and pointing to her mouth. The older one is in 5th grade, and the younger one is in 3rd grade. They are both doing exceptionally well. I must ensure they become university graduates. The beekeeper boasted with pride. My apologies, miss, he added. Ji Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment, having not anticipated that this seemingly radiant woman harbored such a backstory. Oh, what of it? Merely being unable to speak is no great matter. Silence can indeed be a blessing, she mused. You city folk are always so polite. What do you think? Is it sweet? This area is well aware of the honey produced by my elder brother Fu Lao San's bees. It is truly delightful. It is indeed remarkable, brother. How do you sell this honey? Ji Yin admired her brother's optimistic outlook on life. Indeed, one should not be overly greedy. Acquiring 1,000 coins leads to the desire for 10,000, and becoming an emperor fosters the wish to become an immortal. A person possesses but 2 hands. Even if one enters a mountain of gold and silver, one can only carry away 2 items. If you take gold and silver, you cannot also take jade and auspicious symbols. With a disposition like that of my brother, who could claim that he does not live happily or joyfully? I do not require much from you, just 81 pounds. Everyone around here knows my honey is priced thus. The brother cheerfully declared that the honey he raised was worth this amount. Do you have anything to contain it? I truly have nothing. Typically, customers bring their own jars. However, I do have a plastic water bottle. If you do not mind, you may use it. What are you saying? There is nothing to be ashamed of. Let's use this water bottle. How much do you want? Just fill it up for us, brother. There are many of us, and we will divide it later. Ji Yin smiled as she watched her brother fill the honey. In such a picturesque locale, surrounded by pristine waters and blooming flowers, engaging with such a genial individual was indeed a pleasure. The driver of Baoba observed the scene before him, wondering how this young CEO, son-in-law of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee Secretary and worth billions, could present himself so humbly. Perhaps this was the essence of a gentleman's demeanor. After the honey was prepared and payment rendered, the brother generously gave Ji Yin a discount. He then proceeded to share insights on how to explore Yinshi Town, highlighting scenic spots, delectable eateries, and which establishments to be wary of. What were you discussing with the beekeeper for so long? He was giving me a guide on exploring Yinshi Town. Ji Yin picked a few wildflowers she had gathered along the way and presented them to Bao Ning. I'll go gather more for Lord Bao. Upon receiving the compliment, Ji Yin turned to collect more flowers for Bao Ning. That's enough. There are plenty of wildflowers. You can gather more for Little Bao later. Let us head into town first. Mealtime is approaching, Dad advised Ji Yin. Indeed, Little Baozi, after eating, you and Little Ji can go out to pick more. We should enter for a meal, lest the little one in your belly becomes unhappy, Bao Ma added. All right, we shall dine first, and then I will gather flowers for you, Lord Bao. Everyone observed the childlike Ji Yun and Bao Ning with a sense of exasperation. When apart, they appeared mature and capable, yet together, their intellect seemed to regress to that of kindergartners. Chapter 112, Yunshi Town 2. The group boarded the vehicle once more, heading towards the town. They arrived at a quaint inn, which Ji Yun had arranged to visit after making inquiries with a friend, who had kindly notified the innkeeper in advance. As soon as they parked, a group of people emerged to welcome them. Greetings, is this Mr. Ji? I heard from Mr. Chi this morning that you would be arriving. The rooms have all been prepared for you. Please, do come in. This charming guest house resembles a traditional Sihiyuan, yet it boasts a 2-story design infused with a blend of Chinese, Japanese, and Nordic aesthetics. Upon entering the courtyard, one is greeted by 5 or 6 dining tables adorned with sunshades, surrounded by a plethora of flowers and potted plants, creating an enchanting ambience. The hotel features a modest number of rooms, with only a dozen or so in total. Mr. Ji and his companions have taken over the entire establishment. The proprietress is exceedingly warm-hearted, bustling about to ensure that accommodations are arranged for Mr. Ji's group, before heading to the kitchen to prepare lunch. These are all home-style dishes. I hope you will enjoy them. If you need anything else, please do let me know. Once the dishes were served, the proprietress also offered a taste of her homemade plum wine. Delicious, indeed, remarked Mrs. Ji. Please, join us for a bite. No, Auntie, we've already dined. As restaurant owners, we eat early to stagger our schedules. Please enjoy your meal, and call me if you need anything, replied the proprietress as she returned to the front hall. The dishes were indeed quite delightful, with subtle flavors suitable for us older folk, Mr. Bao commented. Who are you calling old? If you consider yourself elderly, that's on you, but don't drag us into it, Mrs. Bao teased her husband. Ever since their daughter, Bao Ning, married, Mrs. Bao has been in high spirits, especially since her son-in-law is so considerate. Although he doesn't shower them with cash, he often brings home various items, membership cards, and shopping vouchers. Those unaware might think Mr. Bao was engaging in some form of corruption. In fact, Mrs. Bao had even inquired with her brother-in-law, Chong Xianhua, whether such matters fell under the scrutiny of the disciplinary committee. Leaving Chong in a state of bemusement, what was there to fear when one's own daughter and son-in-law are the givers? Eventually, Mrs. Bao relaxed, embracing the gifts of shopping vouchers and beauty cards, coordinating spa days with Mrs. G, unperturbed by the generosity of her daughter and son-in-law. I find the flavors just right. A light meal is soothing for the stomach. Little Bao, do try this. It's delightful, Mr. G encouraged, serving some dishes to Bao Ning. Xiao Yunzi, pour me a bit of that plum wine. I do like to taste it, Bao Ning said, seated beside Mr. G, eyeing the wine. Let us all have a taste. But just a little for you. Do not overindulge. Oh, I know. I just want a sip of that tartness. Mr. G then filled cups for Bao and Mrs. Bao, his own parents, and poured a modest amount for Bao Ning as well. Observing Mr. G's thoughtful gestures, the other secretaries and assistants promptly filled their own glasses. The nanny from Mr. G's family and Bao Ning's assistant remained unaware of Mr. G's esteemed father-in-law. He never spoke of such matters at home. However, the grandeur of this outing suggested a remarkable background. Please, there is no need for formality. Consider this a family banquet. We are grateful for your company. Let's raise a toast together. After the meal, please take some time to rest and unwind over the next couple of days. Think of it as a vacation, mister. Bao proposed, raising his glass of plum wine and downing it in one go. I must say, the flavor is truly delightful. As everyone finished their drinks, they began to eat and chat. Dad, I brought fishing rods for you. They're in the car. If you're interested this afternoon, you can cast a few lines. Jian said to Bao Dad and his own father. Sure, it's been quite a while since I last fished. I must admit, I'm feeling a bit restless. Old G, let's go fishing together this afternoon, Bao Dad replied to G Dad. Absolutely. I used to go fishing at least twice a month back home, but I haven't had the chance since coming here. Let's indulge ourselves this afternoon, G Dad responded, having already made arrangements with Bao Dad. G Mom then chimed in. Let them go fishing. We'll take a stroll around the town this afternoon. On my way here, I noticed a few old-style cheap house shops. We should go check them out. Indeed, I've heard from friends that there are quite a few artisans specializing in traditional crafts in this town, including those old dyeing fabric shops selling handmade textiles. Many merchants from other places come here to order clothes for sale. There are also various handicrafts that are quite popular online now. Is that so? The development here does seem promising. Xiao Chun, when we leave, please arrange a meeting with the local officials. I genuinely want to meet him. Bao Dad instructed his secretary. As for why a political committee secretary like Bao Dad would want to meet a local leader, there were indeed reasons. According to Bao Dad's information, the provincial party secretary was due for retirement, and the higher-ups were preparing to transfer him to the People's Congress, where he would remain for another 6 months. It wouldn't do to have two major leadership positions vacant at once, so there were indications that Bao Dad would be appointed as acting governor, while a leader from the central government would be parachuted in as the new provincial party secretary. The officials ahead of Bao Dad were either unsuitable or had other significant roles, so if there were no major changes, Bao Dad was on the verge of becoming the provincial governor. In less than a year, he would transition from being a university president to occupying the governor's position in a province. One must acknowledge that not only Bao Dad possessed exceptional abilities, but the attention from higher authorities was also crucial. However, this news was known only to Bao Dad. No one else was informed yet. Nevertheless, Bao Dad's mindset was beginning to shift from focusing on legal affairs to overseeing the provincial government. Thus, he wanted to meet capable individuals, and, in a way, this leader had benefited from Ji Yun's influence. Chapter 113, Yunshi Town 3. A happy group finished their meal, and Ji Dad and Bao Dad prepared to go fishing with their rods. Bao Dad's secretary and driver accompanied them, while the security team split into two groups, one following Bao Dad and two others assisting Ji Mom and Bao Mom with transportation. Ji stayed with Bao Ning upstairs to rest. After a long drive, Bao Ning was quite fatigued, and pregnant women tend to feel more tired. So it wasn't too long before she fell asleep after reaching the upstairs. Ji Yun, not venturing out, moved a lounge chair by the window and settled down for a light nap. In a moment, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the wind chimes by the window, evoking a sense of tranquility and the passage of time. During this serene interlude, both Ji Yun and Bao Ning awakened several times, gazing at their beloveds, who slept soundly and chose not to disturb them, lying quietly instead. Outside, Bao's father and Ji's father indulged in their passion. Ji's father was quite the angler, often taking to fishing whenever he had a spare moment. Despite the occasional reprimand from Ji's mother, Bao's father, though less skilled, had a genuine enthusiasm for the sport, reminiscent of someone who enjoys the activity despite their lack of prowess. Previously, he would occasionally fish with old friends, but since assuming the role of secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, such leisure pursuits had become increasingly elusive. One might wonder what the issue was. Yet unscrupulous businessmen were relentless in their attempts to ensnare him. They even orchestrated a marathon, inviting him to participate, with a modest number of contestants, yet a remarkably generous prize. As fate would have it, the secretary inadvertently secured a victory. And this event recurred every 10 days or so, perfectly legitimate and compliant. Thus, this seemingly innocent affair led to his downfall. This was merely the tale of a municipal secretary. If Bao's father were to express his fondness for fishing, one could easily envision someone gifting him a fish pond, even donning scuba gear to assist him underwater. A former county secretary once remarked that if they wished, they could conjure a dream by night and see it manifested by dawn. Thus, Bao's father was perpetually cautious. Much like this instance, had it not been for the provincial deputy secretary, discovered during an investigation to possess a penchant for golf and an ambiguous relationship with a female golf course owner, Bao's father might have merely shifted forward, never reaching that esteemed position. Ah, Lao Ji, you're quite the fisherman today. Do you have some secret technique? Do share, Bao's father called out, envious as he observed Ji's father reeling in fish after fish. Ji's father replied earnestly, indeed, I have a little secret to share about fishing. Bao's father listened intently, jotting down notes, clearly understanding that fishing was no simple endeavor. Meanwhile, Bao's mother and Ji's mother were not idle. They visited a Chong Sam shop in town, which despite its unassuming faade, housed remarkable talent. 4 young ladies worked there, crafting and tailoring exquisite garments, 2 of whom had studied design abroad. After their return, these like-minded individuals opened the Chong Sam shop, primarily focusing on online business, with the young women operating their own boutique, specializing in bespoke creations and enjoying considerable success. As Bao's mother and Ji's mother entered, flanked by 2 figures reminiscent of bodyguards, the young ladies felt a twinge of nervousness. The commanding presence of Bao's mother, the wife of a political figure, and Ji's mother, a billionaire matriarch, was palpable, even though they were generally quite approachable. Yet in silence, their aura was undeniable, particularly that of Bao's mother, a lifelong educator, exuding an inherent charisma. Young ladies, I understand you offer custom Chong Sams. Could you kindly provide us with some information? Ji's mother initiated the conversation. Indeed, esteemed ladies, your elegance is truly remarkable. We are all captivated by your presence. Should you don a chi pao, your grace would undoubtedly reach unparalleled heights. Would you consider allowing us to create a bespoke outfit for you? Your beauty deserves to be showcased as a model, and I would be delighted to offer you a discount. Such charming young ladies you are, with your sweet words. Both Ji Ma and Bao Ma were thoroughly amused by the 2 girls' flattery. Let us first examine the fabrics, dear aunties. Here, we have materials produced by Yunqi, as well as exquisite silk from Jiangnan. Please take a look over here. The 2 young ladies guided Bao Ma and Ji Ma to the fabric display. Sister Chong, this fabric is indeed impressive. Bao Ma and Ji Ma have become close friends, and since Bao Ma is a few years older than Ji Ma affectionately refers to Bao Ma as Sister Chong. It truly is splendid. This silk would make for a comfortable summer garment. Young ladies, how do you charge for custom clothing? Bao Ma inquired. Annie, we design a piece tailored specifically to your physique and form. We sell the fabric at market price, and the design and tailoring fees total 3,000 yuan. Our craftsmanship ensures that you receive exceptional value. That brings the total to 5 or 6,000 yuan. Your charges are indeed rather steep, Bao Ma remarked. Despite her substantial retirement income of around 20,000 yuan a month, much of Bao Ma and Bao Pa's earnings are donated to support children in mountainous regions, leading a modest lifestyle. Ji Ma, coming from an ordinary background, has only recently experienced significant changes in life since Ji Yun's rise to success. However, she has adapted well. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is a natural progression. Consequently, Ji Ma does not regard several thousand yuan as a significant sum, especially with Ji Yun providing them with a card containing millions. You must ensure we are satisfied with the outcome. If we are not, we shall withhold payment, Ji Ma added. Rest assured, Auntie, if you are dissatisfied, I will refund your money. It appears these young ladies possess great confidence in their design and skills. Afterward, Bao Ma and Ji Ma each selected several pieces of fabric and took their measurements. Given the lengthy production period for kipeos, especially with such intricate craftsmanship, it may take over a month to complete their garments. Nevertheless, neither Ji Ma nor Bao Ma was in a hurry. They exchanged contact information and arranged for delivery upon completion. Upon exiting the Chi Pao shop, Ji Ma and Bao Ma resumed their shopping, reinforcing the notion that a woman's love for shopping is indeed an inherent trait, regardless of age. Chapter 114, The End of Yunqi Town. Bao Ning sat beside the table, enjoying nuts while propping her head with one hand, scrolling through her phone. Ji Yun was beside her, peeling nuts for her. Of course, one must consider who is orchestrating this gathering. Xiaoji, please head to the kitchen and ask the chef to prepare a few more fish for us all to enjoy. Bao Pachikut. As they spoke, Ji Ma and Bao Ma emerged, each carrying their own dishes. Mother, what kind of wild vegetable is this? I've never seen it before. Bao Ning inquired, picking up a piece with her chopsticks and looking at Bao Ma. This is called alfalfa sprout, the tender shoots of alfalfa, which can only be found in the mountains and are quite rare in the city. Even if found, they lack the freshness of those just picked. And this black one is known as ground cover, while the yellow one is called yellow goosefoot. Little Bao Ning, do taste and see how it is. Delicious indeed. So tender, Bao Ning exclaimed after savoring a few bites. A group of people began to tidy up in preparation for the meal, and before long, the fish was ready and brought to the table, where everyone ate and chatted. After the meal, they sat in the courtyard gazing at the stars, listening to the elders recounting tales of the past. Bao Ning occasionally patted her belly, her eyes filled with anticipation, while Ji Yun sat beside her, attentively watching over her dear companion. Thus, the family spent 3 delightful days in Yunxi town, and when it was time to leave, the proprietress expressed her reluctance, gifting them with many bottles of her homemade plum wine. Bao Ning had conversed pleasantly with the proprietress over these few days, fostering a budding friendship, and they exchanged contact information, promising to meet when the proprietress visited the city. Gee, this place is truly wonderful. When we grow old, I believe we can come here to retire. The scenery is beautiful, the environment is pleasant, the people are amiable, and it is conveniently close to the city, making it easy to visit the grandchildren, Jima remarked. Upon hearing Jima's words, Jian also felt a spark of interest. This place indeed held great potential, and the locals seemed unwilling to overdevelop it, likely preserving its charm unlike other tourist spots. The serene mountains and clear waters made it a splendid place for retirement, and it might be wise to consider preparing a few properties here in advance. I think it's a great idea. Let us buy 2 units. And if we don't end up living here, we can still stay for a few months, Bao Ning concurred. Bao Dad and Bao Mom did not object, as they had genuinely enjoyed their time together. Before departing, Ji Dad had a meeting with the county secretary, a capable middle-aged man in his 40s, who had made a favorable impression on Bao Dad and might be given more responsibilities in the future. During this time, Bao Dad organized another dinner gathering, which included not only those from the previous meal, but also 2 vice governors, the deputy secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, who was the successor of the committee secretary after Bao Dad's departure, along with several mayors and secretaries from various prefecture-level cities, totaling over a dozen attendees. It was Ji Yun's first encounter with Bao Dad's formidable political influence, which included some top officials from public security and legal affairs. Some were Bao Dad's classmates, while others were his former students. After a lifetime of teaching at the Political and Legal University, the connections Bao Dad had cultivated were likely just the tip of the iceberg. Ji Yun played a service role, orchestrating the dinner, pouring drinks, and toasting. Yet no one dared to underestimate her. Not only was her circle centered around Bao Dad, but her own status and capabilities also commanded respect from everyone present. A storm is brewing, Bao Dad suddenly lamented. Dad, what is wrong? Is everything not going smoothly? Ji Yun noticed this unusual expression on Bao Dad's face. It's that Deputy Secretary Zhao, Ji Yun remarked, referring to the Deputy Secretary who had previously been involved in a scandal with the owner of the golf course and was nominally one of the top 3 officials in the province. Zhao Mingzhua is but a mere skeleton in the grave, and the central authorities have long since reached a verdict regarding him, rendering him inconsequential. His current trifling maneuvers reveal a lamentable lack of awareness, and it is only a matter of time before he faces reckoning. My concern lies with the incoming provincial party secretary, a person adept at maintaining the status quo. However, we find ourselves amidst an unprecedented era of transformation. Stagnation is not an option, and our political ideologies stand in stark contradiction. My apprehension is that this divergence may incite unnecessary political strife in the future. The sudden appointment of Bao Pa did not deter Ji Yun, who recognized that most of his connections had been cultivated through Bao Pa. Should any complications arise for Bao Pa, his own fate would inevitably be intertwined with that of Bao Pa's, sharing both glory and misfortune. Bao Pa's concerns are not mere flights of fancy. The upper echelons must engage in comprehensive deliberation. As a reformist, once elevated to power, he is bound to elicit reactions from the conservatives. His singular shortcoming at present is the absence of political achievements. Though he is brimming with ideas, none have yet come to fruition. It now hinges on the intentions of the higher-ups. Will they offer support or seek compromise? This decision bears significant implications for Bao Pa's political destiny. Given Bao Pa's advancing age, should substantial accomplishments not materialize in the coming years, it is likely that his ascent will reach a standstill. Chapter 115. Arrival in Kyoto. After informing Ji Ba and Ji Ma about his impending trip to Kyoto with Bao Pa, Ji Yun proceeded to freshen up. That evening, as he lay beside Bao Ning, he contemplated the matters entrusted to him by Bao Pa. The most favorable outcome would be for Bao Pa to secure support from his faction, ideally reaching a consensus with the newly appointed secretary. If that proves unfeasible, a tumultuous period may lie ahead. Thus, it is evident that everyone harbors their own troubles. One may observe the affluent and powerful officials, exuding authority, yet remain oblivious to the intricate webs of power and wealth. One misstep could lead to total ruin. The following morning, after breakfast, Ji Yun made his way to Bao Pa's side. By around 9 o'clock, Bao Pa's driver transported the three of them, Bao Pa, Ji Yun, and Secretary Chun, to the airport. By midday, they had arrived in Kyoto, dined at a restaurant, and secured accommodations in a hotel, opting for discretion over the provincial guest house. Xiao Ji, there is still ample time. You may venture out for a stroll. We are not far from Panjiayuan. I will accompany Xiao Chan on some errands and contact you in the afternoon, Bao Pa suggested before departing with Secretary Chen. Left to his own devices at the hotel, Ji Yun heeded Bao Pa's advice, hailed a cab, and made his way directly to Panjiayuan. The Panjiayuan Antique Market, heralded as China's premier antique marketplace, lies in the southeastern corner of Beijing's Third Ring Road. The market boasts over 3,000 stalls, offering a diverse array of relics, paintings, scholarly implements, porcelain, wooden artifacts, and furniture. Additionally, numerous ethnic minorities peddle their cultural wares here. This place has birthed countless legends. Many have risen to wealth from its treasures, while others have left empty-handed. The tales of fortunate finds from this market continue to captivate the imagination. Indeed, it has become increasingly rare to unearth hidden treasures at Panjiayuan. To the vendors at this market, the visitors themselves are the true finds. There is a popular saying nowadays, aside from the elderly gentleman, everything else at Panjiayuan is new. As one meanders through the aisles, the air is filled with the sounds of lively conversation and spirited bargaining, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Rows of small vendors display an array of antiques, while numerous shops are adorned with a variety of signs advertising the purchase of old cameras, clocks, and coins, presenting a dazzling spectacle that can easily overwhelm the senses. Yiyun strolls leisurely, and it is no wonder that some insiders refer to Panjiayuan as a market of discarded goods. This description is not without merit. In earlier times, there were indeed forgers who exerted considerable effort into their craft, unlike the current lack of professionalism. What is being produced today is largely counterfeit, either blatant fakes or poorly crafted replicas. Occasionally, one might stumble upon a genuine piece, though it is often marred in condition or exorbitantly priced, as if the seller had no qualms about demanding an outrageous sum. There are also stalls dedicated to handicrafts, calligraphy, and bracelets, which Ji Yun takes a moment to explore. A few years ago, when bracelets were all the rage, it seemed that everyone possessed at least one, whether made of Bodhi roots, lotus seeds, or walnuts. Back then, only the wealthy could indulge in such luxuries. Now, they can be acquired for as little as 50 yuan for two. It resembles a wholesale market, leading Ji Yun to suspect that these bracelets and walnuts might all originate from the same production source, distributed across the nation. As Ji Yun continues to wander, he finds himself squatting before a vendor selling shards of porcelain. These shards, remnants of ancient Chinese porcelain, primarily originate from archaeological sites and tombs. Dating back from the Shang and Zhou dynasties to the Ming and Qing eras, these fragments provide invaluable insights. During his time apprenticing under Zhao Jinsheng, Ji Yun often accompanied him to stalls to identify and piece together porcelain shards, thereby acquiring knowledge of porcelain appraisal. For many novice enthusiasts of ancient porcelain, starting with damaged artifacts and shards is the most effective, convenient, and economical way to learn about the intricacies of appraisal. Moreover, the abundance and variety of porcelain shards make them easy to find. From the Eastern Han Dynasty onward, countless kilns across various dynasties produced an immense quantity of ancient porcelain, which was subsequently distributed throughout the country. Despite the ravages of history, intact pieces are scarce. However, innumerable fragments remain, scattered across kiln sites, abandoned pits, old villages, urban ruins, and even rural fields and steep cliffs. Ancient porcelain shards are rich in meaning and information, providing tangible evidence for the characteristics of ancient porcelain as discussed in expert literature across various dynasties and periods. From the shards of porcelain, one can discern the shapes, body textures, glazes, colors, pigments, decorative features, firing techniques, and the inscriptions of official and private kills from various dynasties following the Ming era. This was something Zhao Jincheng had previously conveyed to Ji Yun when discussing porcelain shards. Furthermore, the authenticity rate of these artifacts is notably high, as ancient porcelain shards are predominantly unearthed from construction sites, archaeological sites, or areas where people lived throughout various historical periods, often found scattered in the shallow layers of the earth. Their prices are modest, with most shards costing only a few or a dozen units, and the better ones around several tens. Aside from a few exquisite pieces, they hold little collectible value. Even for fakes, few are specifically crafted to imitate these shards, making their authenticity rate among ancient porcelain the highest in today's market, flooded with forgeries, simply because the cost of replication is not worth the effort. How much for these shards? Ji Yun inquired of the vendor. These here are 10 each, those are 25, and over there, 50. The pricing is consistent across the piles, so feel free to choose. If you select more, I'll offer you a discount. The vendor was indeed straightforward, and Ji Yun found himself genuinely intrigued. Having previously heard rumors of someone trading porcelain shards for an entire house in Panjiayuan, though the truth of that tale was uncertain. As he sifted through the shards, Ji Yun stumbled upon some remarkable finds. At first, he noticed a base, and later, among the pile priced at 25, he discovered a neck fragment. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed part of a porcelain item. Moreover, this piece was rather exceptional. The vendor's stall was spacious, likely just acquired, with the items still caked in dirt and mud, probably collected at a low price. Yet, the moment Ji Yun handled this shard, he sensed its significance. Having recently dealt with numerous porcelain and antiques, including national treasures, such finely crafted items were rare. Instinctively, Ji Yun felt it must be a piece from the Ru Kiln. Chapter 116. The Ru Kiln and the Pile of Shards. In the realm of collecting, there exists a saying, even if one possesses vast fortunes, nothing compares to a single piece of Ru porcelain, highlighting its rarity. Some enthusiasts even proclaim that only 67.5 pieces of Ru Kiln porcelain exist, which is an exaggeration. It is not to say there are no genuine pieces beyond this count. Rather, it illustrates the scarcity of Ru Kiln artifacts, with only 67.5 being publicly acknowledged, a number that has now risen to 94, and undoubtedly, there are more, albeit rare. To speak of personal experience, Ji Yun and Bao Ning had previously unearthed a small, three-legged brush washer of sky blue glaze from the northern Song Ru Kiln, which later fetched over 300 million at their auction house. Among those 94 pieces, one also contributed by Ji Yun, and according to estimations from some experts in the collecting community, the actual number of surviving Ru Kiln pieces is likely at least double the current acknowledged count, with these being true specialists rather than mere pretenders. Truth be told, had Ji Yun not been financially constrained at that time and motivated to elevate his auction house's reputation, he would have hesitated to part with that Ru Kiln brush washer. Reflecting on it now, it brings him a twinge of regret. Thus, upon holding the two shards, he was confident of their authenticity. Indeed, they were from the Ru Kiln, and instinctively, he knew their worth. With these two shards in hand, he could effortlessly trade them for a Passat without any issue. Indeed, I find great pleasure in engaging with such items. I shall select a few more, and I would appreciate a discount. With my gaze lowered, I resume my search, each time retrieving a handful of ordinary porcelain mixed with a singular piece of Ru Kiln porcelain. Occasionally, I inadvertently picked up a few modern porcelain shards, yet the proprietor remained oblivious, likely mistaking me for a novice in the field. As my apprehension grew, fearing that a heap of porcelain might reveal my intentions, I requested a bag, meticulously counting and placing each piece within. In total, I selected over 300 shards, spending approximately 5,000 yuan. I then summoned a vehicle, offering the driver a modest sum to assist me in transporting my acquisitions to the hotel. Once inside my room, I closed the door and gazed at the several bags of porcelain with mounting excitement. According to my calculations, among these shards lay a singular piece of Ru Kiln porcelain, comprising more than 20 fragments. To ascertain their completeness, I would need to piece them together. Glancing at the clock, I noted it was just past 3 o'clock. My father would likely be occupied, leaving me undisturbed. I opened the bags and began sifting through the porcelain shards, carefully washing each fragment before placing it on the bed. After confirming that I had found all available pieces, I set them aside to focus on the 27 shards laid out before me. Before long, I successfully assembled a Ru Kiln Celadon vase, renowned as the pinnacle of porcelain craftsmanship. Despite its shattered state, its beauty remained undeniable. With 27 shards, I had reconstructed a complete piece, a Celadon Rue kiln vase, which, even in its damaged condition, would fetch no less than 10 million in the market. However, I had no intention of selling it. My previous sale was born of necessity, and to sell now would be folly. I planned to keep it for my personal collection. After securing my treasures, I ventured out to purchase a small case and some protective bubble wrap to safeguard the porcelain, intending to seek out a master restorer to restore the vase to its former glory, allowing its true beauty to shine once more. Having just finished my tasks, I lay on the bed for a moment when my father called, requesting that I take a taxi to a private club on Chang'an Street for a dinner gathering. Fortunately, the driver I chose was a local. Otherwise, finding this place would have proven challenging, as it was not marked on any map, hidden within a narrow alley, resembling an ordinary courtyard from the outside. Upon alighting, I spotted Secretary Chun waiting at the entrance, accompanied by a man clad in a black suit. "Chun, what brings you to wait at the door?" I inquired. Secretary Chun, the director of the Comprehensive Second Office of the Provincial Party Committee, would likely receive a promotion to deputy director of the office with my father's assent. Such a position, in lesser circles, would equate to a county party secretary, and a further promotion would surpass even that of a deputy mayor. Typically, when my father attended social engagements, he did not bring Chin along unless he was to be entertained at the event. It was rare for someone to wait at the entrance in such circumstances. "Upon your arrival, Xiao Ji, the boss instructed me to wait for you here. Please take a moment to prepare. There is someone inside who wishes to meet you." After hearing Secretary Chen's words, Ji Yun was taken aback. It is nearly a certainty that Bao Ba's position as governor is firmly established, and the few individuals who can still call him a leader are quite limited. "I understand, Brother Chun, rest assured." Ji Yun adjusted his attire, ensuring there were no missteps. Taking a deep breath, he strode confidently into the room. Upon opening the door, Ji Yun was astounded to find an extraordinary atmosphere within. The moment he entered, he was greeted by a dazzling display of lights and the faint sound of silk and bamboo instruments, along with the sandalwood scent in the air, instilled a sense of tranquility within his heart, calming the initial excitement he had felt. "Please hold on a moment." Just as Ji Yun prepared to step further inside, several stern-looking men in suits approached him, scanning him with a device reminiscent of subway security equipment. "Apologies for the routine check. Please bear with us. The person you wish to meet is waiting for you in the back. Follow me." "It's quite all right. Thank you." Ji Yun complied obediently, recognizing the formidable presence of these individuals, likely the renowned bodyguards of Zongnanhai. Following behind them, Ji Yun navigated through several corridors before entering a room. Chapter 117. The Heavenly Banquet. Upon entering, the attendants promptly closed the door behind him. With a resounding click, Ji Yun turned his gaze towards the individual seated at the modest round dining table, adorned with several exquisite dishes and a bottle of unlabeled wine. There were 4 men in total. Bao Ba sat on the far left, while a formidable-looking gentleman occupied the far right. The gentleman to the right of center appeared refined and cultured. One might liken him to a minister of personnel from ancient times, while the individual closer to Bao Ba was someone Ji Yun often saw in national news. For a moment, Ji Yun found himself at a loss for words. "Ji Yun, is it? I have heard much about you. Do not be reserved. Come, take a seat. I am quite familiar with your esteemed Lord Taishan. We were bunkmates at the party school. You ought to address me as uncle." Bao Ba spoke warmly with that reassurance. Ji Yun ceased to hesitate and gracefully took a seat beside Bao Ba, which felt appropriate, as there were 5 individuals in total, placing the aforementioned gentleman in the center. "Good day, Director," Ji Yun said, still uncertain as to why this esteemed figure desired to meet him, wary of saying too much. "Not at all, Minister Tian," Ji Yun quickly replied, feeling the natural tension that accompanies such encounters. "As Uncle Tian just mentioned, do not be anxious. Consider us family," interjected the central figure. "This is Uncle Zhao, who works at the Ministry of Public Security." "Yes, Uncle Tang, Uncle Tian, Uncle Zhao," Ji Yun acknowledged again. "Xiao Meng, please add more dishes for Xiao Ji. We decided on a whim to meet you and didn't wait for your arrival. We must ensure you are well fed." Minister Tian remarked once more. Ji Yun would never dare to keep these esteemed individuals waiting. The mere opportunity to meet them is something one might fervently seek. Moreover, to regard these prominent figures as uncles is indeed a testament to the considerable influence of Bao Dad. Given the current circumstances, it seems likely that Bao Dad will soon secure a significant position, perhaps as a key figure deserving of focused cultivation. It is no wonder that he has remained in the shadows for so many years, only to emerge with a rapid ascent. His connections are truly formidable. Your endeavors in Africa have been commendable, earning you the admiration of many. We ought to encourage more young talents like you. for the rejuvenation of our great nation ultimately rests upon your shoulders. This nation is destined to be handed over to the capable hands of its youth. After Director Tang concluded his remarks, he gestured for Ji Yun to take a seat. The work you have undertaken in Africa serves as an inspiration to us. We have consistently aimed to strengthen unity and cooperation between China and Africa, fostering mutual support and assistance to promote a win-win scenario. Together with the international community, we strive to achieve lasting peace and shared prosperity. However, the chaotic situation in Africa poses significant challenges to our development, particularly impacting our substantial investments in the region. The security company you have established voluntarily plays a vital role in safeguarding our overseas investments and is immensely beneficial to the stability and peaceful development of Africa. At this juncture, Dean Tian cast a look of commendation toward Ji Yun. This will be instrumental to our future development of the Belt and Road Initiative. In the future, we plan to invest heavily in world-class ports, railways that meet global standards, and substantial telecommunications and power generation projects. We aim to significantly shorten their development timelines while simultaneously connecting our economies, thus radiating our influence globally and attracting the world into a mutually beneficial economic framework, ultimately realizing the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. The Western countries, particularly those represented by the United States, are reluctant to see this unfold. They resort to media campaigns to tarnish the Belt and Road Initiative, instigating conflict and undermining the peaceful development of African nations, thereby posing a considerable threat to our investments. However, adhering to the principle of investing without interfering in the internal affairs of other nations, we have found ourselves at a loss until your security venture emerged, bringing about a turning point. Thus, I assert that you have contributed significantly to the revival of our nation. You are truly too kind, Director. We had not contemplated such grand implications at the outset. Our progress has indeed been serendipitous. Ji Yun candidly admitted that his initial aim was merely to establish a security company to shield against bullying, never anticipating such a vast expansion. Furthermore, if Director Tian's words imply that this is a battle for the national fortune of China and that it may benefit our rejuvenation, Ji Yun feels profoundly honored and at a loss for words. In fact, since the inception of the Belt and Road Initiative, over 100 countries have already joined this grand endeavor. Under the auspices of the Belt and Road Initiative, over 100 nations have begun to intricately connect under China's solidarity. As time progresses, the spirit of cooperation and mutual benefit will deepen, not only leading to the decline of America's dollar hegemony, but also undermining the imperialistic tendencies of the United States and other Western nations. Therefore, the contributions made by Ji Yun and his peers towards national rejuvenation are far from trivial. Indeed, the profiles of Ji Yun and Feng Yulin have even reached the attention of the CIA. After Director Tian concluded his remarks, the gathering transitioned into a lively exchange, with Ji Yun refraining from interjecting, instead assisting the esteemed guests by pouring drinks and providing service. The discourse among these leaders predominantly revolved around national policies. And although Ji Yun may not fully comprehend them at present, even the snippets of conversation he absorbed would greatly benefit his future strategic direction and substantial development. This may very well be the underlying purpose of Director Tian's invitation. He harbors genuine affection for his old classmate's son-in-law and seeks to provide Ji Yun with an opportunity. Furthermore, Ji Yun is a candidate of interest in the eyes of Director Tian, who wishes to ascertain whether Ji Yun is worthy of cultivation. The impression Ji Yun left today was indeed favorable. His demeanor exuded confidence and composure, and one could hardly exaggerate the depth of insight reflected in his gaze. Director Tian was quite pleased with Ji Yun, especially considering his contributions to the nation and his status as a classmate's son-in-law. Thus, he was inclined to offer Ji Yun a chance, leaving the matter of his future prospects to fate. Chapter 118, An Evening Discussion. During the banquet, Bao Bao had never broached the subject of post-assignment matters. Ji Yun was uncertain whether prior conversations had taken place or if the gathering was solely for the purpose of dining. Regardless, the atmosphere was one of conviviality, and the guests consumed only a modest amount of alcohol before dispersing. Just before leaving, Director Tian turned to Bao Bao and remarked that all party officials should pursue endeavors that benefit the people and the nation, urging them to act boldly and without hesitation. For success cannot be achieved without initiative. Bao Bao nodded deeply in agreement, and Ji Yun accompanied him as they bid farewell to the distinguished guests. A few unassuming Hongqi sedans awaited them in the alley, and as Ji Yun observed the vehicles depart, he seized the opportunity to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Did I startle you?" Bao Bao inquired with a smile. Indeed, you did, Dad. You never mentioned that the director would be present. By the way, how was your outing today? Bao Bao asked as they walked, with Secretary Chun waiting by one of the cars. It was quite fruitful. I managed to piece together a Ru kiln artifact from a heap of porcelain shards. Bao Bao paused momentarily, having always regarded Ji Yun as exceptionally fortunate. However, the frequency of such occurrences raised his skepticism. This seems to defy the laws of materialism. Are you perhaps the son of the god of wealth, drawing prosperity wherever you go? Do take good care of it, Ji Yun advised, sensing Bao Bao's astonishment. After all, even if Bao Bao had little expertise in collectibles, he understood the value of Ru ware. As the trio approached the hotel, Bao Bao instructed the driver to halt the vehicle. Secretary Chun discerned that his boss likely had some valuable insights to impart to his son-in-law, as today's gathering surely held significant substance. Little G, what are your thoughts on what Director Tian said today? As Bao Dad and Jian walked and talked, the night sky was indeed splendid. With the moon visible, a rarity in Kyoto, I found it quite enlightening, and it has deepened my understanding of our nation's rejuvenation strategy. Ji Yun has also benefited immensely. Even now, he has not fully digested the content of this meal. In fact, at Ji Yun's level as a businessman, one must have a certain grasp of national policies. Without this capability, one's wealth is unlikely to endure. Then, where do you think you should position yourself in this process? Baozat suddenly inquit. Indeed, where should I place myself? A great tide is rising, and if one cannot seize this opportunity to ride the winds, one will inevitably be cast aside by the currents of time, much like Ji Yun's online sales of jade, which have rendered traditional sales methods obsolete. Do you mean to concentrate your efforts abroad, focusing on the Belt and Road Initiative? Ji Yun articulated the answer that lay within him. Nearly so, little G. Do you know what the Belt and Road Initiative signifies? Bao Dad asked again. It is an abbreviation for the New Silk Road Economic Belt and the 21st Century Maritime Silk Road, relying on our nation's existing bilateral and multilateral mechanisms, leveraging established and effective regional cooperation platforms. It aims to actively develop economic partnerships with allies, collaboratively creating a community of shared interests, shared destiny, and shared responsibilities. China is vast, rich in resources and culture, with a profound history and industrious people. Yet, paradoxically, China is also constrained. Our population is the largest in the world, producing countless talents. Years of economic development have gradually led us into a phase of internal strife, and domestic economic cycles are beginning to decline. Thus, we require this opportunity, a chance to reach out and expand our horizons, to broaden our plate alongside many others. Only in this manner can we remove the scythe that looms over us from the Western powers, bring their bounty to our table, and realize the revival of our great nation, once honored by the world. Little G, the opportunity lies before you. Whether you can grasp it depends on you. Bao Dad spoke with profound significance, echoing the unspoken words of Director Tian. As for how to seize it, that will depend on Ji Yun's choices. To continue focusing on the domestic market, striving to become an industry leader, basking in glory while investing and monopolizing, becoming a mountain over the people, seeking to strengthen oneself at the expense of the populace, or to boldly venture forth, backed by national fortune, to take a significant gamble, challenging the Western powers and determining who rightfully deserves to be the leader on this small globe. I understand, Dad. I believe our nation will undoubtedly rejuvenate. It is a magnificent trend that no country can obstruct. If possible, I would certainly be willing to contribute to the revival of our nation. Ji Yun had indeed contemplated that he had already earned enough money, and with his father-in-law being a high-ranking official, he could be considered somewhat of a privileged individual. Moreover, he had established quite a reputation for himself, holding titles such as representative, director, and secretary general, among others. In essence, he possessed wealth and power in abundance, enjoying both fame and fortune, along with a harmonious family life. What more could one strive for? He could simply embrace the role of a billionaire and relish in the joys of life. Yet, having reached this juncture, what if he were to take one step further? Centuries from now, no one would remember a mere billionaire, but they would surely remember those who have made significant contributions to the nation, for a country never forgets. Given that he now possessed such capabilities and had access to support that others could only dream of, why not seize the opportunity?